Chapter 1. The road survival game begins. Amidst the bustling streets, ticket sales commenced. The vehicle speed remains steady. Please fasten your seatbelt. Should you find the vehicle mysteriously absent one day, do not fret, it must have ventured into the shadows. I shall surely emerge victorious. Was that a prophecy I conjured for myself? On May 5th, 2025, I finally broke free. Tickets are priced at the cost of a single thought. Preparations for departure are underway. At precisely 6 a.m. on April 1st, 2025, the warmth of spring enveloped the southern city. Inside a dimly lit tunnel, an old electric tricycle, belonging to a certain express courier service, meandered forward. Luoyu, return to school. You needn't worry about earning money. Li Chengxing abruptly halted the tricycle in the emergency stop area of the tunnel. I refuse. Yu Luo sat beside him in the driver's seat, defiantly gazing at Li Chengxing. Studying medicine is prohibitively expensive. 5 years in school, followed by 3 years of residency, and who knows how long it will take to make a name for myself. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she continued. You sacrificed your education to support me, while I pursued mine. Hearing her words, Li Chengxing turned, enveloped in silence. Sigh. With a heavy heart, he restarted the tricycle and pressed onward, mere meters from exiting the tunnel. Today felt peculiar despite the multitude of vehicles outside. The tunnel was eerily devoid of traffic. Li Chengxing remained undeterred, propelling the tricycle into the blinding light beyond the tunnel. The harsh sunlight stung his eyes, and it took several moments to adjust before he could discern his surroundings. A straight asphalt road stretched infinitely toward the horizon, flanked by swirling sands under the relentless sun, distorting the very air itself. Where are we? Li Chengxing queried, glancing back at the path they had traversed. To his astonishment, the tunnel had vanished. Brother, where are we? Yulaw, startled by the abrupt shift in their reality, clutched Li Chengxing's arm tightly, her entire being pressed against him. I don't know, let's go back and investigate. With that, Li Chengxing braked abruptly and dismounted, preparing to push the tricycle in reverse. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations to all fortunate individuals selected to join this road survival game. Ding, please be advised that your vehicle is your sole sanctuary in this game. Safeguard it and upgrade promptly. Ding, players without a vehicle must urgently contact a vehicle owner, or survival in this game will prove exceedingly difficult. Ding, players may only advance forward and cannot retreat beyond 1 kilometer. Failure to comply will result in death. Ding, awakening of talents in progress. Ding, congratulations on awakening your unique talent, infinite resources. Ding, generating game rules. Ding, game rules successfully generated. Please review them at your leisure. Ding, the game has commenced. Wish you an enjoyable experience. Li Chengxing swallowed hard. Survival on the highway. In his spare time, delivering packages, he often indulged in reading novels. He was no stranger to survival games on the road. However, what the heck? How am I supposed to survive in an electric tricycle? Had he known this was the scenario, he would have fought tooth and nail for a luxury car and give him love. This wretched tricycle is nothing but a piece of junk. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a virtual screen appeared before him. Vehicle information, electric tricycle. Level 1. Fuel consumption, 5L 100 km. Maximum speed, 60 km/h. Fuel tank, 50L 50L. Upgrade requirements, iron ingots 10, glass 5, rubber 5, electronic board 1. This is an electric vehicle? Where does the fuel consumption come from? The game rules are indeed quite formidable in an instant. The vehicle has been magically modified. The once weathered appearance of the tricycle now gleamed anew. Yet, no matter how pristine, it remains merely a tricycle. If everyone possesses their own vehicles, others must surely have RVs or trucks. How far behind am I? My only advantage must be my talent, right? Unique talent, it sounds impressive. Eagerly, Li Chengxing opened his panel. The pale blue screen was divided into 7 sections. Vehicle information, personal attributes, team, information, world, channel, regional, channel, trading, and backpack, much like a gaming interface. Li Chengxing quickly scanned the information and directly accessed personal attributes. Name, Li Chengxing. Age, 26. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Constitution, 5. Hunger, 100,100. Thirst, 100,100. Sanity, 100,100. Note: All players start with initial attributes of 5. After glancing at his attributes, Li Chengxing promptly bypassed the dimensional statistics. After all, everyone shares the same initial attribute as Their's, nothing to analyze. The only metrics of concern are hunger and thirst, as they pertain to survival. Li Chengxing continued scrolling down. Talent. Infinite resources, unique growth talent. Every 10 minutes, receive a mystery box containing items including, but not limited to, food, electronics, weapons, materials, abilities, and crystal cores. This talent, the phrase unique growth, is evidently significant. It even has the potential to unlock abilities. Thus, this game is bound to be far from simple. As for what crystal cores are, he could not comprehend. After closing the attributes panel, Li Chengxing opened his backpack. The backpack was quite spacious, yet contained only 3 items: a book, a bottle of water, and a piece of bread. Water and bread could be considered the essential provisions for novices. As for the book, Li Chengxing retrieved it, revealing the 4 prominent characters inscribed on its cover. Novice Handbook. Within its pages lay a myriad of over 100 fragmented rules. After meticulously perusing the contents, Li Chengxing had a fundamental understanding of the situation at hand. In summary, it echoed the sentiments expressed by the earlier mechanical voice. Progress was the only option. Retreat was not permitted. Along the way, supply boxes would appear, randomly dispensing various resources. The quality of these resources was purely a matter of chance. Furthermore, prior to reaching the novice supply station, no peril beyond one's capabilities would manifest. Just as Li Chengxing was engrossed in deciphering the rules, a sudden exclamation from Yu broke his concentration. "Brother, look over here. What is it?" Li Chengxing inquired, lifting his gaze toward the direction indicated by Yu. There, in the upper left corner of the electric tricycle's windshield, a translucent navigation map materialized, pinpointing the destination, the novice supply station. Beneath the navigation, a line of text read, "Time, 6:02 temperature, 30 distance to destination, 10,000 kilometers countdown, 104:57:24. A countdown. The presence of a countdown suggested a time constraint, and while the consequences of failing to arrive on time remained a mystery, it was evident that something undesirable would surely ensue. Moreover, a staggering distance of 10,000 kilometers at the current speed of merely 60 km/h would necessitate over 166 continuous hours of travel. There simply wasn't enough time. It was no wonder the earlier voice had specifically mentioned upgrading the vehicle. Upgrading the vehicle would presumably enhance the speed of travel. With this realization, Li Chengxing hesitated no longer. He swiftly turned the key, steadying the handlebars and twisting the throttle to the maximum. The tricycle surged forward with a whoosh. As the vehicle glided smoothly along the road, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Liu, what is your talent?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liu shared her talent with Li Chengxing. Talent, replication SS level talent, consumes a certain amount of stamina to replicate all tangible objects, excluding living beings. Each item can only be replicated once, and replicas cannot be further replicated. Li Chengxing furrowed his brow at this talent. An SSS level, by his experience with novels, undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of abilities. Yet, after glancing at the description, he felt perplexed. Wasn't this merely a means to double the acquired resources? How could it possibly warrant an SSS rating? "Brother, what about you?" Without hesitation, Li Chengxing divulged his own talent to Liu. Had he been paired with a different companion, he might have hesitated to reveal his trump card. However, Liu was different. Just 2 years his junior, they had grown up together in the same orphanage. At the age of 16, they had moved out, relying solely on each other. Now, faced with such circumstances, he felt no reservations with Liu. Just as they exchanged information about their talents, an announcement chimed. "Ding, 10 minutes have elapsed. Congratulations. You have received a mystery box." Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback. Quickly opening his backpack, a paper box rested within the backpack. "Liu, could you please shift to the side?" Fortunately, the driver's seat of the electric tricycle was spacious enough for both to adjust their positions slightly, creating a gap in the middle. With a swift motion, Li Chengxing extracted the paper box from the spatial confines and placed it on the newly created space. The once spacious driver's seat suddenly felt a touch cramped. "Liu, would you be so kind as to open it and see what lies within?" "Oh." The somewhat bewildered Liu quickly gathered her wits. Receiving the blind box from him, she realized she lacked a suitable tool for opening it and began to search for the tape's tier tab. Brother, is this your talent's blind box? Indeed, take a look inside. It would be ideal if its water the temperature today surely exceeds 30 CIT sweltering. With a tearing sound, You peeled the tape away. Brother, your luck has shown. It truly is bottled water. She extracted a bottle, holding it triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Chengxing slowed his pace and turned to glance at her. It was a familiar brand of mineral water, Kong Shuifu. A whole case of 24 bottles. Kong Shuifu mineral water category, food quality, white attribute, hydration 30 excellent. At least we need not worry about water for the time being. One bottle could sustain 3 hours of hydration, and a day necessitated 8 bottles. With 24 bottles, the two could manage for a day and a half. Wait, Luoyu, could you use your talent to duplicate this? Sure. In an instant, 24 bottles transformed into 48. 3 days' worth of water was secured. Chengxing waved his hand, reclaiming 24 bottles into the backpack. Luoyu, please stow these bottles away. The 48 bottles were swiftly packed into the backpack as they gazed at the straight path ahead. I wonder if others' luxury cars have air conditioning. If they do, we might be significantly lagging behind. Brother, no one has it. How do you know? Just look at the chat channel. Upon hearing this, Chengxing tightened his grip on the handlebars, multitasking to open the regional channel. Zone 10,086 remaining users. 10,000. Who knows where this is? I was just walking and turned a corner to find myself here. It's the game world. Those upstairs are still bewildered. Want to team up? Does anyone have a vehicle? I'm a girl, seeking a big shot with a ride. I don't have a vehicle either. I'm cute. I'm mature. I beg any kind soul to take me in. Hey, are you a virgin? No, I'm a guy. The messages in the chat channel flowed swiftly as the initial fear faded among the people. Now, conversations and light banter ensued, while those without vehicles sought assistance. Chengxing furrowed his brow and scrolled upward, quickly finding the information he sought. What a ridiculous game. Losing my Lamborghini's air conditioning is one thing, but my top speed is only 60. That's nothing. My heavy-duty truck has shrunk to the size of a regular sedan. What's the deal? Moreover, the 20 tons of watermelons I had in the back are gone. What are your talents? I drew a Growable Talent, a rather unimpressive one, reducing hunger consumption by 10%. Ha ha, you're a novice. I possess an level talent. Resources obtained from supply crates are doubled. Oh great one, please take me along. Oh great one, please take me along. After perusing the messages in the regional channel, Chengxing felt a sense of balance restored within him. So what if he had a shabby three-wheeler? At least it had a trunk. He couldn't fathom the plight of the fellow driving a Lamborghini, devoid of even a resting space. Content. He closed the chat channel. Brother, does this mean I don't have to attend school anymore? Is this really the time for such discussions? Why not? At least here, I can be of assistance to you and won't hold you back. I think this place is quite good. Is it? Chengxing glanced at the temperature displayed on the windshield. At 30.03 C. The vehicle had only covered 9 kilometers, and yet the temperature had begun to rise slightly. If this trend continued, the heat would only escalate. He wondered if there was a limit to it. Ding, 10 minutes have elapsed. Congratulations on receiving a mystery box. As customary, Chengxing retrieved the mystery box, allowing Yu to unveil it. 20 loaves of bread duplicated. 40 loaves of bread now. This is splendid. Water is secured, and food is momentarily assured. Chapter 3. The supply box. In the ensuing 40 minutes, 6 blind boxes were consecutively acquired, as if fortune had utterly abandoned him. None of the first 6 boxes yielded any essentials: hangers, pencils, power strips, and the like. Chengxing, uncertain of their utility, tucked them into his backpack, contemplating that perhaps one day they might prove useful. Gazing at the 7th blind box in his hands, he fervently wished for something of worth. Luoyu, go ahead and open it. Upon hearing this, Yu expertly tugged and tore at the packaging. Brother, what is wrong? Chengxing leaned closer, the atmosphere inside the vehicle descending into silence. The only sounds were the howling wind outside and the rumble of the engine. Clearing his throat, Chengxing coughed lightly and discreetly stowed away the open silicone canister into his backpack. Luoyu, I'm just putting it away, in case it's needed someday. As he uttered these words, He increasingly felt the awkwardness of the situation, leading him to fall silent. Yes, brother, I understand. Just in case you ever need it, Yu replied softly, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Li Chengxing chose not to respond, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Although they referred to each other as siblings, they lacked any blood relation. He stole a glance at Yu. Throughout their childhood, she embodied the quintessential image of an Eastern beauty. During the summer, her attire was light and airy, and he had noticed her gradual development over time. It seemed that once it began, it was unstoppable, her slender waist now accentuated by a figure that was at least a C-cup, coupled with her long, exposed legs. Li Chengxing swallowed hard and turned away. Yu, would you like to sit in the back? There is more space back there. Okay. He gently pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a slow stop. Yu promptly exited, almost as if fleeing. As soon as she stepped out, a gasp escaped her lips. Brother, look, what is that? Li Chengxing engaged the handbrake, turned off the engine, and exited the vehicle. What is it? Brother, look. ISNT that the supply box mentioned in the beginner's handbook? She exclaimed. It must be. That S rather scant. Only 4 supplies. Li Chengxing shook his head. Just check the regional channel. A 2-person team only has 4 supplies, while 3 people have 6. By calculation, it's essentially 2 supplies per person. It appears that everyone receives supplies at the 100-kilometer mark. Yu, I'll go open the box. You wait in the car. The rules clearly state there's a chance of encountering dangerous situations. Be careful, brother. Sure. Li Chengxing restarted the tricycle, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Before cautiously stepping out of the vehicle, approaching the box, its attributes materialized before him. Supply box, grade, white, can yield low-level supplies, with a chance of presenting non-lethal threats. A tightness gripped Li Chengxing's heart. With the left foot positioned behind and the right foot forward, his entire body leaned in a cautious manner. He meticulously unlatched the supply box, and with a decisive click, the lid sprang open. Following suit was Li Chengxing, who retreated a full 3 meters to ensure no peculiar entities would emerge. Only then did he approach, cautiously peering inside. To his surprise, the box contained a bottle of water and a loaf of bread, adhering to the principle of abundance. He waved his hand and stowed the water and bread into his backpack. Subsequently, he continued to stealthily open the second and third boxes, each revealing the same provisions. However, the 4 supply box presented a different bounty: 10 liters of gasoline and 2 iron ingots. Brother, what's inside? 3 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, 10 liters of gasoline, and 2 iron ingots. Is that all? Yu expressed a slight disdain for such meager resources, lamenting that it would be better if his brother's talent could randomly open a blind box instead. And you find this insufficient? Perhaps you should check the regional channel? Channel 10086. Remaining players, 9997. Finally, resources have been acquired. If we conserve them, we should still make it to the Novice supply station. What a joke. You consume 8 bottles of water and 8 loaves of bread daily, which averages out to 1 bottle and 1 loaf per person. This game is truly stingy. Don't worry. We've only traveled 100 kilometers and already found a supply box. There should be more ahead. Even if we find 1 bottle every 100 kilometers, it won't be enough to reach the finish line. Right? If each person only has 1 bottle of water and 1 loaf of bread, how will they make it to the end? The game wouldn't set players up for failure. There must be a way to increase speed or alternative methods to acquire supplies. After gathering all the provisions, Li Chengxing resumed his journey on the electric tricycle. Every 10 minutes, his talent would bestow a blind box into his backpack. Toilet paper, bottled water, ink. After opening 4 or 5 blind boxes, he found only mundane items or some useless debris, though there were also peculiar objects. For instance, the silicone item he now held, adorned with tiny protruding beads. Brother, how much longer until the next? Yu peered out from the back compartment before retracting quickly. Let me explain. This is a product of my newly acquired talent. A faint frown crossed Li Chengxing's brow. I know, came Yu's voice from the rear, followed by an unsettling silence. The entire compartment sank once more into an eerie quietude. Li Chengxing raised the silicone stick preparing to discard it, but after a moment's consideration, he silently returned it to his backpack. After all, in a survival game, any resource could prove invaluable. Besides, his backpack still had ample space. Discarding it would be wasteful. Chapter 4. The Long Sword Ding. 10 minutes have elapsed. Congratulations on receiving a mystery box. Another mystery box has arrived. Li Chengxing gazed at the box nestled in his backpack, momentarily unsure whether to retrieve it. Must one extract the box to unveil its contents? Cannot it simply open itself within the confines of the backpack? With a resigned sigh, he took it out. After all, this is not a game. One cannot merely double-click to reveal its secrets. Shaking his head in resignation, he felt fortunate that Yu was not present, sparing him the embarrassment of revealing any peculiar items she might witness. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he opened the mystery box, revealing a metallic artifact within. Ah, Chengxing, your 10 minutes are up. What treasure has your talent bestowed upon you? Yu's voice echoed from the roof of the vehicle. The rear compartment of the electric tricycle was almost completely enclosed, leaving little room. Given the sweltering heat, she had requested to emerge after merely 5 minutes. Yet, fearing the awkwardness that might arise from sharing the space with Li Chengxing, she opted to perch atop the rear canopy instead, relishing the breeze. Upon hearing Yu's voice, Li Chengxing retrieved the contents of his backpack, holding them aloft outside the window. Indeed, it was a splendid item, a long sword. Long sword, category, weapon, grade, blue. Attributes, sharpness 10, damage 10. A rather commendable weapon, it ensures that one is not left defenseless in perilous situations. A line of item information materialized along the 3-foot-long blade. What a magnificent sword! Yu reached out to take the sword from Li Chengxing, her face alight with excitement. Without hesitation, she activated her talent, duplicating the sword to hold in her other hand. Once she had completed the replication, Li Chengxing reclaimed the long sword. In the Dragon Kingdom, the regulation of bladed weapons is exceedingly stringent. Genuine iron swords are a rarity. Moreover, being orphans, any money they managed to acquire was invariably spent on Yu. Throughout their childhood, they had never owned even a toy sword, let alone a genuine long sword. They had watched numerous martial arts films together in the orphanage. What boy does not harbor dreams of becoming a swordsman? With a long blade in hand, he would swing at any tall weeds he encountered along the roadside, imagining himself as a valiant hero. Now, with a true long sword at his disposal, he could not resist toying with it for a time before reluctantly stowing it back in his backpack. How splendid! After indulging in self-admiration, Li Chengxing resumed his focus on the road ahead. The broad pathway allowed him to navigate without the need to vigilantly avoid passing vehicles. He simply needed to keep a firm grip on the handlebars and proceed forward. Every 10 minutes, he was permitted to open another mystery box. Bottled water. Excellent. The more the merrier. A 4-paper. The pencil he had just acquired could serve to jot down notes. At the very least, it could serve to pen a farewell note. Li Chengxing glanced at the 3 ropes binding a piece of fabric in his backpack, which could barely be deemed pants. The corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. How should I put it? The bandage is functional and breathable. I reassured myself, and then withdrew my gaze from the backpack. Noticing that Li Chengxing had not taken out the blind box items this time, Yu, being perceptive, chose not to inquire further. It must be something peculiar again, perhaps a bizarre talent. The vehicle continued to advance, and Li Chengxing wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the odometer approaching 200 kilometers. Luoyu, keep an eye on the roadside for supply boxes. Brother, slow down a bit. There are 4 supply boxes ahead. Luoyu, standing in the vehicle, had a better view. Upon hearing her words, Li Chengxing eased off the accelerator. After traveling another 30 meters or so, 4 supply boxes appeared by the roadside. He parked the vehicle and engaged the handbrake. Subsequently, he grasped the long sword from his backpack. It seemed that every 100 kilometers granted a supply. Thus, this survival game didn't appear too challenging, just rather warm. Yu leaped down from the vehicle, fanning herself with her collar. It surely can't be that simple. Li Chengxing glanced back at the information displayed on the tricycle's windshield. Time, 9 o'clock. Temperature, 30. 6°C. Distance to destination, 9,800 kilometers. Countdown, 101. 39:16, his pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the temperature. Indeed, it was not so simple, as he had previously conjectured. The temperature would systematically rise with their progress. If the temperature escalated according to his earlier assumptions, it could very well reach 60°C by the time they reached the Novice supply station. Glancing at the dilapidated tricycle, he pondered whether it could endure until they arrived at the Novice supply station. "Brother, why are you still dawdling? Let us open a box." Li Chengxing snapped back to reality, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. "Why overthink? One step at a time." "Oh, all right. I'll open a box. You stand back and be cautious." "Brother, why do you always treat me like a child?" As she spoke, Yu waved the long sword in her hand. "You constantly protect me. What will I do if you're not around one day?" Li Chengxing lowered his head in contemplation. Had this been in the past, he would have confidently promised to protect her for a lifetime. However, they were currently in a survival game. Not to mention whether he could survive. What if they were separated in the midst of it all? Having resolved these thoughts, he nodded and instructed, "All right, we will go together. You watch my back." Li Chengxing had not forgotten that the Novice manual mentioned that the supply boxes might not only contain supplies, but also dangers. Okay, with her affirmation, he gripped the long sword and cautiously approached within a meter of the supply box, still hesitant to open it directly with his hands. He extended his arm, using the sword to pry at the lock of the box lid. With a click, the lid sprang open. The two individuals, having distanced themselves to a safe measure, cautiously approached to peer inside. Still, no threat was apparent. The bottom of the crate revealed the same mundane supplies, 10 liters of gasoline and 2 iron ingots. Following the same procedure, Li Chengxing methodically opened each supply box. The second box contained 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread. The third box yielded 2 pieces of rubber and 2 iron ingots. Standing at a distance from the fourth box, Li Chengxing observed the already unsealed supply crate. After a considerable pause, during which no peculiar items emerged, he finally approached. To his astonishment, the box contained no supplies at all, save for a single sheet of paper. Li Chengxing picked up the paper, activating his inspection skill. The information inscribed upon the sheet materialized before him. What in the world? This is Chapter 5, Vehicle Modification, brother. What is this? Upon hearing Li Chengxing's exclamation, Yu also approached to investigate. After perusing the information, her expression grew peculiar. Item: Vehicle Modification Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Unique Growth. Attribute: Utilizing this blueprint will endow the vehicle with special attributes upon modification. Special Attribute: Beauty Collection. For each team member rated above 90 by the system, along with corresponding materials, the vehicle can be upgraded indefinitely. As Li Chengxing gazed at the blueprint before him, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. The phrase unique growth, akin to his own innate talent, undoubtedly suggested a remarkably high potential. However, that special attribute. Li Chengxing furtively glanced at Yu beside him. Adjusting her expression, she remarked, "Brother, you should use it." I glanced at the regional channel. Everyone is obtaining blueprints at 200 kilometers, but none compare to yours. Regional channel? Let me take a look. Channel 10086. Remaining participants: 9864. Ha ha ha. I just unlocked a purple blueprint. My vehicle can be upgraded 10 times. Purple? Why can I only obtain a blue blueprint that allows for 8 upgrades? How many materials do you need for your upgrades? I haven't used it yet. I'm uncertain. I use mine. My blue blueprint requires 10 iron ingots, 5 rubber pieces, 2 glass sheets, and 1 electronic board. My purple blueprint requires the same materials as yours, so everyone likely needs the same amount. Glass? How does one acquire glass? I haven't even seen any yet. Not sure. I've never encountered it either. 1. Li Chengxing scrolled up through the chat records. The highest ranked blueprint was the one just acquired by that individual with the purple blueprint. A purple rank is commendable, allowing for 10 upgrades. In this survival game, vehicles undoubtedly represent the most crucial game apparatus. The higher the quality, the greater the chance of survival. Gazing at the unique growth blueprint in his possession, he resolved his hesitation and promptly applied it to the vehicle. Would you like to use this blueprint to upgrade the vehicle? After usage, modifications can be altered, but the vehicle will revert to level 1 and materials will not be refunded. Yes, No. A line of light blue text appeared before him. He acted without hesitation. Yes. As his words echoed, the blueprint in his hand transformed into a sphere of white light, enveloping the vehicle. They stood at a distance, swords drawn, vigilantly observing the unfolding changes. This was their first experience in vehicle modification, and caution was paramount. Fortunately, the process was swift. In approximately 10 seconds, the vehicle was successfully modified. Liu, is this still my old tricycle? Li Chengxing found himself bewildered, gazing at the now doubled size of the electric tricycle. No, it should be referred to as a pickup truck, measuring a staggering 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in width. The front is the driver's seat, while the rear compartment towers at a height of 2 meters, complete with 2 windows. It no longer feels cramped and stifling, but, brother, can you drive? Let me give it a try. Hop in. The two of them settled into the vehicle and fastened their seatbelts. It wasn't out of fear of breaking traffic laws. For in this survival game world, there are no traffic police. It was purely out of trepidation. Being orphans, they lived frugally, with no spare funds to acquire a driver's license. Yet, even if they had never seen a pig run, they were not entirely clueless. Fortunately, the vehicle was automatic, unlike real cars that require manual shifting. Li Chengxing took a deep breath and pressed down on the accelerator. The car shot forward with a whoosh. He quickly gripped the steering wheel, managing to stay on the road. Both were startled, drenched in sweat. After a flurry of frantic movements, Li Chengxing finally stabilized the vehicle. Now he had the opportunity to examine the vehicle's information. Vehicle information: pickup truck, grade, unique growth, level 1, fuel consumption, 10L, 100 kilometers, maximum speed, 120 kilometers, H, fuel tank, 100L, 100L, upgrade requirements, 1 beauty with a score above 90, 10 iron ingots, 2 glass, 1 electronic board, 5 rubber. Indeed, after utilizing the blueprints, the vehicle's information had changed. Although fuel consumption had increased, the speed had significantly improved. Covering 10,000 kilometers in 4 days seemed much less daunting now. At least it was achievable. Notably, the fuel tank, which had originally held 40 liters, was now full due to the upgrade. Brother, it seems the rear compartment has expanded considerably, and there's even a door. Li Chengxing glanced back. Between the 2 seats, there was indeed a small door leading directly to the rear compartment. The seats themselves were wider than those in ordinary vehicles, just spacious enough for one person to squeeze through. With one hand on the steering wheel, he reached back and opened the door. Inside was a room spanning a full 10 square meters. Although it appeared small from the outside, it felt remarkably spacious within. After a moment of astonishment, Li Chengxing regained his composure. There was even a bed. A single bed and a double sofa appeared before him. Brother, I'm going to check out the back. Yu bent down and slipped through the small door. Brother, the temperature back here seems no different from outside. He noticed a screen mounted on the wall. Temperature, 36. Liu, you can rest in here. The sofa is surely more comfortable than the passenger seat. Now that the vehicle has upgraded, the space has increased, and perhaps it will continue to grow, possibly transforming into a house. However, it is still at level 1. Fortunately, there is already a beauty available. Li Chengxing glanced at Yu Liu, appearance, 98, figure, 98, chest, C, inner quality, innocent, total score, 98, evaluation, a rare beauty with a high score. Encountering her is a stroke of luck. Hurry and form a team. The system's rating caught his eye. Having spent every day together from childhood to adulthood, Li Chengxing had never truly felt its significance until now. After glancing at the system rating, he turned his gaze towards Yu Liu, standing at a height of 175 centimeters. Her long legs were devoid of any excess flesh. While she was not overweight, her curves were perfectly accentuated in all the right places. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her bosom, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes and look straight ahead, feeling an increased warmth within. It seemed that Yu Liu sensed his lingering gaze as she shyly lowered her head. They both instinctively shifted the conversation. Brother, how many materials do we still need for the upgrade? Let me see. We currently have 6 iron ingots and 4 pieces of rubber. We still need 4 iron ingots, 1 piece of rubber, 2 glass pieces, and 1 electronic board. Liu, do you have any thoughts? Chapter 6. Material Exchange. Is it really so inexpensive? I have observed numerous individuals in the channel seeking to purchase water and food. It occurred to me that we are abundantly supplied with both resources. Perhaps we could exchange some for materials. Chengxing glanced into his backpack, revealing 125 bottles of water and 105 loaves of bread. Liu possessed a similar quantity, totaling 250 bottles of water and 210 loaves of bread. They could hardly consume such a bounty, and with additional blind boxes continuing to be opened, sustenance was not a concern. However, others were in a different predicament. On average, each person could obtain only 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread from a supply crate, which amounted to a meager 4 bottles and 4 loaves. This was barely sufficient to stave off hunger. Furthermore, the impending heat would only exacerbate the situation. Food and water were undoubtedly valuable commodities. Certainly, investigate how we can exchange for the best value. While we have an abundance of water and food, we shall not be taken advantage of. Both were wary of their financial standing, striving for maximum benefit in all endeavors. As Liu was researching the regional channel, the vehicle continued to advance. The further they traveled, the hotter it became. Chengxing's short-sleeved shirt became completely soaked with perspiration. He decided to remove his shirt, revealing his toned physique. Fortunately, within the vehicle, ultraviolet rays could not directly harm his skin. Otherwise, he might have suffered severe sunburn. Liu, could you tie my shirt to the outside of the vehicle? It's so hot that it should dry quickly in the breeze. You can wear it later. Upon hearing this, Liu's face flushed crimson as she responded, "All right." She secured the shirt outside, where the wind rustled it vigorously. True to his words, after approximately 10 minutes, the shirt was thoroughly dried. Liu retrieved it from outside. "Brother, what is it?" She hesitated. "Could I possibly have that shirt you obtained from the blind box earlier?" "The shirt? Which one?" "Oh." Chengxing recalled the very item he had just acquired. "Is this the one you mean?" He awkwardly produced it along with the pants he had initially opened, handing them to Liu. She swiftly accepted them and retreated to the rear compartment, closing the door behind her. Moments later, the door swung open once more. Typically, male clothing is looser, and given Chengxing's height of 185 centimeters, it appeared quite oversized on her. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse but dared not look further, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Liu, how is it? How goes the material exchange?" Liu, situated at the back of the vehicle, looked forward, evidently unaware of Chengxing's flustered state. "Brother, I've contacted several buyers. It seems they are only acquiring low-level blueprints or are uncertain about the utility of vehicle upgrades. 1 iron ingot or rubber can be exchanged for just 1 bottle of water or 1 loaf of bread. Such a price? It's remarkably inexpensive." Liu shook her head in response. "You must not think this way. For us, obtaining water and food is quite simple, yet they can only rely on supply crates. Each supply crate yields 1 bottle of water and 1 piece of bread, corresponding to the value of 2 iron ingots or 2 pieces of rubber. Strictly speaking, food and water are far more precious than materials." After listening to Liu's analysis, Chengxing contemplated, and indeed, it was so. "What about glass? Has no one obtained glass?" "Not for the time being. It remains uncertain whether glass cannot be procured from the supply crates or if there are alternative means." Shaking his head, he ceased to ponder further. He decisively retrieved 50 bottles of water and 50 pieces of bread from his backpack and handed them to Liu. "Take these to trade, converting everything into materials. Let us first gather the materials and level up once, to see if we can discover any means of cooling." "Excellent." While Liu contacted potential buyers, Chengxing kept himself occupied. He drove steadily, opening a blind box every 10 minutes. Unfortunately, he scarcely acquired anything of value. Though an array of peculiar items surfaced: whips, candles, small spheres, and fishing nets. Chengxing began to doubt whether his talents harbored some peculiar preferences. Truth be told, what he desperately needed were clothes, pants, and undergarments. Indeed, he was thoroughly soaked, which was quite uncomfortable. Regrettably, he had yet to procure any. He did, however, obtain a considerable amount of fabric intended for women. Yet, he clung to his final shred of dignity. He resolutely refused to wear them. All were given to Liu. Glancing at the mileage on the vehicle, he noted that the next 100 kilometers were approaching. Li Chengxing reduced his speed. It was not until he spotted a supply crate nearby that he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. Calling out to Yu Luoyu, the two descended from the vehicle, swords in hand. "Brother, let me try this time." Yu Luoyu interjected, blocking his path. "You've always opened the crates. Allow me this chance." Li Chengxing pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. Be cautious." "Understood." Nodding in agreement, Yu Luoyu approached the first crate. With utmost care, she used her sword to pry open the lid, then quickly leaped back. After a tense pause without any sign of danger, she cautiously approached. The first crate contained bottled water and bread. The second revealed gasoline and iron ingots. The third yielded iron ingots and rubber. There seemed to be no danger. One could not help but wonder if the Novice Handbook's claims of no lethal threats were mere fabrications. Do not be careless. There are still 983 people in the area channel, and it is quite possible that 17 have already perished. We must remain vigilant. I will be careful. Yu Luoyu approached the final supply crate, still exercising caution as she manipulated the lock with her sword. With a sharp click, the lid swung open. Her expression changed dramatically, and she stumbled back. "Be careful." Li Chengxing's eyes widened in alarm as he charged forward with his sword. Chapter 7. The Gray Wolf. Suddenly, a gray wolf leaped out of the box, lunging towards the position where Yu Luoyu had stood moments before. Fortunately, she dodged just in time, causing the wolf to miss its target. Li Chengxing rushed forward, sword in hand, with no time to ponder how such a creature could emerge from such a small box. He struck the wolf's head with a powerful blow, the hardness of its bones reverberating through his arm. As the saying goes, copper head, iron bones, tofu waste. Though the wolf recoiled in pain, this only served to ignite its ferocity further. It crouched low, baring its teeth, saliva dripping onto the yellow sand, its body poised for an attack. At that moment, Yu Luoyu took the opportunity to return to Li Chengxing's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, sword raised, ready for battle. As the wolf had yet to pounce, Li Chengxing seized a moment to glance at the wolf's information. Monster name, Gray Wolf. Type, Wild Monster. Level 1. Description, a beginner's training monster. There is no simpler creature than this. As long as you're a bit brave, there is no danger to your life. Is that all? Just a level 1 beginner monster? Initially, Li Chengxing thought his attributes lacked any combat-related statistics, believing the challenge lay solely in surviving a harsh environment. Now, he realized it was time to reassess this game. These thoughts lingered in his mind for but a moment. Faced with the Gray Wolf, even a level 1 monster, he dared not let down his guard. "Luoyu, I will engage it head-on. You look for an opportunity to strike from the side." "All right, brother, be careful." After a brief exchange of tactics, Li Chengxing charged at the Gray Wolf with his sword raised. The wolf, undeterred by his advance, leapt at him with ferocity. Li Chengxing aimed the tip of his sword at the creature, knowing that even a slight advantage could turn the tide. Having suffered from the sword's previous strike, the wolf hesitated to collide with him. In mid-air, it twisted its body, landing off to the side. Unbeknownst to Yu Luoyu, she had already positioned herself at the wolf's landing point. Though her hands trembled as they gripped the sword, she summoned her courage and aimed for the wolf's flank. With a swift motion, she plunged the sword into the wolf's side, creating a deep gash of 10 centimeters. Blood sprayed forth, splattering her in crimson. The wolf crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fearing a last-ditch counterattack, both retreated. Fortunately, reality was not so fantastical. The Gray Wolf flailed weakly for a moment before laying still. They approached the wolf's lifeless body cautiously. Li Chengxing prodded the corpse with his sword to confirm its demise before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother, you scared me to death." Yu Luoyu finally realized the gravity of the situation, tossing her sword aside and throwing herself into Li Chengxing's embrace, weeping. He did not know where to place his hands, suspended in the air. After a long while, Yu Luoyu seemed to sense something was amiss. At last, she rose from Li Chengxing's embrace. Cough, cough. In the midst of the journey, Luoyu remarked, "Let us dispose of the corpse and proceed." Li Chengxing coughed discreetly twice before rising to his feet. "Very well," he murmured, a barely audible sound escaping from Yu Luoyu's lips. She promptly retrieved the long sword that had fallen to the ground and hurriedly retreated to the rear compartment of the vehicle. Li Chengxing, his face awash with embarrassment, lowered his gaze and shook his head in resignation. Bending down, he stowed the carcass of the gray wolf into his backpack before returning to the vehicle. Noticing the small door of the rear compartment securely shut, he wisely refrained from opening it. Instead, he ignited the engine and resumed their journey. The interior of the car was enveloped in silence, save for the roar of the engine and the howling wind outside the windows. The atmosphere became increasingly unbearable, prompting Li Chengxing to take the initiative and introduce a topic of conversation. "Luoyu," he began. Came a faint response, barely audible from behind the small door. "Could you attempt to dissect the gray wolf's body?" His inquiry was not born out of whimsy. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether they could procure sustenance from the dissection. Relying solely on bread would stave off hunger, but it would fail to provide essential protein. While this was manageable in the short term, prolonged deprivation would inevitably jeopardize their health. Thankfully, Yuliu had studied medicine, rendering her well-suited for the task. "I shall give it a try," she declared, and the small door creaked open slightly, revealing a pale, delicate arm reaching out. Li Chengxing steadied the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving a cardboard box from his backpack, spreading it beside him. He then extracted the gray wolf's carcass, placing it atop the box. Within the confines of the backpack, time and space remained suspended. As the carcass emerged, blood began to flow anew. Fortunately, the cardboard provided a barrier, preventing any mess inside the vehicle. Yu Liu's hand brushed against the corpse before retracting back into the backpack. The moment the body was secured within, she withdrew her arm from the rear compartment, and the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Li Chengxing sighed. Before long, Yu Liu's voice resonated from the back, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. "Brother, I have dissected it. I obtained 10 pounds of wolf meat, a tattered wolf pelt, and 5 wolf bones. Is that all?" he inquired, perplexed. That wolf must have weighed at least 100 to 180 pounds. After accounting for blood and fluids, there should be at least 40 to 50 pounds of meat, should there not? Yu Liu opened the small door slightly, peering out with a flushed face, seemingly having deciphered his thoughts. "After the dissection, I was left with only this meat and bones. The rest transformed into a burst of white light." With that, she shifted her position. Li Chengxing glanced into the rearview mirror, where he beheld 10 neatly cubed pieces of meat arranged on the ground, each nearly identical in size. The 5 wolf bones were similarly consistent. It appeared that the arcane rules of this game world were at play once more. Well, better to have something than nothing. He conceded, resigned to reality. "Luoyu, could you attempt to replicate it using your talent?" Chapter 8. The proper use of SSS level talent excellent. As Luoyu activated her talent, 10 pieces of wolf meat, 5 bones, and a piece of wolf hide appeared on the ground. The replication was almost flawless, with the texture of the meat resembling the original perfectly. "Brother, how do we consume this wolf meat? Should we eat it raw?" Yu Luoyu swallowed hard. After all, she had only just entered this game a few hours ago, and the thought of consuming raw flesh was somewhat unsettling for her. "Let us store it for now. Perhaps we can find a source of fire later, so we won't have to eat it raw." "All right." Yu Luoyu collected the items. Just then, Li Chengxing's talent was triggered. Ding! 10 minutes have passed. "Congratulations, you have received a mystery box." A mystery box appeared in his backpack, and just as he was about to open it, Li Chengxing recalled the moment when Yu Liu had duplicated the wolf meat. He placed the mystery box on the passenger seat and tentatively asked, "Liu, could you try to see if you can directly duplicate the mystery box?" "Huh, sure." Yu Luoyu was somewhat bewildered but complied. A flash of white light emanated above, and 2 mystery boxes materialized in the passenger seat. Li Chengxing's voice quivered with excitement. "Luoyu, open the boxes." At his urging, Yu Luoyu executed the task with remarkable skill. Ripping and pulling, she unveiled a case of bottled water and a box of lighters. Indeed, it appears that our desires have manifested. With a lighter now in their possession, they could finally start a fire to roast the meat. Yet, the key focus was not the lighter, but rather, "Luoyu, try duplicating the items we just opened." His voice grew even more anxious. He had been contemplating that if the duplication merely resulted in a doubling of resources, then the talent could hardly justify its SSS ranking. Upon hearing this, Yu paused, finally grasping Li Chengxing's thoughts. You're right. The talent description only states that it cannot be applied to the same item. However, before the mystery box is opened and after it is opened, they are considered different items. Activating her talent once more, she exclaimed, "Duplicate, duplicate," twice in succession. As expected, the results validated their thoughts. Both the bottled water and the lighter had doubled. Ha! It truly is as we suspected. Li Chengxing couldn't help but laugh aloud. With his talent combined with Yu's, they would never again find themselves lacking in resources. All that remained to be acquired were upgrading materials and gasoline. So far, he had yet to find gasoline within a mystery box and wondered if it could only be obtained through supply crates. Nonetheless, they were doing exceedingly well. As he spoke, he glanced excitedly at Yu. Perhaps due to the heat, the bloodstains on her clothing had dried into hard scabs. Yu, would you like to wash up and change back into your own clothes? We certainly have enough water. Upon hearing this, Yu finally acknowledged her discomfort. She looked down at the scabs on her clothes and nodded in agreement. All right. She retrieved her clothing from outside, which had already dried. Don't peek. After leaving that remark, she promptly closed the door. Li Chengxing was currently overwhelmed with a sense of disbelief. Was he truly that kind of person? Moreover, it was better to remain silent about such matters. Yet once the words were uttered, accompanied by the gentle sound of water trickling behind him, peculiar images began to invade his mind. What on earth was happening? He vigorously shook his head and retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, pouring it over himself to regain a semblance of composure. It was indeed a trying ordeal. Fortunately, the sound of water soon faded away. Yu emerged from the rear compartment and settled back into the passenger seat. Why didn't you stay in the back? She inquired, observing Li Chengxing's damp hair and the droplets cascading down. She was no longer in her youthful, naive years and quickly grasped the situation. Turning her gaze towards the window, she noted the absence of a hairdryer, while the driver's seat offered a gentle breeze that would hasten the drying process. Oh, very well, she remarked, glancing at her own wet hair, which mirrored his predicament. Li Chengxing nodded in acknowledgement, falling into a contemplative silence as the vehicle continued its journey. 2 more waves of blind boxes had been opened behind them, yielding nothing of value. Just then, a growl emanated from his stomach, prompting a chain reaction as Yu's stomach echoed a similar protest. He glanced at the time displayed on the windshield, 17:21. 5 hours had elapsed since they arrived in this world. It was time to eat. Aside from sipping water, they had hardly consumed anything. Preoccupied with driving and searching for resources, they had completely overlooked their meals. Ew, let us stop the car for a moment. We ought to grab something to eat. Brother, there's a cactus up ahead where we can stop, Yu pointed out, indicating a cactus about 100 meters away. This region, characterized by its arid desert climate, was blanketed in yellow sand, with only cacti surviving in such an environment. However, the sight of such a towering cactus, over 10 meters high, was a first for him. Its imposing presence cast a shadow on the ground. Li Chengxing maneuvered the car beneath its shade and brought it to a halt. Although it did not provide much relief from the heat, it was certainly preferable to being exposed to the harsh sunlight. The two exited the vehicle. They retrieved a piece of wolf meat, dividing it into quarters, mindful of their limited resources. Using a long sword, they sliced the meat into thin strips. At that moment, the cardboard box from earlier, used for the blind boxes, proved its worth. He pulled it out and ignited it with a lighter, instantly conjuring a small campfire on the ground. Li Chengxing held the long sword over the flames, creating a delightful outdoor barbecue atmosphere. Thanks to his adept knife skills, the meat cooked rapidly. Unfortunately, lacking any seasonings, they could not mask the wolf meat's gamey flavor. Nevertheless, they resigned themselves to placing it between slices of bread and swallowed it down with determination. During their mealtime, Li Chengxing accessed the regional channel. As the interface loaded, he immediately noticed the number of remaining participants. His pupils constricted in shock. Zone 10086, remaining population, 9,672. Over 300 had perished. Chapter 9, Blueprint for the Breakdown Platform Brother. Did you see that? Yu inquired, observing Li Chengxing's expression. Yes, we just encountered a gray wolf. I suspect others have faced similar predicaments. But didn't the rules state that there would be no life-threatening dangers? Li Shangxing nudda. Indeed, there are no mortal perils. Consider our recent encounter with the gray wolf. Even without a long sword, with a bit of courage, we could have found a way to vanquish it. The individuals who perished, perhaps they were simply unfit for this game. Yu pondered for a moment. Indeed, people have grown accustomed to a life devoid of hardship, living in comfort and peace. For them to suddenly face survival challenges is quite a tall order. As for me, my upbringing bore no distinction from survival. Thus, I adapted swiftly. Having come to this realization, she lowered her head and continued nibbling on the bread in her hand. Crumbs scattered onto her clothing, and she vigorously shook them off. The fabric, dampened by sweat, gradually became translucent, revealing patches no larger than coins. Li Chengxing cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Returning to his food, after a brief while, they both felt satiated. Brother, it's getting dark. Should we continue our journey? Yes. Resources double at night. And since we are still in the novice phase, there is little danger. We must press on. Brother, would you like to take a rest first? Let me take the wheel. You can't possibly go 24 hours without a break. Li Chengxing instinctively wanted to shoulder the burden alone, but after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the situation, albeit with lingering doubts. Can you manage? Yu settled into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt, igniting the engine, and steadied her grip on the steering wheel. Absolutely. Trust me. With that, she pressed down on the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from the bowstring. Startled, Li Chengxing clutched the overhead handle, pressing himself against the door. Turning back to glance at Yu, he noticed her flushed complexion, her lips curling into a smile, and her eyes wide with exhilaration. Yu, please drive carefully. I'll rest in the back. Remember to call me when we reach the supply point. Got it. Yu responded without looking back. Li Chengxing swallowed hard and then squeezed through the small door into the rear compartment. After taking a deep breath, he finally relaxed. What a thrill! Once he gathered himself, he scrutinized the back of the vehicle. This was his first time in the rear compartment. It was remarkably stable, devoid of any sensation of speed. As for the bed, a single mattress a meter wide, Li Chengxing found it quite spacious for his solo repose. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, his back aching from the day's exertion. Gradually, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Approximately 30 minutes later, Yuyu's voice resonated from the driver's seat. Brother, we have arrived at the supply box. Li Chengxing, already highly alert, cannot afford to sink into a deep sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes, rolled off the bed, and made his way to the driver's seat. Had they arrived? As he settled into the passenger seat, Li Chengxing noticed that the sky outside had begun to darken. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the twilight was visibly deepening. In less than 2 minutes since he stepped out, the world outside had succumbed to complete darkness. He glanced at the time. It was precisely 6:30. Then, Li Chengxing witnessed in disbelief as the supply boxes outside transformed from 4 to 8, seemingly materializing from thin air. It appeared that the doubling of resources after nightfall was indeed true. Moreover, even if there was only a single supply box during the day, it would be replenished come evening. Let's go. Get out of the car. We're going to open the boxes, he declared. Li Chengxing retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, an item he had recently found quite useful from the blind boxes. Originally possessing 2, he now had 4 thanks to Yuyu's talent for replication. Indeed, in the pitch-black surroundings where the car's headlights could not reach, a flashlight proved invaluable. He set the flashlight on the car, aiming it toward the direction of the boxes. The two of them exited the vehicle, gazing at the 8 boxes before them. Li Chengxing felt a twinge of hesitation. Do you think we should attempt to replicate these 8 supply boxes first? Undoubtedly, transforming 8 boxes into 16, and subsequently duplicating the contents, would yield a total of 32 units of supplies. The temptation was immense. However, replicating the supply boxes would also escalate the likelihood of encountering danger. I believe it is feasible. Even if we do not replicate the boxes now, we would eventually open any we come across later, which would waste resources. Even if faced with danger, we should be able to manage. All right, let us replicate them. With Yuyu's talent activated, The 8 supply boxes swiftly transformed into 16. Li Chengxing carefully proceeded to open them one by one. The first 5 boxes yielded nothing but ordinary resources. It was not until the 6th box that they finally discovered something unusual. "Brother, look," Yu exclaimed, pulling out a blueprint from the box. "Another blueprint? Is it for vehicle upgrades?" Li Chengxing inquired, but Yu shook her head. "No, you should see for yourself," she said, handing it over to him for inspection. Blueprint for decomposition station. Type, blueprint, grade, blue. Attributes. Using the appropriate materials, one can craft a decomposition station, which can break down idle items into their fundamental materials. Crafting materials. Iron ingot 10, electronic board 1. What a splendid find, Li Chengxing thought, reflecting on the plethora of useless items he had accumulated from the blind boxes. Rubber rods, double-headed dragons, electric toys, and cans filled with rubber openings, all of which held little value for them. The decomposition station would undoubtedly address their material shortages. Yet, another question loomed before Li Chengxing. "Yu, have we obtained any electronic boards?" Since he had tasked Yu with material collection, he had not inquired further. To speak candidly, he is unaware of the materials they currently possess. "Is this what you are referring to?" Yu retrieved a green plastic board from her backpack, adorned with an array of electronic components. Electronic board, category, materials. Indeed, there exists such a thing. How many materials do we have now? Yu proceeded with her operations, initiating a transaction with Li Chengxing. Yu has initiated a transaction with you. Do you agree? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Li Chengxing selected yes. Instantly, a pale blue virtual screen materialized before him. The screen was divided into 2 sections, one featuring a 10 by 10 grid. With a flurry of actions, Yu placed all the materials from her backpack onto the grid. Li Chengxing was left utterly astonished. So much. Chapter 10. The Great Slumber. A total of 68 iron ingots, 34 pieces of rubber, 16 pieces of plastic, 2 electronic boards, and 100 liters of gasoline. Regrettably, glass was still absent. Li Chengxing meticulously gathered the blueprints and materials. It was not yet time for fabrication. There remained a full 9 supply crates unopened. It seemed that fortune had been exhausted, as the subsequent 8 boxes yielded little of value. The final crate even contained a gray wolf. With practiced ease, the 2 dispatched the creature, yet not without consequence. Yu's sole remaining garment was splattered with blood, rendered entirely unwearable. "Cough, Yu. I will check the rear compartment to see if I can construct the dismantling station." With that, Li Chengxing concealed the wolf's carcass and retreated to the back of the vehicle with a sense of urgency. Yu stood awkwardly outside, hesitating for a considerable time. Ultimately, she resolved to discard her bloodied clothing, but she opted to don a small fabric garment she had previously worn, at least providing some modest coverage. Upon Li Chengxing's return to the rear compartment, he began to scrutinize the layout of the blueprints. According to the specifications, the dismantling station measured a mere 0.5 meters in both length and width and stood 1 meter tall, rather compact. He selected a corner and proceeded to construct the dismantling station. Gazing at the newly assembled station, Li Chengxing extracted an assortment of peculiar items from his backpack for disassembly. Rubber rod, dismantle. Acquired rubber 1, 2-headed dragon, dismantle. Acquired rubber 1, aluminum can, dismantle. Acquire plastic 1, rubber 1, electronic board 1, balloon, dismantle. Never mind, I shall keep it. One never knows when it may come in handy, he decided, silently stowing away once more. His backpack was filled with an array of useless trinkets, all of which he laid out for disassembly, resulting in a substantial gain of materials. Having completed this task, Li Chengxing felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Today had truly been exhausting. He opened the small door. "Yu, would you like to rest?" As he pushed the door ajar, he was met with a startling sight. Yu was crouched in the passenger seat, her arms wrapped around her knees, clad in only 2 pieces of, well, clothing, if one could call it that. "I suppose it qualifies," she stammered. "Yes, I'll join you," she replied, though her body did not budge an inch. Li Chengxing stole a glance at the single bed. "How about this, Liu? You take the bed, and I'll sleep in the driver's seat." He began to maneuver out of the rear compartment. "No need, brother. You've driven all day. Surely you're tired. Let us share the bed." Her voice dwindled to almost a whisper. Indeed, they had shared a bed before, but that was in their childhood. The last time they had done so was shortly after leaving the orphanage, renting a small room with only one bed. At that time, Yu was 14 and he was 16. As time passed, and with the inevitable march of age, the distinctions between genders became ever more apparent. Li Chengxing had managed to save a modest sum of money, and the two of them decided to move out, renting a new apartment with 2 bedrooms. Now, as this was brought up by Yu, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, I'll step out for a moment. You can lie back down on the bed for now." He opened the car door, stepped outside, and stood by the roadside to relieve himself. The night air in this survival world remained oppressively warm, providing no respite despite the setting sun. After a brief moment, he finished, shook himself off, and returned to the car. Upon opening the door, he found that Yu had vacated her seat. Taking a deep breath, he climbed in and opened the small door to the back compartment. Due to the darkness, aside from the faint light in the driver's cabin, the rear compartment was nearly shrouded in blackness. Relying on memory, he navigated along the edge of the compartment until he reached the head of the bed. Slowly settling down, he removed his shoes and socks before rolling onto the bed. The single bed was merely a meter wide, leaving them to lie almost back to back. Once he was on the bed, he could feel the presence behind him. A shiver coursed through him as if struck by electricity. He was a normal man, a healthy man, just turned 26. Therefore, he felt a surge of unexpected sensations. In an effort to mask his discomfort, he shifted slightly outward, adopting a prone position that provided some relief. Yet, lying there, his mind inevitably wandered. To distract himself from his errant thoughts, he turned to the regional channel. Channel 10086. Remaining players, 9628. How can there be more deaths? He continued to peruse the chat logs. Who are your teammates? Sleeping together at night. Ha. It's obvious from the previous messages that someone is sharing a bed with a beauty. I wish I had that luck. I'm stuck with a buddy. Hey there, 2 guys make for a strong team. Exactly. I'd rather have a male teammate. My female partner 1T let me touch her and makes me sleep in the driver's cabin. I can't even fight back. Why are there so many obnoxious men in this game? Male shouldn't even exist. Ignore those fighters. In this world, she 1T get far anyway. Indeed, today has been surreal. My teammate went to open a chest, and I watched helplessly as he was torn apart by a wolf. Luckily, I ran fast. Same here. Thankfully, my teammate and I were quick on our feet. Is this game really meant for ordinary people like us? Mom, I want to go back. How do I exit the game? After scanning through the chat, it became apparent that most players opted to flee when confronted by the gray wolves. While it couldn't be said that no one managed to slay them, Li Chengxing had yet to witness any such triumph. However, it was understandable. Their ability to defeat the gray wolves stemmed solely from the long swords bestowed upon them by fate, making such victories merely possible. Otherwise, they too would have no choice but to escape. Having found little of value, Li Chengxing turned off the regional channel and prepared for slumber. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of 2 breaths intermingling. Brother, have you fallen asleep? Yuyu's voice pierced the stillness of the carriage. No, what is the matter? I feel a bit frightened. Li Chengxing shifted to face Yu, opening his eyes. Luoyu, what troubles you? Sensing the movement behind her, Yuyu's body tensed momentarily before relaxing again. Brother, do you think we'll make it back alive? Yes, we certainly will. The carriage remained tranquil, the surrounding world equally hushed. There were no chirping insects nor singing birds. The entire realm was steeped in silence. 2 souls, not truly alone, nestled closely together, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. Talent upgrade at 3 o'clock the following morning. Li Chengxing awoke from a peaceful slumber, stirred by an overwhelming sense of pressure. As he opened his eyes and turned to his side, he found himself mere centimeters away from Yuyu's face, so close that he could count her eyelashes. Glancing down, he realized he had unknowingly shifted to the center of the single bed during the night, while Yu lay almost entirely upon him. It is worth noting that the dawn may not always herald the sun's ascent. Perhaps sensing Li Chengxing's movement, Yuyu's eyelids fluttered. Immediately, he shut his eyes once more, feigning sleep. Within 10 seconds, her eyes opened lazily. Upon recognizing Li Chengxing beneath her, her face flushed a deep crimson. Accustomed to sleeping with a blanket at home, she found herself devoid of such comfort and had unconsciously nestled against him. Just as she contemplated gently shifting off him, she sensed. To be continued. Observing Li Chengxing's slightly trembling eyelids and the deepening rhythm of his breath, she quickly comprehended his ruse. Her cheeks flushed even more, yet she dared not make any sudden movements, instead turning slightly. In perfect unison, Li Chengxing also turned away, and once again they lay back to back, enveloped in silence. 2 minutes later, Li Chengxing stretched languidly, pretending to have just awakened, and slipped out of bed. Sensing the commotion beside her, Yuliu finally opened her eyes and glanced down at her remaining 2 articles of clothing. After a vigorous internal debate, she mustered the courage to leave the room. Li Chengxing had already rinsed his mouth with mineral water and found himself locking eyes with Yuliu. Luoyu, good morning. Brother. Good morning. Recalling the morning's awkwardness, Yuliu lowered her gaze. Luoyu, let us replicate a few blind boxes and see if we can uncover different food items. I truly wish to avoid bread. All right. Over the course of 8 hours the previous night, his talent had granted him 48 blind boxes. With Luoyu's replication, they amassed a total of 96 blind boxes, an impressive increase compared to the previous day. Truly, it was the only talent capable of growth. Together, they spent a full 15 minutes opening all the blind boxes. As the final box was unveiled, a line of text appeared before Li Chengxing's eyes. Conditions met. Talent infinite resources upgraded. Please check the attributes of the upgraded talent. At last, it had upgraded. He felt a surge of excitement. Talent, infinite resources, LV. 2. Unique growth talent every 5 minutes. Gain 2 blind boxes. The items within the blind boxes include, but are not limited to, food, electronics, weapons, materials, abilities, and crystal cores. Probability of obtaining quality items increased. From LV 1 to LV 2, the efficiency of acquiring blind boxes had quadrupled. The crucial part lay in the following line of small print. He had always been curious as to why, despite opening so many blind boxes yesterday, he had not discovered anything of value. It turned out his talent level was simply too low. Regrettably, today's blind boxes had all been opened as well, yielding nothing remarkable. The only noteworthy items were a packet of salt and a crate of apples. At last, he would no longer have to endure tasteless meat. The wolf meat from the previous night was enough to make him feel nauseous just thinking about it. After reviewing the talent introduction, he and Yuliu proceeded to stow their belongings in their backpacks, ensuring not even the cardboard box was overlooked. They then climbed into the car. At 3:30 a.m., the sky remained dark, but they had no intention of waiting for dawn. They packed their things and prepared to move forward. As they drove, he munched on an apple, considering it a makeshift breakfast. He glanced at the temperature displayed on the windshield. Time, 3:41. Temperature, 31. 2. Distance to destination, 9,600 kilometers. Countdown, 90, 57, 24. The weather was undeniably becoming increasingly sweltering. Moreover, Li Chengxing had discovered a grave issue. 9,600 kilometers at their current speed, a 120 kilometers, H meant they would need a staggering 80 hours to arrive. But they had less than 91 hours remaining. Out of those 11 hours, they needed time for meals, rest, and gathering supplies. Time was simply insufficient. Their only hope lay in the possibility of upgrading their vehicle with glass. If they could enhance the vehicle's speed, their worries would dissipate entirely. While he was lost in thought, a notification chimed. Ding. 5-minute timer complete. Congratulations on receiving 2 blind boxes. Another set of blind boxes had arrived. Li Chengxing dutifully retrieved them and handed them to Yuliu. It was well known that women often experienced an inexplicable thrill when unboxing packages. And even the typically frugal Yuliu was no exception. She held the 2 blind boxes in her hands, letting out a soft exclamation. Oh, these blind boxes are different this time. What is it? Li Chengxing, who had been entirely focused on driving, had not even glanced at the blind boxes. Now, he turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Yuliu before settling on the cardboard boxes in her hands. They were indeed distinct. The previous blind boxes had been made of ordinary cardboard, but these were crafted from a different material altogether, resembling elegant gift boxes rather than standard shoeboxes. My talent just upgraded, These must be the upgraded blind boxes. Let us open them. All right. Yu responded, deftly opening the box. Wow, she exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at the contents. What did you find? Li Chengxing turned to her. She pulled out an entire crate of black beverages. It was cola. He marveled at the white vapor rising from the bottles. Are they frozen? Yes. Quickly, put them back in the backpack before the cold air escapes. Li Chengxing was even more excited than Yu. After all, it was cola. Ah, what is an ice-cold cola? Is there anything more delightful than savoring a chilled cola on a sweltering day? He swallowed hard and urged Yu, do take a look at what lies within the second box. Upon hearing this, Yu returned the cola to her backpack and picked up the second box. It was not large, roughly the size of a shoebox. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened it directly. As she beheld the metallic object within, her expression shifted dramatically. How could such an item emerge from here? Chapter 12. Desert Eagle. The voice of Yu piqued Li Chengxing's curiosity. Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, he saw Yu extracting an item from the blind box. Its silver metallic sheen, flawless structure, and the presence of a recoil mechanism revealed it to be a handgun. Not just any handgun, but a Desert Eagle. Li Chengxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the weapon. The Desert Eagle. In his childhood, he had been envious of other children who each possessed one, as he lacked the funds to acquire such toys. Now, a genuine article lay before him. Be careful. A sudden exclamation snapped Li Chengxing back to reality. He turned to see the vehicle veering dangerously close to the edge of the road. Hastily, he seized the steering wheel, steering it back onto the correct path. Steadying his nerves. Yu, please let me see it. Noticing his eager expression, Yu handed him the gun. As he grasped the Desert Eagle with trembling hands, he felt its weight, the cold metallic touch sending a shiver through him. Suppressing the urge to fire immediately, he examined its attributes. Desert Eagle, rarity, purple, category, weapon attributes. Armor piercing 100, damage 100, capacity 88, special attribute. Automatic reload, regenerates 1 bullet per minute. A purple rarity. How extraordinary. In this world, items are classified into tiers. White, green, blue, purple, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, tricolor, 5-color, and 7-color. Was this the unique, upgraded talent capable of growth? While most still fought barehanded, he now wielded a purple-tiered Desert Eagle. Especially notable was that final special attribute. At first glance, he had assumed the handgun was a one-time use, rendered obsolete once its bullets were expended. With the automatic reload feature, he would no longer need to worry about running low on ammunition. Yu, you should replicate one for self-defense. Such a valuable item for protection should not be forgotten in the hands of Yu. Li Chengxing never entertained fears of her harboring malicious intent. He would have been more cautious had it been an unfamiliar teammate. All right, Yu took the handgun and initiated her talent for replication. Whether it was Li Chengxing's imagination or reality, this time her replication took noticeably longer than before. After a considerable wait, the white glow surrounding her hands finally faded, revealing 2 identical handguns. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she handed one back to Li Chengxing. He accepted his firearm, bringing the vehicle to a halt and rolling down the window. Slowly, he extended his arm outside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding shots rang out, startling Yu, who covered her ears and cast him a reproachful glance. Li Chengxing retracted his slightly numb arm and chuckled sheepishly. He, just testing the gun's power. The recoil was substantial. With one hand, he could manage a maximum of 3 consecutive shots, but with both hands, he could probably fire 7 times before needing a break. As for his accuracy, it left much to be desired. He aimed at a stone, half a person's height, situated 10 meters away. The first shot grazed the stone. The second shot flew a meter above it. As for the third shot, Li Chengxing observed the almost vertical trail of smoke and silently withdrew his pistol. Whatever, he would practice gradually. He was not a prodigy. If all else failed, he could still guarantee hitting his target within 3 meters every time. At the very least, the gray wolves posed no threat. The vehicle continued its forward journey. Fortunately, there were no wild creatures in the vicinity. The gunfire had not attracted any attention. Meanwhile, Yu continued to open the remaining 2 mystery boxes. One contained a case of instant noodles, a delightful find that would enhance their meals. Another box revealed a case of ice-cold cola. Li Chengxing opened a bottle and took a hearty swig, storing the rest back in his backpack. He wondered if his luck had run out, as the subsequent openings yielded nothing but cola and instant noodles, with not a single piece of clothing in sight. Li Chengxing glanced at the information displayed on the windshield. Time: 4:26, temperature: 31. 5. Distance to destination: 9,501 kilometers. Countdown: 90. 12:04, just 1 kilometer until they reached the 100-kilometer mark. However, Li Chengxing looked ahead. The straight road stretched before him, revealing nothing but barren desert. Where were the supply crates? Unwilling to succumb to superstition, he retrieved the previously obtained binoculars from his backpack. Peering into the distance, he still saw no supply crates. His expression darkened instantly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Li Chengxing passed the binoculars over. They were approaching the 100-kilometer mark, yet there were no supply crates. Yulu, incredulous, took the binoculars and looked through them, her countenance also beginning to sour. "Let me check the regional channel." As she hurriedly operated her device, she finally grasped the situation. "Brother, it's not just us. Everyone has encountered the same issue today. There are no supply crates at the 100-kilometer mark. Those who set off early found the first wave of supply crates at 150 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing fell into contemplation, realizing that the game was not as comfortable as he had initially imagined. If this pattern continued, the following day would involve an increase of 50 kilometers. By that logic, tomorrow would require a daunting 200 kilometers. This was where the importance of speed manifested. The more kilometers they could cover today, the more gasoline they would acquire compared to the same distance tomorrow. Although his talent also had a chance of yielding gasoline, the likelihood was exceedingly low. Thus far, he had only obtained 20 liters through talent, far less reliable than the supply crates. With these thoughts, Li Chengxing adopted a serious demeanor. "Ew, it seems we truly need to take turns resting. We wasted too much time yesterday." Agreed. Continuing onward for another 50 kilometers, Li Chengxing indeed spotted 4 supply crates lying by the roadside, not far ahead. The only difference was that this time, the supply crates were not wooden but rather iron boxes. Li Chengxing parked the vehicle meticulously, gripping a handgun in his hand. As he beckoned Yu to alight from the car, "Luoyu, it is time to unveil the box." Chapter 13. Escalation of danger. Before him lay 4 iron boxes, and Li Chengxing was on high alert. According to the nature of the game, should the difficulty of survival increase the following day, it was evident that the higher-tier iron supply boxes would pose a significant threat. "Luoyu, keep your gun ready for my protection while I open the boxes." As he moved to approach them, he was halted by Yulu's voice. "Brother, let me go." Li Chengxing turned back to glance at her, noticing the tremor in her gun-holding hand. He nodded. "All right, just be careful. I'll keep watch." With that, Li Chengxing positioned himself 2 meters from the iron box, raising his gun to aim half a meter above it. Should any danger arise, he would be prepared to fire. Yu, armed with a sword in her left hand and a gun in her right, stood a meter in front of the box. After activating her talent to replicate a copy, she delicately placed her sword against the lock. "Brother, steady your aim." Li Chengxing tightened his grip on the gun. "Rest assured, at this distance, I won't miss." Yu nodded and deftly flicked her sword. With a click, the lock released and the lid sprang open. She leaped back, her gun immediately trained on the opening. Fortunately, no danger emerged from within a box, and they both exhaled in relief. Approaching the box, they discovered only 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread. Food. Although the quality remained unchanged, the quantity had evidently increased. The game displayed a modicum of fairness. While the provisions were limited, they were not driven to the brink of despair. They proceeded to open the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th supply boxes in succession. 20 liters of gasoline, 8 iron ingots. 4 pieces of plastic, 4 pieces of rubber, and 1 electronic board. Standing before the final box, Yu once again activated her talent to create a replica. Then, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance, she opened it. Once more, no danger lurked within. However, this time, fortune smiled upon them. "Brother, we found blueprints. It's for an air conditioner." Really? Let me see, Li Chengxing exclaimed, eagerly taking the blueprint from her hands. They were currently not in need of food or supplies. But this air conditioning blueprint was exactly what they lacked. Air conditioner blueprint. Category: crafting blueprint. Require materials: plastic X4, electronic board X1, iron ingots X8, copper ingots X2. They possessed all the necessary materials except for the elusive copper ingots. For now, they had to stow the blueprint away in their backpacks. The acquisition of the air conditioner blueprint notably lifted their spirits. With only one box remaining, Li Chengxing cautioned, "Luoyu, be careful. Don't let your guard down." Taking a deep breath, Luoyu replied, "All right." They repeated their previous strategy. One opened the box while the other stood ready with a gun for protection. With a click, the lid flew open. A massive shadow erupted from within. "Luoyu, retreat." Before them stood a towering black bear, over 2 meters tall, lunging toward Luoyu. Fortunately, Li Chengxing was quick-witted and swift. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. At a distance of 2 meters, the bullet could not possibly miss. One shot struck the great black bear's right leg, another hit its abdomen, and a third found its mark in the chest. Although all 3 shots connected, they were far from fatal, instead provoking the bear's ferocity. It ceased its pursuit of Luoyu and lunged towards Li Chengxing. Having just fired, Li Chengxing felt the jolt of the recoil, leaving his hands somewhat numb. He found it difficult to even lift his weapon. Quickly, he stowed the gun away in his backpack and turned to flee. Luoyu, noticing that the bear had diverted its attention to Li Chengxing, felt a surge of panic. She sheathed her sword and shakily raised her handgun. The bear was closing in on Li Chengxing with alarming speed. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she aimed carefully. Bang! A bullet erupted from the chamber, sending her tumbling to the ground from the powerful recoil. The bullet spun through the air, striking the bear just as it approached within half a meter of Li Chengxing. With a sickening sound, it penetrated the bear's skull, emerging from its forehead and scattering a spray of red and white matter. The bear's body stiffened and collapsed forward, directly onto Li Chengxing. Without turning back, Li Chengxing sensed a massive shadow descending upon him. In a moment of instinct, he dove forward, rolling on the ground to evade the impending danger. Only when he felt the threat had passed did he glance back, witnessing the gaping hole in the bear's forehead and Luoyu, gun still in hand, seated on the ground. After a brush with death, he exhaled deeply and lay back, gasping for air. After a full 2 minutes, he finally managed to rise. "Luoyu, well done. I had no idea you possessed such marksmanship," he praised generously. Had it not been for Luoyu's timely shot, he might well have been the one lying on the ground, or worse, already in the bear's belly. He extended his right hand toward her, and with his support, Luoyu climbed to her feet, only to stumble and fall into his arms. The warmth of his skin startled her, prompting her to take a step back. "Brother, could you please take care of the bear? Let's move on," she exclaimed, hastily retreating to the passenger seat. Li Chengxing shook his head and collected the bear's carcass before returning to the vehicle. Uncertain whether Luoyu had grown accustomed to their close encounter, neither felt any awkwardness in the atmosphere this time. Once back in the car, Li Chengxing retrieved the air conditioning schematics he had been studying earlier and continued his analysis. Based on the patterns observed during the disassembly of various items, he noted that the materials obtained were intrinsically linked to those of the original objects. While driving, he sorted through the contents of his backpack, attempting to remember the multitude of blind boxes he had opened the previous day. The sheer number had left him somewhat bewildered. Setting aside the useful items, he piled the rest in a corner. Handcuffs, a whip, and a small spherical object, all of which he had no recollection of acquiring. Candles, chains of beads, and fluffy tails. Is this talent for real? What on earth are these? After rummaging for quite some time, he found nothing of value among these useless items. He recalled having obtained a brass artifact yesterday. How could it be missing? Just as he was about to give up, an object nestled at the very bottom caught his attention. He had found it. Chapter 14. The Emergence of New Rules, a Copper Pot. Li Chengxing retrieved it, weighing it in his hands. It must have weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. While the copper pot would undoubtedly prove useful later, it was evident that the significance of an air conditioner surpassed that of the pot at this moment. "Luoyu, Take this pot to the disassembly station and see if we can break it down into copper ingots. We are in dire need of an air conditioner. Understood. Luo took the copper pot and turned to the rear compartment to tinker with the disassembly station. Approximately 2 minutes later, she exclaimed, "Brother, success! 8 copper ingots." Luo emerged from the back of the vehicle, cradling 8 gleaming copper ingots. A single pot could yield so much? How is it possible? I replicated it twice, and each time I only received 2 ingots. Luo beamed with pride. Indeed, Li Chengxing nodded, accepting the ingots and placing them into his backpack. Luo, you drive while I install the air conditioner in the back. All right, I'll handle it, brother. Upon hearing Luo's response, he adjusted his seat backward to create space. Come on, Luo. Luo stepped through the gap, turning her back to Li Chengxing as she took the steering wheel from his hands. Observing her, Li Chengxing swallowed hard and released the wheel. He then placed his hand on Luo's waist, gradually shifting away from the seat, returning to the rear compartment. Feeling the lingering softness in his hand, he lost focus for a few moments, then shook his head, redirecting his attention to the air conditioner blueprint. Now, the materials were entirely sufficient. Manufacture, he silently urged, and instantly, the corresponding materials vanished from his backpack. An unassuming air conditioning unit materialized within the pack, but where was the external unit? How could a single air conditioner produce cool air? 2 minutes later, this is utterly unscientific. Li Chengxing placed his hand near the air conditioner's outlet, a refreshing breeze wafting over his skin, shattering his previous notions. Incredible. Certain force air conditioner, type, appliance, grade, blue, attributes, regulates temperature within a 5-meter radius. Adjustable by up to 10 degrees. Note, each vehicle can possess only one air conditioner. With the air conditioner installed, the temperature within the vehicle dropped significantly, including at the driver's seat. Even with the small rear door closed, the driver's seat remained pleasantly cool. It seemed that the game's mechanics were not bound by logic. Luo, it's ready. You can rest in the back for a while. We'll take turns driving. He took over the steering wheel, and the vehicle continued its journey. More than an hour passed as they completed another round of supply boxes, accumulating several dozen blind boxes. This time, they encountered no significant dangers, nor did they uncover any exceptionally valuable resources. After gathering the supplies from the boxes, the two returned to the vehicle. As the vehicle roared to life, Li Chengxing was determined to forge ahead, only to notice a transformation in the road ahead. The formerly straight highway began to incline gradually to the left. Brother, the road is slanted. Indeed, I see it. Be cautious. Changes in the road signify the emergence of new rules. Stay vigilant for unforeseen developments. With a furrowed brow, Li Chengxing continued along the path. After traversing approximately 5 kilometers, he caught sight of an alternate road, less than 5 meters alongside his own, stretching forward parallel to it. It seemed to materialize out of thin air without any warning. On that road, a vehicle was also in motion. He focused intently. Hey, isn't that the guy driving the Lamborghini? As he had surmised earlier, the cramped confines of a sports car were hardly conducive to comfort. Moreover, the driver's companion was a tall young man, and the two appeared particularly cramped within the Lamborghini's driver's seat. Meanwhile, as Li Chengxing observed them, they too were scrutinizing him. Bro, do you see the truck beside us? I think we could trade for their vehicle. Do you think they would agree to a swap? Trading a Lamborghini for a truck. Would they even consider it? The speaker's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. The driver glanced over, hesitating. Perhaps it's best not to complicate matters. At that moment, the mechanical voice from the previous day echoed in everyone's minds. Ding, congratulations to all the fortunate ones for surviving the first day of the novice welfare period. Ding, today marks the official commencement of the survival game. Starting at 6 a.m., where 2 roads will run parallel. Ding, until 6 p.m., the 2 roads will merge into one, allowing passage for only one team. As the voice faded, Li Chengxing felt the gap between the 2 roads seemingly diminish. His heart tightened. New rules had emerged, but they incited mutual destruction. Of course, there is also the possibility of peaceful coexistence, which would entail persuading the opposing team to relinquish their vehicle and join his. However, a mere glance at the 2 visibly exhilarated individuals, their faces and necks flushed with excitement, dissuaded him from this naive notion. "Luoyu, stay put," he implored, halting the eager urge of Yuliu to emerge from the rear compartment. "There's a car beside us, 2 men inside. A quick glance through the window will suffice." Yuliu peered cautiously through the vehicle's window. "Yes, I see them. Brother, what should we do now?" Li Chengxing assessed the Lamborghini, which matched his own speed. Attempting to increase the distance between them was clearly unrealistic. Yet this was not a mere race. Gripping his Desert Eagle tightly, he declared, "This is a prop game. Luoyu, prepare yourself. Blood may be shed soon." Chapter 15. The gunshot that ripped through the night. Chun Jue was originally a quintessential rich second-generation heir, devoid of lofty ideals and lacking any detrimental vices. Occasionally, he even donated a modest sum to welfare institutions. In the previous realm of Blue Star Network, anyone who witnessed such acts would undoubtedly commend him as a good person. However, fate dealt him an unfortunate hand. Just yesterday, as he was driving, a mere turn of the wheel transported him into the survival game world, all while he was behind the wheel of his Lamborghini. Who could fathom the plight he endured last night, sleeping in the cramped confines of the driver's seat, his head resting upon the steering wheel? Even now, he felt a persistent soreness in his neck. Had he known, he would have taken the family RV instead. Setting aside other considerations, it would have at least afforded him ample space. Just moments ago, he spotted a small cargo truck on the adjacent road. How he envied it. Nonetheless, his conscience compelled him to reject his teammates' proposal of murdering the occupants for their vehicle. Yet now it appeared their suggestion bore merit. What course of action should be taken? Any ideas? An idea has emerged. Wait for the opportune moment to force them off the road, compelling them to vacate their vehicle before we make our move. However, how many individuals are aboard their truck? His teammate glanced at the rear compartment but could not discern its contents. At this stage, the vehicles were of comparable caliber, allowing for a maximum of 5 individuals to form a team. Could they handle 5 opponents? The teammate eyed the 9-ring broadsword in his backpack, then regarded his own talents. "With my S-Class Combat King ability, paired with the long blade, if you can restrain one, I can dispatch the other 4 with ease." Excellent. Just as the duo finalized their strategy, Li Chengxing on his end had also orchestrated his tactics. "Luoyun, when I disembark, remember, the moment I strike, you must act immediately." "Understood." Yuliu tightened her grip on the firearm, her entire being trembling, yet she nodded in affirmation. "Just stay calm. We have firearms." Li Chengxing offered a comforting remark, though it was uncertain whether he was reassuring Yuliu or himself. His grip on the steering wheel intensified as the road ahead drew nearer. Both parties felt their hearts racing. It was not until they were 20 kilometers away that the 2 paths converged entirely. Chun Jiwei pressed the accelerator, veering the steering wheel, swiftly accelerating to position himself in front of Li Chengxing. Subsequently, he slammed on the brakes. Screech. Bang. Li Chengxing's cargo truck collided forcefully into the rear of the Lamborghini. Fortunately, thanks to the game's modifications, the vehicle was resilient, suffering merely a dent. Nevertheless, the occupants were jostled about, disoriented. Li Chengxing shook his head, shaking off the daze, and then alighted from the vehicle, firearm in hand. Due to the side windows of the cargo truck, Yuliu could not aim through them, and thus had no choice but to exit the vehicle. Upon disembarking, she beheld 2 men opposite her. One was fair-skinned while the other was a bald giant wielding a 9-ring broadsword. The moment they laid eyes on Yuliu exiting the vehicle, their gazes fixated upon her. When had they ever encountered such a beauty, especially one clad so scantily? A woman, an exquisite woman. Let me take the lead with her first. We are merely fighting for survival. There is no need to complicate matters. Chun Jiwei possesses a semblance of conscience. It matters not. In due time, I shall recruit this woman as an ally, providing her with sustenance. As for that dandy." The bald man cast a malevolent glance towards Li Chengxing. Although his towering stature of 185 centimeters may be intimidating, he is endowed with S-Class combat aptitude, complemented by weaponry. Confronting 2 unarmed individuals, one of whom is a woman, is hardly a challenge. "Kid, hand over your vehicle, and we may spare your life," the bald brute boisterously declared, slinging his hefty machete over his shoulder and striding towards Li Chengxing and his companion. "Oh, And don't forget to keep that woman with you. His words faltered abruptly, as if he had hit a snag. Before him, Chengxing and his companion brandished their weapons, two ominous gun barrels aimed squarely at him. Just moments ago, the bald man had approached within a mere 3 meters of them. He swallowed hard, recognizing the gravity of his predicament. A firearm. How could they possess such weapons? Each wielding one, no less. It couldn't possibly be counterfeit. Speak up, go on. Chengxing taunted, adjusting his grip on the gun. Why the sudden silence? Bro, let us discuss this amicably. The bald man lowered his machete, raising his hands in surrender. Who the hell is your brother? Chengxing, gun still trained on the bald man, turned to Chen Jiwei. You two, empty your backpacks. I might consider sparing your lives. The bald man's expression shifted countless times in mere seconds. Finally, after gritting his teeth, he hurled the machete to the ground. I hope you keep your word. With that, he began to retrieve items from his bag. Bottled water, bread, gasoline, iron ingots, rubber. Chen Jiwei followed suit, discarding the contents of his backpack onto the ground. Is that all? Chengxing queried, glancing at the meager supplies. Is that truly everything? Not much, is it? We were fortunate to have saved this little by rationing. A sense of shame washed over Chengxing, akin to robbing a beggar. He observed the two, visibly trembling as they awaited their fate. After all, it had only been a day since the game began. Their minds had yet to adjust to the new reality. He felt a twinge of compassion. Enough, you may go. The two, as if released from a great burden, swiftly turned and dashed towards their Lamborghini. Once they had departed, Chengxing closed his eyes. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 4 gunshots shattered the stillness of the survival game night, heralding the dawn of a new day. Chapter 16. The Collection of Free Water Brother. You are not. You wish to inquire why Mingming promised to release them, yet still opted to kill them, correct? Indeed. Yu Luoyu nodded. Chengxing cast a glance at the road beside them, which was still gradually merging, and spoke slowly. From the very moment we encountered them, it was destined. Either you perish or I do. After all, the rules are quite explicit. Only one convoy could traverse the merged road. Rather than racing them to the bitter end, it is wiser to determine the victor early on. His tone was calm, yet the trembling grip on his gun betrayed his inner turmoil. As a youth of the new era, the notion of taking a life had never even crossed his mind in his first 20-plus years. He was uncertain when this game would conclude. As long as it persisted, he would inevitably tread this perilous path. Yu Luoyu stepped forward, grasping his trembling hand. It's all right, brother. I am here. Chengxing turned to glimpse her radiant smile, and his taut muscles relaxed. Why dwell on such thoughts? The paramount concern now is survival. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Let us gather their spoils and proceed on our journey. Without awaiting her response, he approached the items they had earlier unearthed. With a sweeping motion, he collected everything into his backpack. Even the smallest morsel holds value. The corpses lay perilously close to the Lamborghini. As Chengxing approached, he was poised to step over Chen Jiwei's lifeless body, but halted. Crouching down, he noticed a corner of paper peeking out from beneath the corpse. He forcefully pushed the body aside, allowing it to roll on the ground, revealing the full visage of the paper. Blueprints. Where did these blueprints come from? Could it be that upon death, one's belongings are entirely relinquished? It appeared this individual had been hoarding supplies. Naturally, had he been in the same position, he would have done the same. Collecting the blueprints, he resolved to examine them further once he returned to the vehicle. He stood, approaching the Lamborghini. Is this what a luxury car is? Having lived in a magic city for over 20 years, he had certainly encountered many luxury vehicles. Yet, he had never come so close to one. He extended his hand, gliding it over the car's surface. What a pity, though the car was splendid. It proved utterly impractical in this game. Otherwise, those two would not have entertained thoughts of stealing his dilapidated truck. He stowed the Lamborghini into his backpack, which now felt uncomfortably cramped. Calling out to Yu Luoyu, the pair returned to the truck. With 2 jolts, the vehicle resumed its journey. Brother, were there large rocks on the road earlier? Presumably, Chengxing replied, his eyes still fixated on the contents of his backpack. Rather than tending to the Lamborghini first, he extracted the blueprints they had obtained. Brother, where did these blueprints come from? They likely fell from the two who just perished. They probably opened a box, but lacked sufficient materials to utilize them. Li Chengxing brought the blueprint before his eyes. Dehumidifier, category, electrical appliance, grade, purple, attributes, automatically collects moisture from the air and stores it in a water tank, collection efficiency, 1 L-hour. Required materials, iron ingot 5, circuit board 1, copper ingot 1. After perusing the attributes, Li Chengxing's expression turned peculiar. What's wrong? Take a look for yourself. It seems rather lackluster. Yu took a glance and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it felt somewhat beneath the standards of a purple grade item. However, Li Chengxing shook his head. That is not quite right. Our perception of its inadequacy stems from my talent combined with yours, which means we need not worry about water resources. There was merit in his words. His backpack was currently stacked high with Kong Shuifu mineral water, forming a veritable wall, leaving them untroubled. Yet others lacked their advantageous talents. If one were to consider solely the supply box, the yield of a single collector in a day would surpass what they could gather in the same time frame. Even under the condition of non-stop travel, Yu calculated and found it indeed to be true. So this collector, could you make a copy of the blueprint and send a screenshot to see if we can exchange it for some more useful schematics? Sure, though somewhat subpar, it could still store some water, which was better than nothing. Li Chengxing traded the blueprint to Yu, then shifted his focus back to the Lamborghini. This is the main event. Glancing at the attributes of the Lamborghini, vehicle information, Lamborghini, grade, blue, level, 1.8, fuel consumption, 10 L, 100 kilometers, maximum speed, 120 kilometers H, fuel tank, 40 L, 50 L, upgrade requirements, iron ingot 10, glass 2, rubber 5. As expected, though the Lamborghini had been modified, its attributes still fell short compared to the uniquely upgradable blueprint of the pickup truck he had utilized. Luoyu, you drive. I'll head to the back. All right. Li Chengxing adjusted the seat back to facilitate Yu taking the steering wheel from him, then proceeded to the decomposition station in the rear compartment. He rubbed his hands together. This was his first time dismantling such a large item. Fortunately, dismantling didn't necessitate removing the item. Li Chengxing activated the operation panel of the decomposition station. Much like a game, two virtual panels materialized before him. One panel represented the decomposition station, complete with a slot, while the other displayed his backpack. He selected the Lamborghini and dragged its icon into the slot, then clicked Decompose. Beep, the item you are attempting to decompose is too valuable. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The decomposition station whirred to life. And this time the process was noticeably slower. After a full 3 minutes, the decomposition was finally complete. The resultant items automatically appeared in his backpack. He opened his backpack to inspect the contents and was immediately taken aback. Chapter 17. The first vehicle upgrade, iron ingots 20, rubber 8. Electronic panels 2. These are merely fundamental materials, and Li Chengxing possesses an abundance of them. However, as he continued to delve further, he was overwhelmed with joy, leaping in excitement. Glass 2. Sensing the commotion behind him, Yu peered in. Brother, what happened? Did you decompose something remarkable? Li Chengxing retrieved a piece of glass from his backpack, holding it aloft. Glass. At last, we have acquired glass. Does this not mean we can upgrade the vehicle? Indeed. Let me handle it. Li Chengxing exclaimed as he handed the glass to Yu for duplication, then eagerly accessed the vehicle interface. Vehicle information. Pickup truck, grade, unique and evolving, level, 1, fuel consumption, 10 L, 100 kilometers, maximum speed, 120 kilometers H, fuel tank, 100 L, 100 L, upgrade requirements. Team must possess a beauty rated above 91. Iron ingots 10, glass 2, rubber 5, electronic panels 1. Ding detected complete upgrade materials. Would you like to upgrade the vehicle? Please exit the vehicle to proceed. Luoyu, please stop the car for a moment. We need to disembark so I can upgrade the vehicle. All right. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and the doors swung open as the two stepped out. Upon leaving the comfort of the air-conditioned interior, the sweltering heat of the outdoors enveloped them. Li Chengxing, without further hesitation, promptly initiated the upgrade. A brilliant white light enveloped the vehicle. Fortunately, the upgrade was swift. Within 10 seconds, the light dissipated, revealing the transformed vehicle. The once humble pickup truck had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, evolving into a motorhome. Li Chengxing could hardly contain his eagerness. Let's get back in. Once inside, he was greeted by the familiar coolness of the air conditioning, allowing him to exhale in relief. It appeared that the upgrade did not eliminate the original features. Calming himself, Li Chengxing began to assess the vehicle's new attributes. Vehicle information, standard motorhome. Grade, unique and evolving. Level 2. Fuel consumption, 15L, 100 kilometers. Maximum speed, 180 kilometers h. Fuel tank, 150L, 150L. Upgrade requirements. Team must possess a beauty rated above 92. Iron ingots 50, glass 10, rubber 25, electronic panels 5. After reviewing the attributes, a broad grin spread across Li Chengxing's face. Since he began playing yesterday, he had not added a single drop of fuel. With one modification and one upgrade, the vehicle remained fully fueled. However, he anticipated that this would not last much longer. Fuel consumption had increased, and the upgrade requirements had multiplied fivefold. To achieve a full tank through upgrades would likely take a considerable amount of time, especially knowing that glass must be obtained from other vehicles, suggesting that the next upgrade would be delayed even further. Nevertheless, the increase in fuel consumption corresponded with a significant rise in speed, promising to save valuable time and alleviate some of the pressure. As Li Chengxing settled into the driver's seat and absorbed the new attributes, he suddenly heard You exclaim from the rear compartment. "Brother, behold the spacious trunk," exclaimed one. "Oh, let me take a look." Li Chengxing turned around, traversing the small door to enter. The entire room appeared significantly larger, with its dimensions seemingly doubled in length, width, and height. However, from their earlier observation of the vehicle's exterior, it had hardly changed in size. Evidently, this game employed some form of spatial technology. Moreover, a table and 2 chairs had been added to the center of the room. Opposite the bed, there was an additional countertop, complete with a vegetable washing basin and a faucet. "Brother, does this faucet have water?" "I have no idea. Let me check." Li Chengxing approached the faucet, turned the knob, and a cascade of water flowed forth. Yet, upon inspecting the surroundings, he could not discern where the water pipe was located. Where is this water coming from? Surely the game cannot have such an evident bug. If it can produce water out of thin air, what need do we have for collecting bottled water? As he pondered this, Li Chengxing suddenly had a revelation and promptly opened his backpack to investigate. In a brief moment, he discovered 3 empty water bottles had mysteriously appeared in his backpack. Alarmed, he quickly turned off the faucet. How did that happen? Goodness, this faucet is directly siphoning from the bottled water in my backpack. Indeed, the game is not prone to such blatant bugs. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. Upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, You covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Li Chengxing shook his head and proceeded towards the driver's seat. Overall, this upgrade had primarily enhanced the trunk's space and the vehicle's attributes, which was rather satisfactory. However, one minor drawback remained. The single bed beside the trunk had merely been converted into a double bed. With such ample space, could they not have added an extra bed? Contemplating the potential awkwardness of sleeping arrangements at night, Li Chengxing could not help but glance at his companion. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I wonder how many days you can endure this. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps we should reconsider." He turned once more to observe Yu, who was clad in just 2 pieces of fabric, her figure devoid of any excess flesh, and was currently laughing exuberantly. "Brother, what's the matter?" Hearing her voice, he swiftly averted his gaze. "Nothing. By the way, Liu, have you sent out the screenshot of the blueprint?" "Yes, I sent it out, but no one has replied." "Wait, brother, look at the regional channel." What is it?" Li Chengxing inquired, his hand still busy as he opened the regional channel. "Region 10086. Remaining players 6734. I possess a wandering water collector that can automatically store water. I wish to exchange it for a useful blueprint. Attached are the blueprint's attributes. JPG. Wow, esteemed player. Are you truly willing to trade such a valuable item? Do you have an abundance of water, esteemed player? May I barter some resources for a little water? Esteemed player. I'm a girl. Please take me in. Esteemed player. Please take me in. I can be cute or mature. I beseech you for a hug. Li Chengxing cast a glance at the previous chat records. The first message evidently sent by Yu. Following, it was a string of insipid remarks, predominantly requests for resource exchanges or pleas for assistance. Without a second thought, Li Chengxing continued to scroll down. At last, he discovered the information he sought. Chapter 18. Autonomous Driving. Li Chengxing, intrigued, opened the document properties of the blueprint. Autonomous Driving Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Grade: Purple. Attributes: when the autonomous driving mode is activated, the vehicle advances automatically at 80 of its maximum speed, with the ability to switch to manual mode at any time. What a remarkable find! Such a treasure, not utilized by oneself, and yet still here? As he continued to read, clarity dawned upon him. Required materials: electronic boards, X10, a total of 10 electronic boards, which at present could only be dismantled from electrical devices. Furthermore, not everyone might possess a disassembly station. Hence, acquisition could only be through supply crates. In this light, for others, the autonomous driving blueprint, which required 10 electronic boards to craft, was akin to a tasteless morsel, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. He decided to trade with Yu. Li Chengxing had just checked his backpack, which contained a full 20 electronic boards, all salvaged from the electric toys he had unboxed. His inventory was brimming with basic materials like iron ingots, rubber, and electronic boards, leaving him with no concern for scarcity. Particularly, rubber seemed to be in abundance, perhaps due to some peculiar affinity in his talents. All right, Yu readily agreed, and after a series of swift operations, the trade was promptly completed, with the autonomous driving blueprint handed over to Li Chengxing. Upon receiving the blueprint, he immediately chose to utilize it. The steering wheel was enveloped in a burst of white light, which dissipated in less than 2 seconds. Gazing at the steering wheel before him, Li Chengxing was mesmerized. The futuristic design of the steering wheel appeared incongruous on this modest vehicle. A screen illuminated the center of the wheel, capable of adjusting speed, setting a distance for automatic stop, and even prompting. How sophisticated! Is it truly this advanced? Yu emerged from the rear compartment, leaning against the driver's seat to observe the new steering wheel. Now, there is no fear of missing supply crates while in autonomous mode. Indeed, Li Chengxing responded, turning his gaze towards Yu. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing Yu to lose her balance and lean forward. They exchanged an awkward glance. Ahem, Luoyu, let me see what is going on. Li Chengxing attempted to mask his embarrassment, turning to feign inspection. No need to check. There are supply crates outside. Yu pointed out the window, where 4 supply crates were neatly arranged along the roadside. Oh, great! Li Chengxing hastily opened the car door and stepped out, followed closely by Yu. With familiarity, they opened the supply crates one by one, encountering no dangers. And after collecting a bounty of resources, the two returned to the vehicle. After the earlier incident, things were certainly much improved. At the very least, Yu did not retreat shyly back to the rear compartment. Silently seated in the passenger seat, I gazed out of the window. The atmosphere within the cabin grew tranquil. It was she who first shattered the serenity. Brother, can we return to Blue Star? This was the second time Yu posed this question. This time, Li Chengxing hesitated for a considerable duration. Perhaps, today, fortune favored them. They possessed firearms. Without them, the two of them would likely have been the ones lying on the ground moments ago. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. It would have been just him alone. As for Yu, in a world devoid of legal restraint, he dared not envision the consequences. We must. He gritted his teeth and reiterated. Brother. Yu turned to look at Li Chengxing. What's wrong? Their eyes met, and in Yu's gaze, he discerned a glimmer of courage. I do not wish to leave any regrets. With that, she reached out to press the autopilot button on the steering wheel. At that moment, the RV glided forward, the wind howling past, muffling the enchanting sounds from the cabin. Li Chengxing could only describe his current state with 2 words: relaxed. Averse to smoking, he rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. With somewhat trembling hands, he extracted one. Click, click, click. It took 3 attempts to ignite the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Luoyu, are you alright? At that moment, Yu returned to the passenger seat, her cheeks slightly flushed. After ensuring Yu was well, he discarded the spent cigarette out the window, then surveyed his surroundings. The vehicle had come to a halt once more. It deserves mention that this autopilot feature is remarkably efficient. It allows them to relish the journey without the burdens of driving. They must have arrived at the supply station. Li Chengxing opened the car door and stepped out. Brother, wait for me. Luoyu, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Yu steadied herself against the car door and followed him out. Arriving at the supply station, they were once again at the exhilarating moment of unboxing. Chapter 19. It's time to find a teammate. Once again, the familiar routine commenced, copying and then opening boxes one by one. As expected, a plethora of supplies emerged, alongside a formidable black bear. Nothing particularly remarkable materialized. However, armed with the lessons learned from his initial shooting failure, Li Chengxing had diligently practiced his marksmanship. With an abundance of ammunition at his disposal, he felt no hesitation in honing his skills. While it may not be accurate to claim he was capable of hitting every target, at least within a 3-meter range, he could certainly achieve a headshot. Thus, when the black bear sprang forth from a box, Li Chengxing felt almost no trepidation. With a resounding bang, he executed a perfect headshot, claiming a bear pelt, 15 pieces of bear meat, and 4 bear paws. Luoyu, I believe we ought to recruit 2 more teammates, he remarked, gathering the supplies from the box before both returned to their vehicle. With his left hand firmly gripping the steering wheel and his right resting on. Delete it. Why the sudden desire for additional teammates? Yu shifted her position, leaning closer to Li Chengxing, her curiosity piqued. As it stands, I can still procure food, materials, and weapons from my talent's blind box. However, blueprints and gasoline must still be retrieved from supply boxes. The quantity of these boxes is entirely contingent upon the number of participants. Adding 1 person yields 2 additional supply boxes per round. Moreover, with your ability to replicate, that equates to a total of 8 portions of resources. At this point, Li Chengxing paused, casting a glance at Yu before continuing. Furthermore, in order for our vehicle to undergo further upgrades, we require a teammate. Yu lowered her head, feeling a mix of disappointment and resignation, eventually coming to terms with it. I'll keep an eye out for anyone seeking to form a team. Clearing his throat, Li Chengxing added, ahem, by the way, do keep an eye out for whether the other party is a beauty. He scratched his head, a touch embarrassed, feigning a cough. It wasn't that he was particularly lecherous. Rather, the upgrade conditions mandated the system to recognize a beauty with a score of 90 or above. Luoyu, having come to a conclusion, no longer dwelled on it. She rolled her eyes playfully, stifling a laugh. All right, I understand. Delete it. Even as she pondered it again, a shiver ran down her spine. As both were lost in their thoughts, an unexpected blind box materialized in the driver's cabin. Where did this box come from? Li Chengxing found himself momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of the blind box, as previous boxes had always landed directly in his backpack. Now, it had appeared in the cabin. Sensing something amiss, he glanced at his backpack. Wow, he was taken aback. It was brimming to the brim. This was unusual. Just moments ago, there was still ample space for a Lamborghini. How could it be filled so soon? Checking the time, he realized that 2 hours had elapsed. In total, 48 packages had packed his backpack to capacity. Luoyu, Li Chengxing shifted the vehicle into autopilot mode. What's wrong? Yu turned her head and immediately noticed the blind box in his hand. Are you opening another blind box? Give it to me. She had become accustomed to this and instinctively reached out to take it. No. He stood up and walked towards the back of the carriage. With a grand gesture, a multitude of boxes cascaded to the ground, reminiscent of a downpour. There were 48 boxes to be opened. Wait, clatter. Li Chengxing tossed out 2 more. Time was up. 50 boxes. Luoyu was left in a daze. 50. This talent had only upgraded once. If it were to upgrade again, she could do nothing but sit on the ground all day unboxing. She recalled having slept for 8 hours last night, which yielded 48 blind boxes. If she were to sleep for another 8 hours today, that would total 192 boxes, all without duplication. She swallowed hard and trembled as she approached the back compartment. When Li Chengxing had taken them out, there were 50. By the end, they had opened a staggering 124 within half an hour. They organized the items collected from the ground. A desert eagle, 20 bags of chips, 10 pairs of socks, 10 pairs of underwear, 5 boxes of cola, 6 boxes of instant noodles, along with an assortment of peculiar items. After categorizing everything, they packed the supplies back into their backpacks. The physical exertion from earlier had yet to recover, and they had spent a solid 30 minutes unboxing on the ground. Yu felt her back ache, contemplating the next round to come. Brother, I think we need to recruit a couple more teammates. Li Chengxing glanced at Yu, who had collapsed onto the bed, and walked over to gently massage her shoulders. Delete it all. 5,000 words omitted here. After an hour of this, Li Chengxing finally stood up, stretching his sore back. It was indeed time to find a teammate. He retrieved a piece of clothing from his backpack. Luoyu, we just unboxed some clothes. Do you want to wear them? Luoyu, still lying on the bed, took the clothing, glanced at it, and then put it back into the backpack, giving Li Chengxing an exasperated look. Brother, do you think it's still necessary? Chapter 20. Target teammate. Upon hearing these words, Li Chengxing gave an awkward smile. I'll drive. With that, he returned to the driver's seat. While autonomous driving has its advantages, it ultimately lacks the speed of manual control. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the speed soared to 180 km/h. As he navigated the straight road, he found himself rather bored. He opened a regional channel to see if there were any new updates. 10,086 zone. Remaining players. 4673 at the sight of the remaining players. Li Chengxing's pupils dilated in shock. It was only the second day, and already 10,000 players had dwindled to 4,673. This game was exceedingly brutal. It was hard to believe that every day would culminate in 2 intersecting lines, leaving just one convoy. At this rate, humanity would soon face extinction, rendering the game unplayable. He sighed and continued to scroll down. What the hell was that convoy that just passed me? Don't play dirty. Puncturing my tires is nothing heroic. Laughing my head off, as long as I can win, I'd gladly take off your 4 tires. This game is truly merciless. My teammates are all gone. Is there any convoy that will take me in? One cannot survive alone. Same here. I just fought with another convoy, and all my teammates are dead. Glancing at the regional channel, he noticed that the surviving lone wolves were predominantly men. Li Chengxing's convoy did not require males. Moreover, if a teammate were too strong, he would have to remain vigilant against potential betrayal. As he was about to close the regional channel after failing to find a suitable teammate, a message popped up. Is there a reliable teammate willing to take me in? I'm female. No lecherous intentions. Please. My teammates were eliminated because they developed inappropriate feelings for me. The moment this message appeared, the regional channel fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Then, messages began to flood in. Wow, the one above is definitely a fierce woman. So bold. I like it. Like what? Be careful you don't wake up with your hem cut off. Ha ha ha. The truth is revealed. Who would dare to take in such a fierce character? They might end up with their head relocated in the middle of the night. Miss, report your coordinates. Our convoy needs a Valkyrie like you. I assure you, we play by the rules. Anyone who harbors ulterior motives will be dealt with first. Come on, convoy above. Your reputation is already tarnished. Everyone knows what your teammate revealed yesterday. Li Chengxing's finger hovered over the screen for a full 5 seconds. He glanced back at Luoyu, who was tidying up the cardboard boxes. She seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look at him. Brother, what's wrong? Have you checked the regional channel? No. What happened? Li Chengxing shook his head. There was a lone girl seeking a team. He took a screenshot of the chat messages and sent it to Yu. It appeared rather fierce. Upon hearing the words of Yu, she was momentarily taken aback. But after glancing at the regional channel news, she erupted into a fit of laughter. Ha, what's up, brother? Are you looking to recruit a teammate? After breaking through that initial barrier, the two completely relaxed, and the atmosphere returned to how it once was. Indeed, to be able to successfully eliminate one's male teammate without a scratch, one must either possess an innate combat talent or have some skills. This is precisely what our team lacks. Li Chengxing nodded without hesitation. However, he pondered whether the other party's rating was sufficient. If it were not, it would be futile to recruit her. Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had merely been joking, not expecting Li Chengxing to take it seriously. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. How about I reach out to her and request a photo? As a female, she might be less wary. Yet, pausing for a moment, she continued, but brother, how can we ensure this person's character is reliable? Li Chengxing glanced at his vehicle's information, which featured a small screen. No worries, I have my methods. You contact her. If her rating is confirmed to be adequate, we can recruit her. This was a new feature that had appeared after upgrading his vehicle, allowing him to see each teammate's affinity towards him. Currently, there was only one line of information. Name, Yulu, gender, female, affinity, 100, completely obedient to you, will never betray you. Even if you treat her like a pawn, she will never resist. This was the evaluation displayed on the panel regarding Yulu. The earlier remarks were quite normal. However, the last comment was precisely the reason Li Chengxing had not disclosed this to Yulu. It was too difficult to articulate. But fortunately, this panel was visible only to him. All right, Yulu readily agreed, and then she began to manipulate her panel. After some time, she exclaimed, brother, she's a beauty. She then sent over the photo. Li Chengxing opened the chat window to review it, and the system's evaluation automatically surfaced before his eyes. June fur appearance, 94, figure, 99, bust, character, innocent total score, 95, evaluation, wheat-colored skin, long legs, mermaid-like contours, B-cup bust, overall, a sunny, athletic beauty. Indeed, she was beautiful, and her score was adequate. She also appeared to have a pleasant demeanor. Luoyu, please reach out and have her apply to join. Okay. In no time, a line of text appeared before Li Chengxing. June Fair has applied to join your team. Do you agree? Yes. No. He switched his vehicle to autopilot mode, then drew his pistol, standing alongside Yulu. Once prepared, Li Chengxing finally clicked yes. Teammate teleportation commencing. Estimated time, 5 seconds. Please prepare the vehicle owner. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chapter 21. The celestial fleet within the rear compartment. A beam of white light, as thick as a barrel, pierced through the vehicle, connecting heaven and earth. After 5 seconds, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the true visage of the person within. Indeed, as depicted in the photographs, she stood at a height of 173 centimeters, her long and straight legs devoid of any excess flesh. Her sun-kissed skin bore testament to her dedication to physical fitness and exercise. It is no wonder that her former teammates harbored romantic sentiments. After all, who could remain indifferent in such close quarters? However, this was not a time for distraction. He tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle concealed behind his back, seeking a semblance of security. He had not forgotten that the woman before him was capable of annihilating an entire team, though he was unaware of the number of members in his previous squad. Even if there had been only one, the fact that she had emerged unscathed from direct combat indicated her formidable prowess. 2 individuals. My previous team consisted of 2 people. June Fair, who had initially displayed a hint of caution, inexplicably relaxed, her expression brightening with a smile as she addressed the duo. Yu Li was left in a state of confusion by her words, yet Li Chengxing was profoundly shocked. Was she speaking to me? Could she hear my innermost thoughts? Indeed, if you can hear, it means I am speaking to you, June Fair replied, extending her right hand with a beaming smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is June Fair. I believe I am 2 years your senior. You may call me by my full name or simply Sister Fair. By the way, my talent is classified as S rank with the ability of telepathy. Before arriving, June Fair had harbored fears of encountering lecherous individuals, particularly a group of them. Despite her commendable skills, she was not a match for several burly men combined. However, upon landing, she sensed through her telepathy that the 2 individuals before her held only a sense of vigilance towards her. Particularly the young man, though he scrutinized her from head to toe, harbored only admiration in his heart, devoid of any lascivious thoughts. This revelation greatly enhanced her impression of him, prompting her to discreetly retract a mechanical device concealed behind her back into her backpack. Li Chengxing, still with his hands behind his back, took a couple of steps forward to shake hands with June Fair. My name is Li Chengxing, the owner of this fleet. This is my sister, Yuluoyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuluoyu, feeling a bit shy, approached to shake June Fair's hand, thus exchanging greetings. Oh, a sister? Feier cast a meaningful glance at the pair, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. "Hello, little sister. How delightful." Cough, cough. Li Qingxing felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. Upon learning of her talent, he realized he had no secrets left to conceal. Silently, he stowed away his firearm, maintaining a facade of seriousness as he spoke. "Sister Feier, welcome to our fleet." "Thank you." "Sister Feier, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall we share a meal together?" Yu Liu, pleased by Fei's amiable demeanor, was glad to have another girl to accompany her. "Eat? Bread, perhaps?" "I just had some," Feier replied. "Not that. It's this." As he spoke, Li Chengxing retrieved the bear paw he had previously dissected from the corpse of the great black bear and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. "No. You, this. I." She had indeed encountered a great black bear before. The peril that emerged from the supply crate today was precisely this. However, when their trio had confronted it earlier, they had fled without hesitation. For such a creature was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The two individuals before her, one of whom was a delicate young woman, seemed ill-equipped for such a confrontation. "Oh, right, they possess firearms. May I inquire about the origin of your guns?" Although she had the ability to sense thoughts, eavesdropping on their discussions felt rather impolite. "Oh, that." Li Qingxing nonchalantly drew out a desert eagle. "This was manifested through my talent." "Indeed, Sister Feier, my brother's talent is truly remarkable. He can randomly produce a plethora of items: water, bread, chips, and more." This was a prearranged agreement between them. If their teammate proved trustworthy, they would reveal the truth. They had no intention of concealing their talent, especially after spending considerable time together, which made it impossible to keep it hidden. Furthermore, it was evident that Feier harbored no malicious intentions. If she did, the Desert Eagle would swiftly extinguish them. After hearing their explanation, Feier was utterly astonished. "So, you have never worried about food and drink?" "Worry?" Li Qingxing furrowed his brow, pondering seriously. "We still lack a stove and cannot cook yet." Upon hearing this, Feier seriously suspected that Li Chengxing was engaging in some form of pretentious display. Then, to her further astonishment, she witnessed an even more incredible sight. Li Chengxing pulled out packets of seasoning from his backpack: salt, monosodium glutamate, cumin, chili powder, and vegetable oil. As he rummaged through, he remarked, "We must make do. Zista Faya. We'll roast this bear paw and share it." Not making do, not at all. In her previous convoy, she would be elated if a single packet of bread was discovered in a crate. Here, to indulge in a barbecue and feel slighted, it remained surreal even as the roasted meat entered her mouth. She devoured the bear paw ravenously, the chili powder causing her to cough incessantly. Yet she could not resist the urge to chew heartily. "Sister Feier, do take your time." Yu Liu, ever considerate, opened a bottle of cola and handed it to her. "Have a sip." Coughing persistently, she instinctively accepted the cola from Yu Liu's hand. The icy sensation startled her, and she slowly turned her head. Cola? Chilled cola? What kind of divine convoy was this? By the end of the meal, Feier was overwhelmed with astonishment. She vowed that as long as Li Chengxing did not act inappropriately towards her, she would never leave this convoy. Of course, as time passed, if feelings were to develop, that would be another matter. Contemplating this, she stole a glance at Li Chengxing. His bronze skin, devoid of any excess flesh, even revealing defined abs. Standing at 185 centimeters. He was rather handsome. Li Chengxing seemed to sense the gaze directed towards him and turn around. "Sister Fei, what's the matter? Is there something dirty on my face?" As he spoke, he touched his own face, finding nothing amiss. No. Gof. Feier, caught in her act of peeking, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. But fortunately, her complexion concealed it from others. She quickly shifted the topic and inquired Yu Liu, "What is your talent?" Chapter 22. The useless blueprint. Upon seeing Feier inquire about her, Yu Liu directly sent her a screenshot of her talent. "My talent is quite simple. It is the ability to replicate." An SSS grade? After the earlier shock, she had regained her composure. "This talent of yours is indeed a perfect match with your brother's. No wonder you lack for nothing." "Lacking? How can we not lack?" After saying this, Yu Liu lowered her head to glance at the mere 2 pieces of fabric remaining on her person. Following her gaze, June Feier realized that the combined fabric of their attire was even less than a single piece of her own clothing. At a loss for words, she couldn't possibly suggest stripping down like they did. Look, I'm not wearing much either. It's just clothing, no big deal. While she felt a certain fondness for this convoy, they were not at a level of intimacy that warranted such familiarity. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked Li Chengxing, "Where's the other member of your team? Isn't he coming out to greet us? The other member? Who else is there?" Li Chengxing was momentarily confused. "The driver, of course. Isn't he coming out to meet us? You mean him?" Yu Luoyu stifled a laugh from his side. "There's no driver. It's autonomous." With that, she walked to the door of the carriage, opened the small door, and revealed the sight of the cockpit. Autonomous? June Feier was taken aback, as if she had just recalled something. Was it you who traded the blueprints in the regional channel? That matter had stirred quite a commotion in the area. Naturally, she had been following it, though at the time she wondered who would be so foolish, as clearly water resources were more valuable than autonomous driving. It seemed they were hardly lacking in water. Moreover, it was highly probable that they had copied the blueprint for the water collection device as well. Indeed, a useless blueprint exchanged for an autonomous driving blueprint. How delightful! June Feier smirked. How ironic that what she had yearned for just half an hour ago had now become utterly trivial. Life truly is a paradox. Just then, the vehicle began to slow down. What is happening? We must have arrived at the supply box location. Let us disembark. Li Chengxing led Yu Luoyu out of the vehicle, with June Feier closely following. Sure enough, 6 supply boxes were evenly arranged along the roadside. "Luoyu, we're here," Li Chengxing called out, under June Feier's astonished gaze. Yu Luoyu approached the supply boxes and effortlessly activated her talent to replicate. In an instant, the 6 supply boxes transformed into 12. Is it really possible to do that? June Feier was speechless. In a mere half hour, her astonishment was still floating in the air. Zista Feier. Li Chengxing's voice brought her back to reality. "What is it?" June Feier turned to him, bewildered. "Do you have any suitable weapons?" Noticing her empty hands, Li Chengxing inquired. "Weapons? None at all. Allow me to present you with a gift, a token of our first meeting." Li Chengxing glanced at his backpack, but ultimately refrained from retrieving the handgun. Instead, he offered her the long sword he had previously used. "A long sword, I hope you won't mind, Sister Feier." Naturally, June Feier was aware that they had spare handguns, yet she felt no discomfort in the exchange. After all, they had only just met. Receiving the long sword from Li Chengxing, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. A long sword is more than sufficient for me." The 12 supply boxes were swiftly gathered, and June Feier witnessed firsthand how a formidable black bear was dispatched by their 2 shots. This convoy truly was a formidable ally. Holding on tightly, Li Chengxing and his companions quickly organized their spoils and returned to the vehicle. However, within a mere 10 minutes, the heat was nearly unbearable. Once inside the car, the refreshing breeze of the air conditioning was a welcome relief, instantly easing their discomfort. Yu Luoyu fanned herself, glancing at the windshield. What sort of weather is this? Why is it so sweltering? Time, 9:14. Temperature, 33 C. Distance to destination, 9,000 kilometers. Countdown, 85. 043. The 33 C merely reflected the air temperature. The surface temperature was significantly higher. "It will cool down gradually," Li Chengxing reassured her. June Feier entered the vehicle, having soaked her clothing in just 10 minutes outside. Achio! Upon stepping inside, she felt a rush of cool air and couldn't help but sneeze. Is there air conditioning in here? She had not noticed earlier, but now. The contrast between the heat and coolness drew her attention to the car's climate control. "Indeed, Sister Feier," Yu Luoyu remarked, having heard the sneeze. Turning to her, she gently suggested, "Perhaps you should remove your wet clothes and let them dry outside." The combination of heat and dampness could easily lead to a cold. She discreetly pointed to June Feier's attire. However, in the quiet confines of the driver's cabin, her words reached Li Chengxing's ears. "Ahem, I'll take the wheel. The autopilot is somewhat sluggish." Li Chengxing cleared his throat, promptly occupying the driver's seat. June Feier's face flushed crimson. Yet she nodded slightly and slipped into the back compartment. Yu followed suit. Before long, Li Chengxing noticed Yu emerge with a crop top, tying it to the rearview mirror. Aware of Li Chengxing's inquisitive gaze, Yu turned her head sharply. "Brother, you mustn't peek. I'm helping Sister Feier take a shower." "Oh, very well." With a resounding thud, the small door to the back compartment closed behind her. He instinctively retracted his neck. There was no need to look. It was no big deal. Chapter 23. Water exchange behind Li Chengxing. The gentle sound of trickling water mingled with the laughter of two women. For a young man, vigorous and newly acquainted with the pleasures of life, it was a torment. Unable to restrain himself, Li Chengxing lowered his head in a gesture of comfort. "Fear not, my friend. Tonight I shall ensure you feast. You shall not go hungry." To divert his mind, he split his attention and opened the regional channel. Region 10086. 4,656 people remaining. The current situation indicated that most individuals had chosen to engage right at the initial encounter of the two convoys. The numbers had gradually stabilized, though they continued to dwindle, albeit at a slower pace than earlier in the day. As he scrolled further down, he observed a flurry of requests for water. "Is there anyone who has water? We have completely run out." Indeed, yesterday, we could obtain a few bottles with 100 kilometers. Now it has escalated to 150 kilometers, and the water is simply insufficient. I am willing to exchange materials for water. As long as I receive water, I can offer all my materials. I have bread. Is there anyone willing to trade water for it? Bread? Not even a dog would want that. We are already parched, and you suggest bread, which only makes us thirsty. Scrolling further, it was evident that nearly everyone was pleading for water resources. Truth be told, Li Chengxing had felt little urgency today. His own supply of water was ample enough for bathing, yet for others, it represented a lifeline. Many were even prepared to barter materials for it. In reality, materials held greater significance than water. Without the ability to upgrade their vehicles, they would perpetually lag behind the increasingly distant supplies. However, without water, they faced immediate peril, trapped in a vicious cycle of despair. It was indeed pitiable. Regrettably, Li Chengxing was no saint. He merely wished for himself and Yu to survive, and if possible, to do so with greater comfort. After some contemplation, he composed his first message in the regional channel. "I possess water, a considerable amount, but I only seek glass, blueprints, and special items. Vehicles can be exchanged as well. Please refrain from bothering me with ordinary materials." Having finalized his message, he sent it forth without hesitation. He harbored no fear of attracting unwanted attention, for communication here was entirely anonymous. Besides, even if someone did remember him, so what? He was thriving regardless. Yet, this message fell into the regional channel like a drop of water into a boiling pot, igniting a frenzy. "Great one, I have food. I can trade you 5 loaves of bread for a bottle of water. Bread is mere rubbish. Have you no shame? Look at me. I'll trade you iron ingots. I also have plastic." Does he truly have water? We all started from the same line. Even if he runs a few hundred kilometers more, how many bottles can he really offer? Beware of being deceived. Is the previous speaker a fool? Here, a trade requires confirmation from both parties. Deception is impossible. Foolishness won. As the regional channel buzzed with activity, his private messages exploded as well. Instantly, hundreds of messages flooded his inbox. He was quite bored anyway, driving while perusing through messages one by one. Requests for water. Exchanges of worthless bread for water. How pitiful. Blocked. Iron ingots? I still have several hundred in my backpack. Blocked. Electronic boards? Those are acceptable. Exchanged. Good heavens. Is there still moral coercion in this day and age? A saintly act indeed. It needs to be framed. Screenshot taken. I'll share it in the regional channel for everyone to enjoy. A total of 843 individuals sent messages to themselves, yet the materials he managed to acquire were barely a handful. 18 electronic boards, 9 pieces of glass, and a single blueprint. Today, 2 teams of vehicles faced off, and most teams presumably possessed at least one idle vehicle, yet none were willing to trade. Few were inclined to part with glass. Observing the clever ones, it was evident they understood that vehicles were the essence of this game. Nevertheless, obtaining these materials was sufficient for another vehicle upgrade. As for the blueprint, Li Chengxing retrieved it from his backpack. Electromagnetic stove, blueprint. Type, blueprint, grade, blue. Required materials, electronic board X1, iron ingot X2, copper ingot X1, what a treasure. Finally, he could prepare some food, and his backpack was filled with various pots that could finally be put to use. He happily tucked the blueprint away, knowing he must make a copy of such a valuable item. 2 electromagnetic stoves could be utilized simultaneously. Not bad at all. He just needed to wait for Yu to finish her bath. Just as he had that thought, a sound came from the small door behind him. Brother, we're done. Do you want to wash up too? Yu emerged from the rear compartment. No rush, I'll wash later. Yu, I just got some good stuff. Hurry and make a copy. Speaking, Li Chengxing presented the blueprint he had just acquired. What do you have? Let me see. Wow, an electromagnetic stove. We can make instant noodles now. Without hesitation, Yu copied a version, just as the 2 copper ingots from the previously disassembled copper pot were completed, which was just enough for the creation. She handed the manufactured electromagnetic stove to Junfei, and he continued to retrieve materials from his backpack. After Yu made the copy, the glass transformed into 18 pieces. Just as he placed it back in the backpack, the system chimed with a notification. Ding detected that upgrade materials are complete. Would you like to upgrade the vehicle? If you wish to upgrade, please exit the vehicle. Yes, no. Chapter 24. The second vehicle upgrade. Liu, Sister Fei, let us get out of the car. Li Chengxing beckoned the 2 women to disembark. As Liu followed him out, she turned around, only to find that Junfei was still absent. Sister Fei, we've arrived. It's time to upgrade the vehicle. Liu. I'm not dressed yet. Junfei's voice came, reminding Liu that her clothes were still draped over the rearview mirror, damp from their earlier adventure. It had only been a few minutes, and wearing them now would surely be uncomfortable. Sister Fei, we're destined to live together for quite some time, and who knows when this game will end. We will inevitably have to be open with one another. Having witnessed the morning's events, Liu had come to understand that as long as the game persisted, living in such confined quarters would eventually lead to the erosion of secrets between men and women. After grappling with her thoughts, Junfei finally emerged, modestly covering her chest, only to meet Li Chengxing's gaze, which was fixed intently upon her. Though she had a carefree disposition, this was a first for her, particularly in such an isolated setting. Brother, your eyes are practically glued to Sister Fei. Liu's playful admonishment broke the moment, pulling Li Chengxing back to reality. He awkwardly scratched his head. It was hard to blame him. Junfei's figure, paired with her complexion, was indeed captivating, even if she did not possess the towering height of others. After stealing another glance, he turned away and clicked to confirm the upgrade. Yes, this upgrade was noticeably swifter than the previous one. Within a few minutes, the upgrade was complete, and the vehicle's exterior remained largely unchanged. Upon returning to the car, they found the driver's seat also appeared unchanged. But the rear compartment had undergone a significant transformation, expanding considerably. The entire compartment had morphed into a semblance of a dwelling, complete with 3 distinct rooms, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, all separated by walls. As they entered the bedroom, they were greeted by a bed that, while only slightly larger than the previous one, 5 meters, had expanded to about 8 meters. Nonetheless, it was a welcome improvement. Li Chengxing retreated to the driver's seat, leaving the 2 women to rest in the bedroom. He opened the vehicle's information panel. Vehicle information, luxury motorhome, grade, unique and evolving, level 3, fuel consumption, 20L 100 kilometers, maximum speed, 200 kilometers H, fuel tank, 200L, 200L, upgrade requirements, 3 beauties rated above 90 points, 200 iron ingots, 20 copper ingots, 50 glass, 100 rubber, 25 electronic boards. The appearance of the upgraded driver's cabin remained largely unchanged, yet its attributes had significantly improved, particularly the speed. With the new maximum speed set at 200 kilometers H, their automatic driving capability could now reach 160 kilometers H. Traveling 3,000 kilometers in a day was now a feasible task. Moreover, it is hardly feasible to rely solely on autonomous driving for the majority of the journey. He would indeed be at the helm himself. By this reckoning, they would reach the Novice supply station within 3 days. He cast a glance at the windshield. Time, 924, temperature, 33, distance to destination, 8,973 kilometers, countdown, 84, 50, 29, with 84 hours remaining, even if they were drive entirely on autopilot. That time would be more than sufficient. Li Chengxing was thoroughly satisfied with the enhancements made, then proceeded to examine further. What on earth is this? Such an abundance of materials? It has multiplied fivefold, and what are these copper ingots requiring 20? At this rate, it will take an eternity to upgrade. This is simply beyond the means of a person in the current stage to gather. Even if he had blind boxes, it would not suffice. Iron ingots and rubber were manageable. He could easily decompose blind boxes, and he had more than enough. Electronic boards were also relatively easy to procure. Occasionally dismantling his electric toys yielded some. However, the glass, since yesterday, he had only acquired 11 pieces. Including the copies, he now had but 8 remaining. People have become quite astute. Attempting to trade for glass is no longer a viable option. And copper ingots, he had only encountered a handful. It seems alternative methods must be devised. Closing the vehicle information, Li Chengxing redirected his focus to driving. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle's speed noticeably surged. The vehicle continued advancing. Thud, a blind box tumbled into the cabin. Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. Hut. He rapped on the rear compartment door. Luoyu, what is the matter, brother? I'm preparing to unbox a blind box. Having passed the initial novelty, Luoyu had grown increasingly disenchanted with unboxing. Upon hearing those words, it was as if she had been struck by a spell, causing her to shudder. Just moments ago, her playful demeanor with Jun Fei had instantly faded. Luoyu, what's wrong? You seem rather glum, Jun Fei inquired, puzzled. Moreover, what blind box is your brother talking about? It's my brother's talent blind box. Calculating the time, his backpack should be full again. Luoyu, with a reluctant expression, replied, a blind box? Isn't that quite delightful? Why do you seem so unwilling? Upon hearing this, Luoyu cast a deep glance at Jun Fei. Then, taking her hand, she led her towards the cabin. Come on, Fei's sister. Let me show you what it means to unbox packages until your hands ache. Chapter 25. Is this truly a genuine talent? Come in, brother. The voice of Luoyu emerged from the rear compartment as she pushed open a small door. All right. After setting the vehicle to autopilot, Li Chengxing rose and entered the back seat. He cast a glance at Jun Fei, who was clad in merely 2 pieces of clothing, before shifting his gaze to Luoyu. A splendid figure, yet he dared not stare too long. A few lingering glances might render him bewildered. Ahem, shall I now present the blind boxes? Yes. The 2 responses echoed in stark contrast, one from each woman. Unlike Luoyu's evident weariness, Jun Fei radiated excitement. She had heard about Li Chengxing's talent from the 2 earlier, but this was her first opportunity to witness it firsthand. She was eager to experience the prowess of this uniquely upgradable talent. Li Chengxing began extracting paper boxes from his backpack, one by one. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Jun Fei watched in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. As Li Chengxing produced the final blind box, she finally closed her agape mouth. Glancing at the heap of blind boxes strewn across the floor, then back at Li Chengxing, disbelief washed over her. 50. She had counted meticulously. There were indeed 50 blind boxes. But wait. She saw Luoyu approach the pile, reluctantly picking one up. Talent. Activate replication. In an instant, 1 blind box transformed into 2. She tossed the duplicates aside and repeated the action with another. Before long, the 50 blind boxes had doubled to 100, arranged into another pile. Not yet finished. Within moments, Li Chengxing produced 2 more. 104. Yun Fei swallowed. No wonder Luoyu's expression had changed so dramatically when the blind boxes were mentioned. She was genuinely frightened by the prospect of opening them. It was no surprise that Li Chengxing and his companions lived so comfortably, devoid of material shortages. Fei, come help me open the blind boxes. Li Chengxing plopped down on the ground, shaking a blind box in Jun Fei's direction. Huh? Oh, all right. Jun Fei snapped back to reality and, mimicking the 2, sat on the floor to begin unboxing. With each blind box opened, her astonishment grew. A case of mineral water. Yet another case of mineral water. Goodness. And a case of ice-cold cola. It even emitted wisps of white mist. Gulp. Their swallowed again, setting the open cola aside before continuing. Handcuffs, ropes, restraint straps. Feathers. A mask's massage oil. What on earth are these? Is this talent genuinely legitimate? She hastily concealed these items beneath the previously open goods, then cautiously glanced up at the two. Seeing them both unfazed and diligently unboxing, she finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they hadn't noticed. She resumed her exploration of the blind boxes. Oh, what is this? Their gazed at the metallic sheen emanating from the box, momentarily frozen in place. It was a handgun. Holding the pistol she had extracted from the blind box, she looked up to find Chengxing and another person staring at her with palpable tension. Without a moment's hesitation, she handed the firearm to Chengxing. Here, take it. Chengxing was taken aback. The instant the handgun had been revealed from the blind box, he had noticed it. His attention instantly fixated on the Desert Eagle nestled within his backpack. Any sign of trouble, and he would not hesitate to fire. It was not that he was overly cautious. Having only known her for a day, absolute trust was still a distant notion. Yet he was surprised. Sister Their, didn't you ever consider keeping that handgun for yourself? Of course, but Their shook the handgun in her hand and met Chengxing's gaze with sincerity. After a hearty meal, one must remain clear-headed. How short-sighted would I be to let you harbor suspicions against me? Thus, Their remained composed, expressing her innermost thoughts. Chengxing lowered his head, pondering for a moment before glancing at the windshield. Name, Their. Gender, female. Affinity, 50. She harbors no animosity towards you and even holds some favorable regard, though complete trust has yet to be established. Sister Their, you should keep the handgun for your own protection in critical moments. Upon hearing this, both women were taken aback. You, though perplexed by Chengxing's unwavering trust in Their, merely bowed her head in silence. Their, evidently more outspoken, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Aren't you afraid I might turn the gun against you?" Upon hearing this, Chengxing burst into laughter. As you said, Sister Their, are you the kind of person who would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Their shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. She then put the handgun away. This seemingly trivial matter had indeed brought the three of them closer together. Chengxing turned back, casting another glance at the windshield. Affinity, 60. You have gained her tentative trust. In battle, you may confidently guard her back. A smile crept onto his lips. Remarkably, a mere weapon had elevated her affinity by a full 10 points. It seemed that Their was quite agreeable. The time spent unboxing had delayed them considerably. But with an additional member, their pace had naturally quickened. Yet, it took them a full 20 minutes to finish unpacking the blind boxes. Once everything was replicated by Liu, they stowed it away in their backpacks. Having completed these tasks, the vehicle continued forward. The advantages of their trio soon became evident. By the end of the day, their haul of supply boxes had significantly increased, although the likelihood of encountering danger had also risen. With an extra pair of hands, they faced little pressure in resolving any threats. However, perhaps due to a stroke of bad luck, they had not obtained any blueprints by 6 in the evening. The finest provisions amount to naught but a mere spear. Were it another convoy, they might revel in excitement for a spell. However, for them, a greater supply of gasoline would prove far more pragmatic. All other items could potentially be unearthed from the mystery boxes. They are not lacking in sustenance. Yet gasoline remains an exception. From yesterday to today, despite the opening of hundreds of mystery boxes, not a single canister of gasoline has been revealed, nor have any blueprints surfaced. Upon reflection, the reasoning became clear. After all, the talent bestowed upon them is a privilege of the survival game realm. If gasoline and blueprints were readily obtainable, Chengxing and his convoy could journey uninterrupted to their destination. Time passes swiftly in a single day, and the sky of the survival game space darkens early. After a simple meal of grilled delicacies, a new dilemma presents itself before them. Ahem, Sister Their, how shall we sleep tonight? Chapter 26. How shall we sleep tonight? Cough, Sister Their, how shall we sleep tonight? Chengxing posed a profound question. The night had already descended, and rest was indeed necessary. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that there was but a single bed. Yu, seemingly recalling something, blushed and hesitantly suggested, "Why don't we three squeeze together?" Junfei was taken aback by the suggestion, her face turning crimson, though she maintained a composed exterior. "I shan't intrude upon your intimate world," she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yu. "I can sleep in the driver's seat just fine. That's simply one do. We are a team now. We must not favor one over the other. Let us squeeze together. I wouldn't mind at all. It's all right. I'm accustomed to sleeping alone, and having another person would be quite unfamiliar for me. Moreover, you too, cough cough. I'm not really suited for that." Li Chengxing observed the exchange between the two, noticing the conversation taking a rather awkward turn, and swiftly intervened. "Wait a moment. What are you two discussing? What I meant was let two of us keep watch while the others drive, allowing everyone to take turns resting. So, what were you two contemplating?" A silence enveloped the group for a few seconds. Upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, the expressions on the faces of the two women shifted dramatically, from red to black, and back to an even deeper crimson. Junfei, being the elder, quickly regained her composure. "Cough, how shall we arrange this? I'll defer to you. I'll also follow your lead." Both women regarded Li Chengxing, the sole male in their convoy, as their guiding light. Li Chengxing collected his thoughts and then proposed, "Here's what we'll do. Sister Fair, you undoubtedly did not rest well last night, so you shall take the latter half of the night off. The latter half is typically the most challenging, so Yu and I will keep watch during that time. After the first half, Yu and you shall guard the night, and then I will take over with you." Does that sound agreeable? Driving alone, while also managing the supply crates, would be exceedingly perilous. However, with two individuals on watch, we would be more than capable of handling any beasts emerging from the supply crates. Furthermore, even if sleep is elusive at night, we can seize the opportunity to catch up on rest during the day. Had it not been for the desire to not miss the supply crates, we could have easily set the vehicle to autopilot, and all three of us could rest. After considering Li Chengxing's plan, Junfei nodded in agreement. "I have no objections. And you? I have no objections either." Li Chengxing's arrangement was evidently the most sensible given the circumstances. "Very well, since you both have no objections. I shall take my leave to rest." After exchanging a few casual words, the two women emerged from the rear compartment and closed the door. Li Chengxing reclined back onto the bed, glancing at the time. It was past 6 in the evening. If his recollection served him well, the earlier announcement had indicated that after 6 o'clock, the roads would completely merge, implying that at least half of the individuals would be eliminated. As anticipated, upon opening the regional channel 10086 zone, he saw the remaining number of participants was 4,024. It was indeed a brutal reality. Just today alone, several thousand had been eliminated. When he entered the game yesterday, he had foreseen that many would perish, but he never imagined that within a mere day, over half would be lost. The atmosphere in the regional channel was palpably heavier compared to yesterday. While there had been a few optimistic souls engaging in light-hearted banter, today, the channel was exclusively filled with messages regarding the exchange of various supplies. After casually browsing through the information, Li Chengxing found nothing of particular significance. He then closed the regional channel, shut his eyes, and resolved to conserve his energy. As he drifted into a deep slumber, the two women in the cabin began to liven up. "Luoyu, tell me, how did you two meet? Was it through this survival game?" Junfei inquired from the driver's seat, engaging in casual conversation with Luoyu. "No, I met my brother in the orphanage." "The orphanage?" "Yes. I have never seen my parents since I was little. I grew up in the orphanage. After turning 16, I started living with my brother, and since that day." She recounted her life story from childhood. "I'm sorry, Lu, I didn't mean to touch on a sore spot. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, my brother treats me quite well, and I'm rather content. So you could be considered childhood sweethearts, right?" "That is wonderful," Junfei teased, hinting at something deeper. Luoyu blushed, returning the banter without hesitation. "Don't worry. Your turn will come eventually. After all." "Huh? Do tell me more." Junfei leaned in, as if eager to hear some delightful gossip. With a flushed face, Luoyu looked down shyly and began to speak. "Well, content omitted. Unfortunately, due to 2 upgrades, the soundproofing between the cabin and the driver's seat was quite effective. Li Qingxing was destined to miss this charming scene. Hours slipped by swiftly, and soon 4 hours had passed. Li Qingxing was awakened by the alarm he had set. Exhausted from the day, the luxury of resting in bed for a few hours felt like a distant dream. He stretched, sat up, and shook off the drowsiness. Approaching the kitchen sink, he splashed some water on his face to regain his alertness. He opened the small door leading to the driver's cabin, just in time to see the two women laughing and chatting. "Luoyu, I'm awake. You should go rest now." "Okay." Luoyu readily agreed, rising from the passenger seat. As she passed by Li Qingxing, she playfully patted his shoulder and winked at him twice. Li Qingxing, bewildered by her actions, was about to ask when Liu had already returned to the rear cabin and closed the door. Confused, he plopped back into the passenger seat and rubbed his face vigorously. Turning to glance at June Feier in the driver's seat, he caught her gaze. "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" He believed that something had stained his trousers and glanced down, only to find nothing amiss. It was nothing. June Feier promptly turned her gaze forward. "Shall I drive?" Li Qingxing inquired, concerned about her having driven for several consecutive hours. "No need," June Feier replied loudly. Akin to a startled rabbit, Li Qingxing was taken aback, increasingly bewildered by the strange demeanor that had enveloped them both after just a brief slumber. Chapter 27. Enormous. Truly enormous. For a full 30 minutes, the two occupants of the driver's cabin exchanged not a single word. The presence of a solitary man and woman in such a confined space inevitably created a sense of awkwardness. Li Qingxing, feeling a tinge of boredom, glanced momentarily at the windshield. Time, 22:32. Temperature, 39°C. Distance to destination, 6,916 kilometers. Countdown, 70, 28, 43. After 4 hours of travel, they had covered over 700 kilometers. The temperature continued to rise, and even in the absence of sunlight at night, it showed no signs of abating. It was perplexing how such high temperatures could persist without the sun. Once again, he tuned into the regional channel, where it seemed many others were still awake. Did they not sleep? This thought flitted through Li Qingxing's mind, and he quickly deduced the reason. Most of the convoys consisted of more than just 2 individuals, often 3 or even a full complement of 5. Furthermore, many did not trust one another completely. Unlike his vehicle, which displayed each individual's level of fondness, they were likely hesitant to succumb to sleep. As Li Qingxing continued to idly peruse the regional channel, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. What was happening? Had they arrived? He switched off the regional channel and turned to June Feier, only to be met with a breathtaking view. He dare not gaze too long. "Yes, let us disembark." Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer, June Feier took the initiative to exit the vehicle. Liu had gone to rest, rendering it impossible to replicate the treasure chest. Thus, they were left with merely 12 supply boxes. Consequently, the two spent only a few minutes collecting the supplies before returning to the vehicle. After a brief excursion, the tension between them began to dissipate. Li Qingxing was the first to break the silence. "Sister Fei, what did you do for work before? With a physique like yours, you must have exercised quite a bit." June Feier, not naturally shy, had merely felt awkward earlier. But now that the conversational floodgates had opened, she felt no need for restraint. "Oh, little Qingxing, are you inquiring about my background? I used to be a fitness instructor. Didn't you ever have a boyfriend? With your figure and looks, I imagine you had quite a few admirers. At least, June Fei's expression darkened noticeably. Don't mention that scoundrel." Her voice rose by several octaves. The moment the words left her mouth, she sensed her error and lowered her tone. Sorry. I didn't mean to target you. It's quite all right, I understand. Honestly, it's not a big deal. That scoundrel appeared so refined. Yet I caught him cheating behind my back. And then? The gossiping spirit within Li Qingxing was instantly ignited. And then? I gave him a taste of a cutoff, she declared dramatically, just an hour before entering the survival space. His no man remains unaffected upon hearing the phrase cut off, and Li Qingxing was no exception. The spark of curiosity that had just flared was swiftly extinguished. Clad only in a pair of shorts, he felt a chill breeze wafting through his legs, bringing with it a hint of coldness. Unable to help himself, he instinctively tightened his legs and accompanied his laughter with a cautious inquiry. "Sister Fayat, you wouldn't kick me, would you?" June Feier responded with a bemused smile. That would be your fate. It's not a preference of mine. That's good. That's good. After some light conversation, their relationship evidently deepened. Sister Feier, if we were to return to Blue Star, what would you wish to do? Would you continue as a fitness instructor? What else would I do? I lack other skills. How could that be? With your beauty, a live stream would undoubtedly attract a multitude of viewers. Oh, I didn't realize you were so sweet-tongued. Don't just flatter me. What about you? If you could return to Blue Star, what would you desire? Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback by the question he himself had posed. When the focus turned to him, he hesitated. After a thoughtful pause, he finally spoke. In truth, I do not yearn to return to Blue Star. Why not? Isn't returning there favorable? Li Chengxing shook his head. In Blue Star, both Liu and I are merely commoners, toiling aimlessly for our daily sustenance. Here, we are able to discover our worth, free from the uncertainty of meals. In fact, just before arriving in this world, Yu was still clamoring to drop out of school to alleviate my burdens. Upon hearing these words, June Feier was taken aback. This was a perspective she had never contemplated. Since her arrival, her thoughts had been consumed with the notion of returning to Blue Star. While she may not be a wealthy heiress, she possessed a modest fortune. She had never considered that countless individuals struggled for their daily bread. Yet, for someone like Li Chengxing, awakening a remarkable talent upon entering this world felt akin to finding water in a parched land, leading to a life more comfortable than that on Blue Star. One cannot help but marvel at the whims of fate. Their conversation meandered on until the clock struck midnight. After 6 hours of driving, June Feier began to show signs of fatigue. Li Chengxing noticed as she stifled several yawns. Sister Feier, are you tired? Allow me to take the wheel. June Feier, not one to endure unnecessarily, readily acquiesced. All right. As she spoke, she stood up, gripping the steering wheel. Li Chengxing shifted from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, relieved that the absence of a gear stick between the two seats allowed for a smooth transition. In conclusion, the final sentiment resonates with the title. Chapter 28. What do you think of Sister Feier? Time seemed to stretch interminably. 2 hours felt as though they had elapsed over half a century in the eyes of the two individuals. Even during the brief interlude when they went to collect the supply box, not a word was exchanged between them. Finally, at 2:30, Liu opened the small door of the trunk, and before she could utter a single word, June Feier had already plunged into the back, leaving behind only a remark. Liu, I'm going to sleep. You and your brother can keep watch. Observing the hasty retreat of June Feier, Liu curiously inquired of Li Chengxing, Brother, what's wrong with Sister Feier? Li Chengxing could hardly bring himself to recount the awkward scene that had just transpired. Instead, he fabricated a response. Ahem, she might just be tired. Oh, I see. Liu accepted his explanation without suspicion. Brother, are you tired? Would you like me to take over driving? I'm fine, not tired at all. I've only been driving for a short while. After a slight pause, Li Chengxing hesitated. It's just, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? What do you feel unwell? Do you have a cold? Liu said, extending her left hand to rest on Li Chengxing's forehead. Li Chengxing felt a pang of helplessness. After having dined on meat all day, was he now to be deprived of it? Noticing the crestfallen expression on Li Chengxing's face, Liu summoned her courage. Deleted. This section has been omitted for brevity. An hour later, Liu stood up and cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Li Chengxing. Well, you're truly gifted. Li Chengxing, feeling a bit bashful, offered a sheepish smile. Liu shot him an exasperated look. Let us get out of the car. The vehicle had actually arrived at the supply box long ago, but they had been caught up in the moment, resulting in a half-hour wait before disembarking. With Liu's presence, the haul from the supply box naturally doubled. After collecting the supplies, the two returned to the car. As Liu began to unpack the supply box handed to her by Li Chengxing, she casually asked, Brother, what do you think of Sister Feier? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chengxing replied, She is quite nice. At least for now, there doesn't seem to be any malice. Who asked you that? Wasn't that the question? Li Chengxing responded, confusion etched on his face. I meant to ask what you think of Sister Feier's appearance, her looks and figure. Oh, this question. Li Chengxing instinctively sensed the precariousness of the situation. When a woman inquires about another woman's appearance, the safest response is to declare, none compare to how beautiful Liu is. Stop joking. Be honest. Yu feigned annoyance, yet inwardly she was quite pleased. What do you think of Sister Fair? After wrestling with his inner thoughts for what felt like an eternity, Li Chengxing ultimately resolved to speak the truth. Sister Fei has maintained a rigorous exercise regimen for years, resulting in an enviable physique. Her natural beauty is further enhanced by her sun-kissed complexion, which serves not as a drawback but rather as an asset. After some contemplation, he added a remark, acknowledging that the high score from the system is not without reason. Yu set aside the half-unpacked delivery, leaning in closer with an eager expression. She opened a bottle of water and handed it to Li Chengxing. So, brother, do you wish to deepen your relationship with Sister Fei? Li Chengxing, having just taken a sip of water, unexpectedly sprayed it across the windshield. Cough, cough. Liu, what are you saying? Are you asking if you want to? Yu inched even closer, nearly pressing her face against his. Cough. Li Chengxing instinctively recoiled, avoiding a direct answer and redirecting the conversation. What is going on with you today? Why did you suddenly think to ask this? Brother, if you're interested, I can help you. Liu, stop joking around. This is completely off topic. Besides, who knows how long it will be before we return. Spending all this time together, isn't it only a matter of time? The more she spoke, the more animated she became, while Li Chengxing dismissed her words as mere jest. One spoke while the other listened, and time swiftly passed, exceeding half an hour without the familiar sounds from the previous day. It was uncertain whether they had been forgotten or simply overlooked. He glanced at the windshield. Time, 4:32, temperature, 45 C, distance to destination, 5,006 kilometers, countdown, 56, 43, 19. The temperature continued to rise, rendering even the blue-quality air conditioning insufficient. Despite the air conditioning being on, sweat poured from their bodies. Stepping outside to gather a supply crate felt as if emerging from a pool. Liu, can you check if anyone has posted air conditioning blueprints on the regional channel? Brother, I've been monitoring, but who would be offering air conditioning in this heat? It's unbearably hot. One air conditioner is simply insufficient. I hope the supply crate will yield something useful. Brother, Haven T, we already covered 150 kilometers? Why hasn't the supply crate arrived yet? With the dawn of a new day, it was likely that the distance had increased. Let us move forward and take a look. Previously oblivious to the mileage, he now noted this detail. As the vehicle advanced another 50 kilometers, they soon encountered a new supply crate after traveling a total of 200 kilometers. Today's crate had transformed from the iron box of yesterday into a copper box. The two approached the treasure cautiously, momentarily hesitant to open it, recalling the potential for a bear from the iron crate. Brother? Yu looked at Li Chengxing with a hint of uncertainty. Should we proceed? Li Chengxing gazed at the supply crate and, after a moment of reflection, declared, of course, let us open it. Without us, there would be no gasoline, and we would be ill-equipped to confront the increasingly arduous environment. Liu, if you're afraid, allow me to take the wheel. It's all right, brother. I am capable. She abruptly lifted her head, her tone resolute. What Yu feared most was when Li Chengxing would say, if you cannot manage, let me handle it. Such words made her feel as though she were a burden to him. She despised that sentiment, just as she had during her time on Blue Star, and now as well. Li Chengxing was taken aback by Yu's strong reaction, momentarily stunned. Very well, then be cautious. He advised with care. Yes, I will be careful. After taking a deep breath, Yu grasped the long gun she had previously wielded and unlatched the lock. No danger appeared. The two of them leaned in for a closer look, both revealing expressions of disdain. Inside the box lay 4 bottles of mineral water and 4 pieces of bread, quietly awaiting them. Following the pattern of the previous day, the distance to today's supply box had increased, yet correspondingly, the amount of resources had also expanded. However, this meager supply of water and bread was so trivial that it was hardly worth a dog's attention for Li Chengxing and his companions. It was better than nothing. So Li Chengxing gathered them up, too indifferent even to pass them to Yu for replication. The second, third, and all the way to the 23rd box yielded no valuable items. It could only be said that they were particularly unfortunate, not to mention blueprints. They didn't even encounter a single wild creature. As Yu opened the last treasure chest, still no wild beasts emerged. The two relaxed their vigilance and slowly approached the open supply box. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 29. The useless blueprint. Li Chengxing followed Yu to the supply crate and peered inside, his pupils contracting sharply. Coiled within the crate was a python as thick as a thigh, flicking its forked tongue, its gaze sending chills down his spine. Yu, retreat quickly, he urged, pulling Yu back with haste. He never anticipated that on the third day, they would encounter such a formidable beast. Fortunately, his keen eyesight and quick reflexes allowed them to escape just in time. In that very moment of retreat, a snakehead, the size of a watermelon, sprang from the bottom of the crate, lunging towards his previous position. Li Chengxing immediately drew his firearm and fired. But the small size of the snake's head made it exceedingly difficult to aim. He fired 3 shots in vain, his hands numb from the recoil, yet he failed to hit the target. While the Desert Eagle was an effective weapon, it proved challenging for an untrained individual like him to wield accurately, and the recoil was truly formidable. Get down! A shout erupted from behind him, and without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground. At that instant, a gunshot rang out, and he felt a rush of warmth pass over his head. When he looked up again, he saw the python's head, which had just lunged at him, now flung backward. A clean shot to the head. Turning to see Yu, standing with a smoking pistol, he exclaimed, "Well done." He quickly rose, but dared not linger, retreating several paces before halting. The so-called centipede, though mortally wounded, continued to writhe on the ground. Li Chengxing was too wary to approach. Should that massive body ensnare him, he would surely suffer severe consequences. They waited for over 10 minutes, during which he fired a few more shots, until the python's thrashing finally subsided. Observing the python, which measured over 10 meters in length, Li Chengxing felt a twinge of dilemma. There simply wasn't enough space in his backpack. Yu, would you like to try snake soup? Yu, finally regaining her composure, cast a disdainful glance at the python's carcass. Although reluctant, she decided to keep a portion. With deftness, she drew her sword and skillfully removed a segment of the snake meat, weighing more than 5 pounds, and stored it in her backpack, performing the task with remarkable efficiency. Li Chengxing watched, astonished, swallowing hard. Yu, if you don't want it, we can forego it. We aren't lacking in food. Not lacking in food, perhaps, but we are short on meat, on protein. Bear meat is too tough, and wolf meat is too gamey. Let us give snake meat a try. All right then, as long as you're happy, Yu. He felt as if ever since Yu fired her first shot, she had undergone a transformation. Once so refined. Now, Li Chengxing glanced at Yu, who was still fixated on her pistol, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This should be a good thing, I suppose. After all, her previous demeanor would not suffice in their current circumstances. Shaking his head, Li Chengxing made his way back to the vehicle. Yu, get in the car, we're leaving. Coming. Yu boarded the vehicle and, after a brief moment of playfulness with the handgun, she stowed it away. She lifted her gaze to the regional channel. Brother, I noticed that many people are exchanging blueprints for supplies today. Blueprints? Is that on the regional channel? Indeed. Let me take a look. Li Chengxing opened the regional channel to check. Region 10086, remaining 3,945 individuals. Li Chengxing had initially anticipated that the encounter with the python would result in significant casualties. After all, that serpent was truly treacherous, nearly ensnaring them as well. Surprisingly, only 79 individuals had perished. It seemed that after 2 days, those who survived were either exceptionally fortunate or possessed considerable skills, with the latter being the majority. After all, luck alone cannot sustain one indefinitely. Of course, he merely paused momentarily before continuing to scroll. This survival game is becoming increasingly inhumane. It takes a full 200 kilometers to acquire supplies, and we encounter a monster as formidable as a python. Thankfully, I managed to evade it. Encountering monsters is one thing, but aside from gasoline, the supplies are rather scarce. This is compelling everyone to upgrade their vehicles. Without upgrades, one cannot keep pace with the supply refresh rate. Upgrading vehicles proves futile. Opening boxes truly relies on luck. Our convoy has only obtained worthless blueprints. Attached image. JPG. Indeed, our team is experiencing the same. The likelihood of obtaining blueprints has increased today. Attached image. JPG, is that so? I too have acquired these useless blueprints. Does anyone have water to trade for blueprints? Attached image. JPG. 1. I would like to trade for water as well. These blueprints are of no use. 1 blueprints? Useless? Chengxing was bewildered. Had the world changed while he slept? How could blueprints possibly be deemed useless? He clicked on the image to examine it. Blueprint for white shirt. Type. Blueprint. Grade. White. Attributes. Can craft a white shirt. Require materials. Cotton fabric. Special attributes. Reusable 1010. The offerings were limited to clothing and household items such as pots and pans. Indeed, for most teams, they held little value. After all, even if crafted, they would prove impractical. Take the pot, for instance. It was not only devoid of oil for frying, but even if one resorted to boiling meat, it required a generous amount of water. Thus, it was not that they were entirely useless. Rather, for the majority of convoys, these items were luxuries. When basic survival needs were yet to be met, they would prefer to exchange them for water resources. This situation benefited Chengxing. Yu, trade with them. Acquire a complete set of pots and pans. They are of no use to me. Sure, brother. Would you like the blueprint for shoes? Upon hearing this, Chengxing glanced at the temperature displayed on the windshield. Temperature, 45. 1°C. If the temperature continued to rise at this rate, the ground temperature would undoubtedly exceed 70 or 80 degrees. By that time, the demand for shoes will undoubtedly escalate rapidly. With this thought in mind, he spoke up. Yu, we require as many shoe designs as possible within a mere 2 days. These shoes will become a coveted commodity. Yu, trusting his judgment, nodded in agreement. Excellent. Once he has gathered the majority of the shoe designs within the region, he intends to sell the shoes at a premium when the time is ripe, thus amassing a substantial fortune. The plight of others is of no concern to him. His sole desire is for his convoy to survive and thrive. In less than 10 minutes, Yu had acquired all the designs available in the regional channel that were being offered for resource exchange. Just as he was marveling at the ease of his acquisitions, a line of text suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 30. The Fox's Tail conditions met. Talent upgrade to unlimited resources. Please refer to the upgraded talent attributes. Upgrade? Chengxing was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to comprehend that his talent had once again ascended. Although he was unaware of the conditions for this upgrade, he distinctly sensed that the second enhancement had progressed at a notably slower pace. Nevertheless, he was elated that an upgrade had occurred. View talent. Unlimited resources, LV. 3. Unique growth talent every 10 minutes. Receive 1 blind box. The items within the blind box include, but are not limited to, food, electronics, weapons, materials, abilities, and crystal cores. Probability of receiving high-quality items increased. Chengxing read through the information, bewilderment etched on his face, his brows furrowing in concern. What's wrong? Brother? Why that expression? Yu inquired from beside him. My talent has upgraded. Isn't an upgrade a good thing? Why the long face? Here, take a look. Chengxing shared a screenshot of his talent with Yu. Continuing, the talent has upgraded, yet the acquisition speed seems to have slowed down, and the panel description remains unchanged. Isn't that a good thing? Huh? A good thing? Yu extended both her hands towards him. Brother, look at my hands. Chengxing turned to see her hands flushed red, particularly her thumbs and index fingers, slightly swollen. Have you been unboxing? Indeed, just unboxing. But is it really that serious? Isn't it? Upon hearing this, Yu rolled her eyes. You unbox 2 blind boxes every 5 minutes. That amounts to 24 an hour. After the talent duplication, it becomes 48, leading to a staggering total of 1152 in a day. Yu counted on her fingers. If you unbox quickly, you could manage 4 boxes a minute, not accounting for the more challenging items. At this rate, it would take me nearly 5 hours to unbox all 1152, so it's no wonder my hands are sore. As she spoke, Yu slumped into her chair, a look of desolation on her face. Chengxing had never calculated it this way. After Yu's explanation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, gently taking her hands into his palms and massaging them. You worked hard, Yu. Just then, as they were engaged in their conversation, a notification chimed. Ding, 10 minutes have elapsed. Congratulations on receiving a blind box. Li Chengxing retrieved the newly acquired blind box. It felt weighty in his hand, a tangible presence. The upgraded talent blind box had transformed from a paper box into a wooden one, adorned with a delicate lock. Luoyu, you're liberated now. No more tearing tape, he said, handing the blind box to Luoyu. Here, this is the one I just received. She took it into her hands, observing it closely. It resembled a miniature supply crate, painted in bright red with a metallic clasp. Brother, do you think the blind box can yield gasoline and blueprints now? It seems rather unlikely, for after all, talent is granted by the realm of existence. If one could produce gasoline, the supply box would lose all significance. Indeed, as she spoke, Luoyu replicated a treasure chest and deftly flicked the lock. With a click, the lid of the blind box opened automatically. Oh, what is this? Luoyu retrieved a fluffy item from within. Li Chengxing glanced curiously, his eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, this talent has become even more extraordinary after the upgrade. Well, this item appears to be of little use. You should give it to me. Luoyu, with a bemused expression, handed over the fluffy object. Li Chengxing took it without hesitation, preparing to stow it away in his backpack. This thing is simply too eye-catching, a fluffy tail. Revised, how vulgar. Revised, put it away quickly. However, his motion to retract suddenly halted. Oh, what is wrong? This item seems distinctly different. Li Chengxing stared at the object in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. White foxtail, category, item, quality, golden attribute, upon wearing agility 3. Charm 5, but personality will undergo slight alteration. For female use only. An attribute boost. From the very first day, when his talent introduction included the term supernatural ability, he had prepared himself for the emergence of extraordinary powers. Yet, he had not anticipated it would manifest so swiftly. Everyone's initial attributes are 5 points. This tail adds a substantial 3 points to agility. This is not necessarily a good omen. Observing Li Chengxing's furrowed brow as he scrutinized the fluffy tail, Luoyu inquired, Brother, what troubles you? Is there an issue with this fluffy item? Li Chengxing hesitated before returning it. Take a look at its attributes. Luoyu accepted it and glanced over. To her surprise, it indeed granted attributes. This was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Isn't this a good thing? What a long face. Li Chengxing shook his head. The existence of items that bestow extraordinary powers merely suggests that the dangers we will face later will escalate. I refuse to believe that the survival game space would provide extraordinary equipment solely to lessen the difficulty. Noticing Li Chengxing's slightly trembling right hand, Luoyu placed her hand on his reassuringly. It's all right, brother. We haven't encountered it yet. Cheer up. This item is quite beneficial. At the very least, we possess it while others do not, don't you think? Li Chengxing exhaled, calming his nerves, and then turned to smile. Indeed, I suppose I've been overthinking it. Seeing Li Chengxing appear more at ease, Luoyu lifted the tail, inspecting it from various angles. Brother, how does one use this item? I can't seem to comprehend. Watching the tail sway in Luoyu's hands, even though the two had breached the final barrier of modesty, Li Chengxing still felt his cheeks redden. Ahem, Luoyu, are you certain you wish to wear this item? Of course, why wouldn't I? Such high attributes. If it weren't restricted to females, I would have considered using it myself. There is no need. I shall not. If you wish to wear it, allow me to guide you. First do this, then that. Yes, precisely. Just fasten that clasp. In no time, under the guidance of Li Chengxing, Luoyu had secured the tail around her waist. In that fleeting moment, Li Chengxing's eyes widened in astonishment. To him, Luoyu radiated an enchanting brilliance. Dressed in 2 layers of garments, complemented by this accessory. My goodness, it even moves. The phrases drowning fish and collapsing geese, the moon hiding and flowers blushing all surged in his mind. Yet, he felt these expressions fell short of capturing her essence. Is this the effect of Charm 5? How utterly extravagant. And that agility 3 attribute. Just as Li Chengxing pondered this, he sensed a shadow darting past him. He barely had time to press the autopilot button before his entire vision plunged into darkness. Chapter 31. The future looks increasingly promising, Luoyu. Wait a moment. Yet, She paid no heed to Li Chengxing's words. It was only then he recalled the slight alteration in personality he had observed on the attributes panel of the prop. Was this truly a mere change? Observing Yu Liyu's current demeanor, he could not help but shake his head in resignation. With a crisp click, the lock was released and the prop slipped from her grasp. In an instant, the entire cockpit fell into a profound silence. Brother, allow me to explain. Liu, could you pause for a moment? I fear that if I wait any longer, if it were not for the unusual circumstances of recent days, Li Chengxing could scarcely imagine how splendid that scene might have been. It was only then that Yu Luoyu let out a piercing scream. Noting her prolonged silence, Li Chengxing took the initiative to inquire, Liu, what was that all about? Why the sudden shift? Though he suspected the prop was the cause, he yearned to comprehend the situation fully. Should Yu Liu be unable to manage this attribute, he would not dare allow her to continue using it, regardless of its advantages. Yu Yu, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, lowered her gaze and replied softly. She turned her head slightly to glance at Li Chengxing before continuing. Moreover, seeing you beside me made it impossible for me to restrain myself. After donning the prop, I lost control over my actions. Yet, her memories remained vividly intact. Li Chengxing pondered for a moment. If someone else were beside you, would the same situation unfold? Yu Liu meticulously recalled her earlier sensations, then shook her head. No. That feeling was akin to magnifying something that already resided within my heart. It would not completely alter my thoughts. If it were something I inherently wished to avoid, or had the scene changed, I could have suppressed that thought entirely. Li Chengxing nodded in agreement. Well then, this prop seems quite commendable. He cast a glance at Yu Liu and smacked his lips. At the very least, an increase of 5 in charm is undeniably impressive, especially during certain moments. Upon hearing this, Yu Liu buried her head even lower. She carefully stowed the prop in her backpack, only to recall something and retrieve it once more, making a copy before placing it back in her bag. Li Chengxing observed her actions, his lips twitching, yet he refrained from commenting. Regardless, following the enhancement of her talent, although the quantity had diminished, the quality had indeed improved significantly. There's still a mystery box, Liu. Shall we open it and see what else awaits? Li Chengxing's anticipation grew. However, Yu Liu's expression was one of evident distress. She was genuinely frightened. If something bizarre were to emerge again, it would only heighten her embarrassment. Yet, the blind box could not remain unopened, and with a determined breath, she resolved to proceed. With a decisive click, she unlocked the blind box once more. This time, however, she recognized the item within. Finally, it was not an odd trinket. Yulao, what did you get? Well, you can see for yourself. What is it? Li Chengxing leaned closer to the steering wheel, his curiosity piqued. Yulao tilted the blind box slightly, aligning its opening toward him. A shotgun. Li Chengxing switched the vehicle to autopilot and turned his body completely around. His heart raced with excitement as he tremblingly retrieved the gleaming weapon from the box. Examination technique. Item name, Remington 879. Quality, golden category, weapon attributes. Armor piercing 500. Damage 500. Effective range 100 meters. Magazine capacity 77. Special attribute. Automatic reload. Replenishes 1 round of ammunition per minute. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about the extraordinary powers he might face in the future. Now, gazing at the shotgun in his hands, all he could think to say was, "Do you understand what a universal equalizer is? One shot, and no matter what extraordinary powers one possessed, it would be nothing more than a blast." The weight of the 3.6-kilogram firearm felt reassuring in his grip, and he could barely contain his eagerness to fire it. However, the shotgun differed from a handgun. While a handgun could be wielded one-handed through a window, attempting to shoot a shotgun one-handed would impart a profound lesson in recoil. After toying with the weapon for a while, Li Chengxing reluctantly handed the shotgun to Yulao, intending to replicate it before stowing it away. Yet, it wasn't long before he experienced the true meaning of a universal equalizer. Another supply crate appeared, and when he drew out a python, a single shot rendered it virtually unscathed. The serpent's head, as large as a watermelon, exploded in a manner reminiscent of the fruit, collapsing lifelessly to the ground without a struggle. This talent was indeed growing increasingly promising. In the ensuing hours, An array of delightful items emerged from the blind boxes. Milk and coffee served merely as appetizers. They even uncovered an entire, mouth-watering roasted chicken. True to the nature of their newfound abilities, some peculiar items also surfaced, which Li Chengxing cast into a corner of his backpack or entrusted to Yuluo for disassembly. Time slipped by swiftly, and dawn began to break. Li Chengxing glanced at the time on the windshield, 5:48. Suddenly, his body tensed. He remembered the new rules of the survival game space introduced at 6 a.m. the previous day. He wondered if today would witness the merging of highways as well. With a heart filled with trepidation, I awaited the arrival of morning. At 5:50, the same voice that had echoed yesterday resounded once more. Chapter 32. The Lost Highway Scenario. At precisely 5:50 a.m., the familiar voice of the survival game space resonated once more, announcing, "Congratulations to all fortunate souls for surviving yet another day. Today marks the third day, and new rules are being generated. Rule generation successful. Today, everyone will be transported to the Lost Highway Scenario. During this time, the countdown in the survival game space will cease. Upon successfully completing the scenario, you may return to your original location to continue the highway survival game. Wishing you all the best of luck. Please prepare yourselves. Transportation will commence promptly at 6 o'clock." Li Chengxing glanced at the information before him. The game space was once again up to its tricks. He was uncertain of what the Lost Highway Scenario entailed, but the mere mention of its name suggested that it would not be straightforward. Moreover, the conditions for clearing the scenario remained a mystery. He checked the time. 5:51. Only 9 minutes remained until the transport began. "Luoyu, please wake Sister Feier. We need to prepare for the scenario." "No need, I'm already awake," came the voice of June Feier from the rear compartment. She had already roused herself upon hearing the announcement. "Li Chengxing, do you have any plans?" June Feier inquired as she opened the door and looked at him. Yuluo also gazed at him expectantly. Li Chengxing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. "I have no idea. We lack any information at present, and I do not know what the scenario entails. We'll have to figure out once we enter." As they conversed, a faint blue light began to shimmer a short distance in front of the vehicle. "Brother, look." "Yes, I see it." Li Chengxing, seated in the driver's seat, regarded the glowing circle with a serious expression. "This must be the portal to the scenario." "Li Chengxing, what do you think will happen if we fail to enter when the time arrives?" Both Li Chengxing and Yuluo paused for a few seconds, turning to June Feier. Li Chengxing then replied with a grave tone, "There's no need to speculate. It's certainly one to be a pleasant outcome. As for what that outcome might be, I do not know, nor do I wish to find out. Let us proceed. We will have to enter sooner or later." "All right, agreed." The two women nodded in agreement. It was indeed convenient. All their belongings were in the vehicle, and there was no need for any special preparations. With that, Li Chengxing drove straight toward the glowing circle. As the vehicle passed through the portal, the surface of the circle shimmered with rippling waves. A blinding white light flashed, prompting Li Chengxing and the others to instinctively close their eyes. When they opened them again, the desolate scene of swirling yellow sand was replaced by a vast expanse of grassland. The vehicle came to an automatic halt before shutting off. "Where's south the road? How are we supposed to drive?" He surveyed the surroundings. All he could see was grassland, with no road in sight. Was it permissible to drive at will? June Feier, seated by the rear door, spoke leisurely. Li Chengxing cast a glance at the windshield. "Time," in the Lost Highway instance. Time paused. Temperature, 24 C. Remaining kilometers in instance, 20 kilometers. Countdown. He regarded the newly presented information, somewhat perplexed about what the 20 kilometers signified. Surely, they would not permit reckless driving, especially given the instance's ominous name, Lost Highway. It could not be that simple. Everyone should be on alert, mindful of any lurking dangers. Yes, yes. At this moment, the vehicle was unusually silent, its engine turned off. Li Chengxing attempted to ignite the engine several times, but to no avail. Just then, that familiar voice echoed once more. Lost Highway Instance Completion Rule. Travel 20 kilometers on the highway to return to the survival game space. Good luck to all. It was then he managed to restart the vehicle. It seemed that they all needed to synchronize their starting time to reignite the engine. Keep an eye out for any semblance of a highway. Our current mission must be to locate the road to complete the task. If there are any clues, please speak up. So, should we mention the insects? Insects? What insects? Li Chengxing turned to the co-driver, Yuloyu. He noticed her eyes wide with terror, fixated on something behind the car. Following her gaze, he gasped in shock. A vast swarm of mosquitoes hovered about 300 meters behind the vehicle. If they were merely ordinary mosquitoes, it would not be alarming. But these were the size of cats. Gulp. Li Chengxing swallowed hard. Luoyu, close the window. He then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The tires skidded several times, carving deep furrows into the grass, before the vehicle finally surged forward. As if startled by the roar of the RV's engine, the entire swarm twisted and surged towards Li Chengxing and his companions. Good heavens, are these mosquitoes? A feature of the Lost Highway instance? Surely it cannot be. Li Chengxing gripped his shotgun tightly. If this was the level of danger they faced, how many would perish? Already, 112 lives have been lost. Huh? Li Chengxing glanced back at Yun Feda in astonishment. Regional channel? Yes. Channel 10086. Remaining number of people, 3912. Li Chengxing merely glanced briefly before redirecting his focus. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. Inside the vehicle, only the roar of the engine and the distant buzzing of mosquitoes could be heard. The car sped for over 30 kilometers before finally shaking off the swarm. Only then did everyone exhale in relief. Where are we now? I have no idea. Li Chengxing surveyed his surroundings. A prairie indeed. 20 kilometers? They had traveled over 30 kilometers, yet still had not returned. It matters not. I find this place quite pleasant. At least the temperature is comfortable, and we are not lacking in supplies. At the rear of the vehicle, June Fei perched her leg, uttering her thoughts. Li Chengxing glanced at the vehicle's information in response. It should not be so straightforward. If I am not mistaken, without a road, we lack a fuel supply. We cannot truly revert to a primitive existence, can we? Furthermore, I have an inkling that the survival game space would not provide us with a comfortable haven for retirement. We must devise a means to escape swiftly. Indeed, after the vehicle had traveled over 200 kilometers, the question arose. Where is the supply box? Is it truly absent? Over the course of more than an hour, we encountered several waves of beasts, yet not a single supply box appeared. It is no wonder that Yuloyu expressed such a query. It seems my suspicions were correct. Without a road, there can be no supply box. Li Chengxing's bro furuba deeply. Although there is no time constraint, the fuel will inevitably deplete. When that moment arrives, we may genuinely find ourselves living as primitives here. Chapter 33. It resembles a vehicle. Thus, our current objective is to locate the highway in order to return. Luoyu. Sister Fei, please continue to observe your surroundings for any clues regarding the road. All right. Li Chengxing aimlessly drove across the grasslands. It must be mentioned that the temperature in the Lost Highway instance was exceptionally pleasant. A comfortable 24 degrees, far more suitable than the original survival game environment. Moreover, his abilities remained effective within this instance, which was undoubtedly good news. However, there was also a downside. They had been wandering aimlessly for an hour without a single clue. While Li Chengxing gazed through the windshield, he heard Liyu's voice from the passenger seat. Brother, why don't we check that out? Li Chengxing turned his head and noticed a dirt mound approximately 2 kilometers away to the right of the vehicle, a modest height of just a few dozen meters. This was the only elevated point in the vicinity. He immediately grasped Liyu's intention. All right, he turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the top of the mound. Bringing the car to a steady stop, the three of them disembarked. Faya, Luoyu, take these binoculars and see if you can spot any clues around. Li Chengxing retrieved 2 binoculars from his backpack and handed them to the 2 women. He then took one for himself, climbed onto the roof of the car, and scanned the horizon. Civilian binoculars, category, miscellaneous, grade, blue, attributes, 20x magnification, effective observation distance of 20 kilometers, adjustable based on weather conditions. This was an item he had previously acquired from a blind box. After using it once, it had remained idle in his backpack. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the grasslands offered clear visibility, and his elevated position allowed him to see far. However, it was evident that due to the high magnification, Even the slightest tremor in his arm would cause the entire image to shake dramatically. Thus, he needed to slowly adjust the binoculars to achieve a clearer and more stable view. After observing for a full 5 minutes, all he saw was grassland and more grassland. Spring had arrived, bringing life anew, marking the season for animals to reproduce. Not a single clue about the highway was in sight. Just as he was about to give up, a raised patch of ground in the distance captured his attention. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his hand. Once the binoculars were stabilized, he focused intently. The raised shape appeared to resemble a vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he found himself uncertain again. It looked like a car, but it was covered in weeds, with even the tires obscured. He lowered the binoculars and confirmed the direction. "Luoyu, Sister Fair, I have made a discovery. There is something resembling a vehicle 20 kilometers away. Let us get in the car and investigate." "What's wrong? Have you found the road?" Luoyu took her seat in the passenger side, fastening her seatbelt, and turned to inquire. Li Chengxing shook his head. "No, it seems like a vehicle, but I can't be certain." "A vehicle?" June Fair gasped, immediately drawing her handgun and gripping it tightly. "Are there other convoys around here?" "No, just relax. Even if it is a vehicle, it is likely a long-abandoned one. In any case, let us take a look." The distance of 20 kilometers was not overly daunting. However, traversing the grassland slowed their progress considerably. It took Li Chengxing a full 20 minutes to maneuver the RV to the vicinity of the vehicle he had spotted earlier. Once he parked the vehicle, he disembarked and approached the mound of earth. From a distance, the details were not very discernible. But as he drew closer to the raised area, he became convinced that it was indeed a car. It was merely veiled by a thick layer of weeds. Without a careful inspection, it would have been nearly impossible to recognize. "Why is there an abandoned vehicle here?" The two women followed suit. "I don't know," Li Chengxing replied as he began to pull the weeds from the car. It appeared to have been left to decay for several years, with even the doors completely overrun by foliage. A fine layer of dirt enveloped the entire vehicle, with weeds sprouting from the soil that covered it. This facilitated Li Chengxing's efforts to clear it away. With a gentle tug, he removed a large swatch of grass. In less than 2 minutes, he had cleared the weeds from the entire body of the vehicle, revealing its true form. It was an exceedingly peculiar van. The entire body was noticeably smaller than any van he had ever encountered, yet the windshield was remarkably large, nearly covering the entire roof. He had never seen such a model on Blue Star. The windows of the van were thoroughly clouded, rendering the interior invisible. He advanced to the door and attempted to pull it open. However, as soon as his hand rested on the handle without applying force, a loud crash ensued. The prolonged decay caused the entire door to collapse, exposing the interior of the vehicle. The group instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding being struck by the door. Once they regained their footing, they beheld the scene inside the vehicle. It was crammed full of gasoline drums and various debris. Gasoline, unfaires I spalketh. For their convoy, gasoline and blueprints were the most coveted resources, as they were virtually unattainable. In her excitement, she stepped forward and seized one of the gasoline drums, only for her expression to shift abruptly. "What is wrong?" Luoyu approached and took the drum from her hand. "Empty? How can it be empty?" She then lifted another drum. "Why are they all empty? Don't even think about it." Li Chengxing shook his head. This instance must not be opening for the first time. "Huh?" The two women turned to look at him in unison. This convoy likely ran out of gasoline and became stranded in the Lost Highway instance, with their food and water presumably depleted. Thus, let's explore whether there are any undamaged props or usable supplies. Upon hearing these words, Luoyu's expression turned pallid as she recalled that they were currently ensnared in the Lost Highway scenario. However, June Fair remained optimistic, wrapping her arms around Luoyu. "What are you afraid of, Luoyu?" "Even if we cannot escape," she said, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chengxing. "With your brother here, we certainly won't starve." Luoyu glanced at Li Chengxing and felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. "All right." Seeing that Luoyu had completely relaxed, Li Chengxing continued. "Luoyu, you and Sister Fair should check the vehicle for any usable props while I take a look around. Since we have a car, the highway may be nearby." "Okay." With affirmations from both, Li Chengxing strode towards the rear of the dilapidated vehicle. Chapter 34, Is This an Alien? Li Chengxing grasped the shotgun firmly in his hand as he approached the rear of the abandoned van. Upon reaching the back, he crouched down and pushed aside the overgrown weeds. As expected, even after the passage of time, the faint traces of tire marks were still discernible on the ground. Just as he was about to follow the tire tracks, a soft exclamation from Yu interrupted his thoughts. "Oh, what is this?" Casting a glance at the extending tire marks, Li Chengxing resolved to address the immediate matter first. He turned around and returned to the side of the vehicle. "What's wrong, Yu? Brother, look." Yu pointed into the van, her expression a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. "What is it?" Li Cheng approached her. Following her gaze inside, there lay two corpses. Both shared a peculiar characteristic. They were diminutive in stature, estimated to stand no taller than 1.4 meters. Their arm bones were strikingly elongated, nearly reaching their knees, and their skulls were larger than those of an ordinary human. As Li Chengxing beheld these two remains, he recalled a cinematic figure from the past. E.T. Could this be an alien? An alien? The two women gasped, instinctively retreating 2 steps. "What are you afraid of? They're dead. What is there to fear?" Li Chengxing chuckled at their reactions. He then scrutinized the two corpses once more. It was then he noticed that one of the skeletal hands seemed to be clutching something. Uncertain, he cleared away the surrounding debris, revealing the scene around the hand in its entirety. "A blueprint!" Yu exclaimed as she caught sight of it. Within the alien's skeletal grasp lay a tightly clenched piece of paper. After so many years had the body decayed to mere bones, yet the blueprint remained intact. It seemed the items from a survival game were under some protective rule. Li Chengxing pulled out the blueprint, along with the skeletal hand. "What is this?" He dusted off the hand and the blueprint, unveiling its true nature. Detection technique. 360-degree panorama imaging system blueprint. Category, blueprint, grade, purple, attribute. Projects a semi-transparent aerial view of the surroundings within a 50-meter radius onto the car window. Adjustable. Require materials. Electronic panels X20 incredible. A purple blueprint, yet it felt somewhat redundant. A 50-meter radius was within his line of sight. Did he truly require a 360-degree imaging system? It could only be deemed better than nothing. However, the material requirement was rather excessive. A full 20 electronic panels. If he relied solely on supply crates, it would take ages to gather enough. Moreover, upgrading vehicles, air conditioning, and any electrical blueprints typically required electronic panels. This blueprint is certainly not something an ordinary person could utilize. "Yu, how many electronic boards do we have left?" Typically, the disassembly tasks are handled by Yu, so most of the materials are with her. "Let me see, there are." Yu glanced in her backpack. A total of 203 boards. So many. Li Chengxing was aware that they were not short on materials, but he had not anticipated such a quantity. Yu rolled her eyes at him. "Isn't that all thanks to your extraordinary talent for producing so many electronic toys?" Li Chengxing felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "That's an extraordinary talent. Not me being strange. Who would be called odd with such a gift?" Ahem. He composed himself. "Yu, please hand me the electronic boards." "All right." After a brief operation, all 203 electronic boards were transferred to Li Chengxing's backpack. It is no wonder that this trading system is so convenient, regardless of the size or number of items. One merely needs to flick their fingers to complete the operation. Li Chengxing sighed in admiration, then returned the blueprint to his backpack, preparing to create it once they boarded the vehicle. He raised his gaze to the dilapidated car before him. Can this vehicle truly yield any materials? Observing the car that seemed on the verge of collapse, he reached out and tapped it. Little did he know, the moment he tapped, the entire structure crumbled down. With a resounding crash, it all collapsed, burying 2 corpses along with it. Li Chengxing's hand remained in the motion of tapping, frozen in place. The 2 women nearby burst into laughter at the sight. "Li Chengxing, it seems you won't be extracting any materials from this. Ha ha." Embarrassed, Li Chengxing withdrew his arm and calmly approached the wreckage. "Who said there were no materials?" He then dug through the heap of scrap metal and retrieved an intact windshield, propping it upright. "Here, this is the material I need. Unfai is left to apoptosis. Glass. Until now, glass could only be obtained through vehicles. Glass does not corrode, so it must have been preserved." She twitched her lips. "It seems you truly found a treasure in the trash. You are indeed suited for scavenging." Li Chengxing skillfully cleaned the dirt off the windshield and placed it in his backpack. He was accustomed to this. When money was tight, he would scavenge. Otherwise, how could he and Luoyu have survived to this day? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't expect. It's fine. It's all in the past. After all, I'm living better than anyone now. Li Chengxing secured the glass, dusted off his clothes, and paid no heed to the incident. Let us go. There are some clues over there. With that, he walked ahead of the two women. Let us go. Feier Jia. Luoyu was unfazed, calling out to Jun Feier and following suit. Jun Feier awkwardly stood in place, her toes nearly digging into the ground. Lowering his head in contemplation, he ultimately decided to follow. The two women trailed behind Li Chengxing as he returned to the rear of the abandoned vehicle. Here lay the tire tracks of the earlier car. By tracing these marks, we should be able to locate the road. Li Chengxing crouched down part of the grass and pointed to the faint imprint, addressing the two women. Jun Feier remained silent, while Luoyu inquired. Yet this mark is so faint and obscured by weeds that it was impossible for us to see it from the car. How could we have followed it while driving? After absorbing Luoyu's words, Li Chengxing stood frozen in place. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and replied, I have no better solution. We can only occasionally disembark to check for this mark. Although it may be time-consuming, it is indeed our sole option at present. Let us return to the vehicle. Chapter 35. The proper use of 360-degree surround view. The three returned to the vehicle, with Jun Feier retreating to the rear compartment alone, leaving the driver's seat to the two. Li Chengxing, bewildered, turned to Luoyu. Luoyu, what is wrong with Sister Feier? Luoyu glanced at the tightly shut small door of the rear compartment. She must still be feeling guilty about what was said earlier. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. I'll go back there shortly to break down the glass and have a chat with Sister Feier. All right, first, let me see what this 360-degree surround view can do. With that, Li Chengxing retrieved the blueprint he had just acquired. After selecting the appropriate materials, he clicked to use them. Fortunately, the installation of the vehicle's features didn't require him to exit. The blueprint transformed into a swirl of white light, gradually enveloping the previously unused multimedia screen of the car. Moments later, the screen illuminated for the first time, albeit displaying only one software: 360-degree surround view. Without hesitation, Li Chengxing tapped on it, and the screen's display shifted instantly. He glanced at the screen, then out the window. Isn't this just the view outside the car? What is the purpose? I can see it with my own eyes. Luoyu, intrigued, leaned in closer. She swiped her finger across the screen. It seems to be more intricate than that. With a deft motion of her fingers, the images on the screen magnified, revealing even the finest details with crystal clarity. Is it possible to do that? Li Chengxing watched Luoyu navigate the interface. If that's the case, could it mean? He edged closer, swiping the screen himself. It really does work. The screen displayed the very tire tracks they had just seen, perfectly clear. I take back what I said. This is indeed useful. With this device, we won't need to exit the vehicle so frequently. Since the direction has been resolved, you drive for a bit, following the tire marks, while I check on Sister Feier. Sure, go ahead and talk to her. I'm not bothered by it. All right. With that, Li Chengxing relinquished the steering wheel to Luoyu and made his way to the rear compartment. As he opened the small door, he froze in place, captivated by an exquisite sight, one he had never witnessed before. He stood at the threshold, astonished for several seconds, until a shrill scream echoed from the rear compartment. Embarrassed, Li Chengxing quickly closed the door and returned to the passenger seat. Brother, what is wrong with Sister Feier? Luoyu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to look at him. Coughing awkwardly, he replied, It's nothing, really. Just. The moment he heard Luoyu's question, his embarrassment deepened. He turned his head away, feigning nonchalance. In any case, there's nothing to worry about. He certainly couldn't confess that he had just seen a rather intimate scene. All right then. Luoyu regarded him skeptically, but without further information from Li Chengxing, she had no recourse. A few minutes later, Jun Feier opened the small door, her hair damp and her face flushed as she stood at the entrance. Casting a glance at Li Chengxing. Do you need something from the trunk? Now's the time. Yes. I need to use the decomposition platform. Right away. With that, Li Chengxing hurriedly stood up. Jun Feier shifted aside to let him pass, then plopped down into the passenger seat. Yu glanced back at June Feier and noticed the lingering droplets of water on her skin and her damp hair. In an instant, she comprehended what had transpired. Sister Feier must have been caught off guard while bathing. Seeing the embarrassed expressions on their faces reminded her of her own awkward first day in the survival space, causing her to burst into laughter. "You're still laughing." June Feier, her face flushed, glared at the giggling Yu. "You wicked Liu, how dare you mock me? I won't let you get away with this." With that, she extended her mischievous hands towards Yu. "Please, Sister Feier, I'm driving. I don't care. I will have my revenge for your laughter." "Sister Feier, that's not appropriate. If you continue, don't blame me for retaliating." "Whimper. Yu, zista faya." The glass just decomposed into 5 whole pieces. "Look!" The small door to the trunk suddenly swung open. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The 3 of them exchanged glances, one looking at the other. Bang! The small door slammed shut once more. Following that, 2 exclamations echoed from the driver's seat. This lasted for a full 30 seconds before it finally ceased. "Ahem, Yu, I'm coming out now," Li Chengxing cautiously called from the trunk. He had no idea what the 2 girls were up to in the front. Who could guess what those 2 might be doing under the bright daylight? Nevertheless, it was quite a sight. He chuckled to himself. "Brother, you can come out now." Once he received confirmation, he stepped out from the trunk. "What were you about to say just now?" He casually glanced at the 2 small pieces of fabric covering the girls, which had now been tidied up. Swallowing hard, he diverted his gaze. He retrieved the glass pieces he had just decomposed. For some reason, that windshield had decomposed into 5 distinct pieces. 5 pieces? So many? Yu quickly became intrigued by his words, completely forgetting the earlier awkwardness. Could it be because the car's grade is high? June Feier spoke thoughtfully. She couldn't be as candid as Yu, still unable to meet Li Chengxing's gaze. Grade? That is possible. The previous Lamborghini had a lower grade and decomposed into 2 pieces. This one, with 5 pieces, must indicate that the scrap car had a high grade? Li Chengxing pondered for a moment before nodding. That could be the case. However, since no one could provide him with an answer, he soon cast the question aside and glanced at the multimedia screen. "So, Yu, are there any leads on the highway? Is it really happening so quickly?" "But, what?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing shifted his gaze from the multimedia screen to Yu's face. He noticed her expression was grave, her body tense. Ahead, there appeared to be a vehicle. A vehicle? Another abandoned one? Such fortuitous luck. Li Chengxing raised his head, peering through the windshield. Suddenly, his countenance changed dramatically. "Everyone, prepare your weapons. I will descend first. If the situation seems perilous, fire immediately." Chapter 36. The moment of oaths as their vehicle crested a high ridge. They beheld a car traversing from left to right approximately 2 kilometers away. Li Chengxing squinted at the model, recognizing it as an AE-86. If memory serves, this seems to be a vehicle from the land of cherry blossoms. Everyone exercise caution. With that, he tightened his grip on the shotgun in his hands. "Sister Feier, let us swap positions. Should anything arise, I will exit the vehicle first, and you all must ensure your safety." "Understood." Li Chengxing exchanged seats with June Feier, settling into the passenger side. He cast another glance at the A-86, which appeared to pause as if acknowledging their convoy, before it turned and began approaching their RV. Halt the vehicle when we reach a distance of 50 meters. Yes. The trio fell silent, holding their breath. 1.5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 500 meters. Yu abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. Simultaneously, the opposing vehicle came to a synchronized halt. Inside the AE-86, a middle-aged man bowed respectfully. "Lord Cud, the vehicle across has also come to a stop." To his surprise, other convoys were present here. A man adorned in gold-rimmed glasses and a white suit adjusted his spectacles. The middle-aged man stood behind him, the pungent scent of sweat emanating from the white suit making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open, yet he dared not express his discomfort. "Lord Cud, should we?" he suggested, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. "Let us observe for now, eliminate the men, and if the women possess allure, we shall spare them." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward the corner of the cabin, his eyelids twitching, but he eventually nodded in agreement. Aye, let us proceed. Summon everyone. Arm yourselves, and let us descend to meet them. My lord, should we bring the crossbow as well? The man in glasses pondered for a moment. Bring it along in the backpack. Though the arrows are limited, we must remain vigilant against the possibility of the opposition possessing bows as well. Aye. The bespectacled gentleman rose, and the middle-aged man called upon 3 others who followed suit as they exited the vehicle. On Li Chengxing's side, once the vehicle had come to a standstill, he was the first to emerge, positioning his shotgun in front of him. The 2 women promptly followed, standing by his sides, also brandishing shotguns. This was in part thanks to his innate talent, which had allowed him to procure an additional shotgun. Without hesitation, Li Chengxing instructed Yu to replicate it and handed the newly forged weapon to Junfeier. As the man in glasses disembarked, he immediately overlooked Li Chengxing, his gaze fixating instead on the 2 women beside him. Goddesses, truly exquisite beauties. Their attire, so captivatingly scant, momentarily dazzled him. However, his expression quickly soured as he noticed their weapons. At that moment, he noticed that Li Chengxing was also wielding a shotgun. Listen closely. We must lure them within 10 meters, and then we will strike immediately. Remember, this opportunity is singular. We must not afford them a chance to retaliate. Of course, if it is feasible, spare the lives of those 2 lovely ladies for me. He held unwavering confidence in the archery skills of his meticulously trained assassins. Knowing they could hit a target precisely within 10 meters, manage a shot at 20 meters, but accuracy beyond that was uncertain. The thought of the 2 women's beauty and allure made him involuntarily lick his lips. Did you comprehend that? He whispered to his subordinates before turning to Li Chengxing and the others. Brothers, we harbor no ill intent. We merely wish to exchange some supplies. What do you say? He donned a charming smile, which initially convinced Li Chengxing. However, Li Chengxing, be wary. They possess crossbows. They intend to deceive us into closing the distance before ambushing you. Moreover, they are from Sakura Nation. I suspected they were from Sakura Nation. And it isn't difficult to deduce their intent to kill me. But how can you be so certain? Junfeier rolled her eyes and tapped her temple. Have you forgotten my unique ability? Oh, right. But why are they intent on killing me and not you? Upon hearing this, Junfeier recalled the repugnant man's thoughts, and her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Although she did not articulate her response, Li Chengxing could glean her thoughts from her expression, and his gaze darkened ominously. When I give the command, you are to fire without hesitation. Understood? After laying out the plan, Li Chengxing adjusted his mindset and turned back, donning a warm smile once again. What resources do you wish to trade? We possess an abundance. If you can demonstrate sufficient sincerity, I am open to negotiation. To further lower their guard, he even instructed the 2 women to lower their weapons, though they did not stow them away. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The 2 parties engaged in amiable conversation, almost reaching an oath of brotherhood. Yet, 100 meters. Attack, Li Chengxing whispered. At his signal, the 2 women simultaneously raised their shotguns. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 fired at once. The pellets erupted forth from the shotguns like a torrential downpour, cascading toward their adversaries. The 5 opponents' expressions shifted dramatically. Terror etched across their faces as they realized the imminent danger. Before they could counter, that look of fear became eternally frozen upon their features. Ugly Chengxing and his companions nearly collapsed to the ground, retching. It was not due to the shock of their first kill, after all, surviving until now, who among them had not taken a life. Rather, it was the realization that the shotgun's pellets did not rend flesh as he had envisioned, reducing victims to mere sieves. He truly did not anticipate that. After the transformation of the rules, a full distance of 100 meters would reduce those 5 individuals to mere pulp. It was only now that he comprehended the implication of the shotgun specifications, which indicated an effective range of 100 meters, meaning its power remained consistent regardless of distance. After expelling the contents of his stomach for a full 5 minutes, the others finally managed to rise, their faces ashen. Li Chengxing, the only male present, was the first to muster his courage and approach the heap of mush. Gritting his teeth against the urge to retch, He collected the supplies from the grotesque mass. "Let us go. We need to retrieve their vehicle and leave. Hurry, I can't take this any longer." The two women, fighting back their discomfort, stepped over the puddles of flesh and followed closely behind Li Chengxing to the E86. Li Chengxing placed his hand on the surface of the car, attempting to store it in his backpack. What's wrong, brother? Can't you fit the car in your backpack? Let me give it a try." Yu stepped forward and placed her hand on the car as well. Yet, the vehicle remained immovable. Observing the scene, Li Chengxing's eyes narrowed instinctively. The inability to store the car in the backpack could only mean one thing. There was still someone inside the vehicle. Chapter 37. Are you helping them find release? Someone? The two women exclaimed in unison. How is that possible? A convoy can have at most 5 people, and we have already dispatched 5 outside. How can there be anyone left? As she spoke, Junfei glanced back at the muddy ground behind her. Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, she counted once more, confirming there were indeed 5. However, it was possible that not all were required to join the convoy. Li Chengxing holstered his shotgun and drew his pistol, favoring it for the confined space. He approached the car window to peer inside, but the driver's seat was entirely empty. A small door led from the driver's compartment to the rear seat, presumably their cargo area. "I'll go in first. You two guard the sides of the vehicle. Make sure no one escapes. Be careful." Li Chengxing nodded, then cautiously opened the car door. He raised his pistol and stepped inside, arriving at the rear compartment door. He took a deep breath and lifted his foot. Bang! He kicked the small door open, revealing the scene within. Tension coursed through him as he raised his gun. "Don't move." Yet, no response came. As he took in the interior, he froze in shock. This vehicle appeared to be a level 2 model, and the rear compartment was relatively small. He scanned the entire space and confirmed there were indeed 2 women inside. Both were completely unclothed, their bodies stained with blood, and their necks shackled by iron chains. They stared blankly at the floor. Even upon hearing Li Chengxing's voice, they remained unresponsive, not even lifting their heads. Seeing Li Chengxing frozen in place, Junfei approached. "Li Chengxing, what's wrong?" Her words trailed off as she turned her head and beheld the scene. Falling into silence, after a few seconds, her expression contorted with rage, her eyes wide and teeth clenched. A low growl escaped her throat. A pack of beasts. To die like this is truly too merciful for them. "Fei, what's the matter?" Li Chengxing inquired, noticing her intense reaction. Junfei took a deep breath. Striving to compose herself, she pointed to her temples and then indicated the 2 women. These girls were members of another convoy. The new rules introduced yesterday led them to cross paths with this one. All the men in their convoy were slaughtered, leaving only these 2 girls, who were then tortured into this state. Just within a day? How could they end up like this? Li Chengxing gestured towards the 2 naked women, who showed no reaction, incredulously asking, "Is this really possible?" Bah, their former companions were not virtuous either. Junfei spat lightly, yet she felt a strange sense of gratitude. Fortunately, it was the team of Li Chengxing that she encountered at the beginning. Had it been another team, she might have found herself in a similar predicament. As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at the pensive Li Chengxing, her fondness for him surging. If he were to return to the vehicle now, he would discover that Junfei's affection for him had risen to an impressive 84. At that moment, Yu approached, having overheard their conversation. She glanced at the 2 women in the back seat and inquired, "Brother, how should we handle these 2 girls?" Li Chengxing shook his head. "To be honest, I am at a loss regarding matters concerning women." After saying this, he directed his gaze towards Junfei, noticing both of them looking at her. Junfei once again employed her innate ability to sense the thoughts of the 2 women. With a sigh, she spoke bitterly, "Grant them a swift release. Their minds are utterly shattered. At least from my perception, they are beyond saving." Agreed. Li Chengxing nodded solemnly, then hesitantly raised the handgun in his grasp, aiming it at the 2 women who sat before him. Numb. He held no aversion to taking a life, yet felt a twinge of hesitation when it came to innocent women who bore no weapons. "You are liberating them." Junfei's voice resonated beside him, striking him like thunder. He nodded resolutely, then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and the 2 women crumpled to the ground in response. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he caught a glimpse of relief etched upon their faces. Sighing deeply, he re-entered the vehicle with the two women. This time, there were no obstructions, and he stowed the AE-86 into his backpack. However, the trio returned to the RV with an unexpected heaviness rather than the anticipated exhilaration. Li Chengxing resumed his position behind the wheel, reigniting the vehicle as he followed the trail of tire marks ahead. Yet, an enveloping silence fell upon them. After an extended period of quietude, June Fayer, seated at the rear door, broke the silence. Li Chengxing, thank you. Upon hearing this, he glanced at her through the rearview mirror, instantly grasping her sentiment. Sister Fayer, there's no need for thanks. I merely acted as an ordinary person ought to. Yunfia Shukiet is not the same. This world is anything but normal. Even normal person arriving here would become altered. Li Shangxing Baozha then shook his head. I cannot concern myself with others. I simply wish to live well. He emphasized his resolve with a firm declaration, to live like a normal person. Upon hearing this, Yu Luoyu extended a hand from the passenger seat, resting it gently on Li Chengxing's arm. June Fayer, seated in the back, glanced at Li Chengxing in the driver's seat, then at Yulu, a slight smile gracing her lips. It was at that moment that Li Chengxing noticed, to his delight, that June Fayer's affection had inexplicably risen to 89. It appeared that Sister Fayer had truly integrated into the team. The group engaged in conversation, swiftly coming to terms with the events that had just transpired. They are currently unable to manage others. It suffices that they can govern themselves. With this realization, the atmosphere in the vehicle became lively once more. Brother, did the convoy acquire any useful supplies? I inquired. Li Chengxing then recalled the need to sort through the spoils, allocating some of his thoughts to the task at hand. To my surprise, this convoy proved to be quite affluent, aside from other materials. There were no less than 5 sheets of glass. Li Chengxing handed over the glass. Yu Luoyu took a piece from his hands, replicated it, and promptly placed it into her backpack. With this addition, we now possess a total of 22 sheets of glass. Li Chengxing shook his head, opened the trading interface, and transferred the AE-86. Luoyu, please disassemble this vehicle and ascertain how much glass we can extract. Understood. Chapter 38, The Cost of Violation. After trading for the vehicle from Li Chengxing, Yu Luoyu returned to the rear compartment. With a flurry of activity, her voice soon rang out in delight from the back. Brother, the car has yielded a total of 3 glass pieces, and combined with the ones we had before, we now possess 28 in total. 28 pieces. Li Chengxing accessed the vehicle system and noted that an upgrade required a total of 50 glass pieces. Remarkably, they had acquired half of what was needed in such a short time. This was largely thanks to the previously discarded van, which had provided them with 5 glass pieces from just one windshield. Regrettably, the rest had shattered into fragments. Otherwise, he would have suspected that the van alone could have sufficed for the glass required for his upgrade. Shaking off his thoughts, Li Chengxing redirected his attention to the multimedia system. He calculated that they had traveled several dozen kilometers without locating the so-called road. At that moment, a surprised exclamation from June Fayer echoed from behind. Luoyu, Chengxing, you should check the regional channel. What is happening on the regional channel? Why do I feel as if the entire world has converged into one instance? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing glanced at the regional channel. Zone 10086. Remaining participants, 3,879. Guess what I've seen? What? Did you spot a beauty? Or did you finally find a road? Not quite. I stumbled upon a little slice of life. A little slice of life? What is so fascinating about that? Our convoy took them down, and we also indulged in the delights of the Sakura girls. You wouldn't believe how many tricks they have. Attached image. JPG. We encountered the Indian convoy. Attached image. JPG. We met the Korean convoy. Attached image. JPG. Wait a minute. Why does the location in your photos seem so familiar? Goodness, isn't this right next to me? Attached image. JPG, it truly is. Why can't I see you? Attached image. JPG. Li Chengxing opened each image, recognizing several locations that were indeed familiar to him, particularly one scene that appeared to be merely a kilometer behind him. Alarmed, he halted the vehicle, exited, and used binoculars to scan the surroundings, finding no other convoys within a 10-kilometer radius. Only then did he feel reassured enough to return to the vehicle. "Brother, why can't I see them?" Li Chengxing pondered for a moment before responding. "When I encountered the Sakura convoy earlier, I suspected that the entire world had been assigned to a single instance. However, it seemed implausible. If all the convoys were in one space, that space would undoubtedly be vast. Now, the rules demand that we locate a road within such an expansive area, an endeavor akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Yuan Faya, upon hearing Li Chengxing's explanation, suddenly grasped the situation and continued. "So although we are in the same instance, we exist in different spaces, correct?" "Indeed." Li Chengxing nodded in affirmation. "Only this explanation suffices. Moreover, I wonder if you have noticed a particular issue." "What issue?" The two women were perplexed, questioning whether any further issues existed. "Pay close attention to the statements and images shared in the regional channel." Li Chengxing fixated on the numerous disapproved photographs within the channel. Every team encountered exhibited overloading behaviors. Currently, a team is permitted a maximum of 5 individuals. Yet, each of the slain teams comprised more than 5 members. "What does this imply?" Yu Luoyu inquired. Jun Fei'er, appearing contemplative, responded, "It is because they violated the rules." Upon hearing Jun Fei'er's words, Li Chengxing cast her a surprised glance and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, their transgressions warranted punishment for breaching the regulations of the survival game. However, even if rules were violated, how could it be assured that the teams encountering each other would invariably be the ones in breach? Unless Yu Luoyu's words trailed off, her throat tightening as she swallowed hard. The three exchanged knowing glances, falling into a contemplative silence. There exists but one possibility. This survival game is not a mere natural phenomenon. Instead, it is orchestrated by a sentient entity, one capable of manipulating every aspect of the situation with precision, accounting for the strength of each team and the disposition of every individual. Just as they had witnessed with the Sakura Nation team, even a slight lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences, and the outcome would not necessarily mirror their recent experience. The thought sent a chill down their spines. If this were indeed the case, could they truly survive until the end? Why ponder such matters? We're not the ones who have violated the rules, so why the distress? Yu Luoyu, with clarity of thought, swiftly adjusted her mindset, simultaneously enlightening her companions. Is it not advantageous to have someone controlling the situation? Just like the recent team, which provided us with a bounty of resources. Li Chengxing suddenly understood. Luoyu was right. In such circumstances, it is we, the rule-abiding individuals, who stand to benefit. The group quickly recalibrated their mental state. Even if contemplation were warranted, it was not the time for it. The pressing matter remained. They must first locate the highway and return to the survival game space. After following the tire tracks for approximately 20 more minutes, a sudden jolt occurred. With a loud thud, the vehicle seemed to collide with something as hard as stone. The group was momentarily thrown forward. Yu Luoyu and Li Chengxing fared better, seated in the front and buckled in. However, Jun Fei'er was positioned at the rear door. The abrupt stop sent her body lurching forward, with nothing to catch her fall. Should she tumble out, it would be a rather unfortunate descent. As her face neared the ground, she could not suppress a scream. "Ah!" Li Chengxing swiftly extended his hands to intervene. Fortunately, his timely action prevented Jun Fei'er from kissing the underside of the vehicle. He delicately savored the soft sensation that emanated from his palm. "Ah, what is this?" "Revise." Yun Fei, akin to a startled rabbit, promptly straightened her posture. Blushing fiercely, she glared at Li Chengxing, observing her demeanor and recalling the earlier sensation. He could not help but steal another glance. "Revise, ahem, Sister Fei'er, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional?" Jun Fei'er was not genuinely angry. Her feelings were purely a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Oomph, as if I would believe you." Yu Luoyu, having witnessed none of the preceding events, cast a suspicious glance at the two. Noticing Li Chengxing's awkwardness and his inability to articulate a response, Jun Fei'er continued, all right. Let us assume it was not deliberate. What is the current situation?" It was only then that Li Chengxing recalled the matter at hand and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. The vehicle has collided with something. I shall go investigate. With that, he exited the car in haste. Yu followed, closely behind. June Feier rolled her eyes and muttered softly, "Is it really necessary? I am not a man-eating tiger, truly." With that, she too descended from the vehicle. Chapter 39. The first copy. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Li Chengxing was the first to approach the front, crouching down to investigate. The vehicle had indeed collided with something, but it was entirely obscured by weeds, obscuring its true form. Its shape, however, was not as he had imagined. It resembled something rather familiar. How could there be a supply crate here? As Yu approached, she immediately recognized it. What supply crate? Yun Fei followed closely behind, drawing near. Indeed, it was a supply crate. Their vehicle had crashed into this crate, yet it was entirely covered in foliage. Were it not for their intimate familiarity with supply crates, they might not have discerned it at all. Li Chengxing crouched beside the crate, pulling away the weeds and dirt to reveal its true appearance. Astonishingly, it was a bronze supply crate, identical in color to those used today. Why is there a supply crate here? Yu queried, perplexed. This isn't the survival game space. Isn't this a dungeon? If I am not mistaken, Li Chengxing replied, a sudden realization dawning upon him. This area might have once been part of a survival game space long ago, though it has been abandoned for reasons unknown. As he spoke, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Since there is a supply crate here, perhaps that road is nearby. Let's spread out and search. The two women instantly understood. Their spirits lifted. As for the treasure chest, it was merely an ordinary bronze chest. For Li Chengxing, armed with a shotgun, it posed no challenge. Upon opening the chest, he discovered some gasoline and water resources, which he casually stowed in his backpack before joining the search for the road. Casting a glance at the direction the two women were searching, he ventured towards the opposite side. After walking approximately 100 meters, the once soft ground beneath his feet abruptly hardened. He quickly crouched down to examine it. Clearing away the weeds revealed an asphalt surface beneath. Found it. Luoyu, Zista Faya. Come look. I discovered it. June Feier, accustomed to physical training, moved swiftly, yet was still a distance away from Li Chengxing. Thus, both women arrived at his side almost simultaneously. Where's the road? June Feier surveyed the surroundings. All she could see were endless grasslands, with no trace of a road in sight. Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, where's the road? I can't see it. Li Chengxing, exasperated, pointed to the ground beneath him. As the two women approached closer, they felt the change in texture underfoot. Their expressions shifted to surprise. Is this the road? How long has it been abandoned? June Feier speculated that it had likely been forsaken around the same time as the dilapidated van they had previously encountered. Nodding in acknowledgement, she contemplated the van that had disintegrated upon contact. It has indeed been a while. So, shall we proceed along this road? I suppose so, Li Chengxing replied. Uncertainty creeping in. After all, we have no other leads. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Upon returning to the vehicle, the three individuals found themselves in a quandary once more. Which direction should they take? Left or right? Right seems more convenient, one suggested. But left is more respectable, countered another. What about this? We could draw lots. Li Chengxing retrieved paper and pen from his backpack, inscribing the words left and right on two separate pieces. Who will draw? The two women gazed expectantly at him. Me? Are you sure? My luck has always been rather dismal. If I choose poorly... Don't say I didn't warn you. 10 seconds later, the vehicle roared back to life. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, Li Chengxing directed the car to the left. See? My luck truly is abysmal. Why don't you believe me? I refuse to believe that such ill fortune could lead one to draw the only growth talent or the sole vehicle modification blueprint, one of the women retorted. Perhaps all my luck has been exhausted on this? As if to affirm this sentiment, 20 minutes later, Li Chengxing and his companions reversed their course, returning to where they had come from. I told you I couldn't do it, he remarked, and the car fell into a contemplative silence. After retracing their path for 19 kilometers, they encountered a familiar luminous orb, appearing just 1 kilometer ahead. Indeed, it's south this road. The group erupted in excitement. Although the temperature here was pleasantly mild, they knew they had to return. Their true battleground awaited them. 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The distance evaporated in an instant. As they traversed through the familiar spatial fluctuation, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Then, the unmistakable sound reverberated overhead. Congratulations to an anonymous team for successfully traveling 20 kilometers on the Lost Highway, achieving a successful passage, and receiving a system reward. Keep it up, lucky ones. The announcement echoed 3 times before subsiding. Just as Li Chengxing prepared to check the system reward, another proclamation rang out. Congratulations to the Luoyang team for achieving second place on the Lost Highway, successfully traveling 20 kilometers and receiving a system reward. Keep it up, lucky ones. The 2 announcements were separated by a mere 2 minutes. Fortunately, we turned around in time. Otherwise, first place would not have been ours, June Feier exclaimed, her heart racing. Li Chengxing cast a glance at the breathtaking scenery before him, then instinctively diverted his gaze. I told you my luck was terrible, yet you insisted I choose. The 2 women fell silent, acknowledging that even a 50-50 chance could lead to a wrong choice. This time doesn't he count. We'll see next time, Yu remarked, shaking her head. Brother, quickly check what rewards the system has bestowed upon us. All right, let me see. Li Chengxing opened his backpack, revealing a delicate silver box resting quietly within. A silver box. It must contain something valuable. He pondered his luck before ultimately deciding to entrust it to Yu. Shall we let you handle it, Luoyu? Yu shot him a glance. Fine. She took the box from Li Chengxing, made a copy, and reached out to unlock the clasp. With a click, the clasp sprang open. What is it? What is it? Li Chengxing inquired, leaning in with curiosity. A blueprint. Is that all? Came June Feier's voice from behind. After all the effort to secure first place, we're rewarded with merely a blueprint? That seems inadequate. Indeed, the treasure chest we copied yields the same blueprint. After hearing the exchange between June Feier and Yu, Li Chengxing also felt that if it were just a blueprint, the value of the first place would indeed be somewhat diminished, albeit the blueprint was quite useful. It wasn't until he glanced at the regional channel that his pupils abruptly contracted. Chapter 40, Strategy for Success, Zone 10086. Remaining participants, 3879. Who on earth discovered the road so swiftly? Could a benevolent expert kindly share the road's location? I would be immensely grateful. Why are you all so fixated on leaving? This instance is quite agreeable. Here, one can hunt, and the temperature is comfortable. I see no reason to venture out. Is the person above you a fool? Perhaps you should glance at your windshield. What is wrong with the windshield? What the? Has the countdown reset? Why? What? Let me check. Goodness. The countdown has indeed restarted. Please, someone reveal the road's whereabouts. Are you daft? This is the regional channel, not the global channel. How could an expert be present here? Li Chengxing glanced up at the windshield. Time, 6:32. Temperature, 45. 9. Distance to destination, 4,700 kilometers. Countdown, 52. 11:23. Indeed, the countdown had begun its inexorable march. Had they returned to the survival game space? Perhaps for the first place, the most significant reward was time itself. The 2 women had yet to grasp the situation, their faces etched with confusion as they turned to Li Chengxing. Time? Yes, time. Had they not noticed that the countdown had commenced? Li Chengxing pointed to the countdown displayed on the windshield. Not only had their countdown initiated, but also that of the entire World-S convoy. The 2 women's pupils dilated in unison. Did this not signify? Yes, it implied that if the countdown expired, they would be trapped, and the survival game would culminate in utter failure. A sharp intake of breath. To be more precise, even a slight delay in their exit would result in failure, for time would not suffice to accomplish their tasks. Thus, upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, the 2 women fixed their gaze upon him, eager to hear more. As rivals, possibly even adversaries, I ought not to divulge the method for success. With that thought, Li Chengxing raised his hand to navigate the global channel while speaking. However, as a member of the human race, I am reluctant to witness a significant loss of life. If only a handful remain in this world, it would render existence exceedingly dull. After conveying his thoughts, Li Chengxing sent the carefully composed message anonymously to the global channel. Global channel, remaining 2 billion. I am the captain of the team that recently cleared the lost instance. I shall now share the method of success. First, locate an abandoned vehicle and follow the tire tracks back. You will find a road. As the message disseminated, the global channel fell silent for a moment. Subsequently, an outpouring of gratitude and accolades flooded the screen. Unfortunately, Li Chengxing had already closed the interface, destined never to witness it. Simultaneously, on a distant road, in the passenger seat of a military pickup truck, a middle-aged man clad in a camouflaged vest paused with his finger suspended in midair. Originally poised to click send, he silently erased the meticulously crafted text he had just edited, shaking his head with a wry smile. He was interrupted by a respectful inquiry from a young driver beside him. "Sir, what troubles you?" The middle-aged man snapped back to reality and replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing. I simply discovered someone quite intriguing, someone who shares my thoughts. I wonder if I shall encounter them again in the future. Please focus on driving." "Yes, sir." "Brother, I believe you're correct in your actions. I support you." Though the world channel was inundated with rapidly flowing information, after Li Chengxing dispatched the message, it was continuously being copied and pasted. He was unconcerned about anyone missing it. You would certainly see it as well. "I support you too." Observing the frenzy of shares on the world channel, Li Chengxing finally felt a sense of relief. It was not surprising he was so contemplative. During his previous work experience, he often indulged in novels during his leisure hours. He frequently encountered protagonists in post-apocalyptic narratives who wished for the extinction of the entire world, leaving only themselves alive. This mindset baffled him, for he had only been in this world for 3 days. Killing, to him, was solely an act of self-preservation. Yet on the 3rd day, he found himself grappling with a burgeoning antisocial personality, something he believed he could not embody, at least not at this moment. Gaining the approval of the 2 women, he let out a sigh of relief. "It's all right. I thought I would be scolded. But, on another note, what about the blueprint you just revealed? May I have a look at it?" Relaxed, he recalled the blueprint he had opened from the first treasure chest. "Oh, here it is." Yu retrieved the blueprint from her backpack and handed it to Li Chengxing. He accepted the document, which read, "Detection Technique, Air Conditioning Upgrade Blueprint. Type, Blueprint, Grade, Golden, Attribute. Upgrades existing air conditioners of below golden quality to golden quality, enhancing their performance. Required materials, plastic X2, copper ingot X20, silver ingot X2, electronic board X4, depending on the original air conditioner's grade. The current air conditioner is of blue grade." An air conditioning upgrade blueprint? A splendid find, Li Chengxing exclaimed as he admired the blueprint in his hands, then extended it back towards Yu. "Yu, please make a copy. I have a feeling this item could fetch a handsome price." "Certainly." Yu took the blueprint, produced a copy, and handed both identical documents back to Li Chengxing. He stowed one away in his backpack, yet the blueprint in his hands began to perplex him. "Brother, why the long face?" Noticing Li Chengxing's furrowed brow, Yu inquired with concern. "Now that I have the blueprint, precisely the one we need, there's just one problem. I lack the silver ingots." As he spoke, Li Chengxing turned to Yu, just in time to spot her still clutching the small silver box. Following Li Chengxing's gaze, Yu finally realized the implication. "I forgot to dispose of it." "I will do so immediately," she said, reaching for the car window, but Li Chengxing hastily intervened. "Stop." Yu paused in her motion of discarding the box and turned back. "What is it?" Chapter 41. Upgrade the air conditioner. Do not discard the box. Is there still a purpose for it? Li Chengxing pointed at the box and then at the blueprint. Silver ingots. Upon a glance, Yu suddenly realized the box was crafted from silver, and according to the game's rules, it could be decomposed into silver ingots. Without hesitation, Yu lifted the box and stood up. "Brother, wait a moment. I will go to the back and see if I could decompose it." "All right." She returned to the rear compartment, performed a few simple operations, and soon appeared before Li Chengxing with 2 silver ingots in hand. "You decomposed 2? Yu shook her head. "No, I decomposed one. The other is a duplicate." Li Chengxing felt a twinge of disappointment, though only slightly. 2 pieces are sufficient. At least we can upgrade the air conditioner. As he spoke, he took the 2 silver ingots from Yu's hands. "Yu, come." Observing the excitement on her face, he swallowed his next words and turned to June Feier. "Sister Feier, could you take the wheel for a moment? I will upgrade the air conditioner." "Sure." Under Yuloyu's forlorn gaze, Jun Fei accepted the steering wheel from Li Chengxing. Li Chengxing, seemingly oblivious, made his way to the rear compartment and retrieved the blueprint. Detected sufficient materials for upgrade. Do you wish to use this blueprint to upgrade the existing air conditioner? Warning: this operation is irreversible. Please choose wisely. Yes. No. Without hesitation, Li Chengxing selected yes. The blueprint in his hands transformed into a radiant golden light, enveloping the entire air conditioner. In less than a moment, the golden glow dissipated, revealing the fully upgraded air conditioner inside. Feeling the cool breeze from the air conditioner's outlet, he suddenly felt a chill envelop him. Wait, why is it so cold? Li Chengxing hurriedly checked the air conditioner's attributes. Certain power air conditioner, upgraded version, type, appliance, tier, golden attributes, regulates temperature within a 10-meter radius, with an adjustment range of up to 30. The attribute description remained exceedingly simple, yet when Li Chengxing reached the last line, he was left utterly astonished. A full 30 and an adjustment range of 30. Is this truly the certain power air conditioner he knew? The system's description indicated a decrease of 30 for every corner of the space. Brother, why is it suddenly so cold? Achio. Yu Luoyu's voice echoed from the driver's cabin. Hearing this, Li Chengxing glanced at the air conditioner S panel. 16. No wonder it felt so frigid. The power was cranked to the maximum. After making some adjustments, he called out, Liu, I have set the temperature to 24 degrees. Is that suitable? That's just right. Good. Then, Li Chengxing stepped outside, surveying the driver's cabin and noting that there seemed to be nothing further for him to do. Luoyu, zista faya. Do you wish to rest? If not, I shall take a break. Since last night, at 10 p.m., he had been awake, enduring the long night, and had spent several hours navigating the Lost Highway instance. Although it was barely past 6 a.m., he had actually gone over 10 hours without a wink of sleep. Now, as soon as he relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Go ahead, brother. Sister Fei and I will drive first. We'll call you later for lunch. All right. After exchanging pleasantries with the two women, Li Chengxing yawned and returned to bed. He casually opened the World Channel, which was still inundated with messages echoing his earlier words. Glancing at the regional channel, he noticed it was nearly all discussing the same matter. 10,086 zone. Remaining players, 3,863. What are the big shots who announced this thinking? If they don't clarify, most will be eliminated. Wouldn't that mean fewer competitors for them? Perhaps it's what one might call a saintly heart? Is someone up there reading too many novels? Just think if everyone in this world dies, leaving only your 5-man team. Wouldn't that be terrifying? I feel like I've seen a similar movie. It truly is unsettling to consider. We ought to express gratitude to that anonymous benefactor. Without their words, most of us will be destined for failure after today. Thank you, benefactor. 1. Li Chengxing observed the messages in the regional channel. Initially, he felt a twinge of anger, but as he read further, relief washed over him. At least the majority remained rational, which meant his efforts were not in vain. If everyone were merely shouting about an apocalyptic kill of the saintly, showing indifference to life while sitting atop a moral high ground to judge others, then he would have been better off not intervening at all. The more he read the messages, the heavier his eyelids became, until he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, Li Chengxing hazily sensed someone shaking him. It seemed to be Luoyu's voice. He pulled the person closer and, in a moment of confusion, realized he was embracing someone. Luoyu, let me sleep a bit longer. Don't move around. Brother, are you still sleepy? If you're tired, just sleep a little longer. I'll call you shortly. Li Chengxing vaguely heard Luoyu's voice coming from the driver's seat. All right, I'll sleep a bit more. Just call me later. Wait a minute. Something was amiss. If Luoyu's voice was coming from the driver's seat, then who was he holding? This. Li Chengxing's eyes shot wide open. What the heck? How is it Sister Fei? Moreover, Sister Fei, why aren't you properly dressed? This is... Jun Fei was utterly stunned. Are you serious? She glanced at the hand, and swore she had never encountered such brazen audacity. No, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Chengxing reluctantly retracted his hand. I thought you were loyal. I know, having experienced such awkward situations numerous times. June Feier found herself less constrained than when she first arrived. Sister Feier, why? Why don't you evade? June Feier was now filled with questions. What classic case of the villain accusing first? What do you mean I didn't evade? Did you grant me the opportunity to escape? Furthermore, June Feier cast a glance at the driver's seat. Liu was still outside. If I make a sound, won't Liu discover everything? Additionally, June Feier gave Li Chengxing's other hand a light slap. This hand is still not behaving. As soon as Li Chengxing withdrew his hand, June Feier hastily stood up and shot him an exasperated look. Quick, let us eat. With that, she practically fled from the rear compartment. After she departed, Li Chengxing, almost instinctively, brought his hand to his nose and took a whiff. How delightful. Chapter 42. The new hunger marketing. Li Chengxing rose from his slumber, rubbing his somewhat drowsy head. After splashing some water on his face, he steadied himself against the sink and gazed into the mirror at his reflection. He then lifted his hands, savoring the lingering warmth that remained. Only then did he turn and exit the rear compartment. Liu, what shall we have for lunch? He inquired as he entered the driver's cabin, casting a glance at June Feier, who sat with her back to him, before shifting his attention to Liu. Roast chicken with rice, she replied. Roast chicken? Rice? June Feier turned in surprise at the unexpected announcement. Earlier that morning, while Li Chengxing was experiencing a talent upgrade, she had been asleep, only to awaken and find herself in the instant space. She was aware of the new weapon, a shotgun, that had been acquired. After all, she possessed one and had even used it to take a life. However, the mention of roast chicken and rice had not crossed her mind prior. I forgot to mention it to you, Sister Feier. This is also a new delicacy that emerged following my brother's talent upgrade. Yu exclaimed, retrieving a roast chicken and 3 bowls of steaming rice from her backpack. Brother, could you please slice this for us? She asked. Of course. Li Chengxing replied, accepting the roast chicken from Liu and retreating to the kitchen. Within mere moments, he had expertly carved the chicken and arranged it on a plate. It's time to eat, he called out to the driver's cabin. Once Liu had engaged the autopilot, she and June Feier entered the cabin together. As a fitness instructor, June Feier typically eschewed such high-calorie, high-fat foods. Yet, confronted with the enticing sight of the roast chicken before her, she felt compelled to abandon her dietary concerns. Just as they were about to dig in, Li Chengxing suddenly halted them. Wait a moment. What is the matter? The two women asked in confusion, looking up at him. I need to take a photo and share it in the regional channel. It feels like something is missing, he said, pondering. Oh right, Li Chengxing exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he retrieved 3 bottles of cola from his backpack and placed them before the two women. With a click, he captured a photograph. All right, we can eat now, he announced. The two women exchanged exasperated glances and rolled their eyes in unison. Brother, are you being childish? Showing off? You don't understand. This is called seeing plums to quench thirst. Li Chengxing replied while navigating the regional channel. As the ancients said, when one is parched, merely seeing plums can induce salivation. Cola serves a similar purpose. With that, he clicked send. Channel 10086. Remaining participants. 3863. You all need to work hard and strive for a better life. My success relies on a mere 1% of talent and 99% of effort. Accompanied by an image. Once Li Chengxing's message was dispatched, the regional channel fell silent for several seconds before erupting with activity. Messages flooding the screen. No way. What is this? Roast chicken? Cola? Rice? Am I still dreaming? We're at a survival games regional channel, meme. Do you think this is a chat group? So is this real? Big shot. Could you please enlighten me about the origin of the roast chicken and cola? A prominent figure mentioned that they were acquired through diligent effort. And will subsequent supply boxes contain such delicacies? With 6,000 kilometers remaining, I have yet to encounter this food. Now only 5,000 kilometers remain, and still no sight of it. It must be ahead. My anticipation grows as I observe the excitement ignited in others by a mere photograph. Li Chengxing nods with satisfaction. He tears a piece from the chicken leg he took from Liu, suddenly finding it even more delectable. Brother, you're quite mischievous, they exclaimed. It's clear that Liu has seen Li Chengxing's message, laughing heartily. Li Chengxing shook his head at the comment. I'm not merely amusing them. I am genuinely engaging in hunger marketing. With a glint in his eye, he turned to the two women and said, "You should capture some footage as well. Later, you can share it. I intend to inflate the perceived value of roast chicken and cola, making them seem like rare and hard-to-obtain ingredients." Upon hearing this, Yu glanced at the dozen roast chickens she had acquired in just half a day, alongside the towering pile of cola. She swallowed hard. Is this truly advisable? Reflecting on the noble Li Chengxing from the morning, then comparing him to the shrewd businessman he appeared to be now, she found it difficult to reconcile these two images, despite having lived together for nearly 20 years. What's wrong with that? This morning, I saved so many lives. Is it so wrong to collect a bit of interest? Besides, I have yet to succeed in my marketing. June Fei quivered at the corners of her mouth, struggling to grasp Li Chengxing's mindset. Well, I wish you success. Thank you. Li Chengxing replied sincerely before closing the interface and returning to his meal. Perhaps it was due to indulging in bread and roasted meat recently, but he found a roast chicken particularly delightful today. One was insufficient. He retrieved another from his backpack. If the members of other teams were present, they would surely be astonished, for Li Chengxing had barely gnawed the bones clean, leaving substantial portions of meat unconsumed. After he was satiated, Yu remarked, "Brother, while you slept this morning, we conducted an experiment." Li Chengxing, picking at his teeth, turned with curiosity. "What kind of experiment?" Yu produced a copper ingot from her backpack and placed it on the table. "Can you guess where this copper ingot came from?" "The copper ingots from our team are all in my backpack," he said, bewildered as he picked up the ingot from the table. Unsure, he checked his own supply, finding it unchanged. Where did this come from? As Li Chengxing's astonished gaze followed, Yu continued to extract ingot after ingot. He counted each one until she revealed the last. "Yu, is there more?" "None left. 144 pieces. Where did you acquire so many copper ingots?" "Can you guess?" With a playful smile, Yu captured Li Chengxing's attention, leading him into deep contemplation. To amass 144 copper ingots, there must be a reliably producing source. Thus, I shall dismiss the blind box. Wait, the blind box? The silver box? A sudden realization dawned upon Li Chengxing. Yu, could it be the supply crate? With 6 supply crates, upon duplication, there would be 12. Each supply crate yields 1, and duplicating again would yield exactly 24. As he spoke, Li Chengxing glanced at the clock adorning the wall. 13:48. After calculating, he noted that just over 6 hours had passed. At a speed of approximately 200 kilometers per hour, he would have enough time to collect 6 waves of supplies, totaling 144. Am I correct, Yu? Chapter 43. Finger-licking good chicken frame of... How dull. You guessed it so quickly. Yu huffed in dissatisfaction. However, I am quite curious. How did you come up with the idea of disassembling the supply box? Well, considering the previous silver box, I thought, since the silver box could yield silver ingots, surely the bronze supply box would yield copper ingots as well. So, Fei and I decided to give it a try, and it actually worked. Well done. We have now discovered an additional method of resource acquisition, Li Chengxing exclaimed sincerely. Still rather uninteresting. You guessed it in an instant. With that, Yu rose to her feet and picked up the plate filled with bones. I'll go wash the dishes. Wait. Li Chengxing observed the bones on the plate, deep in thought. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No problem. I was just pondering if we could. Li Chengxing stood up and took the plate of leftover bones from Yu's hands. What if we package these bones for sale? The two women's jaws nearly dropped to the floor, with June Fei looking utterly incredulous. Li Chengxing, are you really considering selling the bones we've gnawed on? Would anyone actually buy them? Li Chengxing picked up a bone, pointing at the remnants of meat clinging to it. There's still some meat here? With just this little bit of meat, who would want it? You must understand, over the past 3 days, most people have either been parched or starving. This small amount of meat is a rare delicacy for others. So, what are you planning to exchange it for? Yu leaned in closer. Li Chengxing glanced at the rising temperature on the windshield and the increasingly glaring sunlight outside. After some contemplation, he spoke. Let us trade it for clothing blueprints. After all, they hold no value for them. With that, Li Chengxing opened the regional channel. Zone 10086, 3863 remaining, one portion of finger-licking good chicken frame for exchange. Anyone interested in clothing blueprints? Attached image. JPG. Which team is that upstairs, daring to reveal their name? You have the audacity to put up leftover chicken bones. Indeed, this world is filled with all sorts of strange characters. Are you out of your mind for wanting blueprints? Strongly urging everyone to resist such unscrupulous business practices. Please be rational. We cannot allow such individuals to taste success. Resist one. Resist one. You naturally saw the messages in the regional channel. Brother, you see, no one is going to want to buy such things. Just take them back. I'll go dispose of them. Chengxing Smirka. Observing the dozens of purchase messages in his private chat. Are you certain? He then scrolled through a few messages and casually clicked on one seeking to exchange for a T-Blood blueprint. Click to trade. What the heck? Where are the chicken frames? Are your hands that quick? Didn't everyone say to resist? All of you are so hypocritical, saying one thing and doing another. Give me back my finger-licking good chicken frame. The child has been gnawing on bread for 3 days. The child craves meat. I managed to grab the chicken frame. There is still some meat on it. Image attached. How enviable. The luck upstairs is truly remarkable. Envy 1, Envy 1. Li Chengxing nodded in satisfaction and closed the regional channel. He then noticed June Feier staring at him in astonishment. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, but why are there so many people clamoring for a pile of broken bones? Are they all mad? June Feier was utterly perplexed. Yet Yu wore an expression of sudden understanding. Li Chengxing, unhurried, tidied the table and handed the plate to Yu, patiently explaining. Because they are hungry. After a whole day of just gnawing on a few pieces of bread, let alone whether it satisfies hunger. Even if their bellies aren't empty, their mouths would still be yearning. It's not just the chicken frame with meat. Even bones without any meat would have someone willing to buy them. As he spoke, he stood up. After all, we have endured such days as well. Yu, who was washing dishes, paused at his words, but then continued washing as if nothing had happened. After experiencing such incidents several times, June Feier understood that these siblings were indifferent to discussing their past. She no longer felt the initial guilt, yet she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly hard to imagine how the two of you survived back then." Li Shangxing shukuladliguli, responding nonchalantly. How did we survive? Just like this. We couldn't possibly starve to death. Ha ha ha. After some casual conversation, Li Chengxing returned to the driver's seat, while June Feier occupied the passenger seat. Once Yu finished washing the dishes, she went to rest. Suddenly, June Feier asked, "What do you need all those clothing blueprints for? We can't wear that many clothes. Moreover, the fabric materials are quite limited, reliant solely on supplies from the boxes." Li Chengxing, seated at the wheel with one hand on the steering and the other pointing outside the windshield, remarked, "Look at the sun outside. What about it?" Li Chengxing then indicated the temperature displayed on the windshield. "Now look at this temperature. Why do you think the frequency of clothing blueprints has surged today?" Upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, June Feier seemed to grasp something. "Are you suggesting that the appearance of blueprints is not a coincidence, but rather inevitable?" "Exactly." Li Chengxing nodded. "The temperature has been rising steadily according to proximity. If I'm not mistaken, our vehicle is among the first to be traveling this route. Hence, our experience is the most direct." He glanced at the windshield. Time, 14:11, temperature, 49.5, distance to destination, 3,489 kilometers, countdown, 44, 32, 14. What do you think would happen if we stepped out dressed like this? Li Chengxing pointed at June Feier's arms, clad in only 2 pieces of fabric. As June Feier gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, she glanced at her own skin. Despite her years of diligent exercise, resulting in a sun-kissed complexion, her skin remained remarkably smooth rather than coarse. If one were to venture out in such temperatures without clothing, one would undoubtedly suffer sunburn. Indeed, sunburn would be inevitable. And this was merely approaching 50 degrees Celsius, with nearly 3,500 kilometers still to traverse. As they neared their destination, the temperature would inexorably approach 60 degrees Celsius. A realization dawned upon June Feier. Thus, you are gathering clothing designs now in preparation for sun protection? Li Chengxing shook his head and retrieved a bottle of sunscreen and several pieces of sun-protective clothing from his backpack. We need not wear such garments, as their sun protection is mediocre. I possess resources for sun protection obtained from blind boxes. Junfeier accepted the sun protection items from Li Chengxing, her confusion deepening. If you have no use for those designs, why have you collected so many? A faint smile played at the corners of Li Chengxing's mouth as he replied. With a calm demeanor, I have amassed these designs naturally, too. Inflate market prices. Chapter 44. The Freedom of Copper Ingots. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after the three had finished their dinner, Junfeier retired to rest. Li Chengxing and Yu Liu, well rested from their daytime slumber, returned to the cockpit. Under Yu Liu's fervent insistence, she took the driver's seat while Li Chengxing occupied the passenger side. To divert his attention from the exhilaration of Yu Liu driving, he focused on the regional channel. As he had anticipated, the channel buzzed with activity. Channel 10086. Remaining players, 3863. This weather is becoming increasingly oppressive. The temperature is soaring to 50 degrees. I haven't hit 50 degrees yet. It's south 48 degrees here, but it is indeed sweltering. Yes, just a while ago, one of our teammates stepped out to collect a resource box, and in less than 10 minutes, his entire arm was sunburned to the point of peeling. Thankfully, he wore a short-sleeved shirt and a hat. You wore a hat? I went out without one and without a shirt. Now I'm covered in blisters. What should we do? Without clothes, how can we approach the supply box? Ouch. Speaking of which, does anyone recall that someone exchanged water for clothing blueprints? Now that you mention it, I do have a vague memory. I believe someone took all the blueprints. Scoundrel, return my clothing blueprints. I can trade mineral water to get my blueprints back. It's impossible to proceed without clothes. Brother, have you seen the regional channel? It's filled with voices cursing you. Yu Liu clearly noticed these messages as well. Ha ha, cursing me? Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing's lips curled into a smirk. Cursing me? Soon they will come begging. With that, he raised his head and inquired of Yu Liu, how many clothing blueprints did you manage to gather for me? Let me check. Yu Liu opened her backpack, took a glance, and then traded all the blueprints to Li Chengxing. 704 sheets. How many? Li Chengxing's voice escalated in disbelief as he stared at her. You said how many? 704 sheets. That's right. I acquired 352 sheets, and when I replicated them, it totals 704. Having asked twice to confirm, he hadn't misheard. Li Chengxing's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the blueprints Yu Liu had traded him. He excitedly rubbed his hands together. Taking out a few sheets, he opened the attribute panel and captured images of each. Then, he turned his attention back to the regional channel. Authentic sale of clothing blueprints. Those interested, please private message with your price. The highest bidder wins. Attached image. JPG. Li Chengxing sent the message 3 times in succession. This was a significant transaction that warranted his utmost attention. Once the message was dispatched, the regional channel fell silent for a few seconds before being inundated with a flurry of responses. What the heck? Someone is actually selling clothing blueprints and hat blueprints. This is a big shot. The formidable figure, clearly a mercenary who previously acquired blueprints, had once traded my designs for merely a bottle of mineral water. 1 blueprint for 1 bottle? Why did he exchange 2 with me? Doesn't he possess a plethora of blueprints now? Not necessarily. He is but one individual and likely has a limited supply of water and blueprints. Limited, yet he speaks as if he has plenty. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. My teammate informs me that he is about to give birth. I too shall depart. It seems my teammate has become embroiled in a conflict. I shall investigate the matter, so I will also take my leave. Before long, Li Chengxing noticed the entire regional channel had grown desolate. Upon glancing at the private chat module, he was astonished. Those who had just announced their departure had all flocked to his messages. A staggering 500-plus private messages, each marked with a red dot, sent a shiver down his spine. How long would this trading continue? Swallowing hard, he casually opened one private message. Esteemed one, may I trade you blueprints for a bottle of mineral water? What nonsense! Do I appear to be a charitable soul? Dismissed, on to the next. Merchant, return my clothing blueprints immediately. Should I encounter you again, I shall ensure your demise. How dare they threaten me? My temper flares. Blocked. Next, esteemed one, what materials do you require? I can exchange clothing blueprints for materials. Li Chengxing pondered this message deeply. Indeed, what should he barter? Trading for glass would be futile, as the other party surely wouldn't oblige. Ordinary iron ingots were unnecessary for him. Luoyu, what materials should I exchange for the blueprints to maximize my gains? Luoyu, gripping the steering wheel, was excitedly focused on the road ahead. Without turning back, she replied, "This is simple. Trade them all for empty supply crates." Most people are unaware that empty supply crates can be deconstructed into materials. If you trade for those, the price of the blueprints can be elevated. Li Chengxing's eyes lit up at her suggestion. Brilliant, as expected of Luoyu. He leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. What's going on? What happened? Nothing at all. Just drive well. All right. Li Chengxing turned back to the private messages. After a moment of contemplation, he composed a response to all. In light of your earnestness, I have decided to sell the blueprints at a reduced price. I am in need of several containers for storage. So if you could provide me with a few empty supply crates from your recent endeavors, I shall offer you the blueprints at the rate of 1 glass each. Keep this confidential. Copy. Paste. Over 500 individuals received the identical response. A flurry of negotiations ensued. It took him a full 3 hours to harvest all the yield from these transactions. Thankfully, identical items in his inventory could stack infinitely otherwise. Gazing at his inventory, which contained a staggering 3,076 supply crates, he realized there was enough to fill the entire vehicle. In the realm of storytelling, one finds oneself behind the wheel, awaiting the moment when the supply crate's location is reached, at which point a call shall be made. With that, Li Chengxing rose from his seat and slipped into the rear compartment. A glance was cast towards the bedroom, where June Feier lay sprawled, oblivious to the world. After swallowing hard, he turned and approached the disassembly station. Fortunately, the disassembly process did not require individual handling. He selected all the supply crates and clicked on the disassemble option. This time, the disassembly took an exceptionally long duration, lasting a full 10 minutes before completion. He reopened the disassembly station, hands trembling as he collected the extracted copper ingots into his backpack. Upon surveying the quantity of copper ingots produced, he involuntarily swallowed again. A staggering total of 3,076. At last, the long-awaited freedom of copper ingots had been achieved. Chapter 45. The last night before the Novice supply station, Li Chengxing emerged from the rear compartment and settled into the passenger seat. Luoyu did not turn around, but casually inquired, "Brother, how many copper ingots did we manage to extract?" Li Chengxing held up 3 fingers. 300? He shook his head. 3,000. 3,000. So many. Luoyu exclaimed, her astonishment prompting her to whirl around. Does this mean we might no longer lack copper ingots in the future? Indeed. Luoyu was taken aback to realize that they had exchanged merely a few hundred bottles of mineral water for over 3,000 copper ingots. No wait. After replication, that amounts to a total of over 7,000 copper ingots. If that's the case, then tomorrow. Brother, if we follow the previous pattern, the supply box will transform into a silver supply box tomorrow. Can we then exchange mineral water for a silver supply box? Wouldn't that be? Li Chengxing interrupted her musings with a shake of his head. I fear it won't be that simple. Today's blueprints were a critically needed resource. We didn't think too much about it. Once they realize we have the supply box, even if they don't know our intentions, they will surely understand its value. I don't believe that those who have survived this long are fools. What a pity. I had hoped we could still score some silver ingots. One mustn't be too greedy. Acquiring a batch of copper ingots is already quite commendable. Li Chengxing felt quite satisfied with their current haul. Moreover, he glanced at the windshield. Countdown, 36,019. They were merely 1,900 kilometers from the Novice supply station. If all went well, they would arrive around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, some might not reach until the very last moment. It would be quite unfair for them to arrive ahead of others, as if sharing a mental connection. Luoyu also noticed this at the same time. Brother, should we perhaps slow down a bit? This way, we might secure a higher-tier supply box. Li Chengxing contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. No need. We should expedite our arrival at the supply station. Have you forgotten our analysis of the lost highway instance this morning? You mean, this survival game has Precisely. If that were the case, it would leave such an obvious bug. Let us refrain from exploiting loopholes in the rules. As the distance to their destination dwindled, both their thoughts wandered. Engaging in aimless conversation, they soon arrived near the next supply box. A glance at the time revealed that it was already the early hours of the fourth day. After parking the vehicle, they armed themselves and exited. Having endured numerous encounters, those who had survived to this point no longer harbored the initial dread associated with opening boxes. As they approached the supply box, they found themselves momentarily stunned. Brother, why is it still a bronze supply box today? By all accounts, should there not have been an upgrade today? Casting a glance at the 6 bronze chests before me, I remarked to Liu, this is what I meant when I told you. He will not allow you to exploit any loopholes. It seems that from this day forth, until the countdown concludes, only bronze chests will manifest. Let us hastily gather these chests and continue our journey. After the 2 of them collected the supplies from the 12 supply chests, they conveniently stowed the chests into their backpacks before returning to the vehicle. Just as they re-entered, they encountered June Fayer, who had just awoken and was emerging from the rear compartment. Sister Fayer, you're awake? Liu inquired while settling back into the driver's seat and fastening her seatbelt. Yes, just woke up, June Fayer replied, then turned her gaze toward Chengxing. Do you want to rest first? We will reach the Novice supply station tomorrow, and we cannot predict what might transpire. As the captain of the team, it is vital for you to replenish your energy. Chengxing took one last look at the windshield and nodded. All right, you two keep watch for the night. I will take a short rest. If any new rules emerge by 6 in the morning, please wake me. Understood. He passed by June Fayer and returned to the sleeping quarters in the rear compartment. Lying back down, he opened the regional channel to take a glance. Indeed, discussions abounded regarding the absence of upgrades to the supply chest today. Speculations ran wild. Yet Chengxing pondered that it was likely because he anticipated that someone would reach the supply point by the 4th day. Thus no further enhancements would be made. Reflecting on the past 3 days, he felt as if everything had unfolded in a dreamlike state. Just 3 days prior, he had been a man who needed to juggle multiple jobs to sustain himself while supporting Liu's education. Yet here he was, 3 days later, free from worries of food and finances. A glance at the layout of the rear compartment revealed that even the concern of purchasing a home was no longer pressing. He could not help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate. Lost in thought, he surrendered to slumber once more. He awoke the following morning, stretching languidly as he rose from the bed. After a quick wash-up, he made his way to the driver's seat. Noticing the time, he realized it was already 6:30 in the morning. The 2 women had not awakened him. Did that mean there were no new rules? Turning around, he observed their furrowed brows and inquired, What troubles you both? What has happened? Nothing. Liu shook her head and continued. It's just that we have passed 2 supply chests without collecting them. Why is that? Chengxing asked, confusion etched on his face. Yun Fei, seated in the passenger seat, pointed towards the windshield, indicating the temperature. Chengxing followed her gesture with his gaze. 58.5. The air temperature had already soared to such heights, suggesting that the ground temperature must be even higher. Around 3 o'clock, Liu and I attempted to step out. Within 2 minutes, the soles of her shoes began to melt, she said, lifting her right foot and placing it on her left knee, revealing the damaged sole. Chengxing lowered his gaze, observing that the soles of his sneakers had become entirely smooth. The intricate patterns that once adorned the bottoms had now melted away. He furrowed his brow and glanced briefly before speaking. Never mind. With only 500 kilometers left, we are not particularly concerned about a few supply boxes. We have ample fuel. Let us proceed directly to the finish line. Indeed, 500 kilometers, neither too close nor excessively distant. Without the need to disembark for supply boxes, they surged forward at full speed. After 2 hours, only 100 kilometers remained. As the distance diminished, the group held their breath in anticipation. Just 20 kilometers from their destination, their eyes brightened with excitement. Brother, look ahead. Chapter 46. The Novice Supply Station. Brother, look ahead. Liu exclaimed, her face brimming with joy as she pointed forward. I see it. Chengxing nodded in acknowledgement. In the distance, a quaint little town emerged before their eyes, marking the first sight of architecture since their arrival in this world many days ago. The town was modest in size, appearing to cover an area of roughly 1 kilometer. To call it a town seemed somewhat inaccurate. It resembled a village with several towering skyscrapers. Li Chengxing glanced at the windshield display. Time, 9:30, temperature, 59. 9C, distance to destination, 9 kilometers, countdown, 25, 12:14, with 9 kilometers remaining to their destination. He surveyed the town ahead. This must be our goal. The Novice supply station. As the vehicle approached the town, the buildings became increasingly distinct just a few hundred meters away. The skyscrapers pierced the sky, soaring into the clouds, their summits invisible to the eye. At the town's entrance stood an archway adorned with 5 gilded characters. Novice supply station. Beneath the archway was a transparent light curtain, reminiscent of the one encountered yesterday while entering the instance. Just as I suspected. Luoyu, Sister Fei, prepare yourselves. We are nearing our destination. Li Chengxing called out. All right. The 2 women responded, retrieving their shotguns from their backpacks and gripping them tightly. The vehicle drew ever closer. Moments later, it passed beneath the archway. The light curtain rippled like water, and the trio found themselves enveloped in darkness for an instant before their vision returned. Dim lighting illuminated the vehicle as Li Chengxing opened his eyes. Is this a parking garage? It seemed so. However, it was unlike any underground garage he had previously encountered in the Blue Star Mall. Here, there was but a single parking space. As he maneuvered the vehicle to the solitary spot and engaged the handbrake, Li Chengxing found himself in a predicament. Noticing the look of embarrassment on his face, June Fei inquired, "What is the matter? Why the long face?" It seems that Li Chengxing sheepishly stared at the steering wheel, scratching his head. "I don't think I can park." Having been an orphan, he could never afford to spend thousands on a driver's license. While he had managed to drive on straight roads before, reversing into a parking space proved to be quite a challenge for him. June Fei couldn't help but chuckle at his plight. "Shall I take over?" she suggested as she stepped out from the back seat. "Sure." Li Chengxing readily conceded, relinquishing his seat. After switching places, June Fei took the driver's seat, adeptly maneuvering the steering wheel. However, the RV was quite large, and it took her several minutes to successfully park it in the designated space. At the very moment the vehicle came to a halt, that familiar voice resonated in the ears of everyone in the world. "Congratulations to the anonymous team for being the first to reach the Novice supply station. Rewards will be distributed after the countdown concludes. To all you fortunate individuals, continue striving." The announcement echoed 3 times. The entire survival game space erupted with excitement, and the regional channel was no exception. Zone 10086. Remaining participants, 3860. What the heck? Which team is so incredible? They are ahead of me by more than 3,000 kilometers. My teammates and I have been taking turns driving without a break for 24 hours, yet we are still over 2,000 kilometers behind. How fast must the leader be going? I don't know. Perhaps their vehicle has been upgraded. There are rewards for the first to arrive. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? If we had known, we would have driven faster, as if merely wishing to drive faster guarantees a first-place finish. Since the first place has a reward, does the second place also receive one? Good question. The first place has already been secured, and the second place remains vacant. Brothers, no time to chat. I'm off to refuel. Well, it seems the competition has begun. Count me in. I'm heading there too. Soon, the regional channel fell silent, and the world channel mirrored this calm. Although no one knew what the first place reward entailed, it was undoubtedly significant. Everyone appeared invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline. On another road, 500 kilometers away from the Novice supply station, the same camouflaged pickup truck drove on. The middle-aged man gazed thoughtfully at the windshield display indicating the final 500 kilometers. The young driver broke the silence. "Sir, do you think this anonymous team is the same one that completed the instance yesterday?" "Not necessarily," the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. "There are countless teams in this world, and the anonymous ones are innumerable. It may not be the same group. I'm just curious. Despite us taking turns driving, why are we trailing by a full 500 kilometers? Is it because their vehicle is of a much higher level? I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head once more. "However, I would still relish the opportunity to compete with this leading team. Let us just focus on driving well." First place is already lost, so let us aim for second. Meanwhile, at that moment, Li Chengxing and his companions were entirely oblivious to the happenings in the regional channel. Once they exited the vehicle, they surveyed the underground garage in its entirety. The garage was modest, spanning only 200 to 300 square meters. The lighting was dim, yet not worn out. Apart from the path they had arrived on, there stood a lone elevator directly in front of the parking spaces. Bro, shall we head up? Li Chengxing glanced back at the route they had taken. He certainly did not forget the words spoken on that first day. You can only move forward, not backward. We have no choice. Let us proceed with caution. With that, Li Chengxing firmly gripped his shotgun and bravely stepped into the elevator. The two women exchanged a glance and followed suit into the lift. Inside the elevator, there were no floor buttons, and as soon as everyone had entered, the doors closed automatically. Ding! The elevator doors had barely shut for a second when they opened again. Blinding light flooded the faces of the three. The underground garage they had just been in had vanished without a trace. Observing the scene before him, Li Chengxing stowed his shotgun and, swallowing hard, spoke with uncertainty. Is this meant for us? Chapter 47. The top space. This was unlike the opulent hotel and presidential suite they had previously envisioned. Outside the elevator lay a scene alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Indeed, it was a symphony of nature. Before their eyes stretched an endless expanse of prairie, reminiscent of the Lost Highway side quest, with a temperature that was equally pleasant and inviting. Upon the prairie stood a dining table accompanied by 3 camping chairs, and beside it was a vending machine. The table was laden with an array of beers and beverages, alongside a variety of delectable cuisines that Li Chengxing had only heard of but never encountered before. Is this for us? Li Chengxing gazed incredulously at the scene before him, instinctively taking a couple of steps forward as he exited the elevator. The two women followed closely behind him. Once all had emerged, the elevator doors closed automatically. That familiar voice echoed once more in the ears of the trio. As the first to arrive at the Novice supply station, the top space is now accessible to you and your team members. The food and beverages on the table are complimentary, while other items may be purchased from the vending machine at a 90% discount. This top space will remain open until the next survival game space is activated. Please feel free to relax and enjoy your time. Upon hearing this announcement, Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. So, if I understand correctly, this place will belong to us until the next survival game opens? If I am not mistaken, yes. With 25 hours still on the countdown, at least for those hours, this space is ours. June Fayer stood by, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Sister Fayer, let us go. Let's eat. It's free. We must indulge. Yu had already been eyeing the food on the table since she stepped out of the elevator, her cravings intensifying. At these words, she grabbed June Fayer's hand and dashed to the dining table, sitting down before the bountiful spread. Gazing closely at the complimentary delicacies, her eyes widened in delight. Wow, pig trotters, beef, and braised pork. These are all my favorites. And there's even lobster. Yu reached for one dish, but hesitated, then extended her hand toward another, appearing quite torn. Ultimately, she settled on the pig trotter closest to her and began to savor it. You two indulge yourselves. I'll take a look over there, Li Chengxing said with a light chuckle, shaking his head as he observed the two women relishing their feast. He strolled over to the vending machine. Upon his approach, a screen resembling a tablet illuminated. Curiously, he stepped closer and tapped on the display. Food, clothing, electronics, weapons, vehicle modifications, miscellaneous, and more. Various categories appeared on the screen. He prioritized the weapons section. This section was further divided into multiple options, and he selected the firearms category. A plethora of firearms appeared on the screen, and he casually clicked to explore. Firearm, grade, blue, category, weapon attributes, armor piercing 30, damage 30, capacity 11. Requires manual loading. The price, originally 300 ingots, now available at a discounted price of 30 ingots. Low-end firearms may be somewhat cumbersome to load, yet they are certainly superior to swords and knives. Upon seeing the firearm, Li Chengxing furrowed his brow. He had not forgotten that the previous survival game included a combat segment. It was likely that the forthcoming survival games would feature similar elements. Should this be the case, his weaponry advantage would be obliterated. Despite the high level of his weapon, even a mere firearm in the hands of an opponent could inflict lethal damage upon him. Although the price of 300 ingots was steep, if the top contenders received discounts, the entire convoy could collectively afford one. As for higher-tier weapons, such as his Desert Eagle, he had just noted that it required a staggering 5,000 ingots. When converted to copper ingots, it amounted to a full 500, a sum far beyond the means of the current convoy, at least 99. 99 of convoys could not afford it. Shaking his head, he cast aside these worries. He truly did not believe his luck could be so unfortunate as to encounter one of the few who could afford such weapons and were willing to purchase them. Moreover, the firearm lacked automatic loading, and the ammunition costs were not trivial. With these thoughts resolved, he exhaled in relief. He returned to the homepage and continued scrolling through the categories. Suddenly, one category name caught his attention. Extraordinary. As expected, it had indeed appeared. Previously, when Chengxing had seen terms like crystal core and abilities within the talent section, he had speculated about their significance. Now, the presence of the extraordinary category further validated his assumptions. This game was indeed not as simple as it appeared. Trembling with anticipation, he reached out to click on the extraordinary category. Scanning the screen filled with options, he casually selected one. Electro bouncing ball, category, extraordinary toy, rank, purple, attributes. Wearing it increases charm by 1, strength by 3, but decreases stamina by -2 and agility by -2. Exclusively for female use. Note, wearing it induces a feeling of ethereal bliss. Although it hinders movement, it enhances strength. The style of this item was strikingly reminiscent of his rather frivolous talent products. However, upon comparison, it was evident that this item could not match the quality of the previously obtained foxtail. Speaking of which, he had yet to test the foxtail. As he pondered this, he glanced at Liu, who was indulging in a hearty meal. Perhaps it was not the right time to experiment. If he recalled correctly, Liu had seemingly replicated a version of the foxtail. He turned his gaze towards Junfeier. Hey, brother, what is the matter? Are you hungry too? Would you like to come over and eat something? Liu, noticing Chengxing's gaze, raised a braised pig schrotter, standing up to inquire, Chengxing, are you hungry? Upon hearing this, Junfeier turned her head and locked eyes with Chengxing, who quickly averted his gaze in embarrassment. Hungry? After 2 or 3 days without food, he indeed felt a bit peckish. Nevertheless, he resolved to endure a little longer, believing that in a few days, things would improve. You all go ahead and eat. I shall return shortly, he said, redirecting his attention back to the vending machine to examine what other extraordinary items might be of use. The selection in the extraordinary category was limited, yet most items bore similarities to the one he had just encountered, average attributes with pronounced side effects. Far inferior to the foxtail his talent had conjured. He dismissed the item descriptions and continued scrolling down. Soon, he reached the bottom of the extraordinary category. The last 3 items immediately captured his attention. Chapter 48. Whose hospital prescribes such medications? Basic strength pill, category, extraordinary food, attributes, increases strength by 3 with no side effects. Price, 50,000 iron ingots each, discounted to 5,000 iron ingots each. Note, each team is limited to purchasing 3. Note, all materials can be exchanged at a certain ratio. Basic agility pill, basic stamina pill. Images of these 3 items, nearly identical in attributes, were arranged at the bottom of the extraordinary category in the vending machine. Pills that enhance attributes, yet sold at such exorbitant prices. Who could possibly afford this? Chengxing glanced at his backpack, which contained 212 copper ingots. Perfect, considering the copper ingots. It was sufficient, yet the price, if he were to buy them all, it would amount to a staggering 500 copper ingots, even with the discount. After some hesitation, Chengxing decided to make the purchase. After all, at such a price, opportunities like this were rare. Moreover, materials acquired were meant for use. He swiftly operated the screen, selecting all the pills, and then clicked to place the order. The quantity of copper ingots in his backpack plummeted from 7 212 to 2, 712. A series of clanking sounds echoed from the vending machine as 9 pills tumbled down. Li Chengxing reached in and touched one of them, immediately taken aback. He retrieved 1 pill, exclaiming, "What the hell? You call this a pill?" It was a massive orb the size of a fist, heavy in his hand, causing him to involuntarily swallow. The commotion from the vending machine naturally caught the attention of the 2 women. Junfei paused her meal and turned around. "What do you have in your hand, Li Chengxing? An apple?" The basic strength pill was bright red and indeed resembled an apple in size, though that was merely a superficial resemblance. "No, I can't explain. You should see for yourselves." With that, Li Chengxing proceeded to take out the remaining 8 pills, cradling them in his arms. "Liu, take a copy. Each of us should have 2 of each pill. Let us share." "What is it? Let me see." Liu hurried over, accepting 2 pills from Li Chengxing and examining them closely. Upon discerning their attributes, she gasped in astonishment. "Brother, how could such items exist here?" "Indeed, each team is limited to 3 of each. Doesn't that mean everyone will become immensely strong?" Li Chengxing shook his head in response. "Impossible. Just these 9 pills cost me 500 copper ingots, and that's the price because we ranked first and received a discount. Other teams probably cannot even afford a single one." Junfei stood up, intrigued. "What are you discussing? What pills?" Her curiosity piqued. She approached and picked up 1 pill. After examining its attributes, she fell silent for a few seconds. Will firearms become ineffective in the future? Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback by the words, then smiled. While the future remained uncertain, it was evident that for the foreseeable future, firearms would still hold their utility. Currently, they possessed only handguns. Who knew if sniper rifles or mortars might emerge later? What level of attributes would be necessary to withstand or evade them? Junfei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Liu, why don't you make a copy first, and we can share it?" "All right." Half an hour later. "Brother, I can't eat anymore. I truly cannot." Liu held a half-eaten blue primary agility potion in her hand, having consumed her 3rd one. After 2 years of medical study, she wondered which hospital dispensed medication in such a manner. Swallowing 1 felt akin to having consumed a bowl of tasteless rice. What prompted you to munch on so many pig trotters earlier? At least finish the one in your hand. Who knows if splitting it will yield any effect? It's best to ingest it all at once. Upon hearing this, Liu felt tears welling up in her eyes, yet she resolutely closed them, gritted her teeth, and swallowed the last half of the potion. "I can't eat anymore. It's simply impossible. The remaining 3 will serve as dinner." "Very well." After consuming 4 potions, Li Chengxing also felt utterly stuffed. "I'm too full." After stowing the last 2 potions into his backpack, he lay directly on the grass. Now that they were on the vast prairie, he felt that the chairs were superfluous. Lying on the ground was far more comfortable than sitting. The 2 girls followed suit, each reclining beside him. "Li Chengxing, what do you plan to do next?" "Wait for the next survival game to commence." "Are we simply going to wait around?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing sat up. Indeed, there were still several hours to go. It was essential to find something to occupy their time and not squander the leisure hours. With this thought in mind, he turned to Liu and inquired, "Liu, would you like to ride a horse?" "Ride a horse? Is that even possible here?" Growing up as an orphan in a small county town, she lived 100,000 miles from the prairie, dreaming of riding a horse just once. How magnificent that would be! Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, just wait." With that, Li Chengxing returned to the vending machine, scrolling through the categories on screen. He recalled seeing horse riding in the entertainment and leisure section earlier. It wasn't too expensive. It only required a few iron ingots. He found it. Without hesitation, Li Chengxing placed the order. At the moment of ordering, a flash of white light emanated from beside the vending machine. A magnificent white horse appeared. What a stunning horse! Liu could not resist stepping forward to stroke the horse's mane. "Brother, can you ride?" "Eh." Li Chengxing was momentarily stunned. While the horse had indeed arrived, a new problem presented itself. "I cannot." Liu's face fell in disappointment. The horse was right before her, yet she could not ride. "I can." Junfei chuckled softly, standing up. "I will teach you." Liu looked at Junfei with admiration. Sister Fei knows how to ride? Once acquainted, though not particularly skilled, She approached the white horse, grasped the reins, placed her foot in the stirrup, and with a graceful leap, mounted the steed. Subsequently, she extended a hand towards Yu. "Come on, Yu. Here we go. Steady my waist, and don't let me fall." Li Chengxing returned to his spot on the grass, his face adorned with envy as he watched the two ladies gallop round and round. Observing Yu's joyful shrieks, he too yearned to partake. Yet he lacked the ability. After a while, the white horse halted before him. Yu excitedly dismounted. "Brother, this is exhilarating. I'm so happy." "As long as you're happy," replied Their, seated atop the horse, observing the unmistakable envy etched on Li Chengxing's face. She tentatively inquired, "Li Chengxing, would you like to give a try?" "Me? Is that allowed?" "Now, we shall commence the gentleman's special session. Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. Prepare. We are off." Chapter 49. Soaked in sweat, having secured the approval of Their, Li Chengxing emulated Yu and gracefully mounted his horse. "Please support me a little. I don't want to fall." Their said, "Herzfluscht." "All right." Li Chengxing carefully extended his hands. "Yes, I've got you." Their also the light comment, and the white horse beneath them sprang forth. "What gun?" "I haven't brought a gun," Li Chengxing replied, embracing Their, bewildered by the inquiry. She guided the white horse in a leisurely circle across the grassland before returning to the dining table. "Why aren't you playing anymore?" Yu, noticing their halt, promptly rose from the grass. "Well, I'm rather tired of playing." As the horse came to a stop, Li Chengxing hastily dismounted. "Oh, I'm exhausted." Li Chengxing, not daring to respond, directly seated himself in a lounge chair. "I'm hungry. I'll eat something first." He now realized the necessity of the chair. Sitting was far more comfortable than lying on the grass. At least it was less awkward. Gazing at Their, who lingered atop the horse, Yu inquired with curiosity, "Sister Their, why aren't you coming down?" At the sound of her name, Their trembled slightly and, feeling shy, finally climbed down from the horse. "Ahem, Li Chengxing. What is it? It's too hot. I want to take a shower. Is there anywhere to wash around here?" "Hot? Shower? The temperature here is quite pleasant. Around 20 degrees. Wait, I just saw some tents at the vending machine. I'll buy 2. The tents were inexpensive, discounted to just 1 iron ingot each. Li Chengxing bought 4 in one breath, 1 for washing to serve as a restroom, and the remaining 3 for sleeping at night. Once the tents were set up, Their dared not glance at the 2, lowering her head as she entered one of the tents. "Sister Their, wait." The tent. Yu quickly called out to Their, but she didn't hear and simply slipped inside. After Their entered the tent, Yu leaned closer to Li Chengxing, her face adorned with a smile. Li Chengxing, having merely glanced in her direction, quickly averted his gaze. "Yu, you're causing me trouble." Before long, Their emerged from the tent, fully dressed. She first glanced at Li Chengxing, who still faced away. Breathing a sigh of relief, she turned to Yu. "What is this? Yu, did sand get into your eyes? Fayad?" "Look." Yu gestured towards the direction of the tent that Their had just exited. Confused, Their had not closely inspected the tent as she had kept her head lowered. "Is there something wrong with the tent?" She turned back for a glance at Yu, who remained unfazed by Li Chengxing. Leaning close to Yu's ear, she whispered softly, "Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Yu feigned innocence, replying, "Sister Their, you were running so fast just now. I intended to warn you, but you didn't give me the chance." The atmosphere grew quite awkward. Aside from Yu's teasing laughter, neither dared to meet the other's gaze, and the tension in the air thickened. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice echoed once more. "Congratulations to the Liang team for being the second to arrive at the Novice supply station. Reward will be dispensed after the countdown ends. All fortunate participants, please keep up the effort." The voice broke the awkward silence that had enveloped them. Their glanced at the clock on the table. It was already 5 p.m. How could we be trailing by a full 7 hours? Li Chengxing shook his head. "It's quite normal. The second place may be lagging just a few hundred kilometers behind us, but their vehicle's modification blueprint lacks our quality, and their level is not as high as ours. Moreover, during the last few hundred kilometers, we did not disembark for supplies. Our advantage lies in Liyu's talent." which ensures we never run low on gasoline, unlike the others. Upon hearing this, June Fayer pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Brother, Sister Fayer, let us refrain from discussing these matters during our break, Yu suggested, picking up a bottle of premium liquor. I propose we celebrate our victory with a toast. Chengxing had never tasted alcohol, let alone liquor, and was about to decline when June Fayer interjected. I agree. To celebrate. What do you think, Chengxing? With both women gazing at him expectantly, he felt compelled to acquiesce. The trio raised their glasses and continued to drink until around 9 o'clock in the evening, oblivious to the notifications of other teams finishing their tasks. Chengxing unsteadily rose to his feet, while the two women had already succumbed to intoxication and returned to their tent. He observed the tents before him, bewildered. Why are there 6 tents? Did I not only purchase 6? He staggered toward one of them, fumbling in the dark until he reached the edge of the bed, and then collapsed into a deep slumber. Chapter 50. You can reach out to me next time. At 5 o'clock the following morning, June Fayer groggily sat up in bed, rubbing her still, throbbing head. What she referred to as a bed was merely a collection of cotton blankets laid atop the cotton stuffing of a tent. Having spent the night intoxicated in such a setting, she now felt achingly sore all over. She propped her hands behind her, attempting to stretch her body. However, the moment she did, her palms brushed against something. Startling, she immediately withdrew her hands. Turning her head, she exclaimed, Chengxing, what are you doing in my tent? Upon glancing down, she hastily covered herself with the blanket. She then peeked beneath the covers, relieved to find nothing amiss. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, but an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over her. Chengxing, roused by her startled exclamation, rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily before sitting up. What is wrong, Feyerjia? Are we at the supply box? Realizing that the first survival game had indeed concluded, he comprehended that they were not in the vehicle, but rather inside the tent atop the space. With great difficulty, Chengxing turned around and was met with the sight of June Fayer wrapped in blankets. He swallowed hard. Feyerjia, good morning. How did you end up in my tent? I don't know. I got drunk last night, and I have no recollection of what happened afterward, she replied, feeling somewhat awkward as she scratched her head. It was indeed a case of alcohol-induced confusion. The blanket enveloped June Fayer entirely, and her gaze fell upon. It truly mirrored the descriptions found in storytelling. She was utterly mesmerized. Following her line of sight, Chengxing looked over and quickly covered his eyes. Realizing her predicament, June Fayer's face flushed crimson as she turned away. Chengxing stood up, one hand, while the other froze mid-motion. What is wrong, Feyerjia? Chengxing sat back down. It dawned on him that this might be his tent. Yesterday, the 3 of them had divided the tents amongst themselves, each taking one and moving their belongings inside. June Fayer then noticed the razor on the table, confirming it was indeed Chengxing's tent. To her dismay, she had mistakenly entered the wrong tent. She cast a glance at the 2 items she had left at the entrance, a distance of 3 meters now seeming insurmountable. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, she tightened her grip on the blanket and prepared to step over Chengxing. After all, the tent was pitched on grass, riddled with uneven patches. With the blanket wrapped around her, she could not see her feet. As she stumbled, it appeared she was about to slip sideways. Chengxing hastily reached out to steady her. In moments of tension while falling, a person typically either grips tightly or instinctively lets go. Unfortunately, June Fayer was the latter. At the moment of her fall, the blanket slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chengxing lent a helping hand, preventing June Fayer from falling to the ground. However, the soft grass beneath would have cushioned her fall. The situation changed dramatically as she landed directly onto Chengxing. Their eyes locked, and he remarked, Sister Fayer, you are truly beautiful. Embarrassment washed over June Fayer as she lowered her gaze, yet she did not pull away, letting out a soft sigh. This sound appeared to trigger a chain reaction, plunging the room into chaos. Meanwhile, Yu, who had long been awake in the adjacent tent, had also heard the commotion. Initially, a pang of discomfort tugged at her heart, but clarity soon dawned upon her. In such an environment, a person's spirit is under immense strain. Without a proper outlet, it could lead to complications over time. Moreover, handling this alone was beyond her capability, especially after consuming 2 beginner stamina potions the previous day. Ah, poor Sister Fair. 3 hours later, Li Chengxing emerged from the tent, feeling refreshed. Upon stepping out, he immediately locked eyes with Luoyu. "Brother, good morning," she greeted. "Luoyu, when did you wake up?" he inquired. "I've been awake for quite some time," she replied, rolling her eyes. Tentatively, Li Chengxing asked, "So, you know everything?" "Yes, I do," she affirmed. "You don't mind?" Observing her lack of reaction, he carefully scrutinized her expression. Initially concerned, it seemed her feelings had dissipated after an hour. Luoyu cast a somewhat melancholic glance at Li Chengxing. An hour later, he pondered, bewildered. "Brother, honestly, you should have shown more care for Sister Fair. You truly have no compassion." Li Chengxing scratched his head at her words. "I couldn't help myself. Next time, try to control yourself." Luoyu's voice trailed off, and her head bowed. "You could always come to me," he suggested. Surprised by her statement, he examined her from head to toe, swallowing hard. "I promise, next time." Flustered by his gaze, Luoyu huffed. "Forget you. I'm going to check on Sister Fair. Remember to bring her something to eat." "I know. No need to remind me," she retorted, rolling her eyes as she picked up a bowl of chicken soup from the table and entered the tent where Li Chengxing had just emerged. As the curtain was drawn aside, June Fair lay in bed, watching Luoyu walk in. "Luoyu," she began. "It's all right, Sister Fair. I don't mind." Luoyu reassured her, presenting the chicken soup. "Besides, you experienced it too. It's not something I could handle alone." June Fair accepted the soup, attempting to sit up, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to grimace in pain. "Fortunately, I also consumed a basic stamina pill yesterday. Otherwise, I would likely be lying in bed, unable to move." Luoyu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, then leaned in with a face full of curiosity to whisper in June Fair's ear, "Sister Fair, tell me, have you noticed any changes since your stamina has increased?" "Indeed, let me tell you." Outside the tent, Li Chengxing observed Luoyu enter, feeling somewhat reluctant to follow her inside. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still 2 hours remaining on the countdown. With nothing to occupy his time, he strolled over to the vending machine, intending to see if there were any useful items available. Scrolling through the categories, he found his attention captured by the section titled Car Modifications. Curiosity piqued, Li Chengxing clicked on it. The selection was limited, containing only 3 items. The ellipsis indicates content available for purchase. Those with the means will surely encounter it. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the first survival game and reward settlement. The following 2 chapters primarily summarize the Novice supply station, followed swiftly by the next survival game. Snow tires, category, automotive modification, grade, purple, attribute, slip resistance 50, effective when more than 4 tires are replaced. Price, 1,000 iron ingots each. Discounted price, 100 iron ingots each. Note, all materials can be exchanged at a certain ratio. Tire chains, category, automotive modification, grade, purple, attribute, slip resistance 50, effective when more than 4 tires are installed. Price, 1,000 iron ingots each. Discounted price, 100 iron ingots each. Note, all materials can be exchanged at a certain ratio. Upon observing the nearly identical attributes of the 2 items before him, Li Chengxing furrowed his brow. Why do all automotive modifications pertain to slip resistance? The previous game was characterized by extreme heat. Could the next one be defined by extreme cold? Is it related to snowy weather? Li Chengxing continued to read on. Vehicle insulation material modification, category, automotive modification, grade, purple, attribute, interior temperature loss rate -50, price, 10,000 iron ingots per use, discounted price, 1,000 iron ingots per use. Note, all materials can be exchanged at a certain ratio. After reviewing the attributes of the 3rd item, Li Chengxing felt even more assured that the next game would indeed be tied to extreme cold. This climate is even more terrifying than extreme heat. In hot weather, some may suffer from heat stroke and perish. However, most individuals, provided they possess decent physical fitness and hydrate adequately, can alleviate the effects. Yet in extreme cold, physical fitness is insufficient to withstand the elements. Without adequate insulation, one might wake from slumber to find not only their extremities hardened, but their entire body as well. Moreover, Snowy conditions pose très chaud risque. Contemplating this, Li Chengxing promptly resolved to purchase all 3 items. He acquired 2 sets of both the snow tires and the tire chains. He planned to replicate them, install 1 set, and retain 3 as spares, ample enough. As for the vehicle insulation material, 1 unit sufficed, as tires are the most prone to wear and tear. After completing his purchases, Li Chengxing stored the items in his backpack and instructed Liu to replicate them all. Fortunately, he had finished unpacking the blind boxes obtained from his talent the previous night. Otherwise, his backpack would have lacked sufficient space for such an abundance of items. After organizing his belongings, Li Chengxing scrolled through the screen again. Finding nothing else of value, he shut down the vending machine. At that moment, 2 women emerged from the tent. Li Chengxing glanced back at June Ferris' legs. Although still somewhat trembling, she could manage to walk with the aid of Liu. Sister Fei, shouldn't you rest a bit longer? I am well. The effects of the pill from yesterday have proven to be quite remarkable. My wound is healing at a pace that is noticeably swifter than during my previous injuries. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing suddenly recalled that he had effortlessly lifted that enormous tire all by himself. He assessed the strength in his hands and realized that the effects of the pill had indeed been fully absorbed. He opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Li Chengxing. Age, 26. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Constitution, 11. At this moment, he accessed the panel for the second time, initially believing it to be fixed and immutable. To his surprise, he discovered that it could be augmented through the consumption of drugs. After a brief glance, he promptly closed it, recognizing that a mere observation was sufficient. The true efficacy would only be revealed in practice. Liu, Sister Fei, come and have a bite to eat. Let us make haste. With only an hour remaining, the countdown was nearing its end, and the emergence of new rules remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, the 2 women nodded in agreement. Within half an hour, they had satiated their hunger. At that precise moment, the voice resonated once more. Countdown complete. All teams that have failed to reach their destination will be eliminated. Eliminated. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Chengxing's pupils constricted sharply. Brother, what does elimination mean? Liu struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. I don't know. Perhaps the 3 exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing among them. Within less than 10 seconds, the voice continued. Elimination complete. Remaining teams, please prepare. The next round of the survival game will commence tomorrow at 6 a.m. Now, based on rankings, rewards will be distributed to the top 100,000 in the world. Here it comes. The rewards were finally about to be dispensed after a full day of anticipation. Rank 10, 000 to 100,000. Reward, 1 wooden supply box. A supply box? The system's reward turned out to be a supply box. However, a wooden supply box is hardly significant. Rank 5, 000 to 10,000. Reward, 5 wooden supply boxes. Rank 1, 000 to 5,000. Reward, 1 black iron supply box. Even reaching the 1,000th rank merely yielded a black iron supply box for the following day. The resources that could be obtained were, for Li Chengxing and his companions, somewhat disappointing, neither delectable nor entirely dispensable. He patiently continued to listen. Rank 6 to 10. Reward, 1 silver supply box, 50 liters of gasoline, and a random green blueprint. At the sound of this announcement, Li Chengxing immediately perked up. If his memory served him correctly, silver supply boxes belong to the next tier of rewards. If the 6th place receive a silver box, then surely the 1st place would warrant a golden one. Rank 4 to 5. Rank 3. Rank 2. Reward, 1 golden supply box, 500 liters of gasoline, 1 random purple blueprint, and the title of Newbie World 2nd 5. Is the 2nd place already receiving a golden reward? Li Chengxing swallowed hard, his heart racing with excitement. All 3 items were exceptionally valuable. The gasoline alone totaled a staggering 500 liters, sufficient for their vehicle to traverse 500 kilometers. His anticipation for the 1st place reward grew ever stronger. Fortunately, the announcement came without delay. 1st place reward, 1 dark gold supply box, 1,000 liters of gasoline, and a random golden blueprint. Team member limit increased by 1. Newbie World First Title X6. Reward have been distributed. Team restructuring is now underway. Those dissatisfied with their current team may voluntarily exit and reform a new team. Team leaders may seek preferred teammates from the pool of ungrouped players. Upon hearing these 3 consecutive statements, Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback. Was it now possible to seek teammates? However, that was not his primary concern. What truly mattered was the first-place reward. Rubbing his hands together, he felt the gaze of the 2 women upon him and turned his attention to his backpack. Chapter 52. The Dark Gold Supply Box. Li Chengxing's gaze drifted past the surplus of 1,000 liters of gasoline, landing upon the dark golden supply box. He retrieved the box and placed it gently on the grass. System reward. Supply box. Grade. Dark gold. Guaranteed to yield at least dark gold tier items, with no associated dangers. Dark gold. The trio of Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the supply box. The finest items they had acquired thus far were merely golden, one being a foxtail and the other their current weapon, a shotgun. The potential of dark gold items was a tantalizing mystery. Li Chengxing glanced at Yu Liu, who immediately grasped his intent. "I'll replicate it," she declared. Excellent. They were already a tier above the second-place team's supply box, and now they had 1 extra in quantity. This did not even account for the materials they would replicate later. 2 dark gold items lay before them, each eager to seize the opportunity. After all, these supply boxes posed no danger. Who shall open it? You're the team leader. It's only fitting that you go first, they insisted. Me? Li Chengxing pointed at himself. Are you certain? His words reminded the 2 women of their previous experiences with Li Chengxing opening boxes, which had yielded either a python or a black bear. Occasionally, he might have opened a box without danger, but it had resulted in mundane items like bottled water or bread. Gazing at the few dark gold supply boxes before them, Yu Liu stepped forward. "Allow me to take this one." She approached the supply box and deftly unlatched it. The lid flipped open automatically, revealing a flash of golden light. A weapon. Another weapon. Yu Liu exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Chengxing leaned closer to peer inside. To his surprise, the weapon was none other than an AWM. AWM sniper rifle. Category. Weapon. Grade. Dark gold. Attributes. Armor piercing 1000. Damage 1000. Effective range 2000 meters. Magazine capacity 77. Special attribute 1. Automatic reload. Regaining 1 ammunition every 10 minutes. Special attribute 2. Thermal imaging scope, allowing visibility within 1000 meters, disregarding darkness, fog, and other visual obstructions. Comes with a sniper's quick reference manual. A divine artifact. Moreover, it boasted 2 special attributes. Yet he lamented his lack of shooting prowess. He had squandered countless bullets merely to hit targets within a mere 10 meters with a pistol. Shotguns, which required no precise aiming, were far more suited to his capabilities. Liu, replicate this sniper rifle. You and Sister Fei can each have one. I shall forego it. Understood. Thus, 2 sniper rifles were allocated as Li Chengxing had designated. Approaching the second supply box, Yu Liu once again skillfully opened it. With the anticipation kindled by the previous sniper rifle, they awaited the results, and, thankfully, it did not disappoint. Basic speed pills. Yu Liu extracted 2 pills and replicated them into 4. Upon raising his gaze, Li Chengxing observed his brother furrowing his brow. What troubles you, brother? Are you dissatisfied with this supply? Not at all. Li Chengxing shook his head. I was pondering the fact that if such extraordinary items can be obtained from dark gold chests, then what are the platinum and diamond ones that follow? It seems likely that shotguns and sniper rifles will soon become obsolete. You are overthinking it, June Fei said, supporting herself against the edge of the table as she stood, her legs trembling slightly. Shotguns may fall out of favor, but we still have mortars, aircraft, and tanks. Do not forget, you acquired that shotgun in the last survival game. At this, Li Chengxing conceded indeed. While others were still opening bronze chests, I had already obtained a golden weapon. What is there to be anxious about? Let's not dwell on that. How shall we distribute these 4 beginner agility pills? You did not take any weapons, so you should take 2 to enhance your melee capabilities, suggested Yu Liu. Li Chengxing did not hesitate and accepted the suggestion with delight. He took the 2 pills from Yu Liu's hand, scrutinized them for a moment, and decisively stowed them in his backpack. Having just finished a meal, he had no appetite to spare. The two women similarly stored their portions in their bags, alleviating any concerns about dinner. With the supply box issue resolved, Li Chengxing swiftly laid out the remaining rewards. The team member cap was directly applied to the vehicle panel, which required no further explanation. The title's effects were twofold. Newbie World First, Quality, Unique to the Team, Attribute 1. Increases team members' three-dimensional attributes by 10, Attribute 2. Exclusive visual effect upon entering the channel. Attribute 1's impact was not immediately evident when attributes were low. It was a late-game effect. As for Attribute 2, Li Chengxing found it perplexing. Unsure of its significance, he set it aside and passed the two titles to the two women. Upon use, the titles transformed into white light, merging with the three of them. Li Chengxing then revealed the final reward, a golden blueprint. This was likely the sole golden blueprint in the survival game thus far. Survival Space Renovation Blueprint. Category, Blueprint, Quality, Golden Attribute. Expands the survival space, transforming it into a more livable environment. Required materials. Iron ingots 100, copper ingots 10, wood 100. Renovate the survival space? Li Chengxing glanced at the blueprint's vague description, utterly baffled. He surmised that its effects would only become clear once utilized in the vehicle. He tucked the blueprint back into his backpack and finally had the leisure to contemplate the voice's final query regarding new teammates. Do you have any recommendations? Their operated the system panel. I see a new team interface has been added, allowing us to view the current solo players and even filter them. You remarked as she engaged with the screen before her. Brother, do you have any ideas? I notice we can filter potential teammates, she continued. Li Chengxing surveyed the filtering options before him. Naturally, he was inclined to choose female candidates, and preferably alluring ones. Upon uttering these words, both women paused their screen movements simultaneously and turned their heads to gaze at him. Sensing the piercing scrutiny upon his back, Li Chengxing promptly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. My intention is solely for the purpose of upgrading the team. There is no ulterior motive." Upgrading the team? Their appeared bewildered, still unaware of the vehicle's classification, having never taken the time to investigate it. Yu leaned in to whisper an explanation in her ear. It is as follows. What peculiar criteria? Fei exclaimed. Indeed, this is precisely why I initially requested you to send photos, Sister Fer. Yu chuckled behind her hand. Li Chengxing shook his head as he observed the two engaging in playful banter, then redirected his attention to the screen. At last, the system had undergone some improvements, now displaying the names and genders of the counterparts. It even thoughtfully included images. However, the requirement of achieving a score above 90 proved excessively stringent. After perusing for quite some time, he found several with scores of 89, yet none with a score of 90. Just as he was on the verge of losing his patience, he discovered one. Chapter 53. Transformation of Survival Space Loyu. Do you remember Xiaxisi? Li Chengxing inquired, gazing at the familiar name and somewhat recognizable visage displayed on the screen. Xiaxisi, appearance, 95, figure, 90, chest, and inner qualities, innocent, total score, 92. Review. Do you understand Lolis? A perfect loli does not require an impressive figure. CSCC? Of course, I remember her. She used to follow us around when she was little, even losing a tooth after a fall, replied Yulu, turning with a puzzled expression. Wasn't she adopted? It's been years since I've seen her. Why bring her up now? Take a look at that character in the game. Isn't that her? Li Chengxing sent a screenshot of Xiaxisi's information to Yu. Let me see. Yu opened the screenshot shared by Li Chengxing and instantly recognized her. It is her. It's Cici. I remember. She has a small plum blossom birthmark on her earlobe. Then it's settled? We'll choose her as our teammate. I think it's a good idea. After all, we know her well. Li Chengxing remarked, glancing at Their. What are you looking at me for? You decide. I don't know the person you're speaking of. All right, if everyone has no objections, I will invite her, Li Chengxing declared, proceeding with a series of operations on the team interface. Done. The system indicates that the new teammate will be teleported directly to the vehicle at the start of the game. Our team now comprises 4 members, and we need just 2 more to be at full capacity. After searching the scattered character interface for an extended period, they found no promising candidates by 6 p.m. Never mind. 4 of us will suffice for now. We are only one supply box short compared to the other teams, and with Liu here, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. Li Qingxing retrieved 2 basic agility potions. All right, let's finish our dinner and get some rest. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the second survival game. Brother, do you have any strategies for the next survival game? Is it also going to be hot? Yului mumbled indistinctly while nibbling on the potion. It shouldn't be hot. I checked the vehicle modifications earlier, and it seems the next survival game will be set in extreme cold. Extreme cold? June Feier's voice escalated in pitch. How will we survive like this? She gestured to the scant 2 pieces of fabric adorning her body. Most of her skin was exposed. How could she withstand the cold? I have made preparations. I purchased each of you a set of thermal underwear and down jackets from the vending machine, Li Qingxing said, extracting a pile of warm clothing from his backpack and distributing it to the 2 women. All right, finish eating and rest early. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Okay. The 2 women accepted the clothing, stowed it in their backpacks, and turned to return to the tent. Hey, wait. You 2. Li Qingxing observed the tents on either side. Was no one going to wait for him? Which tent should he choose? He certainly couldn't return to his own tent. Could he? Recently, Liu's relatives have yet to depart, thus we must bear with Sister Feier for the time being. Sister Feier, I have arrived. Li Shangxing. Why have you not returned to your own tent? What brings you to mine? I was merely... You, come up here. Subsequently, a series of intoxicating melodies emanated from Sister Feier's tent, bestowing an enchanting hue upon the night of the vast prairie. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Li Chengxing and his companions had tidied their belongings and returned to their vehicle. He retrieved the items acquired over the past 2 days, the survival space renovation blueprint and the vehicle insulation material modification, 2 significant blueprints. Eagerly, Li Qingxing opted to utilize the survival space renovation blueprint first. Upgrading the survival space. Please vacate the area temporarily. The upgrade will commence automatically upon departure. Caution, the upgrade is irreversible. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing and the others exited the rear compartment and stood by the driver's seat. Just as they reached the front, they witnessed the small door at the back compartment suddenly elevate, soaring over 2 meters before halting. Shortly thereafter, a voice announced, "Survival space renovation completed. Please inspect at your leisure." Brother, quickly, open the door and take a look, urged Yu, unable to contain her excitement. You truly lack patience, Li Chengxing replied, shaking his head before pulling open the rear compartment door. He glanced inside, uncertainty flickering across his face. Closing the door, he reopened it once more. What on earth? The 2 women, noticing his astonished expression, leaned in closer from either side. In an instant, all 3 were rendered speechless. Is this truly our rear compartment? I must step outside to investigate. Li Chengxing exited the vehicle, observing that the rear compartment still appeared to be of standard RV size. He re-entered the vehicle, taking a deep breath. How is this possible? Before them stood a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom abode. Yet this was not the focal point. The entrance of the rear compartment aligned directly with the back door. Stepping out through the back door did not lead straight outside, but rather into a quaint little courtyard. Indeed, a small courtyard, estimated to span around 30 to 40 square meters. From their vantage point, they could even see the scene outside the courtyard, mirroring the environment outside the rear compartment. It was akin to one-way glass, where the outside world remained unseen from within, yet the interior was visible from without. This is the little courtyard I've always yearned for, Yu exclaimed, dashing inside and reveling in the courtyard. Sister Feier, equally elated, followed suit. Li Qingxing observed the 2 women frolicking in the courtyard. As he pondered further, the ability to see outside while remaining hidden from view, an idea struck him, and he smacked his lips, eyes widening in realization. Brother, you should come over too. Huh? Oh, coming. Li Qingxing snapped back to attention, grasping the vehicle insulation material modification in hand. Fortunately, the renovation of the insulation did not necessitate disembarking. The materials were ample and ready for immediate use. The transformation was accomplished in mere seconds, and no discernible difference was felt. However, it seems the environment here is conducive enough that insulation may be unnecessary. After tidying up the surroundings, time swiftly approached 6 a.m. We shall now transition into the next phase of the survival game. The countdown has been reset, and initial supply packages are available for each participant. Please review them at your convenience. At present, all teams will be transported to the survival game arena. Newly added teammates will automatically appear in the vehicles. Please prepare yourselves, as the transportation will be completed in 10 seconds. 10, 3, 2, 1. Transportation complete. May you all enjoy the game. Chapter 54. A new teammate, a blinding white light enveloped them. And by the time they opened their eyes again, the vehicle had already departed from the underground garage. The trio had scarcely stepped out to survey their surroundings when their gazes were drawn to an additional figure beside them, standing at a height of 160 centimeters. Her two ponytails cascaded down to her waist. With round, wide eyes, she cautiously observed her surroundings while lowering her head. "Cici, is that really you?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yu stepped forward, embracing Cici's shoulders. "Huh? You are?" Cici, startled, instinctively shrank away, burying her head in embarrassment, avoiding Yuyu's gaze. "I am your elder sister, Luoyu. Have you forgotten? The sister who played with you when you were little?" Saying this, Luoyu led Cici to stand before Chengxing. "This is your brother Chengxing. Do you remember?" "Elder sister Luoyu, brother Chengxing." As Cici heard these words, she finally dared to lift her head, surveying the two familiar faces before her. Tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. "It's really you, Wu." Witnessing her unexpected tears, Chengxing and Yu found themselves at a loss. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Yu, ever the attentive one, stepped closer and wrapped her arms around Cici's shoulders. "What is wrong? Tell your sister Liu what happened. Did the previous team bully you?" Upon hearing this, Cici cried even louder, clutching Yu tightly. "Forget it. If Cici doesn't want to talk, let her rest a bit," Chengxing remarked, addressing the two. "Luoyu, please keep her company for a while. Fei and I will head to the driver's cabin. We are preparing to depart." "All right." With that, Chengxing took Jun Fei toward the door leading to the driver's cabin. The doorway had been raised to over 2 meters, eliminating the need to stoop down. They walked directly out of the rear compartment and returned to the driver's cabin, where Chengxing settled back into the driver's seat, immediately checking the windshield. Time, 6:02. Temperature, 0. Distance to destination, 5,000 kilometers. Countdown, 119. 57. 24. Jun Fei, seated in the passenger seat, also took note of the readings. Chengxing. Why is the distance this time half of what it was last time? Yet the countdown has increased. Chengxing glanced at the temperature reading, deep in thought, murmuring softly, "It must be due to the freezing conditions. It's only 0 now. If the temperature drops further, we may need to drive on snow, which would slow our speed." As he pondered this, an idea struck him. Wait a moment. He glanced at the anti-slip tires and chains in his backpack. "I'm going to get out and install the tires and chains." After stating this, he turned to open the door. However, the moment he cracked it open, a biting cold wind rushed into the vehicle. Shivering, Chengxing quickly shut the door again. What kind of weather is this? Why is it so cold? As he spoke, he donned the warm clothing he had prepared in advance, feeling a bit more comfortable before stepping out of the vehicle once more. A thin layer of ice had formed on the ground, nearly causing him to slip. Steadying himself, he retrieved the wheels, grasping a traction tire in each hand as he approached the car. Fortunately, within the realm of the survival game, changing tires did not necessitate the tedious task of removing each one individually. He simply needed to place the wheel aside and click to replace it. Otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss. After a few minutes spent replacing the tires and fitting the snow chains, he climbed back into the car and ignited the engine. Habitually pressing the accelerator to the floor, the tires spun in place for several revolutions before the vehicle surged forward. "Stop! Stop!" Jun Fei cried out from the passenger seat. The entire car swerved sideways, drifting as it moved. Chengxing gripped the steering wheel tightly, managing to halt the vehicle after a tense 10 seconds, drenched in cold sweat. Hadn't he equipped it with traction tires and chains? Why was it still so slippery? The traction tires merely enhanced grip. The road was undoubtedly icy. Jun Fei, sitting beside him, clutched the handle of the door. In such conditions, one must gradually apply the accelerator, You yourself mentioned that the speed cannot be excessive. I thought that with the traction tires, I wouldn't have to worry. Li Chengxing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, the car had not veered off the road. He exhaled deeply, cautiously pressing the accelerator little by little. The car began to accelerate slowly. Upon reaching a speed of 60, he dared not push it any further. This would have to suffice. Any faster, and they would surely overturn. After establishing a safe speed, Li Chengxing set the vehicle to automatic driving. With the speed capped at 60, there was no distinction between manual and automatic, and it required less effort. After more than half an hour of driving, Li Chengxing noticed an unsettling silence from the rear compartment and turned to June Feier. Sister Feier, could you keep an eye on things? I'll check on Cece in the back. The jarring movements in the driver's seat had nearly resulted in an overturn, yet the rear compartment remained undisturbed. Cece had cried enough and had fallen asleep directly in Yu Liyu's embrace. Luoyu, Cece. Li Chengxing pushed open the door to the bedroom, only to find Xia Cece resting on Yu Luoyu's lap. Shoo! Yu Luoyu gestured for silence, gently lifting Cece and placing her on the bed. After covering her with a blanket, Yu Liyu led Li Chengxing out of the bedroom and into the courtyard. What happened to Cece? Li Chengxing Yingqidat. Do you remember when Cece was adopted 10 years ago? Of course, what about it? She has had a good life these past 10 years. I heard her say that her adoptive parents treat her just like their own daughter. Isn't that wonderful? After hearing this, Yu Luoyu shook her head. She arrived at the survival game space with her adoptive parents. In the previous survival game, her adoptive parents, being of advanced age, succumbed to heat stroke. At this point, Yu Luoyu chose to refrain from elaborating further. It was only then that Li Chengxing realized that many individuals did not perish due to a lack of sustenance or at the hands of rival teams, but rather directly fell victim to the very nature of the survival game itself. He cast a glance at the weather outside, pondering how many more lives would be lost under such conditions. After a moment of reflection, he sighed. Luoyu, please take good care of Cece. When she awakens, offer her some nourishment. She likely hasn't eaten well these past few days. And you? I shall monitor the driving compartment. Do not hesitate to call for me if anything arises. Understood. Just as Li Chengxing was about to turn and leave, a voice from the driving compartment reached him. Li Chengxing, we have arrived at the location of the supply crate. Chapter 55. The warm baby arrives. Faya Yi. Upon hearing the call, Li Chengxing, fearing he might awaken Xia Cece, responded softly. He then led Yu Luoyu back to the driver's cabin. Upon exiting the rear compartment, Li Chengxing noticed that the vehicle had already come to a halt. Had they arrived at the supply box location so swiftly? A glance at the windshield revealed they had only traveled about 50 kilometers. Indeed, we are making good time, remarked June Feier, thanks to the anti-slip tires and chains. We've reached the first supply box rather quickly. I glanced at the regional channel earlier. I can't tell if it's genuinely slow or if everyone is hiding, as I have yet to see anyone else arrive at the supply box. Regional channel? Li Chengxing opened the channel for a brief look. Area 10086. Remaining population 10,000. Back to area 10086, yet the count has reset to 10,000. Was there a merger? Of course. He merely glanced and didn't delve deeper. This was not the time for such concerns. Retrieving the shotgun from his backpack, Li Chengxing exited the vehicle alongside the two women. Let's go down and take a look. The trio approached the supply box. The supply box had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from its former bronze state to that of a silver supply box. Li Chengxing, it's a silver supply box, and there are as many as 8 of them. Yes, it's nothing to worry about. We are no longer newcomers to the survival space. The dangers posed by silver treasure chests are likely trivial for us now. Having consumed numerous pills, their physical prowess was nearly akin to that of superheroes. With an array of firearms at hand, they felt an abundance of confidence. The presence of 8 boxes likely correlated with Cece's addition to their team. With that, he continued approaching the supply boxes alongside Yu Liyu. Brother, it's wise to be cautious. All right. Once Yu Liyu duplicates the supply box, Li Chengxing took a stance before the silver supply box, glancing back at the two women. They had positioned themselves on either side, each wielding a handgun in vigilance. Do not inquire why they chose handguns over shotguns. Li Chengxing casually opened the silver supply box, revealing the resources within. Brother, what is inside the supply box? Still water and bread, just like the previous survival game. It seems that even in the second survival game, it has no intention of elevating people's living standards. Li Chengxing shook his head, handing over the bottled water and bread to Yu for duplication before stowing them in his backpack. While they could not claim to be lacking in bread, they had not consumed any since their first meal upon arrival. However, it could be exchanged for other resources. As for bottled water, he was uncertain about others. But they certainly did not mind having more. Bathing, brushing teeth, and even washing hands all required bottled water. Li Chengxing stowed the empty supply box into his backpack, then turned his gaze towards the second supply box. Approaching it once more with familiarity, he opened it effortlessly. "Oh, what is this?" he exclaimed softly, peering at the items within. "Isn't this a warming pack?" Hearing his words, Yu leaned in closer to examine the bag of warming packs he held. "Brother, why would there be warming packs in the supply box? Just check the attributes. This must be the hard currency of this survival game." As he spoke, Li Chengxing handed the warming packs to Yu. "Luoyu, could you please make a copy?" Warming pack, category, consumable miscellaneous, grade, green, attribute. After use. Maintains body temperature for half an hour. All right. Yu took the bag from Li Chengxing and counted carefully. There are 15 packs in a single bag. That's quite a lot. It will last for 5 hours. That's not how you calculate it. Li Chengxing shook his head. Most of the teams now are fully staffed at 5 members, so distributing 15 packs means each person gets only 3. At this point, Li Chengxing's attention shifted to the remaining silver supply box. Based on the previous patterns of the survival game, it was unlikely that any other boxes would yield warming packs. Doesn't that mean 15 packs would suffice for a team for an hour and a half? Yes. If we use them sparingly, it could even last over 2 hours. This forces everyone to keep moving forward. Yunfei contemplated hopefully. Should we check the boxes behind us? Li Chengxing nodded and proceeded to open 6 more supply boxes in quick succession. Indeed, apart from gasoline and materials, no food or warming packs were found. Fortunately, they had not encountered any hazardous items either. After a moment of reflection, he addressed Yu. "Luoyu, once we return to the vehicle, you should acquire more warming packs. The temperature isn't too cold yet, so many people won't realize their necessity. However, based on the previous survival game-esque trends, the temperature will inevitably drop again. If we stockpile some warming packs now, we can keep enough for ourselves since we have air conditioning, which won't consume much. We can sell the surplus at a high price later and make a profit." The two women exchanged glances after hearing Li Chengxing's proposal, their lips twitching slightly. Yet they nodded earnestly. All right. After a brief discussion, Li Chengxing placed the empty supply box back into his backpack and turned his attention to the 8 replicated supply boxes. It was no wonder that Yu possessed an SSS-level talent. As he opened the 9th supply box, he was rewarded with another 15 warming packs. With just this one supply stop, we have acquired a total of 60 warming packs. It doesn't seem so scarce, does it? That's because of your impressive talent. Luoyu. With other teams, they might only have obtained 15. June Feier stifled a giggle beside him, exclaiming, "Indeed, if this survival game truly lacks heat packs, then our maneuvering space expands significantly. If, as Li Chengxing envisions, heat packs become a form of hard currency, then we stand to gain immensely." With this thought, Li Chengxing grew increasingly exhilarated, eagerly opening one supply crate after another. However, it seemed that fortune had run its course, as he found only gasoline and commonplace materials after opening 6 crates in succession. He handed the items to Luoyu, who meticulously replicated them all before stowing them away in her backpack. Approaching the final crate, he inhaled deeply and slowly extended his hand towards the latch of the supply box. Chapter 56. It's nothing, just a bit exhausted. With a resounding crack, the supply box lid sprang open, and a colossal white claw emerged, lunging towards Li Chengxing. Fortunately, with his agility now soaring to 17 points, he deftly sidestepped the ambush. Retreating several paces to regain his composure, he finally discerned the creature before him. A polar bear. Li Chengxing gazed at the massive, snow-white beast, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a joke. It was only the first day of the game, and already a monster of such caliber had appeared. They had firearms. Perhaps they could contend with it. What options did the other teams have, save for fleeing without weapons? Alas, the polar bear had no intention of granting them time for contemplation, bounding towards Li Chengxing with ferocious speed. "Brother, be careful." The voice of Yu rang out beside him. Instantly, Li Chengxing raised his shotgun to fire, but the bear had already closed the distance, swiping a massive paw toward his face. It was too late to aim and shoot. Li Chengxing could only brace himself, horizontally positioning the shotgun before him. A powerful force reverberated through the gun, and while the weapon remained intact, his arm nearly buckled under the impact. Fortunately, his enhanced strength allowed him to withstand the bear's assault. Seeing its initial strike thwarted, the polar bear opened its maw wide, the stench of its breath assaulting Li Chengxing. Just as he felt his resolve wavering, he shouted, "Luoyu!" Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out from either side of him. A pistol and an AWM appeared in the hands of Junfei and Yu, both still emitting wisps of smoke. The pistol bullet struck the polar bear's right arm, while the sniper round found its mark in the creature's heart. In agony, the bear relinquished its pursuit of Li Chengxing, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chengxing rolled aside and sprang to his feet. However, a creature as formidable as a polar bear would not succumb so easily, especially a beast, whose final struggles could be maddeningly desperate. As the polar bear regained its footing, it readied itself to charge at Li Chengxing once more. But he was prepared. With the shotgun thrust directly into the bear's mouth, he pulled the trigger before it could react. Boom! A shell erupted from the barrel, followed by a gruesome spout of red and white matter erupting from its skull. Even with its formidable vitality, the creature could not endure such a strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Still shaken, Li Chengxing watched the polar bear fall, not yet at ease. He continued to fire until the creature's head was reduced to a pulpy mess. Finally, he planted the muzzle in the earth, leaning heavily against the gun, panting heavily. "Brother, are you all right?" Yu and Junfei hurried to his side, each supporting him. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," he replied, feeling utterly drained as he leaned against the 2 women. Fortunately, the strength attributes of both women had reached 11 points. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether they could support the hefty figure of this 185-centimeter giant. Exhausted, it seemed wise to take a moment to rest. With that, Junfei gently leaned Li Chengxing against Yu. She then crouched before Yu and said, "Yu, please hand Li Chengxing over to me. You go retrieve the supply box." "All right." Yu nodded, assisting in placing Li Chengxing onto Junfei's back. She then approached the supply box and collected it. After securing all the supplies, the trio made their way toward the vehicle. "Li Chengxing, you are truly heavy," Junfei remarked, bending slightly with her hand supporting Li Chengxing's thighs. "At 185 centimeters, do you think you are made of sponge?" "My hands are a bit chilly." Yu, observing from the side, covered her mouth and laughed heartily. "You silly Luoyu, just wait until Just a few dozen meters of distance, the 3 moved quite slowly, taking nearly 2 to 3 minutes. The delay was primarily due to the additional burden of carrying Li Chengxing. As they approached the vehicle, Junfei finally exhaled with relief. Suddenly, Li Chengxing flipped off her back with a sprightly motion and opened the car door. Junfei stood there in astonishment. "Li Chengxing, you? Zista faya? What's wrong?" "I'm all better now." Li Chengxing responda innocently. All right. Junfei akvitsit. "You're pretending to be exhausted, aren't you? Just wait until I deal with you." "Brother, I'm here to help you." Yu chimed in, reveling in the commotion. The 3 playfully bantered as they approached the vehicle. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Scarcity emerging from the rear compartment, her face a picture of disbelief as she observed their antics. "Brother Chengxing, Sister Fei, Sister Luoyu, where you all?" The trio, realizing the presence of a new teammate in the convoy, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Ahem." Yu cleared her throat, stepping forward to embrace Scarcity's shoulders. "Cici, come with me to the rear compartment. I have something to discuss." As she spoke, she led Scarcity toward the back of the vehicle. Once Yu had taken Scarcity to the rear compartment, Li Chengxing coughed lightly and returned to the driver's seat. See? This is what happens when you're not straightforward. Now it's awkward. Isn't it? June Feier rolled her eyes and lightly smacked the back of Li Chengxing's hand. Can you blame me? Li Chengxing muttered. June Feier glared at him, visibly annoyed. All right, enough of that. Let's change the subject, Li Chengxing said, scratching his head awkwardly. Now that we have gathered all the materials for the vehicle upgrade, I didn't want to wake Cece while she was still asleep. Now she has awakened. I will go in shortly to inform you that we are preparing to upgrade the vehicle. All right, you may proceed. Chapter 57. The third upgrade of the vehicle in the rear compartment. After a thorough explanation from Yu Li, Cece finally comprehended the current dynamics among the trio. With inquisitive eyes fixed on Yu Liu, she inquired, Sister Liu, are you not upset? Upset? Why would I be upset? Jealousy. Jealous? At first, perhaps a little, but eventually, it faded, and I even felt a sense of relief. Yu Liu seemed to recall something, shivering involuntarily. Relief? Cece tilted her head, looking utterly perplexed. Oh dear, you've just come of age, still quite young. You'll understand when you mature a bit more. When I grow up, will I be like Sister Fei, and Sister Luoyu? How so? Well, with Brother Chengxing. Yu Luoyu gazed at Cece, her expression one of confusion. What on earth occupies this child's mind all day? Just as she was about to respond, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chengxing had just arrived at the door and overheard the conversation between the two women. He felt compelled to intervene, otherwise their discussion might soon cross the line. Brother, why did you come in? Ahem. Li Chengxing cleared his throat. It's time to upgrade the vehicle. I'm here to ask you to exit. All right. Yu Luoyu nodded and, taking Cece by the hand, approached Li Chengxing. Upgrade? Sister Luoyu, are we upgrading the vehicle now? Cece inquired with curiosity. Indeed, your brother Chengxing has been waiting for you for quite some time. Yu Luoyu and Cece quickly reached Li Chengxing. Waiting for me? Why? Cece was utterly bewildered. Come on, let's step outside while we talk. Li Chengxing led the two women towards the exit. What? The vehicle upgrade requires beautiful women? Upon hearing Yu Liu's explanation, Cece's expression turned incredulous. Ahem, Cece, please don't look at me like that. Li Chengxing, manipulating the control panel, felt Cece's unusual gaze upon him. He glanced back awkwardly, then returned to operating the panel. This isn't a rule I established. But doesn't that still benefit you? June Fei chimed in from the side. Ahem. Upgrade. Upgrade. Li Chengxing dared not pursue the topic further. If only June Fei, and Yu Luoyu were present, he would have taught them the meaning of filial piety under duress. However, with a newly adult little sister in tow, he needed to temper his approach. After selecting all the materials, Li Chengxing directly clicked on the upgrade button. Ding detected that all upgrade materials are complete. Do you wish to upgrade the vehicle? Please exit the vehicle before proceeding. Yes, no. The glass had been gathered during the last transaction of the blueprints. It merely awaited the presence of a beauty with a score of 90. As the conditions were now met, Li Chengxing did not hesitate and clicked directly. A familiar white light flashed, transforming the vehicle once again. The driver's cabin had been extended by over a meter with an additional rack atop. The rear compartment, however, remained unchanged. Brother, I'm so cold. I didn't even bring a heat pack. Let us hurry and get in the car. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing turned around and saw that the three girls were shivering from the cold. All right, let us get in the car, he said, promptly opening the door and taking his place in the driver's seat, while the other three entered from the passenger side. As they stepped inside, they immediately noticed the alterations in the driver's area. Brother, there's an extra row of seats in the back, Yu Luoyu exclaimed, pointing at the newly added seats with delight. Li Chengxing restarted the vehicle, switched it to automatic mode, and then turned to inspect the changes within. Behind the driver's seat, there were indeed 2 additional chairs. Beyond the aisle between the chairs was the entrance to the rear compartment. If one didn't know this was a recreational vehicle, Li Chengxing might have thought it resembled a van. After observing the rear seats, he lifted his gaze, curious about the rack he had seen outside. He noticed a circular cover position directly above the aisle between the seats, accompanied by a circle of iron rods bound together with twine. Luoyu, since you're in the back, could you untie that circle of iron rods and see what they are? Okay, Yu Luoyu responded, standing up. The space in the driver's cabin was now an impressive 2 meters high. It was almost imperceptible from outside, suggesting the use of spatial technology. She had to stretch her arms fully to reach the bundle of iron rods. Carefully, she untied the rope and lowered the rods. Brother, it's a ladder. A ladder? Li Chengxing's interest was immediately piqued. Sister Fei, keep an eye on the driver's seat. I'll go check it out. After handing over the driver's seat to Jun Fei, he approached the iron ladder, easily reaching the circular cover above. There was a circular button next to the cover, and out of curiosity, Li Chengxing pressed it. The cover swung open automatically, revealing the sky outside. I'm going up to see what is going on. Be careful, brother. After exchanging farewells with the girls, Li Chengxing climbed up the ladder. Brother, what is the rack for? I'll take a look. Li Chengxing mused as he examined the rack before him. There was a foldable seat atop the vehicle, which he opened and sat upon. The rack was in front of the seat, reaching approximately to his chest. In front of the rack lay a thick steel plate affixed to the roof of the vehicle, with a hole the size of a head. Above the hole was a piece of glass that appeared quite sturdy. Li Chengxing regarded the rack thoughtfully. I feel like something essential is missing for this rack to be functional. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Missing? What component? The voice of Jun Fei emanated from the cabin. It seemed that Li Chengxing gestured to indicate the size, and then exclaimed, it must be a machine gun. Yes, a heavy machine gun. A heavy machine gun? Indeed, this should be the designated area for a heavy machine gun. Does that not imply we can acquire the blueprints for one here? Not necessarily. Li Chengxing shook his head, descending from the roof of the vehicle. He pressed a button, causing the roof support and seating to retract automatically. Subsequently, the cover sealed shut. Our vehicle is of a superior grade. Perhaps we have upgraded it to the next phase to achieve such advancement. It is likely that this survival game does not permit access to weapons of the heavy machine gun caliber. Li Chengxing glanced at the shotgun within his backpack. A heavy machine gun would certainly be of at least dark gold grade. A silver treasure chest cannot yield such an item. Upon hearing this, Jun Fei nodded in agreement, immediately feeling reassured. Such high-grade weapons are beyond our current capabilities. It would be wiser to consider the next upgrade for the vehicle instead. Let me check what materials are needed for the forthcoming upgrade. Chapter 58. Wait a moment. The world's number one? Let me see what materials are needed for the next upgrade. With that, Li Chengxing opened the vehicle attributes. Vehicle information, luxury RV, grade, unique and evolvable, level 4, fuel consumption, 30L 100 kilometers, maximum speed, 220 kilometers h, fuel tank, 500L 500L, upgrade requirements, for beauties with a score above 90. 1,000 iron ingots, 100 copper ingots, 50 silver ingots, 20 gold ingots, 1 dark gold ingot, 100 glass, 500 rubber, 500 electronic boards. As Li Chengxing gazed at the seemingly endless list of materials and the dense string of zeros, he felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Why had the upgrade requirements escalated so dramatically? Iron and copper ingots were manageable. They had an ample supply of those. Silver ingots were also relatively easy to come by, especially considering the survival game primarily revolved around silver treasure chests. They had a decomposition station, so that was trivial. Even the dark gold ingots were accounted for, as they had obtained 4 from the dark gold supply box awarded for their previous world champion status. The 4 were duplicates. However, the gold ingots posed a significant challenge, needing a full 20, and glass, which had always been a scarce commodity. Li Chengxing, what's the matter? Why that grim expression? Jun Fei, seated in the driver's seat, inquired as she observed his troubled demeanor. Take a look for yourself. Li Chengxing shared the attribute screenshot with everyone, including Xiaxisi. The material demands had indeed expanded, with the most pressing issue being the requirement for gold ingots. Upon hearing this, Yu and Jun Fei contemplated the material requirements displayed in the image. Only Xiaxisi. Level 4. Upon opening the screenshot, she exclaimed in astonishment. Is our team's vehicle at such a high level? When she first joined the team, she dared not even raise her head to face the others, let alone check the vehicle's level. Later, when she encountered Li Chengxing and Yu, she had been so overwhelmed with excitement that she cried. Until now, she only knew that the rear compartment of the vehicle was spacious and had a yard. Initially, She thought they had obtained some special blueprints that resulted in such a large rear compartment, never daring to consider the vehicle's level. Exactly. This limitation is due to the beauty requirement. Otherwise, we would have reached level 4 long ago, Yu remarked smugly. Li Chengxing shook his head at her comment, and then turned to Xia Cixi. Cixi, what was the level of your previous vehicle? In comparison to Li Chengxing's level 4. Xia Cixi felt somewhat embarrassed and lowered her head. Level 2. To be honest, managing to gather materials sufficient for a level 2 upgrade meant that her team's strength was already quite formidable. However, when juxtaposed with Li Chengxing and his companions, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. What is your team's world ranking? June Feier suddenly became interested. Knowing the ranking of the other team would provide them with a broader understanding of the situation concerning other teams. Approximately 135 million. Is it truly that high? June Feier is not being pretentious. She genuinely believes this ranking is somewhat inflated. After all, with billions of individuals around the globe, to secure a position within the top 200 million is already commendable. This is unrelated to our own capabilities. It is entirely due to the Lost Highway dungeon. Yet, Xia Cixi shook her head. The Lost Highway dungeon? Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to the esteemed individual who previously shared the completion strategy for that very dungeon. It was solely because of the anonymous team leader who revealed that strategy that we saved considerable time while near that dilapidated vehicle. Otherwise, we might have been delayed for a significant duration within that dungeon, possibly failing to complete it altogether. Reflecting upon this, Xia Cixi still felt a shiver of apprehension. She patted her chest and once again expressed her gratitude. We truly must thank that anonymous team leader from the World Channel. I wonder what position their team secured. Such a remarkable person must be quite dashing. Upon hearing this, June Feier and Yu exchanged peculiar glances at Li Chengxing. The look made Li Chengxing feel slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. I believe that team should be ranked first in the world. Huh, Chengxing, how do you know that? Although they had an advantage in the Lost Highway dungeon, could it really be such a significant edge? Xia Cixi looked at Li Chengxing with utmost seriousness, analyzing the situation. With so many anonymous teams worldwide, how can you be certain they are the best? Cixi, let me tell you. Yu leaned in closer to Xia Cixi, gazing playfully at Li Chengxing. The anonymous team leader you mentioned is none other than your Chengxing. Huh, Chengxing? Yes. Xia Cixi was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been praising the individual in front of crowd. Realizing this, her face turned as red as an apple. No wonder Chengxing was so confident that the anonymous team claimed the top spot. It turns out, wait, world first? She suddenly looked up. Chengxing, what position did you say our team secured? First place, why? First place? World first? Observing the incredulous expression on Xia Cixi's face, Yu erupted into laughter. Yes, world first. Chengxing has likely exhausted all his luck on drawing talents and vehicle modification blueprints throughout his life. She said this with a hint of pride. Therefore, securing first place is only natural. Talent? Let your Chengxing show you. After saying this, Yu and Xia Cixi turned their gazes towards Li Chengxing, nudging him slightly. Li Chengxing did not hesitate. He promptly shared a screenshot of his talent page and vehicle information with Xia Cixi. The only growth tier talent? The only growth tier vehicle? Xia Cixi had failed to notice the vehicle's tier earlier, but now she finally saw it. Regarding Li Chengxing's talent. Wait a moment, Chengxing, is your talent unboxing mystery boxes? Upon witnessing the screenshot, Li Chengxing perceived a glimmer of light in Xia Cixi's eyes, rendering him somewhat bashful. However, the final statement from Xia Cixi was evidently not posed as a question. Indeed, Cixi mystery boxes, what of it? Chengxing, your talent appears to resonate remarkably well with mine. Your talent? The three individuals, upon hearing this remark, grew increasingly curious. What is your talent? Xia Cixi, equally composed and gracious, emulated Li Chengxing by sharing a screenshot of her own talent with the trio. I predict someone will undoubtedly inquire about Xia Cixi's automobile. More on that later. Chapter 59, S-Class Talent. Sublimation, Talent Sublimation. S-Class, the ability to combine all forms of supply boxes and treasure chests into a higher tier. To prevent any crafty readers from exploiting this, I suspect that if I write about all items being sublimated, someone will surely attempt to exploit a bug. Copy, sublimation, and then copy again. Gulp. Li Chengxing gazed at the screenshot presented by Xia Cici. Cici, this talent of yours seems tailor-made for our team. With that, Li Chengxing promptly produced 6 blind boxes and placed them in the vehicle aisle. Luoyu, these 6 blind boxes were just acquired. Replicate them and let Cici perform the sublimation. Fortunately, the blind boxes were not overly large, and with the vehicle having been upgraded, fitting 12 blind boxes was not an issue. All right, Luoyu extended her hand, expertly replicating the 6 blind boxes one by one. Cici, it's your turn. Under the watchful eyes of the trio, Xia Cici picked up 2 blind boxes and pressed them closely together. A blinding white light radiated from the juncture of the boxes. The 2 blind boxes slowly merged beneath their gazes. As the white light dissipated, only one box remained in Xia Cici's hands. Is this what sublimation is? Luoyu's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the blind box held by Xia Cici. Cici, can the sublimated treasure chest be sublimated again? Before Xia Cici could respond, June Feier chimed in. Luoyu, do you think that's possible? Sitting in the front passenger seat, June Feier chuckled heartily at Luoyu's question. Just look at your SSS class talent. It has limitations. How could Cici's S-class talent be without constraints? As expected, Xia Cici gently nodded. The sublimated treasure chest cannot be sublimated again. I've tried. Well, that's still quite good. Li Chengxing picked up the sublimated treasure chest. It was a wooden box, painted red, yet its design was notably more intricate than the previous plain style. The wooden chest featured exquisite carvings, although Li Chengxing couldn't discern the details. Nevertheless, it certainly appeared far more impressive. Who will open this box? Li Chengxing extended the sublimated chest towards the 3 women. I certainly won T. He was well aware of his luck. This was not a task suited for him. No worries, since we now have 6 sublimated blind boxes, we can each take 2. Let's Cici open this one. Luoyu candidly stated, effectively excluding Li Chengxing from the equation. Huh, me? Xia Cici hesitated for a moment, although she was indeed curious about what the blind box might yield. Go ahead. It's fine. Having reached this point, Xia Cici no longer hesitated. She picked up the blind box from the ground once more, and under the eager gazes of the trio, the lock clicked open, revealing the contours of the items inside. What is this? Xia Cici pulled out the contents from the wooden box. A bundle of ropes? It appeared to be a fishing net. 2 women observed Xia Cici as she picked up an object, and they eagerly approached her. I don't recognize it. I've never seen anything like this before. Luoyu, do you know what it is? I have no idea. I've never encountered it either. Just as the 3 women were gathered around the object, Li Chengxing's gaze pierced through the gaps between them, landing upon what Xia Cici held in her hands. To be precise, his attention fixated on the item itself. A mere glance was enough to render him spellbound. What the hell? This perverse talent. He cursed silently, ready to reach out and take the object away. However, at that moment, Xia Cici noticed a red button in the middle of the rope. Driven by curiosity, she pressed it. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The net rope in Xia Cici's hand seemed to come alive, expanding and tightly ensnaring her body. Gradually, the rope began to constrict, shortening in length. Within 3 seconds, Xia Cici found herself lying flat, her limbs contorted in an awkward position. The car, equipped with air conditioning, maintained a pleasant temperature of around 24°C, allowing them to dress lightly, including Xia Cici, who had not yet exited the vehicle and still wore her short skirt from earlier. Despite her petite frame, she now appeared remarkably alluring. Luoyu, Chengxing, Faya, what is happening? Xia Cici's face turned pale as she struggled helplessly on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Li Chengxing's hand froze in midair, the sudden turn of events leaving him bewildered. I recall this thing wasn't automatic. His murmured words reached the ears of June Feier and Luoyu. Brother, what do you mean by automatic? Luoyu turned to Li Chengxing, her eyes fixed on him. Do you know what this thing is? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Li Chengxing was at a loss for words. Then it struck him. Check the item's attributes. This is net, category, miscellaneous toy, grade, golden, attribute, When used by the owner, it automatically binds enemies not exceeding the owner's strength for 30 minutes. If used by a non-owner, it will rebound. The binding effect cannot be undone and will release automatically after the time expires. If you look at the attributes, you'll understand. A golden item? Junfei glanced at the object's name. What kind of twisted talent is this? You can turn even such a thing into gold. The cheeks of the three women flushed crimson. Even Xia Cici, trapped on the ground, was blushing profusely, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Chengxing, what should I do? I can't help you. You've seen it. This isn't something I can resolve. Li Chengxing replied, raising his hands in surrender. Just wait. It will be over in half an hour. Hearing this, Yu helped Xia Cici to her feet. Gently reclined the seat back. Cici, I shall place you upon the seat. Take a moment for yourself. Li Chengxing regarded Xia Cici as one might a doll, allowing Yu to manipulate her as she pleased. His gaze then fell upon the intricate web of ropes entwined around him and the scenery beneath the lotus leaves. A mere glance was enough to divert his eyes. What a scandalous display. It seems Cici can no longer continue synthesizing the advanced boxes. Yu, please stow the box away. We shall resume synthesis once Cici is well. Upon finishing his words, Li Chengxing turned back, prepared to continue driving, when a thought struck him. Oh, right. He turned once more to Xia Cici and inquired, where is your team's vehicle? At this, Xia Cici's expression shifted abruptly, her countenance turning a ghastly shade. Chapter 60. A talent tailored for our team, what's the matter? Junfei could clearly sense that Xia Cici was not quite herself. She approached to offer some comfort. Has something happened? The inquiry was enough to trigger Xia Cici's tears, which streamed down her cheeks. The others sat quietly, refraining from speaking, patiently awaiting her recovery. After a couple of minutes, Xia Cici's sobs gradually subsided. Yu reached out to wipe her tears and gently adjusted her posture in the chair. Although her demeanor remained somewhat ungraceful, Yu softly patted Xia Cici's back, expressing her concern. Don't rush. Take your time to share. After a few more sobs, Xia Cici finally began to speak. The vehicles of my previous team belonged to my adoptive parents. After they passed away, the other teammates claimed the vehicles for themselves. That SY was ultimately driven out of the team. This doesn't make sense. Yu was baffled. With your exceptional talent, how could your teammates possibly expel you from the team? It's not just that Xia Cici's talent level is already at S grade. The effectiveness is top-notch as well. My talent holds little value in other squads. How can that be? An S-grade talent that can enhance supply crates is surely useful. Xia Cici shook her head. Each supply crate only contains 10 items. After synthesis, the quantity diminishes, and despite the high levels of the supply crates, the initial items remain basic. Moreover, with higher crate levels, the danger level inevitably increases. One of my former teammates met their demise because of this, and since that day, I have never utilized my talent again. The group fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with a question they had never considered. In their own squad, Li Chengxing's blind boxes allowed for seamless synthesis without any danger. However, for other squads, the likelihood of receiving good items from supply crates was already slim. If they were to synthesize two together, the chances of obtaining something valuable would diminish even further. Seeing that Xia Cici's spirits were still low, Yu quickly reassured her. It's all right. Their rejection is their loss. Your talent is truly tailored for our team. Joining us is your opportunity to shine. Xia Cici nodded earnestly, once again reclining in her chair. And the scenery is indeed quite beautiful. Yet, this is the most comfortable position. Sitting up feels terribly uncomfortable. The group gazed at Xia Cici, and suddenly the entire carriage was enveloped in silence. Ahem, Li Chengxing, unable to endure the somber atmosphere, hurriedly spoke up. Yu, why don't you take Cici back to the bedroom to rest? At least it will be more comfortable. I'll call you when we arrive at the supply crate location. Yu glanced at Xia Cici, then at Li Chengxing, whose neck had turned a deep shade of crimson. She immediately understood and nodded gently. All right, I'm fine. I can endure it, and I can stay here with you all. The naive Xia Cici was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, Yu was already laughing heartily. Cici, It's not that Chengxing is worried you can't handle it. Rather, he's concerned about himself. Ha ha, ha. Chengxing, are you unwell too? What is bothering you? Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing's face flushed even deeper, rendering him completely speechless. Meanwhile, the two women beside him were laughing uncontrollably. Cici, don't ask anymore. The more you inquire, the more uncomfortable Chengxing becomes. Come along with me to the back compartment. With that, she helped Xia Cici up and then crouched in front of her. Sister Fei, lend me a hand. All right. Once Jun Fei assisted Xia Cici onto Yu Luoyu's back, and they entered the back compartment, Jun Fei returned to the front passenger seat. Turning to glance at Li Chengxing, who seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, she teased, "What's the matter? Are you interested in the little sister too?" "Not really. After all, I have always regarded Cici as a younger sister." "Oh, still a younger sister? Huh? Wasn't Liu also a younger sister before? Should we?" As she spoke, Jun Fei raised an eyebrow at Li Chengxing. "This is different." "What is different? Isn't it the same here?" Jun Fei raised her hands in a playful manner. "Sister Fei, I think that just now. Was it not the right person for that?" Recalling the earlier scene, Li Chengxing stiffened his neck. "I believe, Sister Fei, you would be more suitable, especially when paired with that." He even turned to look directly at Jun Fei. "Now that you mention it, it does seem fitting." The thought of the foxtail made Jun Fei's face turn crimson. Despite having experienced such matters a few times, she still felt a lingering unease regarding that. "Prop, get lost. I warn you, you must not use that on me." "Oh, since it's all on autopilot." They both let loose and indulged in their frolics. Outside, the cold wind howled, but it couldn't deter their spirited play. Their playful antics persisted until 7:49. All right, we're almost there." Li Chengxing adjusted his clothes and returned to the driver's seat, finally glancing at the windshield. Time, 7:48, temperature, -2, distance to destination, 4,907 kilometers, countdown, 1:18, 10:26. The temperature had dropped by 2 degrees as they approached 100 kilometers. If the pattern from the last survival game held true, upon reaching the next supply station, the temperature would plummet to -100 degrees. Jun Fei gasped in astonishment. "Sister Fei, did you see that?" Li Chengxing furrowed his brow and turned to look at Jun Fei, who appeared to be deep in thought. "Yes, I saw it." "Li Chengxing, do you think relying solely on a warm pack could help us endure the frigid temperatures nearing -100 degrees at the finish line?" "I am uncertain," he replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps it is feasible." He inhaled deeply, deciding to cast aside those thoughts. Turning towards the rear compartment, he called out, "Luoyu, Cici, you may come out now. The next supply box is approaching." "Coming." Yu Luoyu emerged from the back compartment alongside Xia Cici. Even now, Xia Cici had yet to recover from the embarrassment of the earlier incident. Her head bowed low, too shy to meet Li Chengxing's gaze. "Cici, dit." Li Chengxing scratched the back of his head, hesitating. "Should we continue with the blind box synthesis?" "Yes." Xia Cici nodded softly, a whisper escaping her lips. Upon seeing her acquiescence, Li Chengxing was about to retrieve the remaining 10 blind boxes along with the 5 he had recently acquired when an all-too-familiar voice suddenly materialized. "Congratulations to all fortunate participants on the commencement of the first day of the new survival game. New rules are being generated. Rule generation successful." Chapter 61. Another Lost Highway Instance? Li Chengxing's hand froze as he reached for the mystery box. The survival game had just commenced at 6 o'clock, and he had expected it to unfold in a manner akin to previous instances, with the first day devoid of new rules. He never anticipated that the regulations would exhibit such fluidity. A voice abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Today, all participants will be transported to the Lost Highway instance. During this period, the countdown for the survival game will cease. Upon completing the instance, participants may return to their original location to continue the road survival game. Best of luck, fortunate ones. Please prepare yourselves. The event will commence promptly at 8 o'clock. Another Lost Highway instance? Wasn't that a straightforward challenge? Yu leisurely reclined in the back seat, sprawled out with an air of nonchalance, clearly unfazed by the impending instance. With a resounding slap, Jun Fei smacked her palm against Yu Liyu's slender thigh. "Do not underestimate this. I hardly believe it will be as benevolent as you think." Indeed. Li Chengxing nodded and turned to Xia Cici. Cici, please combine these mystery boxes. The instance is about to begin. Let us see if we can procure any useful items. Understood. Xia Cici nodded, taking 10 boxes from Li Chengxing and another 10 from Yu. With a total of 20 mystery boxes, the space in the driver's seat was insufficient. The group retreated to the back compartment, laying the boxes neatly on the ground. Xia Cici took a deep breath and glanced at Li Chengxing. Brother Chengxing, I shall begin. All right, Li Chengxing affirmed. Let us commence. A flurry of white light emanated from Xia Cici's hands. The 20 meticulously arranged mystery boxes dwindled down to a mere 10. Just as June Feier was about to open one, she was halted by Yu Liu's exclamation. Wait a moment. Yu Liu appeared to have recalled something, her excitement palpable. What is the matter? With Li Chengxing now the least occupied, he turned his attention to Yu Liu. Is something amiss? Nothing at all. I merely wish to test if my talent is still operational. With that, she grasped one of the recently combined mystery boxes and activated her ability. Duplication. The box in her hands transformed into 2 once more. Success. Yu Liu's face flushed with exhilaration as the 10 boxes transformed back into 20. The quantity remained unchanged, yet the quality had undoubtedly ascended to a higher echelon. Moreover, Cici, would you care to attempt another synthesis? Perhaps it may yield further results. Yu Liu's thoughts were simple. The boxes that had been synthesized could not be combined again. However, the boxes she had duplicated clearly fell outside this restriction. Should she succeed, it would result in 5 additional superior mystery boxes. The potential to synthesize, replicate, and then synthesize again, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to generate a top-tier mystery box by the day's end. Perhaps even unveiling an item of a resplendent 7-color grade. However, while imagination is delightful, reality can be quite different. Xia Cici picked up 2 replicated blind boxes, just as she activated her talent. That voice abruptly echoed in the ears of Li Chengxing and the others. Detecting a significant loophole in the game rules, initiating repair. Repair successful. Wish you all an enjoyable game. Yu Liu's expression of excitement froze on her face, her mouth twitching. No way. Is this rule targeting us? It shouldn't be. Upon hearing that voice, Li Chengxing fell into contemplation. Previously, my talent combined with yours had already given us a considerable lead over others. Now, with Cici's talent included, our progress will accelerate even more. Yet, I sense that this still falls within the controllable boundaries of the rules. However, the 3 of them turned their heads to look at Li Chengxing as he analyzed the situation. He took a deep breath and continued. If we could continuously replicate and synthesize like this, it would clearly not be what the rules desire. Brother, are you suggesting? As Yu Liu spoke, she pointed her index finger upwards. Exactly. Li Chengxing nodded. Although I don't understand why we must proceed step by step, it is evident that this is not our fault. Now, he summoned his courage, lifted his head, and addressed the car roof. Shouldn't we be entitled to some form of compensation? The 3 girls gasped in unison upon hearing his words. What is he doing? Is he actually asking the rules for compensation? They never anticipated that Li Chengxing would be so audacious. June Feier snapped back to reality and tugged at Li Chengxing's sleeve. Chengxing, perhaps. We should just let it go. Before June Feier could finish her sentence, that voice unexpectedly responded. Request acknowledged. Receive any supply box. Treasure chest designated item opportunity 1. June Feier's hand, gripping his sleeve, froze in midair. This is actually possible? The 3 girls looked at Li Chengxing with incredulity. Why are you all staring at me? Li Chengxing felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. What I meant was, since we're following the rules, it should certainly be negotiable, as we haven't violated any guidelines. His words prompted the others to reconsider their perspectives. At least now, they understood that the rules of the survival game were not immutable. Liu, Cici, what did you mean by the loophole repair earlier? Satisfied with the compensation received, Li Chengxing looked toward Yu Liu and Xia Cici. Upon hearing Li Chengxing's question, Yu Liu glanced at her talent, her enthusiasm waning by half. Nonetheless, she began to explain. I just reviewed the introduction to my talent. Let me take a screenshot and share it with you all. With that, she captured an image of her talent and sent it to the group. Ability, Duplication, SSS level talent consumes a certain amount of stamina to replicate all tangible objects, excluding living beings. Each item can only be duplicated once, and derivatives of the duplicates cannot be replicated. Derivatives include, but are not limited to, duplication, splitting, and synthesis. The description of the talent merely adds a line of restriction. The meaning is quite straightforward. A blind box can only be duplicated and synthesized once. For instance, with 2 blind boxes, duplicating once results in 4, but synthesizing them again reverts them back to 2. These 2 cannot be duplicated or synthesized anymore. My ability is similar. Xiaoxici also shared a screenshot of her talent with everyone, appearing somewhat disinterested. Nearly identical restrictions are inscribed in Xiaoxici's talent description. No matter, we are already significantly ahead of others. There is no need to dwell on this. Li Chengxing noticed the team's morale was low and clapped his hands. Moreover, we have essentially exploited a glitch. Otherwise, we would not possess these 20 blind boxes. Everyone, let's rally our spirits. The next step is the dungeon. Let us swiftly open these 20 blind boxes. Chapter 62. The reappearance of the Lost Highway instance. Chengxing was correct. We must first prepare ourselves. Junfei concluded as she casually picked up a blind box before her. Let us open all the blind boxes. Upon witnessing this, Yu and Xiaoxici each took one as well. The 3 of them simultaneously unveiled their treasures. How's it? What remarkable items have you unearthed? Li Chengxing rubbed his hands eagerly, watching the 3 women intently. With the blind boxes upgraded, surely the contents will be of superior quality? Junfei smirked slightly. Indeed, we have acquired something splendid, a golden tier. Golden? Hearing this, Li Chengxing's face lit up with joy as he leaned closer. With a mere glance, he hastily collected the item from the blind box at a speed surpassing the limits of normal attributes. Brother, what did you get? Why don't you let me copy it? Yu inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Li Chengxing. Never mind. Copying it wouldn't be of much use. It's merely a bit more rubber. Li Chengxing raplia abidanli flustarat. Oh. Yu regarded Li Chengxing with a face full of skepticism. She had grown accustomed to the fact that if Li Chengxing did not voluntarily share what he had obtained, she certainly wouldn't press for answers. While Yu refrained from questioning further, Li Chengxing, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. A 2-headed dragon. How can all these items be golden? And what is this thing? Can it even pass inspection? He hadn't even had the chance to examine its attributes. This item surely wasn't something that would enhance combat prowess and was easily disregarded. Moreover, did his team even need such a thing? Junfei was the only one present who knew the contents of the blind boxes, and she watched the unfolding scene with delight, giggling uncontrollably. Li Chengxing shot her a glare, but she met his gaze without fear, her laughter only growing heartier. Feeling embarrassed, Li Chengxing lowered his head and picked up a blind box for himself. It had been ages since he last opened one, and he felt a twinge of excitement. Unlocking the latch, he unveiled an item encased in a paper box, approximately the size of a coin. The box bore the bold inscription, Kidney Treasure Tablets, Harmonized Edition. How absurd has it become? Li Chengxing internally lamented as he reached to collect the item. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He decided to check its attributes. Kidney Treasure Tablets, Category, Food Supernatural, Attributes, increases all attributes by 10, lasts for 2 hours, for male consumption only. To maintain good health, consume Kidney Treasure. 1 tablet will keep you standing tall, not just during battles. Oh, it's actually supernatural. Li Chengxing held the Kidney Treasure Tablets in his hand, studying the attribute description. That last line, this talent is indeed consistently outrageous. However, one must admit, the Kidney Treasure Tablets are truly a valuable find. Hearing this, the 3 women lifted their heads in unison. Junfei, being closest, caught sight of the attribute description and, after a light cough, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Yu approached, her mouth forming an O shape. Ahem, Luoyu, could you copy this for me? Li Chengxing said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he handed over the paper box. All right, Yu, her cheeks flushed, accepted the box, made her copy, and then returned it to Li Chengxing. Before parting, she couldn't help but tease, what a bizarre talent. throughout the entire exchange. The only one maintaining composure was Xia Cece, who gazed blankly at June Feier and Yu Liu. Sister Liu, why are both of you acting so strange? That item has decent attributes, doesn't it? It could stand firm. Unfortunately, it's only usable by boys. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Yu Liu choked on her own saliva. After a few coughs, she turned to Xia Cece and said, "You're still young. You'll understand these matters in due time." "I'm not a child. I'm already an adult." Yu Liu shot a glance at Xia Cece. Still young. The group soon completed unboxing all the packages amidst laughter and joy. It must be said that the upgraded blind boxes contained items of significantly higher quality. Aside from a few peculiar items, many good ones were also revealed. Although they were mostly consumables, each bore some extraordinary attributes. All were stowed away in Li Chengxing's backpack. Sister Feier, Liu, Cece, is there anything you particularly need lately? Li Chengxing inquired of the three women. We still have one chance to specify an item. All three shook their heads. At present, they truly lacked for nothing. Their needs for food and drink were met, and their weapons were sufficient. Then I shall save the opportunity for when we truly need it. After saying this, Li Chengxing's expression turned serious as he gazed at the increasingly clear teleportation circle ahead. It was just like the last time, the same glowing portal. Li Chengxing glanced at the time. 7:49, are we all ready? We are about to enter the dungeon. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice resonated in the ears of people around the world. The portal has been opened. All participants are requested to join promptly. The portal will close at 8 o'clock. Wishing everyone a pleasant game. Are we all set? Li Chengxing asked the three women. Ready. June Feier sat in the passenger seat, while Yu Liu and Xia Cece occupied the rear. Good. Then I shall proceed directly into the dungeon. With that, Li Chengxing restarted the vehicle and pressed the accelerator towards the portal. The familiar white light flashed, and the group once again passed through the circle. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves within the dungeon. The vehicle came to a halt and turned off automatically. Having gained experience from the first time, Li Chengxing, after adjusting to the light, refrained from starting the engine again. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. After all, igniting the engine would be futile. However, upon discerning the situation around him, where's the grassland? What happened to that grassland from before? Snow. As far as the eye could see, it was all snow. Li Chengxing could ascertain that this place was indeed the same grassland from before. The dirt slope directly ahead was all too familiar to him. There lies the critical point where they last successfully navigated. Yet, in merely a few days, such a heavy snowfall has descended upon this place. Li Chengxing cast a glance at the windshield. Time. Pause in the Lost Highway instance. Temperature. -20. Remaining kilometers in the instance. None. Countdown. 10 o'clock. 00. Hiss. -20 degrees. Li Chengxing inhaled sharply. How could the temperature plummet so drastically? Moreover, the information displayed on the windshield differs entirely from the last time. Previously, there was a remaining distance. Now it has transformed into a countdown. Brother, do we simply endure 10 hours here to return? Do you truly believe it would be that straightforward? Li Chengxing shook his head. Indeed, at that very moment, that voice resounded once more. New rules generated successfully. Chapter 63, Wolves. All wolves. After surviving for 10 hours in the Lost Highway instance, best of luck to all fortunate souls. Is this it? This is the new rule? Yu Liu's face was filled with disbelief. After waiting so long, this is the rule we receive? Is it really that simple? June Feier turned her head, lightly chuckling at Yu Liu in the back seat. You said the same thing last time in the instance, and then... She paused mid-sentence, her eyes suddenly widening in terror as she gazed out the rear window. Feier, what is wrong? Why that expression? As she spoke, she followed June Feier's gaze towards the back of the car. In the distant, snowy expanse, a dark mass loomed. This is... Yu Liu's pupils constricted in disbelief as she took out her binoculars for a closer inspection. A pack of wolves. Brother, it's a pack of wolves. I see them. Li Chengxing had already caught sight of them through the rearview mirror, as Yu Liu exclaimed. In the distance, there were wolves, densely packed, rushing towards the car like a tide. Is this the challenge we must face in this instance? He muttered to himself before igniting the vehicle with unprecedented speed. Despite his escalating anxiety, he dared not press the accelerator fully. He slowly started the car, gradually increasing the speed to 50 km/h. Li Chengxing glanced again through the rearview mirror at the approaching wolves. The distance between the vehicle and the pack maintained a precarious balance. They could neither shake off the wolves, nor could the wolves catch up. Seeing this, Li Chengxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where did all these wolves come from? He quickly estimated at least 100 of them, each one remarkably large. The lead wolf stood at least as tall as a person. How come we didn't encounter these wolves during our last visit? Is it possible that this instance is not the same as the one we experienced before? June Fayer analyzed seriously beside him. Yu Luoyi was baffled. What do you mean, Fayer? Li Chengxing continued, just like the last lost highway instance. Although we entered the same instance, it may not be the same one. It could also be a parallel space. Yu Luoyi nodded, somewhat comprehending. Let me see if others are experiencing the same situation. As Li Chengxing spoke, he opened the regional channel. This was his first time accessing the regional channel since the Novice supply station. Upon entering, golden letters appeared at the top of the regional channel. Welcome the captain of the world's first anonymous team to the regional channel. Li Chengxing was astonished. No one had informed him that there would be such a prompt upon entering the regional channel. How could he maintain a low profile as a cunning merchant if it was like this every time he entered? As expected, when these words floated across the top of the channel, the regional channel erupted in chaos. 10,086 zone. Remaining participants, 907. What? The big shot is in the same zone as me? The world's #1 team, a full 7 hours ahead of me. 7 hours? The person above is also impressive. Does the big shot have any extra resources? The child is hungry. The child desires resources. Big shot, do you still need teammates? I can be both sweet and salty. Get lost, you from the upper floor. Li Chengxing observed the incessantly scrolling messages before him, which were predominantly flattery or requests for resource trades. He furrowed his brow and sent out a message. What dangers did you encounter in this dungeon? This message was instantly pinned at the top of the channel in bold, golden text for over 10 seconds, while the messages below continued to scroll normally. Big shot. Our team encountered a pack of snow wolves in the snow. Our team did too. Our speed is 40, and we dare not go any faster or the vehicle will flip. Our team is also at 40. It feels like the wolves behind us are getting closer, estimating they will catch up in 2 or 3 hours. Us too. We cannot afford to run faster. It seems we will soon be engaged in close combat. Let us hope we survive. Naturally, the other 3 also saw the messages in the regional channel. Bro, what do we do now? Are we really just going to run for 10 hours? No, that's not right. Li Chengxing, one hand on the steering wheel and the other stroking his chin, contemplated. This doesn't seem like a mere escape game. If it were, a speed exceeding 50 would suffice. Just like us, the wolves wouldn't be able to catch up. However, most people cannot reach that speed on the snow. Don't underestimate the difference of just 10 km/h. This is on soft snow. Being able to run at all is a feat. So, after listening to Li Chengxing's analysis, June Fayer suddenly realized, if we keep running, we may clear the dungeon, but it's possible that others will finish first. The game countdown will reset, and we'll still be in the dungeon, fleeing for our lives. Exactly. Li Chengxing nodded. So what should we do? Yu Luoyi still didn't quite understand. Luoyi, if the wolves catch up, what would you do? Of course I would fight back. Yu Luoyi replied, fiercely. Precisely, we must fight. Li Chengxing nodded vigorously. If we can completely eliminate this pack of wolves, we should be able to clear the dungeon ahead of time. Yu Luoyi, upon hearing this, sat in her chair in stunned silence, unable to close her mouth for quite some time. How? How can we possibly kill so many wolves? Indeed, how could we kill so many wolves? Li Chengxing fell into deep thought. There were at least 100 snow wolves behind the vehicle. We can't possibly use a sniper rifle to shoot them one by one, can we? Setting aside the time needed to reload, my arms wouldn't hold up. Moreover, disembarking is certainly out of the question. If we were to be pursued by a pack of snow wolves upon leaving the vehicle, it would spell true disaster. Chengxing. Xia Cici's voice floated softly from behind. What is it, Cici? Li Chengxing turned to face Xia Cici. This little girl was speaking up for the first time, still somewhat timid as she lowered her head and said, Don't you have a designated item? Designated item? Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback. only to be overwhelmed with joy shortly after. Indeed, I possess a designated item. Just as 10 minutes had already elapsed, Li Chengxing retrieved a blind box from his backpack. After handing one to Liu to replicate and place beside him, he picked up another to hold in his hand. In his heart, he silently recited, utilizing designated item count. Chapter 64. The M2 vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun, specifying item usage frequency. As Li Chengxing's words faded, a voice echoed in his ear. Please specify the item you wish to designate. Note that the item level must not exceed dark gold. Simultaneously, a translucent box materialized before him. Beneath the inscribed text lay an input field. Li Chengxing gazed at the words, plunged into deep contemplation. What exactly should he designate? The voice had stipulated that it could not surpass dark gold. However, how on earth was he to ascertain which items fell beneath that threshold? Moreover, it needed to be something that could address his current dilemma. It was akin to the initial strength potion he had procured from the Novice supply box. While it was undoubtedly a valuable item, it did not resolve his immediate predicament. To find a solution, he would still require external assistance. A missile. He attempted to input this, envisioning that a single missile would decimate the approaching pack of wolves. Item level too high. Cannot be designated. Very well. A missile was indeed a bit far-fetched. Perhaps a tank would suffice? Item level too high. Cannot be designated. This was not permissible either. After several futile attempts, he was on the verge of exhausting his mental faculties when his gaze casually drifted to the rearview mirror situated between the driver's and passenger's seats. Through the mirror, his eyes settled upon the cover atop the vehicle. Eureka! A smile broke across Li Chengxing's face. He had just thought of something. Without further hesitation, he entered his choice into the input field. Designated item. Vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Do you confirm the designation of the item as a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun? Yes. No. Li Chengxing beheld the dual options before him. Indeed, the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun was classified as dark gold and would undoubtedly resolve his pressing issue. He promptly placed the blind box upon the ground and unhesitatingly selected, yes. Item designation successful. As the voice concluded, the lock of the blind box before him clicked open. The lid then automatically lifted, revealing the metallic contraption within. Gazing upon the robust steel barrel, Li Chengxing could hardly contain his excitement. Examine attributes. Detection technique. Item name. Browning M2 heavy machine gun. Quality. Dark gold. Category. Weapon attributes. Armor piercing 1000. Damage 500. Effective range 2000 meters. Rate of fire 600 rounds a minute. Special attribute 1. Automatic reserve. Stores 1 belt of ammunition every hour. Maximum of 5 belts, each containing 2,000 rounds. Special attribute 2. Overheat. Continuous firing of 2,000 rounds causes the barrel to overheat, rendering the machine gun inoperative during the overheat state, which takes 30 minutes to return to normal. Special attribute 3. Surge. Ignores the overheat state to fire continuously for 4,000 rounds, subsequently entering a critical overheating state, which recovers to normal after 24 hours. Li Chengxing gazed at the attributes before him, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Despite the overheating limitation, the power of this attribute was undeniable. Moreover, with the special attribute 3, it could disregard overheating and fire 5,000 rounds in succession. 5,000 rounds. What kind of monstrous entity could withstand such a torrential onslaught of metal? This heavy machine gun, even among dark gold items, would surely be classified as top tier. With this thought, Li Chengxing could not help but exclaim, Cici, you are absolutely amazing. Thank goodness you reminded me. I adore you. Hearing this, Xia Cici's face flushed anew. And no problem. Chengxing, I'm just glad to help. Helped? You've been a tremendous help. With that, Li Chengxing turned to Jun Fei-er and said, Sister Fei-er, you take the wheel. I'll go up and install the heavy machine gun. Jun Fei-er stared at the heavy machine gun, momentarily entranced. Truly, it was magnificent. This contraption exuded an immense sense of security. Only upon hearing Li Chengxing call her did she snap back to reality, nodding in agreement. Oh, all right. She then stood up, exchanging places with Li Chengxing to take the driver's seat. Once Jun Fei-er grasped the steering wheel, Li Chengxing approached the heavy machine gun. Luo Yu. Please replicate this heavy machine gun as a backup. Understood. After Yu finished the replication, Li Chengxing opened the cover on the roof of the vehicle. Instantly, the cold wind howled inside. Strangely, despite their light attire, the group felt no chill. This astonishing feature of the system's air conditioning was indeed remarkable, as it assured a comfortable temperature within a 10-meter radius. Outside, however, it was a biting -10°C, and even Li Chengxing's enhanced physique struggled against the frigid gusts. He retrieved his down jacket and donned it before hoisting the heavy machine gun with one hand and climbing the ladder with the other, weighing a hefty 58 kilograms. The machine gun was quite a strain to lift single-handedly. Fortunately, with Yu's assistance from inside the vehicle, he managed to place the gun onto the mounting bracket atop the car. He settled into the seat outside, fastening his seatbelt, and then securely fixed the heavy machine gun in place. Finally, he raised his gaze to the pack of snow wolves pursuing them in the distance. They were still far away, far too distant for a shot. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head and spoke to Junfei in the cabin. Sister Fei, reduce the speed and allow the wolf pack to draw nearer. Is that really okay? Trust me, it will be fine. Once the wolves get closer, we can accelerate again. All right. Junfei took a deep breath and gently pressed the brake. The vehicle gradually slowed to a stop. The wolves behind, witnessing the iron behemoth come to a halt, began to howl. Like a pack of invigorated wolves, they raced fervently towards the convoy of Li Chengxing and his companions. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. As the pack approached within approximately 1 kilometer, Li Chengxing shouted, "Sister Fei, accelerate." All right, came the response from Junfei within the cabin. Under her deft control, the vehicle gradually increased its speed, soon returning to 50 kilometers per hour. Observing the wolves drawing closer, now matching the pace of their own vehicle, Li Chengxing took a deep breath, suppressing his rising excitement. A broad smile spread across his face, and he placed his finger upon the trigger of the heavy machine gun, disengaging the safety. Little pups, today Grandpa will let you savor the taste of 12.7 millimeters. With that, he gently squeezed the trigger. Chapter 65. The scoring system. Li Chengxing gently squeezed the trigger. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. The sharp crack of gunfire resonated violently. Each 12.7 millimeters bullet tore through the air, trailing streams of heated air as it surged towards the pack of wolves. Almost instantaneously upon pulling the trigger, the fur of the leading snow wolf was violently flung outward, blood spraying in all directions. With the sound of gunfire, craters began to appear in the snow surrounding the wolf pack, puffing out wisps of smoke. The scent of blood did not deter the wolves. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. The wolves advanced relentlessly, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they rushed toward the vehicle. In mere seconds, Li Chengxing's finger on the trigger was numbed by the recoil, and the gun barrel emitted vapor. The pack remained undaunted. "Brother, why are there so many wolves? Are you sure there are only a little over 100 here?" Yu, seated in the back of the driver's cabin, gazed through the window at the scene unfolding behind the vehicle. The number of wolves appeared to remain unchanged, almost as if the current situation diverged from our expectations. Li Chengxing observed the relentless tide of wolves pouring forth from the horizon, accompanied by the incessant notifications flashing on the system panel. Score 1. Score 1. Contemplating this, he continued, "It seems this instance encourages us to eliminate more wolves. Aren't we supposed to be fleeing?" Xiaoxi gasped at this revelation. "Is the difficulty of this instance really that high?" Yunfei shook his head. "In truth, the difficulty is not severe, as long as we maintain a speed above 40. The number of snow wolves that can approach the vehicle is ultimately limited." She steered with one hand, gesturing towards the pack behind them. "Look, as you can see, not all the wolves are running in parallel." Following her pointed direction, Xiaoxi turned to observe the wolves. Indeed, upon closer inspection, she noticed the formation of the pack resembled a triangle. Only the leading few wolves could ever close in on the vehicle. Then that means... Yu thought for a moment before realizing the number of snow wolves we eliminate will be crucial for our ranking. That should be the case. Li Chengxing's voice echoed down from the roof of the vehicle. Have you all noticed the new points added to the system panel? This is likely the key to our final ranking. Upon hearing this, the three women promptly opened their system notification panels. Indeed, the notifications were flooding in incessantly. If that's the case, Yu peered through the hole in the vehicle's roof, observing the heavy machine gun spitting flames. Are we not assured of first place? If others only have handguns and crossbows, we should be. June Fair nodded emphatically. At this stage, the crate is merely of silver tier. They likely only have handguns and crossbows. While the women excitedly conversed, Chengxing remained immersed in the exhilaration of the slaughter. The mounted heavy machine gun proves exceptionally effective, requiring neither precise aiming nor consideration of recoil. Aside from a slight numbness in his fingers, it operates remarkably well. In merely 3 minutes, a single belt of 2,000 rounds is unleashed, resulting in the demise of over 700 snow wolves. Observing that the heavy machine gun has overheated, Chengxing finally ceases fire. After a moment of contemplation, he decides against employing the special attribute skill. After all, he possesses another heavy machine gun. Yu, please hand me the other heavy machine gun, he requests, recalling that Yu had previously replicated one for him. Now it is indeed coming in handy. All right, Yu replies, passing the additional heavy machine gun to him. Chengxing stows the overheated weapon from the stand and takes the new one from her. He repositions on the roof rack and pulls the trigger once more. After another 3 minutes, this second heavy machine gun also reaches an overheated state, and Chengxing watches his score soar to 1379 with satisfaction, before stowing the weapon away. As he descends the ladder and returns to the cabin, he is greeted by Yu's excited voice. Brother, you must see the regional channel. Our team is trending. Trending? Chengxing, intrigued yet skeptical, opens the regional channel to view the scrolling chat. Zone 10086. Remaining personnel, 9527. Did you see? The dungeon score rankings. Score rankings? Let me take a look at the system interface. Oh my goodness. What is going on? What is the ranking? Let me see. Oh my goodness. The first place has 800 points. No way. It's 900 now. How did the score rise so rapidly? 1,300 now. One wolf gives 1 point. Does that mean they VE slain over 1,300 wolves? Are they superhuman? Could it be that these points are from kills with hot weapons? What hot weapon? I'm still using a flintlock, and I've barely accumulated a few points. That first place surely can't receive the Gatling gun, right? The one that goes da-da-da with blue flames? Chengxing observes the lively discussions on the regional channel, nearly revealing their secret. Furthermore, he notices the score rankings option has mysteriously appeared at the bottom of the system panel. Driven by curiosity, he clicks on it. First place, points, 1379. Second place, points, 59. Third place, points, 59. After glancing at the top three, Chengxing loses interest in further viewing. The first place is undoubtedly his team. As for second place, he had anticipated some disparity, but not to such an extent. The second place score doesn't even come close to theirs. Brother, did you see it? I did. Chengxing notes. Our team is leading by such a margin. That is quite normal. Due to the designated item, we have identified the heavy machine gun. Chengxing, equally delighted, shared the sentiment. Otherwise, relying solely on our sniper rifles and shotguns, even if we were to secure first place, it would scarcely be easier than those wielding handguns or crossbows. Shall we continue our pursuit? Yu inquired, gazing at the seemingly undiminished pack of wolves behind the vehicle. Absolutely. We must carry on. Chengxing responded without hesitation. If we do not, the wolf pack will catch up with us. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that these points will prove invaluable. Before long, half an hour had swiftly elapsed. The overheating state of the heavy machine gun had returned to normal. Yu was eager to give it a try. Brother, allow me to have a go. Chapter 66. The first in leaderboard, the two mounted machine guns cooled down every 30 minutes, each time replenishing 4,000 rounds of ammunition. The 10-hour dungeon session swiftly approached its conclusion. Everyone in the convoy experienced the exhilarating thrill of wielding a heavy machine gun. Even the petite and delicate Xia Sisi was no exception. Moreover, Chengxing and the others noticed a remarkable transformation in her demeanor upon touching the weapon. Her face radiated pure excitement. her laughter echoing as she squeezed the trigger. That smile, how shall one describe it? It was an exuberance bordering on madness. This unexpected side of Scarcity revealed a different facet of her personality to Li Chengxing and the others. The image of this deranged, yet charming little girl was something Li Chengxing had only encountered in novels. As the last of the 4,000 bullets were expended and Scarcity descended from the top of the vehicle, the group gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Feeling the intensity of their stares, she shyly lowered her head. What was going on? Why were they all looking at her like that? Is there something on my face? Scarcity nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes. The three exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this truly the same delicate girl who had just moments ago been atop the vehicle, brandishing a heavy machine gun? As the atmosphere began to cool, it was finally Liu who stepped forward. Sissy, Her mind momentarily wandered back to Scarcity's earlier exuberance, and she swallowed hard. Have you ever handled a gun before? No, never. It's been peaceful all this time, when I have had the chance. Upon stepping away from the machine gun, Scarcity reverted to her obedient self, seemingly unaware of the thrilling spectacle she had just been part of. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, she replied, Even the previous convoy, we never had the opportunity to acquire any decent weapons. The only crossbow we had was snatched away by a former team member. Then, June Fayer approached with a gentle demeanor, patting Scarcity on the head, speaking calmly, Cece, it would be best for you to keep your distance from that heavy machine gun in the future. Why? Scarcity looked up, her face a mask of confusion. Ahem. Li Chengxing cleared his throat. Your sister Fayer is concerned for you. With your petite stature, she fears it may tire you out. From now on, you can focus on unboxing items while we handle the battles. It's all right. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Absolutely not. The three voiced their objections in unison. All right then. Scarcity meekly lowered her head, yet her heart swelled with warmth. Her older brothers and sisters truly cared for her. Seeing Scarcity acquiesce, Li Chengxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the two machine guns in the backpack, which had already entered a state of overheating, and then looked at the windshield. Time. In the Lost Highway instance, time is paused. Temperature, -20. Remaining kilometers in the instance. None. Countdown timer. 0:11. 26. Only 11 minutes remain, and there is no time left to restore the heavy machine gun. He cast a final glance at the leaderboard. First place, score, 27,343. Second place, score, 1743. Third place, score, 1743. With 27,000 points, it seems the first place is secured. The gap of over 20,000 points is insurmountable unless someone throws a small boy into the fray. Thus, it is utterly impossible to catch up. With this thought, he relaxed and closed the leaderboard. Addressing the three women, he said, Everyone, prepare yourselves. The instance is coming to an end, and we shall return. At this moment, he had already resumed his position behind the wheel. During the 10 hours of the instance, the four of them had taken turns driving and resting. So Li Chengxing felt quite energized. All right. Upon hearing their responses, Li Chengxing accelerated to 50, steadily driving forward. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and with just half a minute remaining, that familiar voice echoed in everyone's ears once more. Dear fortunate ones, please prepare yourselves. The Lost Highway will appear in front of you in 10 seconds. Advance 500 meters along the Lost Highway to complete this instance. 10 on 8, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Li Chengxing distinctly felt the vehicle jolt. Subsequently, he sensed a notable enhancement in the tire's grip. It appeared that this was indeed the Lost Highway the voice had mentioned. As anticipated, although it was the same Lost Highway instance, it existed in an entirely different space. Even the manifestation of the Lost Highway varied. He pondered whether they would ever return to the previous Lost Highway instance. The temperature last time was undeniably comfortable. While Li Chengxing was lost in thought, brother, the portal, Yu, seated in the passenger seat, pointed at the sudden appearance of a teleportation circle approximately 100 meters ahead. Indeed, Li Chengxing tightened his grip on the steering wheel, aligning the vehicle with the portal. Moments later, they were enveloped in the familiar white light. The group once again found themselves in the survival game space. Merely half a minute after exiting the instance, the voice emerged once more. Congratulations to all fortunate ones for clearing the lost instance. We shall now calculate the instance rankings. Upon hearing this voice, the four held their breath in unison. The exhilarating moment had finally arrived. After all, Chengxing and his companions had fought for a full 10 hours within the instance. This instance could be deemed the most arduous for their team. The previous two instances had not subjected them to such prolonged torment. Nevertheless, he believed that effort would ultimately yield rewards. He refused to believe that the system had designed a scoring system merely for ranking purposes. That would be an exercise in futility. As anticipated, the system notification resounded. The point store is now open, and all fortunate individuals may now utilize their accrued points. Please note that the point store will be available for a limited time of 12 hours. All participants are urged to redeem their points promptly, as any unspent points will be nullified after the deadline. Upon hearing this, Chengxing felt a jolt of surprise. The rewards for this instance were not distributed based on ranking, but rather through the establishment of a point store. Subsequently, elation surged within him. He possessed a staggering total of over 27,000 points. While the purchasing power of the points remained uncertain, it was clear that the second place only had around 700 points. With 27,000 points at his disposal, it was inconceivable that his purchasing power would be meager. With this thought in mind, he swiftly accessed the system interface. Searching intently, beside the points ranking, a new section labeled Point Store appeared, accompanied by a countdown timer. 11:59:01. This must be the countdown to the store's closure. He mused. With a heart racing with excitement and trembling hands, Chengxing clicked on the point store. Chapter 67. Armor. Chengxing opened the point store, instantly dazzled by the myriad of products within. Chengxing, what do they have? Came the voice of Junfeier from the driver's seat. Chengxing took a screenshot of the categorized offerings in the point store and sent it to the three women. Modification, materials, food, weapons, and so forth. He scrolled to the bottom of the categories, but unfortunately did not find the extraordinary category. It seemed that extraordinary items were indeed not available at this stage. Previously, they had been fortunate enough to acquire some at the beginner supply station, which was a stroke of luck. Not only were there discounts, but they also managed to reap some rewards from the regional channel before reaching the station. Otherwise, they could not have afforded such items. Confirming the absence of the extraordinary category, Chengxing decisively opened the weapons category and scrolled downwards. After a thorough scan, he reached the bottom. True to the system's usual style, the best items were located at the very end. Sure enough, when he reached the bottom, a firearm appeared in the store list. Model revolver, category, weapon, grade, purple, attributes, armor piercing 150, damage 150, capacity 66, special attributes, auto loading, regains 1 round of ammunition per minute. Price, 300 points piece. Chengxing gazed at the revolver's attributes, which were nearly on par with his Desert Eagle. Moreover, if all weapons were priced similarly, it meant that the majority of people would possess firearms. After all, at such a low price, one could purchase it by defeating just 300 snow wolves. With a bit of courage and decisiveness when facing a pack of snow wolves, collecting 300 points should not be an insurmountable task. Contemplating the model revolver, Chengxing fell into deep thought. If firearms became commonplace, their convoy would lose its advantage in weaponry, aside from sniper rifles and heavy machine guns. Even though a shotgun dealt more damage than a revolver, neither could withstand a single shot. Hey, what's wrong with you? Noticing the sudden pallor on Chengxing's face, Yu turned her head to inquire. Let me show you. Chengxing sent a screenshot of the revolver's information to the group. I glanced at the weapons category, and it seems firearms are now appearing. Our advantage in weaponry is dwindling. What's there to worry about? Junfeier replied nonchalantly. The range of a revolver is nowhere near that of a Desert Eagle. At just a couple hundred meters, if they were enemies, we would have already taken them down. Indeed, brother, there's no need for concern. Since there are weapons, there must also be armor. Yu comforted him from the side. Scroll down a bit more. Perhaps there's an armor category as well. At her words, Chengxing paused, his finger clicking back to the homepage of the point store. Sure enough, as he scrolled down the homepage, he discovered an armor interface. Chengxing entered decisively. Before him appeared a row of armor. Vine shield, category, armor, grade, blue. Attributes. Armor 300. Damage taken deducts corresponding armor. When armor reaches 0, it is automatically destroyed. Price, 100 points per piece. Indeed, it possesses armor attributes, and even this mere blue-grade vine shield can withstand 2 shots from a revolver and 3 from a Desert Eagle. Li Chengxing felt a surge of excitement as he continued to scroll through the screen. Blast shield, grade, purple, requires one-handed grip, not very practical. Let us see what's next. Vine armor, grade blue. Similar attributes to the vine shield, yet priced an additional 100 points. As he scrolled through the various armors, Li Chengxing found himself increasingly dissatisfied. Either the attributes were mediocre or the usability was lacking. It wasn't until he reached the very bottom that he finally discovered the armor he desired. Hesco L210 Bulletproof Vest. Category: Armor, grade, gold. Attributes: Armor 3004. Damage taken deducts corresponding armor. When armor reaches 0, it is automatically destroyed. Special Attribute 1. Hesco L210 plates. Equipping 4 Hesco L210 plates on the front, back, and sides. Each plate's armor value is calculated independently. Special Attribute 2. After each Hesco L210 plate is destroyed, it will regenerate a new plate or restore all armor values after 24 hours. Price, 1,000 points per set. A remarkable item, a life-saving artifact, and it can be reused. 1 set per person is essential. Without hesitation, Li Chengxing purchased 6 sets. The 6 bulletproof vests neatly appeared in his backpack. He took out 4 of them and placed them on the floor of the driver's cabin, stacking them together. The remaining 2 were intended for future teammates. Chengxing, what is this? Jun Fei'er, having taken the initiative to sit in the driver's seat to facilitate Li Chengxing's shopping, glanced sideways at the 4 vest-like items he had extracted and inquired. Bulletproof vests. Li Chengxing responded with palpable excitement. This should be the strongest armor available at this stage. It can withstand a full 5 shots from shotgun. He was not exaggerating, and perhaps even being somewhat conservative. The 5 shots he referred to would only be in the event that all bullets struck the same side. Moreover, the rules stipulate that even bullets aimed at the face would be blocked by the bulletproof vest. Of course, against firearms like sniper rifles and heavy machine guns. This vest would be merely ornamental. Upon hearing this, Yu picked up one of the vests to examine its attributes. Subsequently, she replicated all the bulletproof vests. With a beaming expression, she asked, "Brother, are these for us?" "Yes." Li Chengxing nodded, handing 2 pieces to the previously silent Xia Cixi. Each person is allowed 2 pieces, one to wear at all times and the other as a spare, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Xia Cixi reached out to accept them, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Chengxing. No need to be so polite," Li Chengxing replied casually, waving his hand. "We are all part of the same team. It is only natural that we look out for one another. Cixi, there is no need for excessive formality." Xia Cixi nodded, observing her lingering shyness. Li Chengxing gently shook his head. After distributing the bulletproof vests, he redirected his attention to the points mall. There remained numerous categories he had yet to explore. Food, materials, they had an abundance of these supplies. Especially food. It was the one thing they had never lacked since their arrival in this survival game world. Now, it was even more plentiful, with a wider variety of food reserves. They could manage 3 meals a day for an entire week without repeating a single dish. As he perused the various categories, Li Chengxing once again focused on modification, extending his finger to delve into it. Chapter 68. ABS and ESP. As Li Chengxing opened the modification category in the point store, he was greeted by the familiar sight of certain items appearing on the list. Snow tires. Category: Automotive modification attributes. Price: 100 points each. Tire chains. Category: Automotive modification attributes. Price: 100 points each. No. What is this? ISNT. It's sold only at the Novice supply station. He recalled spending a hefty sum of 800 iron ingots for a set back then. This was merely a tenth of the original price. Now, one could acquire a set for just 100 points. However, it was difficult to determine which option was more economical. For other teams, purchasing with points might be more advantageous, especially since many teams might not possess a disassembly station. Yet for their team, The value of points was evidently higher. While there were numerous ways to procure materials, points were limited. Nevertheless, one could now purchase a complete set for 800 points. For many teams, 800 points was still an achievable amount. However, considering the 800 snow wolves, one would need to slay 80 every hour for 10 hours to accumulate that many points. This realization made him ponder how significantly their speed advantage would be diminished. Frowning, Li Chengxing continued to scroll down, seeking a solution. However, the next two items left him utterly perplexed. ABS Anti-Lock Braking System Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Grade: Gold. Attributes: prevents will lock up during braking, maintains steering capability, and shortens braking distance. Require materials: electronic boards 20, price 1,000 points each. ESP Electronic Stability Program Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Grade: Gold. Attributes: integrates with the ABS system, monitors body posture in real time, and adjusts braking or power to individual wheels, greatly stabilizing the vehicle. Require materials: electronic boards 20, price 1,000 points each. What is this? Being a novice in automotive knowledge, he found himself unable to comprehend these blueprints, lacking any specific data. Brother, what's wrong? His childhood companion, Yu Liu, could not fathom his confusion, and naturally, she was equally baffled. Thus, he refrained from consulting her and turned to the driver's seat where June Fayer sat. Sister Fayer, do you know what the ABS anti-lock braking system and the ESP electronic stability program are? In his mind, only June Fayer, the affluent lady accustomed to driving, would understand. However, to his disappointment, despite her extensive driving experience, she had never bothered to study the intricacies of automotive configurations. She shook her head. I've heard of the ABS system before, but I'm not very clear on what it is or its benefits. Upon hearing June Fayer's response, Li Chengxing anxiously tugged at his ears. Uncertain of the purpose of the two blueprints, he hesitated to utilize them. What if they had adverse effects? For instance, if they reduced speed, that would be quite a loss. However, purchasing them was undoubtedly a wise choice, given that they were golden blueprints. Just after acquiring the blueprints from the point store, a timid voice from the back seat of the car reached his ears. Chengxing, I believe I might know what those two systems do. Li Chengxing's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xia Cici's voice. Cici, you know, please tell me, what are their functions? ESP stabilizes the vehicle by controlling wheel brakes, and its core braking control function requires the hydraulic control unit and sensors of the ABS. As soon as the topic of cars arose, Xia Cici transformed, her face brimming with confidence. Wait a moment. Yet, as Li Chengxing listened to her barrage of technical jargon, he felt an overwhelming headache. Cici, could you get straight to the point? What effect does modifying this thing have? After pondering seriously, Xia Cici succinctly stated, in simple terms, it enhances the vehicle's stability, especially on icy roads, which indirectly increases speed. Oh, I understand. Although Li Chengxing didn't fully grasp everything she said, he caught the essence of her last remark. Increasing speed. He realized suddenly. If you put it that way, I get it. Speeding up, right? That's one way to understand it. Nodding in agreement, Li Chengxing felt reassured now that he comprehended the blueprint's purpose. Without further hesitation, he handed the blueprints to Yu Liu to make a copy and immediately clicked to use the original. Materials detected. Proceed with modifications to the vehicle system? Yes. No, Li Chengxing chose without a moment's pause. Modifications to the vehicle are commencing. Please exit the vehicle. The process will begin automatically once all occupants have vacated the car. Hastily, Li Chengxing urged the three women to don their jackets and exit the vehicle. Within 10 seconds of their departure, they received a notification that the vehicle upgrade was complete. The four quickly returned to the car, with Li Chengxing eagerly taking the driver's seat. Gripping the steering wheel, he suppressed his excitement. After restarting the vehicle, he gently pressed the accelerator. The speed gradually increased. As it climbed to 60 km/h, Li Chengxing sensed no hint of drift. Elated, he continued to accelerate, only encountering a slight loss of control at 85 km/h due to wheel slippage. He promptly reduced the speed back to 80, where the vehicle stabilized. 80 km/h. Li Chengxing beamed at the needle on the dashboard, thrilled to find it was a full 20 kilometers h faster. Based on the current speed of the vehicle, covering 5,000 kilometers would only take approximately 40 hours. Of course, this is merely a theoretical estimate. The actual duration will undoubtedly be longer, especially considering the necessity of stopping to replenish supplies. Nevertheless, it is more than sufficient. Li Chengxing was quite pleased with this modification, calming his excited heart. He redirected his attention to Xia Cici. Cici? What is it, Chengxing Ge? How have you been these past few years? How do you understand these matters? If that dreadful yellow button ever surpasses 5,000, I shall don white stockings for you all. A promise is a promise. Chapter 69 Cici. Do you desire vengeance? Upon hearing Li Chengxing's inquiry, Xia Cici's countenance instantly darkened. Yu, seated beside her, immediately noticed a shift in her expression. What troubles you, Cici? Are we revisiting your sorrowful memories? It's not exactly sorrowful, Xia Cici replied, her eyes reddening as she shook her head. I just miss my parents a little. She gently dabbed at the corner of her eye and continued. My father used to love modifying cars. From the moment he brought me home, he would take me for drives to help me acclimate to my new surroundings. Thus, I have a fair understanding of automobiles. Now Li Chengxing observed the evident sadness lingering in Xia Cici's demeanor. He glanced at the virtual screen before him and tentatively asked, Cici, do you wish to seek revenge? Huh? Xia Cici abruptly lifted her head, her teeth clenched. The expression that crossed her face was one of a fierce intensity, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor. Yes, I dream of it. If it weren't for my previous lack of strength, I would have confronted those two brutes long ago. In the days when her parents were still alive, things were manageable. However, following their untimely demise, she found herself too fearful to sleep soundly at night. She would clutch a dagger in her hand, allowing only the slightest rest. She even harbored suspicions that her adoptive parents' deaths were somehow connected to those two fiends. Thus, upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, she nodded vigorously. All right, since you seek vengeance, I shall assist you. Li Chengxing was not merely speaking idly. He had recently spotted something in the miscellaneous section of the point shop. Designated duel voucher, category, miscellaneous, quality, golden attribute. Draws a designated team into a duel space until one party perishes or both parties reach a settlement to exit. The victor claims the deceased's assets. The challenge party retains the right to determine the duel format. Price, 500 points. The cost of 500 points was within reach for many teams, especially theirs. This indeed presented a golden opportunity for countless individuals to amass wealth overnight, particularly for those lower-ranked teams with superior weaponry and equipment. For just 500 points, they could potentially seize an entire team's fortunes. It was a lucrative trade. However, one could only wonder if any foolhardy souls would dare to challenge their team. Shaking his head, Li Chengxing purchased 10 vouchers for future use. He glanced at his remaining 14,000 points. There was simply no way to spend all. He exchanged the surplus points for clothing and materials, finally reducing his points to 0. After completing his purchases, he retrieved the duel vouchers. Cici, did your previous team have a unique name? No. Xia Cici shook her head, then added, but I remember the car's number. Each team is granted one opportunity to rename themselves before adopting a unique team name. It will be akin to their fleet, appearing as an anonymous entity. It is utterly impossible to locate the fleet through its name. However, each fleet possesses a unique identification number in the team formation interface. As long as there is a number, it suffices. Li Chengxing handed the duel voucher to Yu Liu for duplication, then extracted a single card and placed it into Xia Cici's hand. Cici, I shall ask you one final time. Are you certain you wish to seek vengeance? If so, then utilize this. This is. Xia Cici picked up the item Li Chengxing had passed to her and examined its attributes. A duel voucher. Her exclamation captured the attention of Jun Feier and Yu Liu. During Yu Liu's earlier duplication, her focus had hardly been on the duel voucher. Upon hearing Xia Cici's voice, she turned her attention to the attributes. Indeed, it was a duel voucher. Moreover, its power was quite formidable. Brother, how many points does this duel voucher cost? 500 points. What of it? Oh, nothing. Yu Liu shook her head. I was merely curious as to why you didn't purchase more, considering that for 500 points, one could acquire an entire fleet's resources. It seems quite advantageous. Upon hearing this, Li Shengxing Bleifuyi Binsha Yu was Labiao Woyus Chuck. You always seek shortcuts without engaging your intellect properly. What's wrong with that? Did I say something incorrect? Yu Luoyu retorted, swatting Li Chengxing's hand away in annoyance. Jun Feier, seated in the driver's seat, set the vehicle to autopilot and turned to Yu Luoyu, stifling a laugh. Luoyu, do not be upset with your brother. If we were to exchange everything for challenge vouchers, we would waste all our time in the challenge space and neglect our journey. Huh? Yu Luoyu's mind quickly processed this information. Do challenges consume time? What did you think? That the whole world would pause for you while you entered a dungeon? Li Chengxing lightly tapped Yu Luoyu's forehead with his index finger, shaking his head. He then turned back to Xia Cici and inquired, so what is your decision? Cici, have you made up your mind? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Cici nodded resolutely. Brother Chengxing, I have decided. I want to take revenge. Her gaze was steadfast as she clutched the challenge voucher, crumpling it in her grip. Li Chengxing nodded in affirmation. Very well, let's commence. He too was curious about the nature of the challenge space. Upon hearing this, Xia Cici unfurled the challenge voucher once more and handed it to Li Chengxing to initiate its use. A pale blue virtual input box immediately materialized before him. Please enter the fleet number or unique identification name you wish to challenge. Li Chengxing looked up at Xia Cici, who instantly understood. 138. Following her guidance, Li Chengxing inputted the digits one by one. You are about to challenge a fleet ranked 135, 726, 391 in the world. Are you certain? Yes, no. With over 100 million ranks, Li Chengxing was entirely unfazed. As he directly opted for yes, the motorhome abruptly ceased its operation, enveloped by a brilliant white light. Within 2 seconds, it vanished from its original location. Chapter 70, Barehanded. On a road far removed from the Li City Star vehicle convoy, a solitary, dilapidated van ambled along. Within the confines of the driver's cabin sat 2 strikingly similar men. Brother, it's truly frigid today, complained the man with curly hair in the driver's seat to the slick-haired companion beside him. It's even less comfortable than the last survival game. That cannot compare. In the previous game, one could shed clothing when it got too warm. This current survival game, the slick-haired man glanced towards the back of the van, where he had another man overseeing 2 middle-aged women bound by ropes. Damn it. It's so cold I can barely stand up. Ha ha, brother, that is not the point. You don't understand. I'm in Zij mode. The slick-haired man playfully slapped the back of the head of the one referred to as number 2. And honestly, these 2 old hens are utterly useless. Remember that girl from the convoy before? She looked so tender. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to unconsciously lick his lips. What a pity it was. When those 2 were around, they protected her, and just when I found a way to dispose of them, she managed to escape. Brother, how about we toss these 2 old pigeons out of the van and recruit new allies? Upon hearing this, the slick-haired man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. Last time we eliminated those 2, the system issued a warning. If we do it again, we might face punishment. He then cast a sidelong glance at the 2 women, now numb. Let us make do. With the lights off, they all look the same. By the way, brother, what did you purchase with the 578 points we earned this time? The slick-haired man rummaged through his backpack and produced a duel voucher. This, a fine item. I plan to study it and challenge a higher-ranked but weaker team. Perhaps we can strike it rich. Just as he finished speaking, while they were still reveling in their future prospects, a sudden voice from the system echoed. Attention! An anonymous convoy has challenged your team to a duel. Please prepare. Teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. Brother, did you hear that? A convoy has issued a challenge. The man known as number 2 turned to the slick-haired man. Even a man in the back approached, staring expectantly at him. The slick-haired man grasped a firearm from his backpack, a faint smirk gracing his lips. What is there to fear? We have guns. This firearm had been prudently acquired from the Novice supply station. As soon as he drew it, a burst of white light enveloped them, and they instinctively opened their eyes. Within 2 minutes, the white light dissipated. Upon reopening their eyes, The slick-haired man discovered they were now situated in a circular arena reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum. Above the arena, flashes of white light occasionally glimmered, but thick fog obscured the view, rendering it impossible for those within the arena to see clearly. 2 kilometers away from the Pompadour, there lay Li Chengxing's convoy. That voice resounded once more in his ear. Please select the mode of this duel. Firearms, cold weapons, unarmed. The Pompadour, upon hearing this, did not hastily make a decision. Instead, he retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack and peered through them. After all, understanding both oneself and the adversary leads to victory in countless battles. Yet, the more he observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. What is wrong, big brother? You seem unusually serious. Take a look. The Pompadour handed the binoculars to his second-in-command and continued. This convoy seems formidable. Just the motorhome alone suggests a high caliber, and it's likely they are armed. Formidable? The second-in-command took the binoculars and gazed across at the vehicles. Through the window, he could see several individuals in the driver's seat. Hey, boss, something seems off with them. What is it? There appear to be only 4 people, and 3 of them are women. Wait, that one is. The second-in-command, uncertain, lowered the binoculars to inspect the distant vehicles. Adjusting the magnification, he raised them to his eyes once more. Brother, is that girl in their convoy the same one who escaped earlier? The Pompadour took the binoculars from his second-in-command and focused intently. It truly was her. Ha! Not only has this girl returned, but she also brought along 2 stunning beauties. In that case, I shall not be modest. The Pompadour instinctively overlooked the sole male in the opposing convoy. Since they had chosen to confront his team in a duel, they must be prepared for him to select the mode of combat. Firearms were certainly ruled out, as he was unaware of what weapons the opposition possessed. The accuracy of firearms was considerably lower. Cold weapons were also dismissed, for no matter how skilled one might be, one still fears a kitchen knife. For adversaries, each wielding a blade would be a formidable challenge. Therefore, he resolved, I choose unarmed. Select duel mode. Unarmed, is this confirmed? Once confirmed, changes cannot be made. Yes, oh. Without hesitation, the Pompadour selected yes. After all, their side had 3 men, while the opposing side had 1 man and 3 women. The advantage was his. The duel has been set for unarmed combat. Both parties should prepare. The duel will commence in 10 seconds. 10 on 8. That familiar voice echoed from above the arena. Let us go. We shall meet the opposing convoy. Upon hearing this, the Pompadour instructed the other 2. He then opened the car door and was the first to step out. The others followed suit, standing beside him. Just then, the countdown reached its conclusion. Duel begins. Chapter 71. Dare to choose barehanded? Before arriving at the dueling arena, Li Chengxing and his companions had already devised a strategy. Should their opponents opt for firearms, he would instruct Liu to eliminate them with a sniper rifle. He held little faith that the adversaries possessed such long-range weaponry. If they resorted to melee weapons, it might pose a challenge. However, with their enhanced physical attributes, they would likely prevail. As for choosing barehanded combat, he doubted the opponents would dare. As it was their forte, any one of the 3 could easily overpower an ordinary team. After all, each of them boasted a dimensional attribute of 11, far surpassing the average of 5 of a typical team. The notion that 2 individuals could contend with even one of them was laughable. Have you ever witnessed 2 children besting an adult? Moreover, the opponents. CC, take a look. Are those the individuals over there? Li Chengxing inquired, retrieving a pair of binoculars from his pack and handing them to Xia Cici. Upon receiving the binoculars, Xia Cici took a mere glance, her countenance instantly paling. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, yes, it's those 3 scoundrels. The twin boys are the earliest members of our team. The man behind them and another girl joined after my parents' demise. None of those 3 are good people. They're all beasts. A girl? The opposing team has a girl? Li Chengxing, also peering through his own binoculars, looked uncertainly again, his face etched with confusion. I didn't see the girl you mentioned. At this, Xia Cici lowered her binoculars, exhaling deeply as she shook her head. She is probably still bound in the trunk. The trunk? Bound? Liu was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing. She had witnessed such a scene before. During their first encounter with the Lost Road instance, they had come across a team from the land of cherry blossoms. The trunk had indeed resembled that grim scenario. In that instant, she sprang to her feet. I must go and eliminate this pack of beasts. As she made a stride toward the door, Junfei swiftly grasped her arm. Luoyu, don't create chaos. Once the opponents finalize their chosen method of combat, they will receive their due punishment. She then turned to Xia Sisi, concern etched on her face. Ccu, em mifine. Xia Sisi shook her head resolutely. In the days following my parents' death, I couldn't even bear to sleep. Had I not clutched this dagger, I might have ended up like that girl. She produced a dagger from her bag, gently stroking its blade. Upon hearing this, Yuliu's heart ached. She stepped forward, enveloping Xia Sisi in a comforting embrace, gently patting her back. It's all right. Within our team, no one would dare to bully you. Xia Sisi nodded softly. At that moment, a voice announced, all right. The opponents are beginning to select the method of duel. Let me see what they choose. Li Chengxing, attentive to the system's notification, gazed at the system panel, a surge of elation washing over him. Well, these three individuals have chosen to confront the situation unarmed, truly unaware of the meaning of danger. To speak candidly, ever since he consumed the basic attribute pills, he has yet to genuinely relish the enhancement of his physical prowess. As for the previous encounter with the polar bear, it was nothing short of a crushing defeat for him, leaving him utterly unsatisfied. It was only thanks to firearms that he managed to bring that polar bear down. What can I say? Yu Liu, filled with eagerness, had longed to personally impart a profound lesson to those brutes. Let us go. I shall accompany you to confront them. Li Qingxing remarked with a light chuckle. I too am curious to see where they derive their audacity to come unarmed. With that, Li Qingxing led Yu Luoyu away from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Junfei remained in the car to protect Xia Sisi. After disembarking, the two walked approximately 700 meters toward the opposing side, where Li Chengxing soon spotted three figures approaching. They were indeed the same trio he had observed through the telescope moments earlier. The leader, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, appeared relaxed, engaging in jovial banter with his companions. The three halted less than 30 meters away from Li Chengxing and Yu Liu, sizing them up with a hint of mockery. Hey, you two over there, are you coming over to beg for mercy? The slick-back leader scrutinized them, particularly Yu Liu. He then turned to his curly-haired companion, saying, Did you notice? There are only two of them. They truly underestimate us. Before Li Chengxing could respond, the curly-haired one stepped forward. If you wish to plead for mercy, it is not impossible, but you must. He gestured toward the camper van behind Li Chengxing. Leave your vehicle and the woman behind. Hilarity erupted among the trio as they laughed heartily, completely dismissing Li Chengxing and his companion. After all, they had three formidable men on their side. And if they couldn't defeat a mere man and woman, how could they call themselves men? Moreover, there was only one man and one woman who approached. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Yu Luoyu. How shall we proceed? Yu Luoyu disdainfully regarded the three before turning to Li Chengxing. You take the one on the right. I'll handle the two on the left. By the way, don't kill them. Leave half their lives for Sisi to deal with. In just two brief exchanges, Li Chengxing had determined the fate of their adversaries. The slick-back leader, however, found this hard to believe. What did the kid on the other side just say? He questioned. He said to leave us half our lives. Their laughter grew even louder. Yet, before their amusement could subside, Li Chengxing made his move. The speed. The trio barely registered his figure shifting before them. Old two, be careful. Unfortunately, the warning was left unspoken as Li Chengxing had already closed the distance between them. A mere 30 meters was trivial for Li Chengxing, whose agility now stood at 18. 7. In scarcely 2 seconds it was done, just as the other party began to react. Li Chengxing's right hand had already covered the face of the man with the slick-back hair. Fool, have you finished speaking? Chapter 72. In the next life, be a good person. The man with the slicked-back hair felt as if a colossal hand were crushing his cheek, inflicting excruciating pain. Such swiftness, such strength. It was only at this moment he realized that the figure before him was not a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, but a true tiger. Big brother. Wait. He was about to plead for mercy. However, Li Chengxing offered him no opportunity, firmly pressing his face downwards, driving it into the ground. With an attribute of 11 in strength, the pressure amounted to over 100 kilograms. The man's entire body leaned back, and under the force of gravity, he made intimate contact with the concrete surface. A sharp crack echoed as his skull met the ground, blood gushing from the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. As Li Chengxing dealt with the slicked-back man, Yu effortlessly dispatched another adversary at that very moment. Witnessing the ferocity of the two opponents before him, the curly-haired second-in-command swallowed hard, retreating several paces, utterly devoid of any will to resist. He completely forgot the life-or-death rules of the arena, turning on his heel and sprinting towards the vehicle. Yet, he could not outpace Li Chengxing. Within mere meters, Li Chengxing delivered a kick that shattered his legs. He fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Yu stepped forward, ready to deliver the final blow, but was halted by Li Chengxing's firm grip. "Will you wait? Brother, why won't you let me kill this beast?" Yu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. "Spare him a few moments of life," Li Chengxing replied, shaking his head. "I have some questions for him." As he spoke, he turned towards the direction of the RV, a few hundred meters away. Inside the RV, Junfeier observed Li Chengxing's gesture and set down her binoculars. "Come on, Cici, let us go see your enemy." "Hey, Cici, wait for me," before she could finish. Cici had already dashed out, racing towards Li Chengxing. The distance of over 700 meters was neither particularly short nor long. By the time Cici reached Li Chengxing, she was in tears. Approaching the man still writhing in agony on the ground, she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Still unsatisfied, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Noticing her distressed state, Yu quickly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Cici's shoulders. "All right, Cici, don't cry. Let us first see what your brother Chengxing wants to ask, and then we will take our revenge." Upon hearing this, Cici buried her head in Yuyu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu gently patted her back, leading her aside. Once they had moved away, Li Chengxing squatted down before the man. "Now, I ask you answer." Yet, the agonizing pain from his broken legs rendered the man incapable of heeding Li Chengxing's words. As he continued to wail in despair, Li Chengxing shook his head, rising to his feet. He placed his foot upon the man's palm. "Can you hear me?" The sound of cracking bones and the surge of pain elicited an even more harrowing scream from him. Big brother, I'll tell you anything you ask. Now, that is more like it." As he spoke, Li Chengxing crouched down once more, directing his finger towards Cici. "Do the deaths of Cici's parents bear any relation to you?" Upon uttering these words, the man trembled violently, his lips quivering as he glanced at the distant Cici. "No, it's not us. We have no connection to this." The sudden challenge from the convoy indeed hinted at a connection to that little girl. The terror of death caused him to momentarily forget his pain, his mind becoming remarkably clearer. At this juncture, he resolutely chose not to speak the truth. If they were truly seeking vengeance for that young girl, remaining silent might lead to death. Yet confessing could result in an even more agonizing demise. However, unbeknownst to him, he was lying. The voice of Junfeier emerged beside Li Chengxing. Upon hearing her words, Li Chengxing harbored no doubts. After all, this was part of the reason he had brought Junfeier along. Nodding slightly in her direction, he turned back, his eyes now filled with an icy coldness. The man, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt his pupils constrict. "Brother, I am not lying. I speak only the truth. Brother, please believe me. I did not do it. Grant me a swift end." Yet at that moment, Li Chengxing, having already arrived at his conclusion, paid no heed to his words. He extended his right hand, gripping the man's chin. Li Chengxing could distinctly feel the man trembling all over, his teeth chattering. "Brother, trust me, I am not lying. It wasn't us. I implore you. Grant me a swift end." Li Chengxing gently shook his head. "If I were to grant you a swift end, how would I provide an explanation to Cici? Remember, in your next life, be a good person." Upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, the man's pupils dilated in shock. He still wished to plead for mercy. "Brother." However, Li Chengxing offered him no opportunity to continue speaking. He extended his other hand to steady the man's head. With a crack, Li Chengxing dislocated the man's jaw. After standing up, he then proceeded to crush the man's arms, having ensured that he could neither resist nor take his own life. Li Chengxing finally rose and walked over to Yu Liu and Xia Sisi. Sisi, he is now powerless to retaliate. The rest is in your hands. We shall wait for you over there. All right. Xia Sisi wiped her tears, gritted her teeth, and nodded, then approached the man lying on the ground, utterly defenseless. Li Chengxing, meanwhile, led the two women towards the opposing van. Brother, can Sisi, being a frail girl, truly go through with this? Yu Luoyu looked at Li Chengxing with concern. You underestimate the power of hatred, Li Chengxing replied with a bittersweet smile. Sisi, he began, but before he could finish, the man's cries had abruptly ceased. With a thud, the three paused, turning around to witness that the three men had fallen utterly silent. Xia Sisi sat down heavily on the ground. Let us allow Sisi a moment to gather herself. Having spoken, Li Chengxing stepped onto the dilapidated van before him. Chapter 73. They can no longer live with dignity. The van was modest in size, reminiscent of the once popular wheeling vehicle. It was classified as a Level 2 vehicle. Surprisingly, the ranks had escalated quite swiftly. Now, in the second survival space game, acquiring resources necessitated possessing a remarkable talent. Without such a talent, one would either gather resources at a sluggish pace or lack the capability, ultimately perishing while attempting to open the supply box. A Level 2 vehicle was indeed commendable. He inhaled deeply, pushed open the van's door, and stepped inside. Even as he entered, Li Chengxing remained uncertain whether any survivors were still aboard. He paused at the rear door, exchanged a glance with the two women behind him, and then forcefully kicked the small door open. The flimsy metal door could hardly withstand such an assault, immediately bending and dangling precariously from its hinges. Cautiously stepping inside, just as he prepared to confront any adversaries, the sight that met his eyes ignited a furious blaze within him. It was an utter disgrace for them to have met such an end. Yu Luoyu approached him from behind, glanced briefly, and then gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Beast." Before them lay a scene that was excessively explicit. Two young women were bound naked on the ground, their bodies marred by blood-soaked hemp ropes. Cloth was stuffed into their mouths, rendering them entirely mute. Even the commotion created moments ago elicited no response from the two. They merely stared blankly at the ceiling of the van. Yu Luoyu, observing Li Chengxing ahead of her, stepped forward and covered his eyes with her hand. Brother, you mustn't look. Go tend to Sisi. Leave this to me and Sister Fei-er. All right. Li Chengxing, lacking any masochistic inclinations, nodded in agreement. He then turned and exited the vehicle. It was simply too much for him to bear. He felt no concern that the two women would harm Yu Luoyu and Jun Fei-er. After all, the rules of dueling restricted them, and without weapons. The combined efforts of the two women would not suffice to challenge Yu Luoyu alone. However, just as Li Chengxing stepped out of the van and had taken only 2 strides, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind him. Ah! Yu Luoyu's piercing cry echoed from within the vehicle. Li Chengxing halted abruptly, then quickly pivoted and dashed back to the van. He forcefully shoved open the rear door, which finally succumbed to the impact and fell to the ground. Luoyu, what happened? Upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. The two women who had been bound moments ago now lay lifeless on the floor. A distinct gash marred their necks. Unmistakably a new wound. Luoyu, did you kill them? He inquired softly, his face a mask of perplexity as he gazed at Yulu, who had stepped aside. Yulu shook her head repeatedly. Sister Fei-er and I had just begun to untie them. Before we could utter a word, they drew daggers. Sister Fei-er and I barely had time to react. She looked sorrowfully at the 2 corpses on the ground. They were saved, so why choose to end their lives? Her scream was not a reaction to the gruesome scene before her. Rather, it stemmed from a profound incomprehension. She could not fathom why, having been rescued, one would ultimately choose death. Perhaps it was because Li Chengxing cast a serious glance at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, devoid of any dignity, and replied earnestly, "They can no longer live with any semblance of respect." Upon hearing this, Jun Fei-er nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are fortunate not to endure such humiliation. She unconsciously glanced towards Li Chengxing, her expression somewhat conflicted. At least we chose this willingly. Ahem. Li Chengxing nearly choked on his own saliva. No. I mean, Sister Feier, why did you suddenly bring this up? June Feier shot him a disapproving look. You should be grateful. Are you not satisfied? Satisfied? Very satisfied. Li Chengxing awkwardly scratched his head, a foolish grin plastered across his face. His comical gesture elicited a light chuckle from the two women, dissipating the previously somber atmosphere. Just then, the voice echoed once more in the ears of the four. Congratulations to the anonymous team for winning this duel. Please collect your spoils and return to the vehicle to be transported back to the survival game world. It's over. Let's go back. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Chengxing hastily disregarded the prior conversation and jumped out of the vehicle. June Feier and Yu followed suit, dragging the two bodies out and leaving them on the ground. With no one else remaining in the vehicle, Li Chengxing finally stowed away the van opposite them. After completing these tasks, he clapped his hands together. Let us go. We need to pick up Cece and prepare to head back. All right. The two women nodded in agreement. Trailing behind Li Chengxing, they arrived beside Cece, who was still sobbing quietly. Yu crouched down, gently stroking Cece's head. Cece, are you feeling better? Cece, having cried until her tears ran dry, looked up at Yu through her sniffles. Sister Liu, I'm much better. After a few more gentle pats on Cece's head, Yu extended her other hand. Let us go, Cece. It's time for us to return. Okay. Cece placed her hand on Yu's outstretched palm, using it for support as she rose, nodding earnestly. In less than 2 minutes, they were back in the vehicle. Duel concluded. Please prepare yourselves. Transportation to the survival game world will commence in 3 seconds. The group hastily returned to their seats. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, a blinding white light enveloped them, and the scenery outside transformed back into the snowy landscape. Just as the four had yet to fully comprehend the situation, the duel has concluded, and the settlement of the enemy's legacy is underway. Congratulations to the anonymous team for acquiring 125 iron ingots, 7 copper ingots, and rubber. A plethora of ordinary materials appeared in Li Chengxing's backpack, all of which he disregarded, as his team had no shortage of such items. What they lacked was a golden blueprint. The mere mention of those 4 words rendered several individuals momentarily speechless, with June Feier exclaiming in surprise. How could they possess a golden blueprint? Why had it remained unutilized until now? Li Chengxing shared the same curiosity. He retrieved the blueprint from his backpack and opened it for a glance, raising an eyebrow in response. Perhaps it was simply because they found no use for it. No use? How could that be? How could a golden blueprint possibly be without purpose? Chapter 74. The useless golden blueprint useless? How could that be? How could the golden blueprint possibly lack value? Yu peeked from behind the driver's seat, stretching her head forward with a look of curiosity directed at Li Chengxing. Li Chengxing, on the other hand, wore a peculiar expression. He initiated the vehicle, setting it to automatic mode. Subsequently, he turned his body and handed the blueprint to the 3 of them. Well, you might as well examine it yourselves. 360 panorama imaging upgrade blueprint. Type, blueprint grade, golden attribute. Enhances the existing 360 panorama imaging to a golden grade, expanding the projection range to a radius of 1 kilometer. Note, must be used in conjunction with 360 panorama imaging. Required materials, 100 electronic boards. An upgrade blueprint for the 360 panorama imaging. After reviewing the attributes, Yu instantly expressed disdain. What use is this? It was no wonder she felt this way. After all, the 360 panorama imaging, obtained during the first Lost Dungeon, had only been utilized once. Since then, it had faded into obscurity. Even during its sole application, it merely served as an auxiliary tool. Ultimately, they could have navigated the lost road without it. It merely would have been a hassle. Thus, in Yu's eyes, this upgrade blueprint was truly of little necessity. Li Chengxing Siga. Well, it had been acquired, and 100 electronic boards were hardly a significant amount. As he spoke, he scrutinized the blueprint. But before his mind could catch up, words escaped his lips. After all, electronic boards were plentiful, and before he could finish, he immediately realized the awkwardness of his statement. The origin of the electronic boards was well known among them. The blind boxes gifted by their talents had yielded no fewer than 50 open silicone cans alone, not to mention other toys. Vibrating rods, silicone humanoid dolls, there were far too many. It was best not to speak of such an awkward matter. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, Jun Fei and Yu Liu simultaneously displayed expressions of disdain. Only Xia looked on with innocence and confusion. What's wrong? Brother Chengxing, why did you stop? Cough, cough. Cici. Yu Liu gently coughed, sitting beside her and affectionately ruffling her hair. If you continue, it may not pass inspection. Huh? What won't pass inspection? You're still young. You'll understand when you grow a bit older. After Yu Liu's remark, she continued to touzle Xiaci's hair, nearly turning it into a bird's nest. Always saying I'm still young. Xiaci mumbled in response, but obediently closed her mouth and refrained from further questioning. Their conversation was, of course, not lost on Li Chengxing, who wore an expression of embarrassment and could only lower his head to fiddle with the upgrade blueprint in his hands. Materials detected as complete. Would you like to use this blueprint now? Caution. The results of the upgrade are irreversible. Please choose wisely. Yes, no. Ignoring the subsequent prompts, Li Chengxing effortlessly selected yes. As soon as the words left his lips, his backpack instantly lost a substantial sum of 100 electronic boards. Subsequently, the blueprint in his hand transformed into a radiant golden light, drifting towards the central control screen, enveloping it entirely. When the golden glow dissipated, the 360-degree panoramic image, software icon on the central screen, had undergone a complete transformation. Yet, it remained the sole application available. Brother, click on it and see how it differs from before, urged Yu Liu, her curiosity palpable. After all, nothing of golden quality had yet proven inferior, except perhaps the foxtail. While she considered this item somewhat superfluous, she couldn't help but wonder what justified the expenditure of 100 electronic boards. All right, Li Chengxing was equally eager to discover the answer. After all, it represented a significant investment of 100 electronic boards. Though it may not have been a substantial concern for them, for others, it was a considerable sum that would take a long time to accumulate. He reached out and tapped the software. The screen instantly transitioned. Isn't the view just slightly expanded? This is no different from before. Yu Liu complained, a disappointment evident. What a waste of 100 electronic boards. The screen displayed the same aerial view as before, albeit with a significantly enlarged scope. Surrounding them were dense forests, with only the roads and trees flanking them, leaving nothing else visible. Li Chengxing felt equally disheartened. He turned away to gaze out the windshield, but a sudden exclamation from Jun Fei drew his attention back. Wait, what is this? Fei, what's wrong? Have you discovered something new? Look over there. Jun Fei pointed at the edge of the central display screen. Something seems off here. Li Chengxing followed her finger to the indicated area. There, at the very edges of the aerial view, precisely 1 kilometer from where they were, lay a shadow resembling a cliff's edge. Li Chengxing extended his thumb and index finger to enlarge the image, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it was a cliff. From this elevated perspective, the sheer cliff face appeared utterly uniform. Even as their vehicle continued forward, the line of the cliff remained perfectly straight, as if cleaved by a knife. Why is there a cliff beyond the road? Jun Fei inquired further. I always believed it was just barren land, perhaps to prevent others from escaping. Yu Liu's voice reached Li Chengxing's ears from behind, tinged with uncertainty. Li Chengxing fixated on the cliff, searching for answers within its depths. However, he stared for a full 30 seconds, yet remained empty-handed. Perhaps it is akin to what the Rakugo states, a tactic employed by the survival game space to prevent others from fleeing. It is unclear whether this explanation was intended for Jun Fei or himself. Nevertheless, his intuition suggested that the survival space game could not be so mindless. For those seeking escape, a swift eradication would suffice. Why engage in such unnecessary measures? This precipice might indeed serve another purpose. It cannot be so simple. Of course, it is also possible that he was overthinking it. Just as he was deep in contemplation, Xiacici pointed out the window, her voice breaking through Jun Fei's reverie. Chengxing, it seems the supply box has arrived. Chapter 75. Rain and snow at this moment. Li Chengxing regained his senses and ceased his contemplation. Let us descend and gather the supplies. In a matter of mere minutes, the group efficiently collected the supply boxes and materials, returning to their vehicle. They amassed a trove of essential resources, including 8 golden treasure chests upgraded by Their. This endeavor had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any encounters with wild beasts, such as polar bears. Upon returning to the vehicle, they dismantled the golden supply chests, yielding 8 gold ingots. With this, they had secured the materials necessary for upgrading the vehicle, leaving only one condition unmet: the presence of a beauty. After opening a blind box, the group indulged in another round of surprises. Li Chengxing took his place in the driver's seat, igniting the engine and casting a glance at the windshield. Time, 8:45, temperature, -3°C, distance to destination, 4,842 kilometers, countdown, 1:17, 14:47, something is amiss. Li Chengxing observed the time intently, suddenly realizing the incongruity. What is it? The gazes of the women were drawn to him instantly. Look at the time. He pointed at the display with evident confusion. It has been nearly half an hour since we exited the arena, yet no one has challenged our convoy. Logically, being in first place, there should be many eager to duel with us. After all, billions still thrive globally. He found it hard to believe that not a single convoy was interested in their supplies. Upon hearing this, Yu stifled a giggle. Brother, how long has it been since you last checked the World Channel? The World Channel? What's wrong? Li Chengxing inquired, opening the World Channel. The sheer volume of participants rendered the information akin to a ceaseless barrage, with messages scrolling rapidly. However, after surveying the content, he found nothing but boastful banter and resource exchanges, with nary a mention of anything pertinent. You underestimate the ambitions of other convoys, Yu patiently elucidated. The moment we acquired the duel vouchers, countless convoys had already set their sights on us. Then why hasn't anyone challenged us? It's not that they do not wish to. It's that they cannot, due to the rules. Each convoy is permitted to initiate or accept a challenge only once a day. Those challengers had already attempted their duels. By the time they sought to confront us, we were already engaged in the arena, and upon our exit, they were unable to issue any further challenges. Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback before swiftly grasping the implications. This regulation effectively safeguarded the higher-ranking convoys. Otherwise, with billions of individuals globally, each would take turns issuing challenges, leading to a stalemate where no progress could be made. Everyone would merely linger in the arena, awaiting their demise. It seemed that someone had anticipated this loophole. Enough of this. Let's not dwell on it. After all, it is fortuitous. At least, it was a boon for them. Having concluded their tasks, Li Chengxing felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation envelop him. As one relaxes, the propensity to doze off increases, particularly after enduring a grueling 10-hour battle followed by a duel. Such is the case for him now. Chengxing, are you feeling drowsy? Their, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at Li Chengxing with genuine concern. If you're tired, feel free to sleep. We will handle things here. Everyone needs a moment to rest. We are all weary. Li Chengxing nodded in agreement, swapping places with Their before retreating to the rear compartment's sleeping quarters, where he promptly succumbed to slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed, until the incessant tapping from the roof roused Li Chengxing from his dreams. With bleary eyes, he sat up in bed, taking 5 seconds to fully regain his senses. A glance at the wall clock revealed it was already noon. Rubbing his cheeks vigorously, he finally swung his legs over the side of the bed. What is that incessant sound? He pushed open the rear compartment door and was met with the solemn expressions of the 3 women. A quick look outside revealed the source of their discontent. What's wrong? Why the long faces? It's just rain, isn't it? Raindrops pattered against the windshield, evident to his observation. Brother, it's not just rain, it's sleet. Yu shook her head, turning to look at Li Chengxing. Sleet. Li Chengxing's brow furrowed deeply as he hurried to the car window. Lowering the window, he extended his hand outside. The biting cold wind, mingled with icy droplets, struck his skin. Within mere seconds, he withdrew his hand. It's absolutely freezing. If it were dry snow, though it might be arid, It would impart such a penetrating chill. June Fair pointed at the temperature displayed on the windshield. It's currently -8 degrees. The fact that it's merely sleet is indicative of a relatively mild weather condition. Indeed, Chengxing nodded. Having traveled just 400 kilometers and already facing such frigid conditions, he realized the game had only just begun, and the gap between him and the other teams had yet to widen significantly. It was likely that others had also become aware of the temperature drop. Given this, Luoyu, how many hand warmers did you manage to collect? Luoyu, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at her backpack before turning back to him. 3,314 pieces. Is that all? That seems rather few. He was taken aback. With so many teams worldwide, surely there would be plenty of foolish individuals around. In his estimation, the count should have surpassed 10,000. I find it insufficient as well. At this, Luoyu shot him an exasperated look. You didn't leave me much material. I've exhausted my supplies. Huh? Chengxing was momentarily stunned as he glanced at the backpack. Indeed, piles of materials lay dormant within. After instructing her to collect hand warmers, he had completely dismissed the matter, preoccupied with dungeons and duels, to the point of forgetting entirely. Have I just incurred a significant loss? These warm packs can only be obtained from the supply box. There are no other means of acquisition. Furthermore, as the temperature drops, even the most naive individuals would refrain from selling them. Nevertheless, with over 3,000 in our possession, we are sufficiently equipped. Luoyu looked at Chengxing, who wore a face of regret, and chuckled heartily. After her laughter subsided, she composed herself and continued, however, just a second before you emerged, I noticed someone privately messaging me about selling a blueprint. I felt a twinge of temptation, yet I was uncertain as I intended to wait for your decision, given that the asking price seemed rather steep. A blueprint? What blueprint? Chengxing asked, his expression one of confusion. I will send you the screenshot, Luoyu replied. With that, she forwarded the private chat screenshot to Chengxing. Let me take a look, Chengxing said as he opened the screenshot that Luoyu had sent, falling into deep contemplation. Chapter 76. Blueprint for the basic crafting table. Blueprint for the basic crafting table. Category: Blueprint. Tier: White. Attributes: Consumes certain materials. Capable of crafting items of white tier and below. After 5 uses, it can be upgraded by consuming additional materials. Required materials: 10 iron ingots, 1 electronic board. As Chengxing gazed at the screenshot, he fell into a deep contemplation. The white blueprint should have been obsolete by now, or perhaps it was never regarded with any esteem from the outset. However, Luoyu, do you find this blueprint somewhat familiar? Familiar. The decomposition table. Luoyu nodded, exclaiming spontaneously, I had the same thought when I first laid eyes on this blueprint. Indeed, the decomposition table, although its tier is low, merely blue, its utility is indisputable. Without the decomposition table, they would struggle to achieve material freedom. This crafting table is akin to the decomposition table. Despite its low tier and the limitation of crafting only white tier items or below, it possesses the potential for upgrades, which is significant. How could anyone be willing to sell such a blueprint? I inquired with the original owner, and they simply did not possess enough materials to invest in the crafting table. Luoyu recounted the details of his communication with the original owner. Currently, the blueprint is still white, and even with upgrades, it would only attain green status. Green items are looked down upon, even by ordinary teams nowadays. However, to elevate it to purple or above would require a material investment far beyond what an ordinary team could bear. In his own words, he deemed it more profitable to sell the blueprint for a good price. A good price? Chengxing expressed curiosity upon hearing this. What price? 300 warm packs or 100 copper ingots? How much? Chengxing could scarcely believe his ears. Luoyu shrugged in resignation and reiterated the price. Did he truly believe we could afford such a price? I had the same question. With a sigh, Luoyu continued. The original owner had been aware of our acquisition of warm packs, confident that we were not lacking in materials or warm packs, which is why he approached us. That reason. It seems rather ostentatious. Yet without such boldness, he would not have reached out to us. We will certainly buy, but at this price. It feels as though we are being treated as mere sheep for slaughter. After a moment as thought, Chengxing continued. please forward me that person's private chat, or have him contact me directly. I shall negotiate the price. They may have ample materials and warm packs, but we cannot afford to be the fools in this transaction. Very well. Yu Liu had great faith in Li Chengxing's bargaining prowess. After all, Li Chengxing had honed his skills over many years of trading at the market. Perfecting his eloquence with the antes was no trivial feat. She lowered her head to operate the panel, and within a minute, a private message from Li Chengxing chimed in. Upon opening it, he found a reply. Are you the team captain? I maintain my stance. 300 warm packs or 100 copper ingots. Any less is non-negotiable. The message was sent anonymously. Noticing the lack of any information beside the avatar, Li Chengxing decisively abandoned his plan for a zero-cost purchase. It seemed that ever since the duel tickets were introduced, everyone had become more cautious about their information. Even in the global channel, few dared to reveal their IDs or numbers. Since a zero-cost purchase was impossible, he would have to employ his own skills. You must understand that even if we acquire the blueprints in your possession, it does not guarantee the production of anything worthwhile. Moreover, upgrading requires a substantial amount of materials, which may not be cost-effective. 150 warm packs is the only price I can afford. If you wish to seek other sellers, feel free. After sending the message, Li Chengxing promptly closed the private chat. He was not in a hurry. Only the other party would feel the pressure. The blueprints were of no use to them, and the price of 150 warm packs was considerable. He was confident that the other party would feel more urgency than he did. Seeing Li Chengxing close the panel, Yu Liu hurriedly leaned over the chair behind him, peering in to ask, Brother, how did it go? Did you close the deal? No. Li Chengxing shook his head. No need to rush. Let's leave him hanging for a while to cool down. Right now, I must not show any haste. The one who panics first loses. With that, he set the matter aside. Liu, keep a few warm packs as a reserve. Convert the rest into materials or blueprints. Li Chengxing instructed Yu Liu. All right. Wait a moment. He called out to her, adding, it would be even better if we could exchange for a silver treasure chest. Yu Liu nodded and turned back to the panel, busying herself once more. Observing her diligence, Li Chengxing addressed Jun Feier at the driver's seat. Sister Feier, let me take the wheel. You and CC can rest. Everyone is tired today. As soon as he said this, Jun Feier instantly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, stifling yawn. All right, you and Liu keep an eye on things. I'll take CC to rest for a bit. After exchanging places with Li Chengxing, she took Xia CC back to the rear compartment. Once they left the driver's seat, Xia CC, noticing the soundproof door behind them, unexpectedly scooted closer to Jun Feier. Sister Feier. Yes, what is it? Jun Feier turned to look at the little girl who was noticeably shorter than her. Xia CC fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. You and Sister Liu are like you and Brother Chengxing. Hearing this, Jun Feier stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Caught off guard by the little girl's question, she felt her cheeks flush, but still admitted candidly, yes, so what? Zista Faya. CSCC gazed earnestly at Jun Feier. In her eyes, Jun Feier discerned an abundance of curiosity. What was that sensation? Well, Jun Feier began to speak to Xia Cici as they walked. Let me tell you, the following 500 words are omitted. Li Chengxing was, of course, entirely oblivious to the matters concerning the rear compartment. He was diligently driving alongside Yu Liu. Approximately 3 hours later, Yu Liu had successfully processed over 3,000 heating pads. Just as she finished tallying her gains, she was about to share the news with Li Chengxing when a private message from him chimed in. Upon opening it, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, he was unable to contain his excitement. Chapter 77. Is he busy? 150 is too few. I'm at a disadvantage. 200 is the lowest I can go. Observing the messages before him, Li Chengxing couldn't help but smirk. It was evident that the other party was becoming impatient. 200, and still feeling shortchanged? He promptly closed the private chat channel. Bro, was that person messaging you just now? Indeed. Did you strike a deal? Li Chengxing shook his head. Not yet. There's no rush. Let us keep him waiting a bit longer. His urgency indicates a lack of resources. When there is a deficiency, negotiations become considerably easier. Meanwhile, on a distant road, far from Li Chengxing's convoy, a pickup truck was progressing slowly. The thin ice on the road restricted their speed to approximately 40 kilometers. Captain, Have they agreed? A burly man in the passenger seat queried the bespectacled gentleman beside him. Not yet. The bespectacled man sighed. What shall we do then? The man seated behind the bespectacled one exhaled onto his palm and then tucked his hands into the down jacket retrieved from the system gift pack, continuously rubbing them for warmth. Our speed is too slow. The heat packs won't last until the next supply box. Moreover, the temperature seems to be dropping further. Let us wait a little longer. They might be busy. I expect a response soon. Captain, are you certain they will agree? Are you doubting my judgment? Of course not. Although the bespectacled man said this, uncertainty lingered in his heart. He had considered reaching out to others for a transaction, but upon mentioning the price, they either mocked him for being overly ambitious or simply ignored him. It seemed that only this convoy could afford such a price. Let us wait until they are finished. He sighed. With a PhD in economics and a master's in psychology, selling a blueprint should allow me to easily gauge their mindset. Based on my previous observations of their procurement progress, they must have at least 1,000 heat packs. Surely, 200 should not be a trivial matter for them. Could they truly be preoccupied? Have they missed my messages? If all else fails, I might have to concede to 150. Let us wait a bit longer. An hour later, within Li Chengxing's convoy, Yu pulled out a tissue to dab at the corners of his mouth and took a sip from a bottle of mineral water. Are you sure leaving them hanging like this is wise? It's fine, just a little longer. Based on my years of haggling experience in the marketplace, they should come around shortly. Before Li Chengxing could finish his thought, his private message channel chimed. They responded. Upon opening the message, he read, "All right, let us go with your offer. 150 heat packs. It's a deal." Indeed, the other party's response was precisely as he had anticipated. He had them in his grasp. Upon observation, it is evident that the speed of the vehicle cannot be increased, rendering it incapable of matching the consumption rate of the warming pads. If I am not mistaken, even with a price of 150, there is still some room for negotiation, but it would only save perhaps 20 or so warming pads, which seems rather unnecessary. You may initiate the transaction. Within mere seconds of sending this message, a transaction request materialized on Li Chengxing's interface. Having already settled on a price, he promptly consented. With just a few clicks, the transaction was completed. Instantly, a blueprint appeared in Li Chengxing's inventory. At last, he took the blueprint and handed it to Liu for duplication. Liu, you drive for a bit. I will set up the crafting station in the back. After briefly instructing Liu, he switched places and returned to the rear compartment with the blueprint. He crafted the item and placed it next to the disassembly station. Gazing at the crafting station, which was similar in size to the disassembly station, Li Chengxing eagerly opened the operation panel. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of regret. The crafting station's operation panel was quite simple, akin to the disassembly station, easily comprehensible at first glance. The right side displayed the crafting interface, while the left side showcased a list of available items. The crafting list contained only 3 items: iron bowls, iron chopsticks, and iron spoons. Observing this list, Li Chengxing could not help but grimace. Is this truly all that the white tier offers? It seems utterly useless. Moreover, the cost for each item is rather steep, requiring 2 iron ingots each. Fortunately, he was not lacking in materials, especially after selling a batch of warming pads, which replenished his resources. Perhaps an upgrade would yield better results. Besides, they had the disassembly station, allowing them to break down crafted items. With this thought, he selected the iron bowl and crafted 10 at once. Crafting station experience is full. Would you like to upgrade? Li Chengxing glanced at the 10 iron bowls in his hands and casually tossed them into the disassembly station. The item crafted from 20 iron ingots yielded 5 iron ingots upon disassembly. The material loss reached a staggering 75%. This infuriated him, as it seemed the survival game's rules were robbing him of his resources. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, regardless of how the rules might disadvantage him. He had no choice in the matter. Fortunately, the materials obtained from disassembly could be replicated anew. Otherwise, he would have suffered a substantial loss. Taking a deep breath, he refocused on the crafting station and decisively clicked to upgrade. In just 5 seconds, the crafting station completed its upgrade. Just as Li Chengxing had anticipated, following the upgrade, He could now craft green tier items. Although the 3 newly available items remained of little use, the crafting cost had risen to 5 iron ingots apiece. Furthermore, the upgrade required a staggering 100 items. This meant that even with the disassembly station and Yu's duplication, they would need to expend a total of 250 iron ingots. It seemed the decision to abandon this blueprint was indeed wise. They could not afford such a cost. Even he felt a sense of pressure. Yet, regardless of the expense, an upgrade was essential. After expending a considerable amount of materials, Li Chengxing finally elevated the crafting station to purple tier. He was about to examine the newly added crafting list when, at that very moment, Junfeier's voice wafted in from behind him. Chengxing, what are you tinkering with? Upon hearing her, Li Chengxing turned around to find Junfeier already out of bed, accompanied by Xia Cici. As they exited the bedroom, I just acquired the blueprints and was preparing to level up. Oh, is this the crafting station? Junfeier's interest was piqued at the mention. Let me take a look. With that, she leaned in closer, her face alight with curiosity as she scrutinized the crafting station before her. Wow, this is... Li Chengxing noticed Junfeier gazing blankly at the crafting list, her expression brimming with wonder. He too, filled with curiosity, directed his gaze towards it. This item... Chapter 78. Armor-piercing bullets, armor-piercing sniper rifle bullets. Type: miscellaneous consumable. Grade: purple. Attributes: special category bullet. Armor-piercing effect 500. Does not occupy the original magazine space. Requires manual loading. One-time consumable. Note: special bullets require manual loading. Materials required: 10 copper ingots per unit. Armor-piercing handgun bullets. Classification: grade. Attributes: materials required: 10 copper ingots per unit. Armor-piercing rifle bullets. Classification: grade. Attributes: materials required: 10 copper ingots per unit. Li Chengxing gazed upon the crafting list before him, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. His astonishment was not due to the efficacy of the bullets, but rather the exorbitant price: 10 copper ingots each. The upgrade necessitated a staggering 1,000 crafting attempts, translating to a total of 10,000 copper ingots. 10,000. It was worth noting that during their last trading venture, they had only managed to amass over 7,000 ingots. Now, to upgrade the crafting station would require all 10,000. He glanced back at his inventory. After a recent expenditure at the Novice supply station, he was left with a mere 2,534 copper ingots. It was woefully inadequate. Silver ingots, on the other hand, were plentiful. Yet, materials do not equate to currency. At the Novice supply station, one could substitute higher-grade materials for lower-tier ones to procure items. However, in practical application, copper ingots remained copper ingots, and silver ingots remained silver ingots, completely irreplaceable. Was it truly worth such a considerable investment to enhance this crafting station? Junfeier also cast her eyes over the crafting list and the upgrade requirements, utterly perplexed. While the bullets were undeniably useful, the notion of expending such vast resources merely to unlock a handful of them seemed profoundly unwise. 10,000 copper ingots could purchase several golden schematics. Li Chengxing shook his head. That's not how the math works. We possess the materials undeniably sufficient to acquire numerous schematics, but that is contingent upon others' willingness to sell. Currently, our luck permits us to procure but a single golden schematic. The majority of individuals are reluctant to part with their schematics, rendering excessive materials futile. Li Chengxing understood the origins of Junfeier's thoughts. Individuals in the regional channel had conducted statistics, revealing that the market price for golden schematics generally fluctuated between 1,000 and 2,000 copper ingots. However, few were available for sale. Even the most mediocre golden schematic would swiftly be snatched up by affluent guilds. Thus, this crafting station remained quite essential. Although the costs were steep, it afforded them a stable opportunity to acquire high-tier items, which was quite commendable. Does this mean you intend to proceed with the upgrade? Indeed, Li Chengxing nodded emphatically. Ascension was indeed necessary, but certainly not at this moment. After stating this, he crafted 40 rounds of ammunition for both the sniper rifle and the handgun. Subsequently, he closed the crafting panel. Unfortunately, The materials were insufficient, necessitating a temporary pause. He then distributed 10 rounds to each of the 2 women, suggesting they keep them as reserves for now. Later, you can seek out Liu to assist you in duplicating these rounds. Junfei, accustomed to the dynamics of the convoy, accepted them without hesitation. However, Xia hesitated momentarily, pondering whether the armor-piercing bullets were perhaps too extravagant. Observing Cici's reluctance to reach out for the bullets, Junfei stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. "You should take them. We are all teammates, and who knows, we might become like family in the future." Although she did not fully grasp the familial implication of the latter part, she understood the sentiment of camaraderie. As a teammate, it was indeed crucial not to be a liability. Thus, she accepted the bullets. Glancing at the remaining 2,000 copper ingots in his backpack, Li Chengxing decided to retain them as a reserve. After closing the crafting tables panel, he returned to the driver's seat with the 2 women. "Brother, all set?" Upon hearing the movement behind her, Liu turned to see the 3 emerging together. "Oh, Sister Feier, Cici, you're awake." "MHM." Junfei nodded and walked directly to the driver's side, bypassing the passenger seat. She stood beside Liu and said, "Liu, you must be tired as well. Why don't you take a break while I take over driving? We'll call you when it's time for dinner." They had all woken up together that morning. Now, at 3 p.m., nearly 17 hours had passed since they entered the instance. Liu was indeed fatigued. Had the vehicle not been on autopilot, it likely would have veered off the road by now. She nodded, transferred the driving duties to Junfei, exchanged pleasantries with the others, and retreated to the rear compartment. Seeing that there was nothing urgent, Li Chengxing took the driver's seat and opened the world channel. For an entire afternoon, aside from stepping out to collect supply crates, he perused the chat channels. With materials running low, relying solely on supply crates and the dismantling table for accumulation was impractical. It would take an eternity to amass sufficient resources. Thus, he resolved to engage in buying and selling. Regrettably, from 3 p.m. until 8 p.m., even with Liu preparing dinner, he found nothing suitable for trade. Moreover, as the temperature continued to drop, fewer individuals were willing to sell heating pads. He remained unperturbed, confident that he lacked nothing for the time being and could afford to search leisurely. After dinner, the group gathered around the table, exchanging silent glances. "How shall we arrange the night watch?" Liu once again posed the crucial question. "I just woke up, so I'll take the latter half of the night watch. I'm open to whoever wants to join me." "Il accompagne you," Junfei immediately replied. It is not that she looks down upon her younger sister. Rather, the generational gap of a full decade looms large. This afternoon, she experienced firsthand the rapid shifts in thought processes of those born after the year 2000, which left her entirely unable to keep pace. "Shall I and Cici take a break and return to relieve you in the wee hours?" Li Chengxing showed no signs of embarrassment, considering the vehicle had been upgraded. The rear compartment boasted 2 spacious bedrooms. What was there to feel awkward about? With him and Cici each occupying one? Once everyone had reached a consensus, Li Chengxing led Cici back to the second bedroom. He took a shower and had just settled into the master bedroom when there was a knock at the door. A little teaser. The next chapter will feature a gentleman's special. I shall never again sacrifice sleep for revising. I am utterly exhausted, yet still revising. Chapter 79. Chengxing, I can't sleep. Li Chengxing, perplexed, rose from his bed. Hadn't they just arranged for someone to keep watch? Why were Liu and Sister Fei knocking on his door? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Cici standing there. "What brings you here?" he inquired, glancing behind her, noticing the absence of any other company. Cici lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing with one hand while the other held a pillow. The air conditioning in the room was quite effective. Despite the frigid -18°C outside, the vehicle's interior maintained a comfortable 12°C. Thus, there was no need for heavy sleepwear. A delicate nightgown and a blanket sufficed for comfort. However, at that moment, Cici appeared in her nightgown, her hair still damp, clearly having just emerged from the bathroom. Feeling the chill, she hugged the pillow to her chest, her face flushed as she buried it within. In a faint whisper, she murmured, "Chengxing, I can't stop thinking about today." Her voice dwindled until Li Chengxing could barely discern her words. "What is the matter, Cici?" I'm afraid to sleep alone. Li Chengxing glanced at the empty room across from him and then at the bashful little girl standing before him. Considering her recent experiences, he suggested, if you don't mind, you may sleep in my room. With that, he stepped aside to make room. Okay, Xia Cixi replied softly, passing by him. She glanced at the narrow bed against the wall, which was only 5 meters wide and covered by a single blanket. Without hesitation, she nestled under the covers, facing the wall, clutching the pillow tightly. Li Chengxing sighed, turned off the light, and climbed into bed. Leaning against Xia Cixi, he could distinctly feel her trembling form. Cixi, are you all right? Chengxing, I miss my mom and dad a little. Could you talk to me for a while? I'm feeling scared. Xia Cixi turned to face him, gently patting his shoulder. Of course. What would you like to hear? I want to know about your life after leaving the orphanage with Sister Luoyu. It must have been very happy, right? Not really, it was just... Li Chengxing began to reminisce about the days he spent after leaving the orphanage a decade ago, earnestly recounting those experiences to Xia Cixi. After about 10 minutes, he paused. But, Cixi, have you fallen asleep? Noticing her steady breathing, he realized she had likely drifted off. As he reached to gently pat her head and turn to his side, Xia Cixi stirred. Li Chengxing, bewildered, found himself wide awake once more. What the predicament? As the clock struck 11:50 p.m., Li Chengxing's alarm echoed through the room, rousing Xia Cixi from her slumber. This was the most restful sleep she had enjoyed since her parents' passing, reminiscent of the times she would cuddle with her beloved teddy bear at home. However, to her astonishment, she found herself embracing Chengxing. The realization left her so mortified that she dared not move. Through the faint light filtering in from the window, she caught a glimpse of Li Chengxing's face. Chengxing, are you still awake? She inquired hesitantly. Noticing that he was indeed awake, she gradually retracted her hands and feet. Li Chengxing kept his lips sealed, emitting a soft grunt through his nose. Observing the evident discomfort etched across his features, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks, as if she could squeeze water from them, though she was not entirely certain of the cause. It was clear to her that Chengxing was in distress. The thought of it intensified her embarrassment, but recalling the conversation she had with Jun Fei earlier that afternoon, she mustered her courage. Chengxing, what's wrong? Do you need assistance? Her words acted as a spark, igniting a sudden reaction in Li Chengxing. He turned to face Xia Cixi for a fleeting 2 seconds, noting her earnest expression, before abruptly rolling over. Just then, the clock struck midnight, heralding an announcement. Attention! The anonymous team has challenged your team to a duel. Please prepare, as transportation will commence in 1 minute. Chapter 80. I shall personally slay the opponent in the small black room. My heart feels utterly despondent. Despite being in this confined space, I continue to update. What an absurd situation. The very first sentence of this narrative encapsulates my current state of mind. Suddenly, Li Chengxing had just turned over, seeking a suitable angle when he was interrupted by a familiar yet disheartening voice. His actions faltered as he cursed under his breath, brimming with ire, and he swiftly returned to his original position. Taking a deep breath, he donned his clothing and descended from the bed. Cixi, you should rest for a moment, he awkwardly suggested, his eyes glistening with rage as he grasped the mounted machine gun, striding towards the driver's cabin with a fierce demeanor. Upon pushing the door open, Luoyu turned her head at the sound. Brother, what has gotten into you? She inquired, observing his furious expression. I was discussing with Sister Fei that we could handle this ourselves. I never intended to involve you. She had another mounted machine gun in her backpack, so she felt no apprehension about the confrontation. Not necessary. I wish to personally slay the opponent, he declared. Luoyu had rarely witnessed Li Chengxing in such a rage. Whether before arriving in this world or after, he had always maintained a gentle demeanor, never easily angered, let alone displaying such an intense desire to crush the adversary. What could have provoked this? She glanced at Li Chengxing's face, noticing the tension as the tense support poles threatened to pierce the fabric. Peering through the narrow space between him and the door, she observed that both the master and secondary bedroom doors were ajar, yet Xia Cixi had not emerged. With such commotion, she found it hard to believe Cixi had not heard. Could it be? In an instant, Luoyu comprehended the situation. Good heavens! The opposing group had truly walked into a hornet's nest. She slapped her forehead in disbelief. What a calamity. Why must they seek their doom at this very moment? Li Chengxing was oblivious to Yu Liu's expression. All he desired was to unleash his fury. He lowered the ladder from the top of the vehicle, independently opening the rooftop cover and setting up the apparatus. Time slipped by swiftly, and as he stowed the machine gun back into his backpack and settled atop the vehicle, a flash of white light enveloped them. The vehicle reappeared in the arena space, and the voice resonated once more. Please select the mode of this duel. Firearms, cold weapons, unarmed. Meanwhile, on another road, a group of 5 burly, blonde-haired, blue-eyed men sat in their vehicle, each wielding a handgun, with one even brandishing a shotgun, their arsenal undeniably lavish. Boss, do you really think they will choose firearms? I have a premonition that they undoubtedly will opt for lethal weapons. After all, being the world's #1, their arsenal must surpass ours. So why do we even engage in this duel? The leader, with a swift motion, smacked the back of the speaker's head. Are you foolish? At this moment, no one can withstand the force of a handgun or a shotgun. When it comes to firearms, do you truly believe that this group of ordinary individuals poses a threat to us? Given our current speed, without a windfall, reaching the next supply station seems an arduous task. His expression turned grave. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and I have no choice. If we do not succeed today, we shall perish. However, the man in the passenger seat wore a look of concern. What if they possessed bulletproof vests? They are certainly aware of such gear, especially since it appeared in the points redemption list after the last quest. Particularly that last bulletproof vest, its efficacy is remarkable. Yet, the price is truly discouraging. That cost is likely only affordable to the team that ranked first in the previous quest. The points awarded to the top-ranked team are indeed exorbitant. The golden-haired leader doubted they achieved their rank through sheer strength. They must have exploited a glitch. As for whether the top-ranked team and the team with the highest quest points are the same, how could that be? Such luck is improbable, even if they are. The golden-haired man glanced at the backpack and instructed his teammates. Remember, if they choose firearms, we will stow our weapons in the backpack, feign negotiation, and once we are close, we will all fire together. I am convinced that, with our extensive experience as mercenaries in Middle-earth, we cannot draw our weapons faster than an ordinary person. Thus, we might end up in dire straits. After saying this, he looked at his 4 confident companions and shouted, Did you comprehend that? Did you understand? Too quiet. Did you understand? Just as the group was rallying their spirits, the World S #1 team had already decided on the duel method. Firearms, just as he had anticipated. Upon seeing the system prompt, he glanced once more at the contents of his backpack and instructed his teammates. Remember the strategy we discussed? Disembark. The group exited the vehicle in an orderly fashion, standing firmly at the car door. The golden-haired man did not rush toward the opposing vehicle. He had already experienced such a duel the previous day. He had pondered deeply. Challengers tend to select what they believe they excel at, making it all too easy to lower their guard. Just like yesterday's team, comprised of 5 towering individuals who chose to fight barehanded, only to be felled by their combat techniques. Today, he observed the opposing team through binoculars. It appeared that only one man accompanied by 3 weaker women faced them. Except for one man perched atop the vehicle, the others remained inside. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity. As long as they can approach the vehicle before the opposing party disembarks, they will be compelled to witness their adversaries encircle the car and brandish their weapons. Once held at gunpoint, the opposing team would find themselves entirely at a disadvantage. In that moment, a homemade Molotov cocktail could be hurled into the vehicle, claiming all the spoils for the first team. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he had initiated the challenge from the very first second of this day, seizing this opportunity. With this thought in mind, he urged his teammates to sprint toward the opposing team's vehicle. Were it not for the prohibition against driving in the duel arena, he would have driven over himself. As they advanced approximately 500 meters, he noticed a figure atop the opposing vehicle begin to move. It appeared that the individual was retrieving something to place on the mount before him. What could it be? He raised his binoculars for a clearer view. A mounted machine gun. The opposition is armed with a mounted machine gun. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Chapter 81, 2000 Wrath. Ever since Li Chengxing was interrupted during his spellcasting, The anger simmering within him had yet to dissipate. Despite his fervent rage, he maintained his composure. Perched steadily atop the vehicle, he awaited his adversaries to advance a certain distance, ensuring they were sufficiently removed from the protection of their own car before unveiling his heavy machine gun. It was not that the opposing party was truly safe behind their flimsy vehicle. Within mere moments, Li Chengxing could dismantle it with ease. He had come to regard it as his personal property and preferred to avoid unnecessary destruction if possible. Indeed, the enemy remained blissfully unaware of the formidable weaponry Li Chengxing and his team possessed. They approached with complete disregard, moving 500 meters away from their own vehicle. "You scoundrels! Come to me and meet your demise." With their surroundings devoid of cover, Li Chengxing retrieved the heavy machine gun from his backpack and set it upon the mount before him. The leader of the group, a blond man, witnessed this unfolding scene, reminiscent of the earlier confrontation. Yet, it was too late for them to flee. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a tempest of fire erupted from the muzzle of the machine gun, shattering the tranquility of the night. The cacophony of gunfire tore through the air, sending lethal streams of bullets hurtling towards the 5 adversaries. In an instant, the projectiles obliterated them, reducing them to mere fragments. Indeed, they were torn asunder. The 2,000 rounds of fury were precisely what Li Chengxing needed to expel the bitterness that had been festering within him. It was only when the machine gun began to overheat, accompanied by a warning sound, that he relinquished his grip on the trigger. Congratulations to the anonymous team for winning this duel. Please collect your spoils and return to your vehicle for transport back to the survival game world. This marked Li Chengxing's inaugural experience utilizing a heavy machine gun for lethal intent. They were not novices freshly entering the game, and the sight of the mangled remains before them no longer evoked the same revulsion as before. In fact, as the anger within him ebbed away, clarity washed over his mind. After completing this grim task, he exhaled deeply and stowed the machine gun away. "I'll go retrieve their vehicle." After exchanging brief words with the 2 women, Li Chengxing approached the enemy's car, securing it before returning to his own. The entire process took merely a few minutes. As he settled back into the vehicle, the familiar voice echoed once more. "Duel concluded. Please prepare yourselves for transport back to the survival game world in 3 seconds. 3, 2. As the countdown reached its end, the convoy was once again transported back to the survival game space. Duel concluded. Calculating the enemy's assets. Congratulations to the anonymous team for acquiring 247 iron ingots, 11 copper ingots, rubber. For Li Chengxing's team, this was merely a straightforward phase of gathering rewards. Junfeier paid no heed as she started the vehicle. Li Chengxing, seated in the back, casually observed the system panel. At that moment, Xia Cixi emerged, her face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, Li Chengxing and Yu Luiyu were engrossed in the system panel. She silently returned to Li Chengxing's side, listening quietly to the conversation around her. However, no one paid her any mind. They were merely discussing a collection of mundane materials, which held little significance. Yet suddenly, an announcement interrupted. "You have obtained RGD, 5 grenades, X2. Inheritance received. Please continue your efforts." "What on earth? Grenades?" Li Chengxing exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Junfeier activated the autopilot, turned her head to gaze at Li Chengxing. "What grenades?" Li Chengxing glanced at his backpack, swallowing hard. He then retrieved 2 oval-shaped metallic spheres. RGD, 5 grenades, the spoils from the previous convoy. He promptly shared a screenshot of the attributes with the 2 women. RGD, 5 grenade, category, weapon consumable, quality, golden attributes. After pulling the pin, it explodes after 3 seconds, inflicting lethal damage within the blast radius. One-time consumable. Therefore, Yu Luiyu took a step back after inspecting the grenade in Li Chengxing's hand, and then the attributes. So, they actually had a trump card but chose not to use it? Indeed, Li Chengxing felt a shiver run down his spine. If we hadn't opened fire with the heavy machine gun from a distance, the consequences could have been dire. A cold gasp escaped Yu Luiyu at the thought of the potential outcome. She felt an immense sense of relief. After all, reality is not a game. Superior equipment does not guarantee victory. If they had been careless, even the best gear could lead to their demise. Just like today, had they not acted preemptively, once their enemies closed the distance, even with bulletproof vests, the duel could have ended unfavorably. Li Chengxing exhaled deeply. Well, let's not dwell on that. After today, I'll be more cautious in similar situations. Yes, the three women nodded in agreement. Sensing that they had absorbed the message, Li Chengxing stored the grenades away, yawned, and checked the time. After all the commotion, it was already 0:31:17. All right, Cece and I are awake. You two should get some rest. He said to Yu Luoyu and Jun Feier. Let's aim to rise around 6 a.m. tomorrow. After breakfast, we will likely need to address the new rules by 7 a.m. Jun Feier glanced at the time and nodded. All right, stay safe tonight. After exchanging driving positions with Li Chengxing, she took Yu Liu and headed towards the back of the vehicle. At the rear door, she turned back to look at Li Chengxing and Xia Cece, adding, by the way, be careful. Wait, Li Chengxing was left bewildered, about to protest. As Jun Feier turned, she had already returned to the rear compartment, casually shutting the door behind her. Li Chengxing gazed at the firmly closed rear compartment before turning his head to exchange a glance with Xia Cece, who was already seated in the passenger seat. The moment their eyes met, they both instinctively looked away, the previous scene replaying in their minds, lingering stubbornly. The tranquility in the air rendered the atmosphere within the cabin awkward. After a considerable pause, during which they gathered 2 waves of supply boxes, Xia Cece glanced at the still troubled Li Chengxing, who had his head lowered. Summoning her courage, she broke the awkward silence in the cabin. Feng Xingyi. Chapter 82. Another instance? The springtime radiance is boundless. Even the biting cold fails to extinguish the warmth within the cabin. Having entered the small black room, I can no longer write as I used to. How lamentable. As dawn gradually broke, shortly after 6 o'clock, Yu Liu and Jun Feier swung open the rear door. The 2 young women emerged from the back, giggling and chattering merrily. Upon reaching the driver's cabin, Yu Liu instinctively wrinkled her nose. Feier, do you sense any strange odor? This scent. Her words were uttered without a conscious effort to lower her voice, thus reaching the ears of Li Chengxing and Xia Cece. Li Chengxing, having developed a thick skin, remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Xia Cece's face flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at the 2 women. The pungent smell caused Yu Liu to furrow her brow deeply. Lost in her thoughts, she sat back down in the rear seat, oblivious to Xia Cece's subtle movements. However, Jun Feier took note of Xia Cece's antics. The moment their eyes met, Xia Cece quickly averted her gaze. Jun Feier, with a knowing look, discerned Xia Cece's unease and a faint smile graced her lips. Like Yu Liu, she plopped down on her seat, then leaned forward to pat Yu Liu's thigh. Liu, are you not familiar with the scent? Should I be? Yu Liu replied, her face a mask of confusion as she glanced at Jun Feier. Jun Feier was making playful gestures towards Yu Liu while subtly nodding towards Xia Cece, her smile lingering. Realizing the implication, Yu Liu turned her gaze to the blushing Xia Cece and suddenly understood. Oh, she exclaimed, gently tapping Xia Cece's shoulder. Cece, you've worked hard. This teasing made Xia Cece's already delicate cheeks redden to the point of nearly dripping with embarrassment. Seated in the driver's seat, Li Chengxing could not help but notice Xia Cece's flushed visage. Clearing his throat, he swiftly came to her aid. All right, let us not tease Cece anymore. It's time to eat. Prepare yourselves. When the clock strikes 8, we must be ready for the new rules. Oh, someone is beginning to protect the new little sister. Ha ha. Jun Feier chuckled, covering her mouth, and then playfully teased Li Chengxing. All right. We all love to just hard at work. With that, she pulled the laughing Yu Liu back into the rear compartment. Li Chengxing shook his head in resignation. Indeed, 3 women together create quite the spectacle. However, he understood that Jun Feier was merely teasing the younger sister and was not genuinely jealous. Notably, since Xia Cece joined them, the quality of their blind boxes has improved significantly, allowing for a veritable freedom in ingredients. In Li Chengxing's backpack, an abundance of fruits, vegetables, chicken, duck, fish meat, and eggs had accumulated. As for what dishes they could savor, it all depended on what Yu Liu could concoct. Fortunately, her years of independent living had honed her culinary skills remarkably. For them now, A meal comprising 5 dishes and 1 soup had become the norm. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the clock swiftly approached 7:30. The group hastily tidied the tableware and returned to their seats in the driver's cabin. Seconds ticked by, and soon it was 7:40 when a familiar voice echoed forth. It seems many fortunate souls are eagerly awaiting the new rules today. Given such fervent anticipation, there will be no holiday during the May Day. New rules are being generated. This time, the voice bore a distinctly more human quality. Yet, who among them truly desired new rules? Chengxing was taken aback. All he wished for was to be the first to reach the next supply station without any disturbances. Wasn't it better to have a peaceful journey? Wasn't it better to have a peaceful journey? Why am I being confined in this little black room? However, the voice was destined to disregard his wishes. Today, everyone will be transported to the illusory maze dungeon. During the dungeon, the countdown for survival in the game space will halt. Upon completing the dungeon, you may return to your original location to continue the road survival game. Wishing all fortunate souls good luck. Please prepare yourselves. The transport will commence promptly at 7:50. Another set of dungeon rules? To be frank, Liu had a rather positive impression of dungeons. At the very least, oh dear, another dungeon space. They would not have to endure the cold for the time being. Liu immediately perked up. The temperature in the dungeon space was quite comfortable. Even during the previous Lost Road dungeon, amidst the vast expanse of snow, the air conditioning had kept things pleasant. However, she cast a glance at the windshield. Time, 7:40. Temperature, -32, 8°C. Distance to destination, 3,352 kilometers. Countdown, 94, 1924. The current temperature had plummeted to -32, 8°C. Even with a golden quality air conditioner, the temperature inside the vehicle hovered only around -0, 28 degrees. If they did not move, their limbs would grow stiff. This was still with the aid of hand warmers. Yet, she was warned not to celebrate too soon. Junfeier could not help but dampen her spirits. This dungeon was not like the previous expansive Lost Road. It featured the intricate terrain of a maze. They had no advantage here thus. Before she could finish her sentence, Chengxing interjected. Sister Feier, we do possess an advantage. The 3 women turned their gazes towards him. He pointed to the multimedia screen in the center of the vehicle and continued, we have a 360-degree panoramic view and a 1-kilometer aerial map, which will certainly help us avoid many unnecessary detours. It was then that Junfeier recalled the remarkable 360-degree panoramic imagery they possessed, akin to a cheat code in the Labyrinth. However, just as a glimmer of optimism flickered within her, she heard Chengxing turn to Liu and remark, Sister Feier is partially correct. One must never let their guard down. Even in seemingly open spaces like the Lost Highway, monsters can emerge, and the Labyrinth is likely no different. Moreover, within the Labyrinth's intricate terrain, mere evasion will not suffice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group tightened noticeably, with Liu nodding emphatically in agreement. Just as they engaged in their discourse, that voice resonated once more. The portal has been opened. Please ensure your timely participation. The portal shall close promptly at 8 o'clock. Wishing everyone an enjoyable game. Liu, Sister Feier, Cece, are you ready? We are about to enter. Chapter 83. The illusory maze dungeon trapped in a small dark room. The child is hungry. At this moment, I am driven purely by love. The familiar portal once again appeared before the vehicle. The same familiar formula. The same familiar essence. The group had already traversed the dungeon space twice, and the novelty of the portal had long since faded. Chengxing immediately started the vehicle and drove into the portal. A flash of white light enveloped them. Was there truly no creativity left in the rules of this survival game? Beyond the white light, there are also hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. As their vision cleared, the vehicle came to a halt in a familiar circle. Wait, this time it was not a circle. The vehicle could still be driven. Shouldn't they take the lead? No. The group began to observe their surroundings. Towering concrete walls, reaching heights of over 10 meters, completely confined the vehicle, leaving only a 10 by 10 space. There was no way for the vehicle to advance, let alone take the lead. Is this truly the illusory maze dungeon? Yu glanced around. Where was the path? Shouldn't they wait until 8 o'clock sharp when everyone would be at the same starting line for the path to appear? Having participated in the dungeon twice, Li Chengxing understood this routine well. It must be said that the rules of this survival game are quite fair. No one gains an advantage simply by entering a second sooner. However, this was no challenge for Li Chengxing. Since the vehicle could start, it meant the 360-degree panoramic view could be utilized. He promptly accessed the software on the central control screen. The screen shifted, slowly elevating to reveal a series of passages formed by towering walls. Is this the illusory maze dungeon? Yunfei leaned closer. This is nothing more than an ordinary labyrinth. She observed the screen, where walls stood starkly against the snowy landscape. Zooming in, they could clearly see that the maze was utterly devoid of life. Contrary to their previous expectations, there were no creatures present, not even a single trap device. Behind them lay only the empty expanse of snow, not entirely devoid of substance. Over a kilometer away. What again is that? A cliff? June Feier frowned at the cliff displayed on the screen. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one they had observed in the survival game space, with edges as sharp as if hewn by a knife. Best not to dwell on it. Better to focus on the maze before them. Li Chengxing merely cast a glance at the cliff before redirecting his attention. He was not one to get bogged down in trivialities. Endlessly fixating on the cliff was of no use to them, at least not at this moment. It was far more prudent to contemplate the predicament at hand. So this maze? Upon viewing the labyrinth in its entirety, Yu felt a sense of disdain. If it were merely this, then traversing this labyrinth, spanning no more than a kilometer, would be a trivial endeavor for us, wouldn't it? Any individual of sound intellect and normal mental faculties, excluding myself, could easily navigate through, provided they could discern the labyrinth's layout. It would merely be a matter of time. However, something felt amiss. Li Chengxing furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced that something was not right. The 360-degree panoramic imagery appeared to be nothing more than a standard blueprint, undoubtedly accessible to multiple teams. If it were this simple, many teams would have already completed it, rendering it devoid of challenge. The rules could not possibly harbor such a significant loophole. Had we overlooked something? Li Chengxing scrutinized the seemingly ordinary maze before him. Illusory Labyrinth. Illusory Labyrinth, he muttered the name of the instance repeatedly. He suspected that his initial assumptions were misguided. His habitual reasoning led him to believe that an instance should inherently harbor peril. Yet, it was evident that no truly dangerous circumstances were present. Illusory Labyrinth. Illusory as he pondered the name intently. His eyes flickered towards the windshield. Time had already reached 8 o'clock. 00. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Several seconds had passed since the clock struck 8, and the anticipated announcement had yet to materialize. Following customary patterns, it had always been punctual. From day one until now, there had never been a lapse. Except for this illusory scene, yes. It is an illusion. What sort of illusion? Brother, what are you mumbling about? I understand now. It is indeed an illusion. The crux of this instance lies not in the maze, but in the illusion. Li Chengxing pointed at the windshield. Look, several seconds have elapsed since 8 o'clock, yet that announcement has not occurred. The lack of notification itself is most peculiar. Huh? Yu rose from the back seat to glance at the windshield. Is there a bug? Why have we not received a rule announcement? It cannot be just us. Just check the regional channel. Area 10086. Remaining participants, 8734. What the hell? Has my system encountered a bug? Why has it not notified me of the instance rules? Huh? Is that the case for you too? I thought it was just me. The wall before me won't even dissipate. How am I supposed to complete this? I want to file a complaint. This ridiculous game has bugs. I'm done playing. Complaint? Where would you even file one? Can this game even be exited? Where's the exit key? Same here. I've long wanted to quit. 1. So, is the system genuinely experiencing a bug? Yu glanced at the regional channel's chat log, swallowed hard, and incredulously voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing shook his head. It should not be a bug. If it is not a bug, then what could it be? The three women directed their gazes towards Li Chengxing. In truth, the answer was rather simple. Li Chengxing released the handbrake, placing both hands firmly on the steering wheel. Brother, what are you about to do? Yu observed Li Chengxing's actions with a face full of terror. The dungeon was already named the illusory maze, and with the rules yet to be revealed. This could only imply this wall. Li Chengxing stated as he pressed down on the accelerator. It is an illusion. The wheels skidded twice on the snowy ground before heading straight towards the wall before them. The three women displayed expressions of horror, gripping the handles of the car doors tightly. The vehicle was merely 3 meters away from the wall, and in just a few seconds, it would make intimate contact with the concrete barrier. My mental state has become quite concerning. Chapter 84. What if we can't escape the darkroom? The experience was entirely different from what the three women had imagined. The anticipated sound of the car colliding with the wall never materialized. Instead, at the moment the front of the vehicle made contact with the seemingly solid wall, it rippled as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves that spread outward. The car's front seemed to traverse through a portal, gliding straight through the wall before them. Unfortunately, the frightened women had tightly shut their eyes, missing this extraordinary sight. When they finally reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a new room. They took a moment to observe their surroundings and check their own bodies, relieved to discover they were unharmed. They were alive. The car appeared to be intact as well. After confirming these details, they finally relaxed their tense bodies. That was terrifying. Yu gently patted her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. She then cast a reproachful glance at Li Chengxing. Brother, next time you have an idea, please share it first. At least let me prepare myself mentally. I did mention it. I said it was an illusion. Li Chengxing raplia, finding inusansa. Hadn't he made it clear? What do you mean by illusion? She retorted. It's your fault for being so vague. As he spoke, he playfully poked Yulu's forehead with his finger. Oomph. She swatted his finger away with annoyance. Glancing around, she continued, Brother, now that we've passed the starting point, does that mean we can proceed without obstruction? Having just experienced such a fright, she gazed at the wide road ahead, measuring over 5 meters, unsure whether to continue forward. I'm not omnipotent, but I suspect at 1 TB that simple Li Chengxing shook his head, engaged the handbrake, and opened the car door. Let us get out and take a look. With that, he stepped out of the vehicle. The other women, encouraged by his words, followed suit. As June Fayer stepped onto the thick snow of the illusionary maze, she felt a piercing chill. Although they had entered the realm of the illusionary maze where the temperature had risen to -5 degrees, it was still cold outside the car. Rubbing her hands together and exhaling a warm breath, she looked up at Li Chengxing, who was cautiously advancing toward the road ahead. Chengxing, what are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw him abruptly halt after walking about 10 meters, as if he had collided with an unseen barrier. After taking 2 steps back to steady himself, he reached out to feel the air before him. Here the sensation of something solid beneath his fingers caused Li Chengxing to furrow his brow. It appears to be another illusion, he mused. Yuliu's mouth dropped open in disbelief, her jaw nearly touching the ground. Another illusion? I might just cry. If there's no exit, how will we ever get out? Everyone, let us search the surroundings. There must be a wall that is an illusion, and that should be the direction we need to take. With that, he turned to a nearby wall, knocking and tapping on it. The 3 women, upon observing his movements, instantaneously grasped the situation. They mimicked his actions, each approaching a wall and engaging in similar knocking. The space was modest, bordered by 10-meter-high walls that enclosed a mere 100 square meters. The 4 of them scattered to search, and soon they found it. Xiaxisi approached one of the walls, imitating Li Chengxing's actions, and reached out to knock. However, her hand passed right through the wall without making contact, leaving her momentarily stunned. Then, she quickly exclaimed, Chengxing Gu, I found it. The others turned abruptly, their eyes widening as they beheld Xiaxisi's arm protruding through the illusory wall. Well done, Cici. Li Chengxing hurried over and touched the wall, confirming its nature as a phantasmal barrier. Back to the car. We're going through. He promptly beckoned the others to return to the vehicle. Once all 3 women were securely seated, a sense of trepidation lingered in the air. Despite having traversed a similar illusionary wall once before, apprehension still gripped them. What if the wall became solid on the other side? What if they sped through and ended up in a dark room? What if they couldn't escape from that dark room? Thankfully, there were no such contingencies. The vehicle smoothly passed through the wall. They finally emerged from the enclosed space, only to find themselves in yet another walled room. Brother, what shall we do? Yu slumped in her seat, glancing at the towering walls around them. We can't just stop at each little room to knock on the walls, can we? How much time would that waste? And it's freezing out there. Li Chengxing halted the car, pondering the predicament. Indeed, as Yu articulated, stopping at each room to disembark, search for walls, and then drive to the next would be exceedingly time-consuming, though he was now certain that the maze had only one path leading out without any forks. The journey to the end would still require passing through over 100 rooms. If they spent a few minutes at each stop, it would be utterly exhausting. Even though this instance of the quest had no time constraints, lingering here for too long was not an option. He aspired to be the first to reach the next supply station. If others exited before him, his advantage would dissipate. Additionally, the drastic temperature difference between the outside and the car posed a risk of illness. In the survival game realm, falling ill, even with a mere cold, was a serious matter. As he wrestled with these thoughts, June Fayer, sitting nearby, wore a similarly troubled expression. Each room was enclosed on all sides. If only there were some device, perhaps a drone, to replace them in knocking on the walls. Her words were merely a casual complaint. Yet to Li Chengxing, they resonated like thunder. Replace. Knock on the wall. Replace. Knock on the wall. He mumbled to himself, and his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. What a brilliant idea. What brilliant idea. June Fayer turned her face to him, as if recalling the earlier scene, and said seriously, I must warn you. Do not use the car to crash into a wall. Crash into a wall. Li Chengxing's expression darkened. Why on earth would I crash into a wall? How else would I knock? He. Upon hearing this, he cupped June Fayer's face and planted a kiss on it. You truly are my treasure. After the kiss, he engaged the handbrake and then stood up. Just you wait and see. Chapter 85. The Dark Room. I have finally emerged. Li Chengxing stood up and made his way to the rear of the driver's cabin. The three women's gazes followed his movements, curiosity evident in their expressions. What are you up to? June Fayer observed him closely, seemingly guessing his intentions. With practiced ease, he opened the car's roof, settled himself atop, and propped up the support in front of him. Since we were going to break through the walls, why not take a more direct approach? With that, he retrieved the mounted machine gun from his backpack and placed it on a gun support. The three women watched intently as their eyes lit up. Then he spoke again. Fayer, get ready to drive. I will shoot, and wherever the bullets penetrate the walls, follow me there. All right. June Fayer's eyes sparkled as she shouted back towards the roof. I'm ready. Hearing her response, Li Chengxing gently squeezed the trigger of the mounted machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat, he fired a single bullet at each wall, the bullets whistling through the air toward their targets. His first shot aimed at the apparent exit, the bullet traveling less than 10 meters before striking what seemed to be a solid object with a resounding bang. The bullet deformed entirely and fell to the ground. The subsequent two shots found their mark on the wall, creating deep craters. After firing 4 rounds, the final bullet pierced straight through the illusory wall to the right of the vehicle. This is it. Li Chengxing's expression brightened. He then leaned down and called out to the driver's cabin. Fayer, I see it. June Fayer released the handbrake and gripped the steering wheel tightly. This was her first time driving a car into a wall, as she couldn't help but feel nervous. Her palms were slick with sweat as she took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She then pressed down on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. The car's front swung around, its tires spinning in the snow for a moment before charging straight towards the wall. The space was already confined, and the vehicle quickly approached the wall. As it drew nearer, June Fayer instinctively shut her eyes and then pressed the brakes. The car continued to slide across the snow for over 2 meters. When she opened her eyes again, the vehicle had come to a halt in the next room. It was no wonder she felt such fear. The sensations of riding and driving were entirely different. Even though she knew the wall was an illusion, the experience felt so incredibly real. However, Li Chengxing's method truly proved effective. Fayer, I'm ready to go again. His voice rang out from the roof once more. She snapped back to attention, focusing intently. All right, let's do this. Throughout the journey, they repeated the process. As Li Chengxing fired shot after shot, the car advanced in the direction where the bullets had penetrated. At the outset, a brief pause of half a minute was necessary for them to regain their composure. As time progressed, the duo required minimal reminders. Upon entering a new chamber, Li Chengxing would fire his weapon without hesitation, while Junfeier simply advanced. In less than 10 seconds, their vehicle traversed one room after another, with each chamber demanding no more than 4 bullets. At times, merely one sufficed. Notably, with each passage through a room, the wall behind them would transform. Retreating in the vehicle did not guarantee a return to the previous chamber. Rather, the path ahead might lead them back through the wall they had just crossed. Indeed, the wall they had recently traversed could very well solidify into reality at the moment of their passage. In essence, among the 4 walls of each room, only one was an illusion, while the remaining 3 were tangible. After expending 254 bullets, Li Chengxing's convoy finally arrived at the last chamber before the destination. The group navigated with ease, hardly needing to think, and even found time for light-hearted banter. Observing the 360-degree panoramic display indicating their presence in the final room, Yu almost instinctively remarked Sister Fer, what is it? Yu pointed to the central control screen, which displayed the location of the exit. Do you think this endpoint could also be an illusion? Upon hearing this, Junfeier froze momentarily before letting out a soft laugh. Impossible. If individuals like us, with ample ammunition, took nearly half an hour to reach the labyrinth's end, how could it still be an illusion? If the endpoint were merely a mirage, would others have no escape? After enduring several hours of effort, only to discover it was a dead end, Li Chengxing, perched atop the vehicle, overheard the conversation from the cockpit. Gazing at the imminent endpoint, he couldn't resist making a couple of jests. The rules of the survival game space do not allow for dead ends. From day one, the objective has never been to eliminate everyone. The more he spoke, the more perplexed he became. It seemed as though they were being selected, as if certain individuals were being filtered out. The first road, merge rule, assessed physical prowess. The second road instance tested observation skills. The third road scenario was again a measure of strength. This time, however, the illusionary labyrinth appeared to challenge intellect and perceptiveness, observing and contemplating the changes and notifications. Yet, throughout, there had never been a rule designed to obstruct everyone's passage. But what was it that he was truly selecting? What criteria were being employed? Hearing Li Chengxing's murmured thoughts, Yu Liyu's voice broke through from the cockpit, snapping him back to reality. He quickly regained focus. Whatever the case, let them come. We shall meet them with fortitude. As long as we survive, striving for first place each time is undoubtedly the right course. He refused to believe that consistently placing first would not lead to survival until the end. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "It's nothing, Sister Fer. Are you ready?" He offered a final reminder before unleashing bullets in all directions. As one bullet embedded itself into the wall, no bullet hole emerged. They finally discovered the intersection leading to their destination. The vehicle sped directly towards the exit, accompanied by a surge of darkness. It holds no particular significance. I simply wish to evoke the image of darkness. Perhaps next time it will be a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. The Li Chengxing team had returned to the realm of the survival game. The small, dim room. At last, I am free. Oh, just as Li Chengxing uttered these words, the familiar voice prompt resonated once more. Congratulations to an anonymous team for achieving first place in successfully escaping the illusionary maze instance, completing the challenge, and earning a system reward. Best of luck to all fortunate participants. Congratulations. Congratulations. The same announcement echoed in the minds of people around the world, reverberating like thunder. Chapter 86. Is there any advantage to the snow? As the vehicle emerged from the labyrinthine instance, the group found themselves once again in the realm of the survival game. Predictably, from the moment they returned to this space, the countdown commenced anew. Upon their return, gazing at the data displayed on the windshield, a deep sigh escaped their lips. They had returned to that drizzly, wintry scene. But where was the rain? Li Chengxing cast a glance at the view beyond the windshield, his eyes widening in astonishment. All he could see was a blanket of white. Just before they entered the illusionary maze, The weather had been a mix of rain and snow. Wasn't it said that time would pause in the survival game space? Where had the rain gone? The sleet? How had it vanished? Through the windshield, he beheld a flurry of snowflakes cascading down like feathers. Even the vehicle was ensconced in a thick layer of snow. Li Chengxing could not discern the exact depth of the snow, but he estimated it to be at least 30 centimeters thick. How had it transformed into a heavy snowfall? Staring blankly at the snowy landscape outside, he watched as the wipers swept the snow off the windshield with a whoosh. The power of the rules was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the environment had been utterly transformed. There are indeed advantages to the snow, June Fayer remarked thoughtfully, glancing at the thick layer of snow beneath them as she spoke to Li Chengxing. Advantages? What advantages? Having grown up in Shuqing, Li Chengxing had never encountered snow of such thickness and momentarily struggled to comprehend her meaning. You'll understand once you give it a try, she encouraged. Skeptical yet intrigued by June Fayer's words, Li Chengxing started the vehicle. He gently pressed the accelerator, applying just a modicum of force. He was genuinely apprehensive. The first time he pressed the gas in this survival game space had left him frightened. He feared flipping the car. But, astonishingly, he felt a steady advance beneath him, which took him by surprise. Soon, exhilaration surged within him. They were not skidding. Did that mean? Wait, we're not skidding? Can we increase our speed? Yun Faya nodded affirmatively. Indeed, generally speaking, ice is quite smooth, resulting in low friction between the tires and the surface. Snow, in contrast, is comparatively coarse, allowing for greater friction between the tires and the ground. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the greater the ground friction, the better the vehicle's grip, which in turn facilitates acceleration. Therefore, on snow, vehicles can better control their speed, making it possible to drive faster. She added, of course, this is contingent upon the snow not being excessively thick. If the snow were to become deeper, advancing would become problematic, let alone accelerating. However, after hearing June Fayer's explanation, Yu pointed at the windshield. With snow falling so heavily outside, how are we supposed to navigate? We can hardly see anything. The snowfall outside the vehicle was so heavy that even with the windshield wipers set to maximum speed, they could not clear the obstructed view. Inside the car, the road conditions were barely discernible, offering only a vague outline of the surroundings. Are you really not using your brain? I remarked. Li Chengxing switched the car to autonomous driving mode, then playfully delivered a light punch to Yu's head. Isn't this the solution? With autonomous driving, there's no need to see. Is it really that simple? Yu, covering the spot where Li Chengxing had just playfully struck her, gazed at him with a naive expression. What else could it be? Observing her charmingly bewildered demeanor, Li Chengxing couldn't resist pinching her cheeks and gently pulling them apart. I've told you you're a bit slow. You're not allowed to call me slow. Yu stretched her arms, but was unable to reach Li Chengxing's face, pouting in frustration. And also, you can't pinch my face. While the two were engaged in their playful banter, June Fayer furrowed her brows, intently watching the World Channel. Chengxing, upon hearing June Fayer's voice, Li Chengxing paused his antics, releasing Yu's face and turning to her. What's wrong, Fayer? I see on the World Channel that many people are still at the starting point of the illusion maze dungeon. Many people? Is it a majority? Li Chengxing inquired, glancing at the World Channel. World Channel, 3, 154, 207, 845 remaining. No way. Seriously? I haven't even started moving, and some people have already completed it? The gap between individuals is that vast? The previous comment is spot on. The disparity between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. Does anyone know the completion strategy? I'm still at the initial position, not having moved at all. Also, can we get out of the car? Are there traps if we do? I'm in the same boat. I'm afraid there might be traps outside, which is why I haven't dared to exit. Let us wait and see if any kind-hearted experts share a completion guide. Waiting one. While the useless ones are still waiting, I've already taken the lead. Farewell, fools. From what I can gather, it seems to be a majority. June Fayer glanced at the World Channel once more before meeting Li Chengxing's gaze. So, should we disclose the completion strategy this time? Li Chengxing fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. The last time they shared a strategy was during the first encounter with the Lost Road dungeon. At that time, They were unaware that the first to reach the supply point would receive rewards. Moreover, the prize for the first place was quite substantial. If they chose not to disclose it now, it was highly likely they would remain in the lead in this survival game. After all, they were already ahead of others significantly, coupled with the advantage of being the first to complete it. With their machine guns, they could also achieve a faster completion than others. However, it might be best to share the strategy, as population is also a resource. Chengxing contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to make the announcement. After all, the variety of blueprints that their team could gather paled in comparison to the vast collection amassed by individuals around the globe. As long as others possessed what they sought and were willing to trade, it would become theirs. For instance, the previously acquired autonomous driving blueprints were obtained through such exchanges. Moreover, he was confident that even if he divulged he did not believe that everyone would possess an abundance of ammunition to explore the path. Even if they did, they were still ahead of most by at least half an hour. Having made his decision, Chengxing did not dawdle. He opened the world channel and clicked on the input bar. With a series of deft maneuvers, he crafted segments of the. Subsequently, he clicked Send. After completing this task, Chengxing exhaled deeply, quietly observing the time channel. Chapter 87. Strategy for Reopening. I shall now disclose the strategy for overcoming the challenges ahead, with two vital points to bear in mind. First, within each chamber lies a wall of illusion that one can traverse. Second, to discern these illusory walls, one may employ firearms, bows, or thrown objects to identify which wall is deceptive, thereby facilitating a swifter discovery. 3 resplendent golden phrases, unique to the world's foremost player, adorn the pinnacle of the global channel, dominating half of its frame. This marked Chengxing's inaugural communication within the world channel, a sight unseen by many in other channels, prompting an immediate uproar. What the hell? Was this J8 nonsense? It just blinded me. Calm down. If you can't see clearly, just open your eyes wider. This is a strategy shared by the world's greatest. Indeed, if you keep spouting nonsense, I shall confine you to a black room and make you call me daddy. This remark, was made in the world channel. I certainly did not utter it. Exactly, just like that. Is this the caliber of the world's #1? Simply revealing the strategy? A strategy? So straightforward. Is this a trap? Has anyone tried it? I have. It's genuine. I've already progressed through several rooms. Scoundrel, wait for me. I'll catch up immediately. The majority within the channel expressed gratitude towards Chengxing. Yet the world channel was a mixed bag, teeming with diverse voices. Among them were teams that had already made considerable progress on their own. Upon witnessing the strategy shared by Chengxing, they erupted in vitriol. Foolish world #1. Meddling unnecessarily. I was already so far ahead. Yet these imbeciles are catching up. Exactly. Such behavior deserves condemnation. Is there no one to intervene? What happened to the rules? This is utter nonsense. Confined in this black room. Now that I am free, must I endure this chaos? This statement has no connection to me whatsoever. Fortunately, the rules did not prohibit such actions. Nevertheless, Chengxing and his companions meticulously noted every word spoken. Such individuals truly. You, upon encountering the profanities, felt her teeth grind in indignation. Yet, Chengxing remained unfazed. No worries. Let them curse, let them vent. He waved his hand casually. Yu gazed at him in surprise. While she always knew of Chengxing's good temperament, he was not one to passively accept adversity. Otherwise, they would not have endured such hardships together for so many years. Still in a state of astonishment, she then heard Chengxing continue, "Oh, by the way, all 3 of you, focus your attention on him. Make sure to remember the names of those teams." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chengxing's eyes. "Starting tomorrow, we shall settle accounts one by one. I am eager to see if their strength is as formidable as their bravado suggests." The 3 women simultaneously gasped. Just moments ago, they perceived Chengxing as magnanimous. Now, it seems, rather petty. This is no ordinary stinginess. His earlier grandiose proclamations had nearly earned him the title of the Doomsday Saint. Saintly figure. It now appears he harbors a lingering grudge. TSK. It seems someone is destined to suffer. As the group indulged in their musings, Li Chengxing's expression shifted abruptly, and he declared, "Forget those fools. Let's first see what spoils we have acquired this time." With that, he rubbed his hands together in excitement and opened his backpack. "What is it? What is it?" The three women could not resist drawing closer, their eyes brimming with anticipation. A treasure chest. Li Chengxing wasted no time in revealing the contents of his backpack. A chest of gold. "Golden!" June Fayer exclaimed, glancing at Yu and Xia, her voice rising in astonishment. "Does this mean we can obtain another dark gold chest?" Yu and Xia could replicate and elevate the chest, transforming it into one of dark gold. A dark gold chest, indeed, that could yield extraordinary items. Li Chengxing's excitement mirrored theirs as he placed the chest on the ground. "Luoyu Cici, it is up to you." "Yes." Luoyu responded, her face alight with enthusiasm as she rubbed her hands and gazed at the golden chest. Replication. With the activation of her replication talent, the golden chest instantly multiplied into two. Then, Xia stepped forward, merging the two newly created chests back into one, which transformed into a dark gold chest. Li Chengxing picked up the dark gold chest. "Who will open it? Regardless of who it is, it certainly will not be me." Let us not forget that even a colorful chest carries the chance of yielding mere bread and water. This is the most exasperating of settings. Given my luck, I genuinely fear opening a bottle of water. If those two items were to emerge from this dark gold chest, I might as well dash my head against the wall. "I shall do it." Xia, standing at the back, quietly raised her hand. Throughout her time on Blue Star, she had always been notably fortunate. Although she had been an orphan, she was adopted by a pair of loving foster parents. Upon arriving in this world, she awakened this seemingly useless talent, fortuitously finding herself amidst Li Chengxing's team, which consisted of her familiar older brother and sister. If this were not luck, I do not know what would be. Very well. Upon hearing Xia's rare initiative, Li Chengxing promptly handed the chest to her. Taking it with care, she cautiously unlatched the box's lock. With a click, the lid swung open. The group leaned in, their heads drawn together, peering into the depths of the dark gold chest. What awaited them? Upon casting a glance inside the treasure chest, the trio found themselves utterly bewildered. A dark gold chest yielded merely a cold weapon? Yu gazed with disappointment at the long sword resting within the chest. "I'm sorry, I do not know." Upon hearing this, Xia's face flushed with guilt. Yu suddenly realized her slip of tongue. After all, it was not fair to blame Xia. She hurriedly embraced Xia's shoulders. "Cici, that was not my intention. You need not." However, Yu's words were abruptly interrupted by Li Chengxing. He lifted the long sword from the chest and exclaimed, "Check its attributes." Immediately, the properties of the sword materialized before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. Could it truly be like this? Chapter 88, The Sword of Flames. When Li Chengxing first entered the survival game space, he had come across a particular rule in the beginner's manual. At that time, he paid it little heed. The manual mentioned, supply crates have an exceedingly low probability of yielding an item 1 tier above the crate's quality. This probability diminishes as the quality of the crate increases. Li Chengxing merely glanced at it before dismissing it from his mind. Initially, opening wooden chests was a different affair, where any quality below gold could potentially be obtained. However, the likelihood of drawing a golden item from a silver supply crate was already quite slim, around 1%. The golden supply crates had their yield aligned with their tier, predominantly producing golden tier items. Of course, there was a chance of obtaining dark gold tier items, but that probability was a mere 0.1. As for the chance of drawing a platinum item from a dark gold supply crate, he had never even contemplated it. Until now. Li Chengxing gazed at the long sword in his hand. Flame sword replica, cough. I solemnly declare that this weapon bears no relation whatsoever to any anime you might be thinking of. Indeed, no relation. Category, weapon superb, tier, platinum, attributes, increases all attributes by 30. Effect 1, burn, attacks have a chance to ignite the target's wounds, inflicting burn damage. Effect 2, blade of flames, unleashes a blade of flames at the target enemy. The power is determined by the user's attributes. Effect 3, divine judgment, charges in place to execute a divine sanction on the target, the power is contingent upon the charge time and the user's attributes. With a maximum charge time of 10 seconds, inflicting up to 150 of the user's strength and damage. A replica of the standard weapon of angels, possessing formidable offensive capabilities, with attacks infused with fire attribute damage. A platinum weapon. Li Chengxing stared at the flame sword in astonishment. He remembered that the probability of obtaining a platinum item from a dark gold supply crate was a mere 0.01, a chance practically negligible. However, this luck. CC, you truly are our team's lucky star. With that, he embraced Xia Cici's face and planted a big kiss, leaving her blushing furiously as she gently wiped the saliva from her cheek. What? A platinum weapon? Upon hearing Li Chengxing's exclamation, Yu immediately released her hold on Xia Cici's shoulder and rushed to Li Chengxing's side. Brother, let me see. Let me see. Li Chengxing extended the flame sword towards her. Here, it's this sword. Yu reverently accepted the long sword with both hands. Without a moment's hesitation, the first thing she did was duplicate. Who cares what it is? Duplicating is a sure bet, as long as I duplicate it first. The reader's 1T scold me. After duplicating, she held 2 long swords and handed one to Jun Feier. Subsequently, she began to examine the attributes of the long sword in her possession. Upon glancing at the attribute panel, she was instantly filled with exhilaration. Brother, quickly try out its power. With that, she handed the long sword back to Li Chengxing. No rush, he replied, casting a glance at the windshield. Time, 8:30, temperature, -34. 5, distance to destination, 3,248 kilometers, countdown, 93, 14:29. The next supply box is just ahead. Let us see if a wild creature emerges so I can test the sword. Li Chengxing spoke slowly, never having yearned for the contents of a box as much as he did now. After all, with a new toy in hand, it would be unbearable not to give it a try. 2 kilometers later, at their current speed of nearly 100 kilometers h, they swiftly arrived at the location of the supply box. The 4 of them disembarked in succession. Yu replicated the 8 treasure chests before her into 16. Xia Cici then stepped forward to elevate the 16 supply boxes into 8 golden supply boxes. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from mentioning the replication of treasure boxes. It will be assumed as implicit. Or do you prefer that I document it all? I could tally the comments. Li Chengxing, wielding the flame sword, approached the supply boxes. He casually opened the first 3 boxes, which predictably contained food, water, and gasoline, fixed supplies that were guaranteed to appear. As he stood before the 4th supply box, a wave of nervousness washed over him. After all, the sense of security that comes with holding a firearm is entirely different from that of wielding a weapon. Being a modern individual, Li Chengxing naturally leaned towards trust in firearms, for he had been taught since childhood that a great figure once stated that truth resides only within the range of cannons. He remained skeptical of the flame sword in his grasp. Casting a glance at the 3 women nearby, each brandishing a sniper rifle, he felt somewhat reassured. Gripping the flame sword tightly, Li Chengxing cautiously extended it and gently rested it on the lock of the supply box. With a click, the lid sprang open. The moment the supply box opened, Li Chengxing hastily recoiled. Just as he retreated, a white figure leaped out from within the box. The polar bear had emerged. Upon its arrival, the polar bear stood still for 2 seconds, roaring, a moment of rigidity. Nonetheless, this afforded Li Chengxing precious time to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he thought, run quickly. At that moment, there was no time to hesitate. Within 2 seconds, Li Chengxing had retreated a good 10 meters. However, he had yet to master the art of silent movement in the snow, and the limitations of the snowy terrain became evident. The 30-centimeter-thick snow nearly engulfed his lower legs, leaving only a bit below his knees exposed. Attempting to back away, he found himself outpaced by the polar bear, which possessed 4 long legs accustomed to the snowy environment. In no time, the polar bear was a mere 3 meters behind him. Yu, in a state of alarm, gripped her sniper rifle tightly, aiming at the polar bear. Brother? The meaning of Yu was well understood by Li Chengxing. All it took was a mere command from him. However, Li Chengxing graciously declined Yuyu's offer. No need. I shall test the sword myself. He gripped the flame sword tightly, feeling the searing heat emanating from its blade, which melted much of the surrounding snow. A mere 3-meter distance was but 2 strides for the polar bear. Upon reaching Chengxing, it rose to its hind legs. Its massive front paws lifted high above its head, preparing to strike. This towering beast, over 3 meters tall, obscured the light before Chengxing, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Chengxing did not dare to underestimate the situation. He promptly activated the special effect of the flame sword. Flame blade. With that, he swung his sword. Chapter 89. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Chengxing swung the sword of blazing flames in his hand, and a fire whip over 3 meters long abruptly appeared, slicing directly towards the polar bear. The instant it made contact with the bear, not a sound was uttered as it pierced through the creature's body. The polar bear's forward lunge halted abruptly, its expression frozen in shock. Chengxing glanced up at the polar bear before casting a suspicious gaze at the singed chest where the fiery blade had struck. In disbelief, he hurriedly leaped aside into an open space. Just as he evaded the blow, the polar bear let out a heart-wrenching roar, and a line of blood slowly emerged across its chest. The line became increasingly pronounced, evolving into a distinct wound. Its body began to cleave in two from that very line, the upper half crashing to the ground. At that moment, Chengxing lifted his gaze to the whirling blade of flames, which soared a distance of 500 or 600 meters in the air before gradually dissipating. Gulp! Chengxing swallowed hard, casting a glance at the polar bear, now severed but with charred edges, and was astonished to find that not a single drop of blood had escaped. Incredible! Is this the sword of blazing flames, a platinum-tier extraordinary weapon? It can only be described as terrifyingly potent. The 3 women, witnessing the polar bear's demise, swiftly approached to assist Chengxing. "Brother, are you all right?" Yu asked with genuine concern. "I'm fine." Chengxing waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed by his snow-covered appearance. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the sword of flames. "I'm perfectly well." Seeing that Chengxing was unscathed, they opened the remaining 4 supply boxes, stowed the supplies in their backpacks, and subsequently returned to the vehicle. Even as they settled into the car, Chengxing could hardly contain his exhilaration. It was not merely the prowess of the sword of flames or the extent of its damage that thrilled him. Rather, it was the sheer style. Truly stylish. This is what romanticism means for a young man. As for the weapon's damage, brother, I have a question. Once back in the car, Yu, seated beside Chengxing in the back row, turned to him. "What is it?" Chengxing inquired, lifting his head. Well, Yu retrieved a mounted machine gun from her backpack. In terms of lethality, this sword of flames is utterly inferior to the dark gold mounted machine gun. Why is it classified as platinum tier? Is it merely because it is an extraordinary item? Hearing this, Chengxing contemplated deeply. In terms of damage, the sword of flames indeed could not compare to the mounted machine gun. If one could wield a platinum tier firearm, it would likely be something akin to a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, which would undoubtedly possess even greater power. However, if there is something that distinguishes the sword of flames, it is. I wonder if you have noticed any peculiar attributes of the sword of flames? Chengxing raised the sword once more before the 3 women. They leaned in to examine it closely. "Are you suggesting?" June Fayer inquired tentatively. "An increase of 30% in the 3-dimensional attributes?" "Indeed, exactly 30%. Chengxing nodded affirmatively. Logically, the prevailing trend should be items of blue and purple quality. We are merely fortunate, possessing both the SSS-level replication of Luoyu and the S-level enhancement of CC. This serendipity has bestowed upon us weapons of dark gold, even platinum. I conjecture that by the time platinum items become mainstream, the human 3-dimensional attributes will vastly differ from what they are now. At that point, the attributes of this flame sword may well rival those of thermal weapons." Yu was momentarily taken aback by this insight, but soon nodded in agreement. Indeed, they have merely acquired weapons beyond their current stage prematurely. The damage of thermal weapons remains constant. Yet the efficacy of cold weapons fluctuates with the growth of one's 3-dimensional attributes. It becomes challenging to determine which is superior. It ultimately depends on who wields the cold weapon. Perhaps in the future, cold weapons may even ascend to prominence. Who can say? Noticing Yu's realization, Li Chengxing raised a flame sword in his hand. He then lifted the flame sword held by Junfeier and continued. How shall we allocate these two flame swords? He glanced at the three women. They exchanged glances, and after a moment, Yu spoke first. I do not wish for one. I find thermal weapons more suited to my style. I also decline, CC added shyly, raising her hand. My three-dimensional attributes are too lacking to unleash the full power of the flame sword. Moreover, as soon as Yu finished speaking, CC timidly chimed in. I prefer thermal weapons as well. Upon hearing this, the three turned their heads to look at her, memories flooding back of the second Lost Highway instance, where CC had wielded a mounted heavy machine gun. The group swallowed hard, the image of that violent beauty exploding in their minds. Li Chengxing smirked slightly and ultimately nodded. Very well. Since Yu and CC have both chosen not to take one, the distribution becomes simple. The two flame swords would be divided, one for Li Chengxing and one for Junfeier. Thus, the initial roles of the four were established. Li Chengxing and Junfeier would engage in close combat. CC would provide firepower support, and Yu would deliver precise long-range strikes. Content with the arrangement, Li Chengxing stowed the flame sword back into his backpack. The moment it was secured, a chilling wave of air enveloped them. Why is it so cold? Yu rubbed her arms. Aren't we equipped with air conditioning? Li Chengxing was momentarily taken aback. He had not noticed the temperature shift before, which had felt quite comfortable. When had it changed? It seemed. He cautiously retrieved the flame sword from his backpack once more, gripping it tightly. The temperature in the cabin surged by over 10 degrees, and the group finally felt a semblance of warmth. Goodness, the flame sword has this effect as well. As Junfeier observed Li Chengxing's actions, she too drew forth the flame sword from her grasp. Instantly, the temperature within the cockpit surged by 20 to 30 degrees. Coupled with the vehicle's insulating materials, the warm air was effectively retained. Everyone felt their previously numbed hands and feet begin to thaw, bringing a sense of comfort. Ha ha ha! This flame sword proves to be quite practical, akin to a large heater, certainly far more effective than a heating pad. Yu showed little concern for the future significance of the flame sword. For the moment, it indeed served as an excellent source of warmth. Laughter erupted anew among the group, oblivious to the chaos that had ensued in the global channel. A certain indescribable channel, 712851569. Chapter 90. The Ritual of the Bronze Cauldron, World Channel. It's out. I finally emerged. Did you really think you could trap me in that wretched little black room? Are you sure your escape isn't thanks to someone else's guidance? Can we refrain from discussing that? Can someone please explain why there is so much snow? It's utterly thick. Goodness, it's freezing. Even with a heating pad, I'm still cold. Is there not a single warming tool? I have an air conditioner, but it can only adjust by 10 degrees, which is hardly sufficient. My air conditioner can adjust by 30 degrees. And yet it's still cold. I can barely manage without the heating pad. At this temperature, is it certain that no one will perish? Let them die. They deserve it, especially those who truly deserve to perish. Li Chengxing and his companions paid no heed to the clamor of the world channel. They were entirely absorbed in the joy of acquiring the flame sword. It was not solely due to the sword. They were also indulging in the excitement of unboxing. Over 100 boxes, painstakingly copied and refined by Yu and Xiaxisi, lay stacked in the trunk. Xiaxisi found herself surrounded by the three, their gazes fixed intently upon her. Cici. Li Chengxing approached Xiaxisi, gently placing a hand on each of her shoulders. What's wrong? Xiaxisi gazed up at Li Chengxing, her expression one of bewilderment. Standing at 165 centimeters, she had to lift her chin to meet his eyes. Confusion enveloped her. She couldn't fathom why her older siblings were staring at her so intently. Brother Chengxing, is there something on my face? She asked, instinctively wiping her cheeks with her delicate hand. Junfeier stepped forward, wrapping her arms around the little girl's shoulders. Cici, our luck has been somewhat lacking, and a responsibility of unboxing. Junfeier elongated her words before continuing. It's now entrusted to you. What? Xia Cici's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at the mountain of boxes on the ground, then back to Li Chengxing and Jun Feier. If her memory served her right, Brother Chengxing had indeed mentioned something earlier. It was 109 boxes. At this realization, she swallowed hard. Fiazista. Brother Chengxing, are you serious? Seeing no change in their expressions, and even a nod of affirmation, she desperately turned to Yu Liu, who usually doted on her the most. Luoyu's sister. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed Yu Luoyu sigh. Oh, Cici dear, go ahead and open them. I'll prepare something delicious for you afterward. But this. Xia Cici felt tears welling in her eyes. She regretted being so eager to take on the task of opening the supply boxes. Now, the entire responsibility of unboxing rested squarely upon her shoulders. Li Chengxing had the talent to open one box every 10 minutes, 6 in an hour, and a total of 144 in a day, after synthesis and replication. On a certain day, Chengxing was required to open a staggering 144 mystery boxes, an endeavor that could surely exhaust one's hands. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing gently shook his head. Cici, you are mistaken. It is not 144, but rather 288, as my talent has just been upgraded. Just moments ago, Li Chengxing had received a notification from the system. Conditions met. Infinite resources talent upgraded. Please review the attributes of your upgraded talent. He promptly shared a screenshot of his enhanced talent attributes. Talent, infinite resources LV, 4, unique growth talent every 5 minutes, receive 1 mystery box. Contents may include, but are not limited to food, electronics, weapons, materials, supernatural abilities, and crystal cores. Probability of obtaining high-quality items increased, in stark contrast to the excitement of the others. Xia Cici could only hear one thought echoing in her mind. Her delicate hands would surely tire from this endeavor. Under the watchful gaze of the trio, she steeled herself and cautiously reached for one of the mystery boxes. Fortunately, the box had been upgraded, requiring only the release of a latch to open. As the latch clicked, the lid automatically lifted, revealing the contents within. If one were to assess what they currently lacked, it would appear they were in want of nothing at all, particularly since the highest tier obtainable from the mystery boxes was that of gold. Gold tier items are notoriously difficult to find, except for household appliances, which truly made it challenging to identify anything as deficient. However, Li Chengxing leaned in to inspect the contents of the box. What in the world? A massive bronze cauldron. Do not question how he disowned its size for. Sacrificial bronze cauldron category, miscellaneous, tier, bronze, attributes. A 1, 5-meter tall sacrificial bronze cauldron weighing 750 pounds. Historically used for sacrificial purposes, it seems to serve little utility now. Unless, of course, one chooses to use it as a weapon, provided they can lift it. Who on earth would use this to strike someone? This cauldron weighs 750 pounds. I'd be a tyrant, were it not for the modifications made to his vehicle's trunk, which provided ample space. It would hardly even fit within the confines of the car. Xia Cici glanced at the attributes, then cautiously raised her gaze to Li Chengxing. Chengxing, am I truly just unlucky? Was my earlier treasure opening merely a fluke? After all, to open a bronze item from a mystery box capable of yielding gold-tier treasures seemed hardly a stroke of fortune. Not all Cici. Yu Luoyu quickly approached to comfort Xia Cici. It's just one instance. It doesn't signify anything. I believe in you. After hearing Yu Luoyu's words, Xia Cici looked at her, then turned her attention back to Li Chengxing. All right, let us continue opening them. It's fine. Li Chengxing nodded in agreement. It shouldn't be this way. Could it truly have been mere coincidence? Seeing her brother and sister so confident in her, Xia Cici gritted her teeth and proceeded to open the mystery boxes one by one. 1, 2, 3. As the situation unfolded, a weight settled heavily upon her heart. After opening a total of 10, Xia Cici came to a halt once more, tears welling in her eyes. Glancing at the items she had unveiled, she could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. I knew it. It was merely a coincidence. She sobbed, her emotions overwhelming her. In the courtyard, there stood an orderly display of 11 identical ritual bronze tripods. The sight caused Yu Luoyu's eyes to twitch, leaving her at a loss for words on how to console Xia Cici. However, upon witnessing this scene, Li Chengxing's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Cici, you did splendidly. Continue. Unveil them all." Chapter 91. The silver-level crafting table. Upon hearing Li Chengxing's words, both Yu Liu and Jun Feier gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. "Brother, if you wish to comfort Cici, this is not the appropriate way to do so," Yu Liu murmured, her voice diminishing with each word. "This seems rather excessive regarding the blind boxes." She feared it might hurt Xia Cici's feelings. Even Xia Cici wiped away a tear, nodding earnestly in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Chengxing, perhaps it would be better if Sister Liu were to open it." I'm Fine." Xia Cici had yet to finish her sentence before being interrupted by Li Chengxing. "It's not a waste at all, not in the slightest. Trust me, this is undoubtedly the finest item that can be obtained at present." The three women turned to him in unison, their expressions fraught with confusion. "Really?" Xia Cici gazed at him timidly, struggling to believe his words. Seeing that they remained skeptical, Li Chengxing instructed Yu Liu to replicate the bronze sacrificial cauldron lying on the ground into 22 copies. He then packed them all into his backpack. "Just watch." With that, he proceeded directly to the deconstruction table, dismantling every last one of the sacrificial bronze cauldrons in his pack. In mere moments, all of the cauldrons were disassembled. As he beheld the abundance of bronze ingots in his backpack, a smile involuntarily crept across Li Chengxing's face. 1,100 bronze ingots. After handing them to Yu Liu to replicate into 2,200, the three women still could not grasp his intentions. Until, when Li Chengxing approached the crafting table, they suddenly realized. Indeed, while bronze ingots might ordinarily seem of little use, they had a crafting table that could rival a material-devouring machine to nourish. Presently, there were still over 90 blind boxes waiting for Xia Cici to open. If they were all to yield sacrificial bronze cauldrons, that would amount to over 20,000 bronze ingots. The two women cast fervent gazes upon Xia Cici. "What is this?" "This is the chosen lucky star." Cici. Yu Liu unabashedly displayed the brilliance in her eyes, her face alight with joy as she regarded Xia Cici, akin to gazing upon a trove of treasures. "I understand." Without waiting for Yu Liu to conclude, Xia Cici eagerly commenced opening blind box after blind box. As anticipated, half an hour later, a total of 96 sacrificial bronze cauldrons lay nestled within the backpacks of the four of them. Li Chengxing's backpack was already reaching its capacity. It was simply too much. He entrusted the deconstruction task to Yu Liu, as replication required her expertise. Li Chengxing then moved to the crafting table. With a staggering 21,400 bronze ingots, and accounting for those remaining from before, he devoted an additional 7,466 bronze ingots, crafting them into various armor-piercing bullets. While Yu Liu busily deconstructed and replicated, Li Chengxing simultaneously fed the materials obtained from the deconstruction into the crafting table. The two toiled in the back compartment for a full 2 hours before successfully upgrading the crafting table once more. 3 types of armor-piercing bullets now rested in his backpack, each in excess of 300. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. After distributing all the ammunition to the two women, Yu Liu and Xia Cici, Li Chengxing redirected his focus entirely to the system panel. "Crafting table experience is full. Would you like to upgrade the crafting table level?" At last, an upgrade was within reach. The next tier promised to be the silver level. Li Chengxing rubbed his hands together in excitement, unhesitatingly and decisively selecting. Yes. In a mere 5 seconds, the dark light dissipated and the crafting table was upgraded. The dark light is essential. Though Li Chengxing was quite fatigued, he summoned his energy to examine the properties of the crafting table. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight. Silver-level crafting table. Category: miscellaneous. Tier: silver. Attributes: consume specific materials. Capable of crafting silver tier and below items. Note: can be upgraded after 500 uses with the consumption of certain materials. At last, the upgrade had arrived. Although it was merely to the silver tier, silver ingots were now plentiful. Moreover, Li Chengxing opened the crafting table and noted the 3 new items added. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Electric heater. Category: appliance. Tier, silver, attributes, when activated, raises the temperature within a 1-meter radius by up to 5 degrees. Multiple heaters can be used in conjunction. Minimal fuel consumption when in use. Require materials: 10 silver ingots, 1 electronic board. Electric blanket, category, appliance, tier, silver, attributes, when activated, raises the temperature above the electric blanket by up to 5 degrees. Multiple electric blankets can be used in conjunction. Minimal fuel consumption when in use. Require materials: 10 silver ingots, 1 electronic board. Electric fan, category, appliance, tier, silver. Chengxing swiftly bypassed the electric fan, deeming it utterly useless for the time being. However, the first 2 items were undeniably treasures in this survival game, without a doubt. Particularly the heater, which could stack for increased warmth. If one were to combine 20 of them, even in frigid conditions with temperatures plummeting to -100°C near the endpoint, one would not fear the cold. Of course, the required materials were substantial, no less than 100 silver ingots, as crafting 10 would yield 20. Furthermore, should the crafting table aspire for another upgrade, it would necessitate a staggering 5,000 silver ingots. For Chengxing and his companions, this posed a considerable challenge. Each round of supply crates saw them transmuting silver supply crates into golden ones, which meant their stock of silver ingots was, in truth, quite limited. Relying solely on the silver ingots yielded from the transcended golden supply crates, their current reserves barely exceeded 100. Yet, the notion of sacrificing the transmutation of supply crates for silver ingots was unthinkable to Chengxing. He took the silver supply box to dismantle it, feeling a pang of regret. After all, the resources within the golden supply box were incomparable to those of the silver one. Just as he found himself at a loss, Jun Fei, and Xia Cc fortuitously entered, having just finished collecting a wave of supply boxes. Noticing Chengxing's furrowed brow, Jun Fei took the initiative to inquire, "What's wrong? Why such a grim expression?" Upon hearing her words, Chengxing let out a sigh. The crafting station has been upgraded, and new creations have emerged. That's wonderful news. Why the sigh then? Because we are in need of silver ingots, and I am reluctant to exchange the golden supply box for them. With a light-hearted chuckle, Jun Fei covered her mouth and remarked, "Oh, I thought it was a significant issue. It's quite simple, really." Chengxing, upon hearing her, lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Chapter 92, 300,000 silver ingots. Why not create an electric heater, take a photograph, and then sell its attributes? Jun Fei smiled, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. You could charge 20 silver ingots each, or 30 empty silver supply boxes per unit. Chengxing's eyes brightened upon hearing Jun Fei's words. Indeed, they were not the only ones in need of warmth. Moreover, if sold, the profit would be no less than 30 silver ingots per unit. After crafting, he could replicate it, and the silver ingots earned from sales could be replicated as well. This does not even account for those who might trade using silver supply boxes. The dismantling station is no longer a secret, yet most people still lack access to it. Currently, the prevalent trading rate is 10 silver ingots for 15 silver supply boxes. However, Chengxing preferred transactions involving silver supply boxes. After all, the silver supply boxes could be replicated and then dismantled for further replication. Nonetheless, direct silver ingot transactions would not be a loss either. With so many people in the world, even if just 10,000 made purchases, that would amount to 300,000 silver ingots. The more Chengxing calculated, the brighter his eyes became. What a lucrative opportunity. Pure profit. What a splendid idea. I understand now. I shall get to work immediately. Chengxing had always been a man of action. Once he conceived the idea, he set to it without delay. Furthermore, the thought of the potential profit swept away any lingering fatigue. He proceeded to use all his silver ingots to craft the electric heaters. After being replicated by Yu, a total of 24 were neatly arranged on the ground. Chengxing snapped a photograph of the heaters and then captured their attributes. He opened the World Channel. World Channel. 3, 154, 193, 481 users remaining. Electric heaters for sale at a reasonable price of 20 silver ingots or 30 empty silver supply boxes each. Interested parties, please message privately. See attached image, JPG. One could argue that aside from the added attributes, the most advantageous aspect of holding the title of world champion is the ability to pin messages. This feature even allows for custom pin durations, serving as a natural advertising space. Li Chengxing decisively opted to pin his message for 1 hour. As for why not to pin it indefinitely, he believed it unnecessary. After all, with so many users in the world channel, he couldn't possibly craft one for everyone. That would certainly exhaust him. However, Li Chengxing's perspective proved somewhat conservative, perhaps due to his previous lack of attention to the world channel, leaving him unaware of the current demand for heating supplies. In mere moments, not only did the world channel explode with activity, but his private messages were inundated as well. In the blink of an eye, his system's private chat notifications surged past 99. Alarmed, he quickly added another pin message. Any member of our team can facilitate trades via private message. Thus, the two messages remained at the very top of the world channel. Within 3 seconds, Xia, who was in the driver's seat, let out a shriek before rushing in. Cheng, brother Chengxing, my private messages, how could they be for me? Li Chengxing gently patted the little lowly's head and then said, everyone, let's lend a hand. As a member of Li Chengxing's team, Xia naturally faced a barrage of private messages as well. Li Chengxing assigned everyone their respective roles. Yu was in charge of replication, while he himself focused on production and sales. Xia and Junfei were solely responsible for selling, passing the silver ingots acquired from transactions to Yu for copying. The value of the production station was vividly showcased at this moment. However, the effectiveness was contingent upon whose hands it rested in. If it were still with the previous convoy, it would merely gather dust. With a small assembly line yielding a steady output, Li Chengxing watched the silver ingots accumulate, his face alight with excitement. The work felt invigorating. However, brother Chengxing, a voice as faint as a whisper drifted from beside him. Cici, what is it? Li Chengxing lifted his head to gaze at Xia. I am tired. Li Chengxing's expression froze for a moment. Then he turned to look at Yu and Junfei. Both women exhibited visible fatigue, yet continued to persevere. He glanced at the time. 21:23. Is it already evening? They had only descended a few times to collect supply boxes yet. Luoyu, how many silver ingots do we have now? Luoyu, with drooping eyelids, peeked into her backpack. 304, 282 pieces. How much? 304, 282 pieces. No wonder. Li Chengxing's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder it was already past 9 at night. He observed the incessant notifications of private messages and then turned to the weary faces of his companions. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, ahem, I got a bit too excited and lost track of time. Throughout the day, aside from a few descents to collect supply boxes, they had been engaged in production, replication, and sales, mechanically repeating the same tasks without any proper rest. Well, shall we call it a day? All right. Upon hearing this, the three women instantly shed their previous fatigue, leaping up in excitement. Wait, am I being deceived? Li Chengxing, observing the invigorated expressions of his companions, shook his head. What does it matter? We have more than enough silver ingots now, so there's no need to dwell on it. The production station was long overdue for an upgrade, yet they had never found the time. Just as Li Chengxing prepared to upgrade the production station and check the new items in the crafting list, his stomach growled in protest. They had merely nibbled on some bread for lunch, and now over 9 hours had passed. It was indeed time to eat. After tidying up their belongings, Li Chengxing retrieved some cooked food and rice from his backpack. A standard meal of 5 dishes and a soup was in order. This can be considered one of the advantages of the system's backpack. The steaming hot meals obtained from the blind box can be stored within it. Regardless of when they are retrieved, they remain as fresh as the moment they were placed inside. After a group of individuals finished their dinner and tidied away the dishes, Yu and Xia retired for the night. Li Chengxing and Junfei took the first watch, while Yu and Xia would take over the latter half. Once the two women had fallen asleep, Li Chengxing returned to the crafting table. Crafting table experience is at maximum. Would you like to upgrade the crafting table? Without hesitation, he clicked the upgrade button. A flash of azure light occurred for 5 seconds, completing the upgrade of the crafting table. Just needed to mention the azure light. A little playful touch. Quite satisfying. Li Chengxing opened the crafting list. Chapter 93. V-shaped snow plow frame. V-shaped snow plow frame. Category: modification. Grade: silver. Attributes: reduces snow thickness, increases vehicle movement speed by 20 in snow, increases fuel consumption by 50. Required materials: 100 silver ingots. The subsequent 2 silver items held little value, swiftly overlooked by Li Chengxing. He gazed in surprise at the first item, the snow plow frame. A glance at the windshield revealed: time, 22:14, temperature, -58. 8C. Distance to destination, 2,033 kilometers. Countdown, 79, 45, 19. The temperature had plummeted to -58 degrees, and outside, snow had accumulated to at least half a meter in depth. Previously, their focus had been entirely on trading silver ingots, leaving them oblivious to the harsh conditions. The vehicle's speed had gradually decreased, now down to 80 km/h. While this pace would suffice to reach their destination within the countdown, it felt painfully slow. Surely, they could not meander to the finish line at such a sluggish rate. Gazing out at the relentless snowfall, an absurd thought crossed Li Chengxing's mind. If they could not resolve the snow accumulation, they would inevitably be buried beneath this wintry expanse, rendered immobile. Yet, what was the true purpose of the survival game space in orchestrating such a scenario? Was it merely to deny the majority a chance at survival? To subject them to torment? But what significance lay in such actions? Or rather, where did the finish line truly lead, and what awaited them there? Li Chengxing furrowed his brow, these thoughts swirling in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Enough of this. He shook his head vigorously. Such considerations were not his concern at present. Turning his attention back to the snow plow frame, it was clear that he must craft it. Not only was it undeniably practical, but upgrading the crafting station necessitated its creation. He glanced at the upgraded crafting station's attributes, a wave of frustration washing over him. Silver grade crafting station. Category: miscellaneous. Grade: silver. Attributes: consume certain materials to craft silver grade and below items. Note: can be upgraded after 1,000 uses by consuming specific materials. The attributes exhibited no significant changes, yet the upgrade requirement was daunting: 1,000 uses. That amounted to a staggering 100,000 silver ingots. He had just acquired over 300,000 silver ingots, and now he was expected to part with a third of them? Selling them could recoup his losses. But would there be buyers willing to pay? With a deep sigh, Li Chengxing resolved to craft the V-shaped snow plow frame. A burst of colorful black light flickered from the crafting station. As expected of me, upon seeing the snow plow frame materialize in his inventory, he proceeded to the driver's seat. Summer Cece, seated idly in the driver's position, turned her head upon hearing the commotion behind her. Chengxing, what new features have emerged after the upgrade? The snow plow attachment may not fit the vehicle. Cece, please halt the car. Naturally, Cece, who plays with her adoptive father, is well aware of what a snow plow attachment is. In such weather, it is a miraculous tool. With that thought, she hesitated not for a moment and promptly brought the vehicle to a stop. Li Chengxing approached the driver's side door, gazing at the vast expanse of white outside. Taking a deep breath, he then opened the door, and immediately, the biting cold wind rushed into the car. Even within the warmth of the electric heater, he felt an icy chill. Who claimed that the south is colder than the north? The -58 degrees of pure physical assault is surely more unbearable than the damp chill of the south. Drawing in a breath of the warm air inside the vehicle, he grasped the sword of flame, feeling somewhat better. He leaped out of the car, only to find himself half buried in snow that reached up to his thigh. Progressing forward was already a challenge. Without hesitation, he swung the sword of flame at the snow before him, clearing a path through the surrounding snow, allowing him to walk more freely. Reaching the front of the vehicle, Li Chengxing retrieved the snow plow attachment. The moment he grasped it, the chilling metal surface sent a shiver through his gloves. The plow featured a sleek, aerodynamic V-shape, constructed from 2 gleaming silver alloy frames interwoven with dense reinforcing ribs. At the V-shaped apex, serrated ice-breaking blades were welded, each tooth gleaming with a sharp, cold light. Just as with changing the tires, Li Chengxing needed only to lightly tap to install it. The snow plow's sides extended claw-like, stabilizing arms, equipped with adjustable clasps at their ends. The clasps automatically secured themselves to the vehicle, firmly anchoring the snow plow in place. The moment it was installed, the snow plow activated automatically. With the hum of hydraulic machinery, the plow descended slowly, its curved blade precisely slicing into the snow surface. As the first scoop of snow was lifted, Li Chengxing clearly observed the moment the snow block made contact with the blade's edge, being forcefully propelled to either side of the road. The previously half-meter-thick layer of snow rapidly thinned under the plow's advance. Li Chengxing was overjoyed. He hurried back into the vehicle, swapping places with Xia Cixi to take the driver's seat. Releasing the handbrake, he started the engine. He focused intently on the dashboard, watching as the speed steadily climbed. Swiftly reaching 140 km/h. What a remarkable device. Although fuel consumption increased, they had an abundance of gasoline. Trading fuel for the opportunity to reach the supply station first was undoubtedly worthwhile. Moreover, at this rate, they would likely arrive at the supply box by tomorrow afternoon. To be frank, given their capabilities, he had completely lost interest in the resources emerging from the golden supply box. The golden supply box offered nothing but blueprints and various resources that could not be obtained through blind box openings. The silver supply crates have been synthesized into golden supply crates, yet at this stage, only silver supply crates are available. They're not troubled by the lack of food or water, nor do they face any scarcity of resources. The sole valuable resource that can be extracted from the supply crates is the blueprints. However, the golden supply crates can only yield blueprints of the dark gold tier at best, and the odds are so dismal that even a dog would scoff at them. He was even contemplating whether to make a direct dash to the supply station. Burdened with thoughts, he encountered 2 waves of supply crates along the way, yet still failed to procure anything of worth. This only solidified Li Chengxing's resolve to reach the destination in one go. Nevertheless, at this moment, he glanced at the time. 23:55, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. There was still one matter to resolve. Chapter 94, The Old Boxer. As the clock struck midnight, Li Chengxing tore the duel ticket into shreds. A pale blue virtual input box materialized before him. Please enter the team number or unique identifier you wish to challenge. The unique name of the team. Cixi, do you recall the name of the team we discussed this morning? Li Chengxing inquired of Xia Cixi. The name of the team? What team name? Xia Cixi replied, her expression one of bewilderment. After a long day of activity, her mind felt clouded. Upon hearing Li Chengxing's question, she paused momentarily. Glancing at the duel ticket in his hand, she suddenly came to a realization. Oh, let me think. I believe it was. She pondered intently, meticulously recalling the name. The moment she heard it, she felt an inexplicable irritation. I remember now. It was called A.M. Shina, the greatest under heaven. Yes, that's the name. Just listen to it. It truly invites trouble. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this name, a surge of inexplicable rage ignited within Li Chengxing. This anger had nothing to do with the morning's events. It was solely provoked by that team name. His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. He then typed into the pale blue input box. I am Shinha, the greatest under heaven. You are about to challenge a team currently ranked 18,857,638,737. Are you certain? Yes. No. Meanwhile, 10 minutes prior, on a distant road far from Li Chengxing and his companions, a team composed entirely of females was slowly traversing the snowy terrain in a dilapidated pickup truck. Well, it wasn't entirely female. The captain was a male. Let us call him a male for the sake of argument. Standing at 160 centimeters. He wore a white short skirt paired with a plaid shirt, complete with a bow tie adorning his chest. Clad in a JK uniform, he likely weighed around 160 pounds. And as for his looks, he gestured delicately with his fingers, engaging in conversation with several female teammates. I believe you are all correct. Men are indeed the most repugnant creatures in this world. The moment he spoke, he exuded the air of a seasoned old boxer with at least 10 years of experience. Beside him, a robust woman, her arms thicker than a man's thigh, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been proven that we, as weaker women, can carve out our own path in this apocalypse without relying on men. At this point, a woman with a waist measuring a staggering 1.5 meters erupted in anger. If it weren't for that fool who ranked first announcing for clearing the level today, we wouldn't just be aiming for the top 100. We could have easily made it to the world's top 10, 000. It's all that idiot's fault. Truly, men deserve to be damned. You know, the cross-dressing male, hearing this, clung to the burly woman's arm, cowering behind her in fear as he spoke. Will the first place retaliate against us? After all, we have been leading the charge in berating them on the global channel. What is there to fear? To me, they appear to be all facade and no substance. Mere cowards at heart. The robust woman remained unfazed. We have insulted them openly on the global channel, and yet they have not dared to utter a single word in response. I suspect their swift speed is the only reason they attained first place. Their combat prowess is likely average at best. At this juncture, the burly woman paused, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. What if should the opponent truly be weak? We could. With that, she produced a duel voucher from her backpack. It was the second voucher she had exchanged after the lost dungeon, effectively depleting their collective points. However, until now, she had not found a suitable opponent for a duel. Yet now, if the duel were to succeed, the resources and vehicles of the world's number one would be entirely ours. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just then, a delicate young woman seated in the corner timidly raised her hand, speaking softly. What if they simply do not regard us as worthy of their attention, or are too preoccupied to notice us? Perhaps we should. She lifted her gaze, meeting the astonished stares of her companions. Clearing her throat, she swallowed hard and continued. Maybe we should refrain from provoking them unnecessarily. Are you afraid? A stout woman interjected, rising to her feet and pointing an accusatory finger at her, her disdain unmistakable. I see you're longing for a man, aren't you? Perhaps you should let that cross-dresser soothe your cravings? She gestured towards the man in women's attire, laughing heartily. The cross-dressing man stepped out from behind the burly woman. Spare me your nonsense. I have no interest in her type. She is a disgrace among women. With that, he nestled closer to the robust woman. At least I feel safe with you, sister. The woman referred to as sister enveloped him in a warm embrace, her laughter resonating deeply. Instantly, the atmosphere in the vehicle shifted, with all but the delicate woman erupting in laughter. They laughed for a full 2 minutes before the burly woman finally ceased. Glancing at the time, only 1 minute remained until midnight. I have made my decision. I shall challenge the first place, she declared, casting glances at the three around her, completely disregarding the shaking head of the timid woman. I agree. I concur. I too support this. The trio nodded in unison. Just as the robust woman prepared to use the duel voucher, a voice resonated. Please note, an anonymous team has initiated a duel with your team. Prepare yourselves. The teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. Her actions faltered. Anonymous team? Which anonymous team? They had not engaged with other teams recently, except for that morning. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed with realization. Could it be the anonymous team of the world's number one? Ha ha ha. She has yet to confront her adversaries. Yet they dare to challenge her troop. Are they not aware that the party being challenged possesses the authority to select the mode of combat? Truly, they are courting disaster. No, it is rather a divine providence in my favor. The 10 seconds swiftly elapsed, and with a dazzling flash of gamma rays before them, the scene transformed. At last, I can unleash it. What a relief. Why? The surroundings shifted, and they found themselves in the arena of duel. The formidable woman surveyed the options presented before her. Please select the method of this duel. Firearms, melee weapons, unarmed combat. She glanced at her delicate companions around her and decisively chose. Chapter 95. 4 oddities. Li Chengxing gazed at the choices displayed on the screen before him. Cold weapons? How audacious of them. Selecting cold weapons. Upon witnessing this option, he felt no inclination to rouse Liu from her slumber. Be careful, Chengxing. Xia Sisi expressed her concern as she observed Li Chengxing preparing to disembark. He paused mid-motion, turning back to nod reassuringly at her. I will. With that, he smiled and opened the car door. Grasping the flame, sword firmly in his hand, he stepped out of the vehicle. The atmosphere of the duel arena was markedly different from that of the survival game. The comfortable temperature was complemented by warm sunlight, making movement effortless. Unlike the treacherous terrain of the survival space, he advanced about a kilometer alone before halting as the opposing team finally arrived. As he regarded the four individuals approaching, Chengxing, having encountered a myriad of people during his years of struggle at the bottom, prided himself on his worldly experience. Yet the four before him, he could swear he bore no intention of disparaging women, but he genuinely struggled to find a more fitting descriptor for them. If forced to choose, perhaps oddities? The effeminate figure among them demanded, "What sort of gaze is that?" The group came to a standstill, and the imposing woman stepped forward, pointing at Chengxing with a furious expression. She had seen that expression countless times throughout her life. In her youth, she had been deceived by her mother into believing that it was others who failed to appreciate her beauty, a belief shattered upon hearing derogatory terms like oddity from her father. She realized then that such gazes were a form of insult. Thus, she had taken the life of that man and fled, and since then, no one dared to regard her with such disdain. Fear was all that remained in their eyes. She relished the feeling of standing above men until she arrived in this survival game space. Until today, Chengxing had no desire to engage her, his gaze drifting dismissively past the others. How had this peculiar assembly of women gathered? No, wait. Good heavens. There was even a cross-dresser. Was this convoy a traveling zoo? "Hey, pretty boy, we're talking to you." The cross-dresser sashayed forward, fingers delicately gesturing towards Chengxing as he screeched in a high-pitched voice. Chengxing felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, struggling to suppress the urge to retch, and shouted back, "I ask you, was it your convoy that insulted us in the World Channel today?" Upon hearing his words, the burly woman became even more convinced that this individual was indeed from the infamous anonymous convoy. She replied without hesitation, "So what if we did?" "That's good to know. At least I haven't targeted the wrong person," Chengxing replied, slowly raising the flame sword. "Kill us." The robust woman surveyed the solitary Chengxing, whose stature paled in comparison to her own, and burst into laughter. "You think you can?" Once her laughter subsided, her expression grew icy. "I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, coming to find your demise." Without any forewarning, she waved her hand decisively. The four individuals simultaneously drew crossbows from their backpacks, aiming them at Chengxing. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." As her words fell, all four pulled the triggers of their crossbows in unison. Four arrows flew towards Chengxing. Upon completing this act, the corners of their mouths curled into smirks. Their proficiency in this maneuver suggested that it was not their first endeavor. Is this truly the world's number one? They appeared no different from the rest. How feeble. If this is all they can muster, then perhaps the title of world champion should be reassigned. However, they remained oblivious to the existence of extraordinary powers beyond their comprehension in this realm, such as the current Chengxing. With an agility rating of 23.8, his dynamic vision, reflexes, and movement speed transcended the limits of ordinary perception. In the blink of an eye, Chengxing evaded the range of the arrows. To the onlookers, it seemed as though he merely flickered, and before they could grasp what had transpired, he stood unscathed to the side, while their arrows lodged harmlessly in the ground. Of course, a mere speed 5 times that of an average person was insufficient to outpace the flight of an arrow. Yet, the moment they aimed their crossbows at him, he had already anticipated the direction of his evasion, thanks to his extraordinary eyesight and reflexes. How is this possible? The burly woman was struck with terror. This scene, which defied her understanding, made her instinctively retreat several steps. Though her heart raced with fear, she forced her trembling hands to steady, retrieving another bolt to place upon her crossbow. However, "Are you finished playing?" Chengxing stood less than 10 meters away from the four, slowly raising his flaming sword and speaking in a measured tone. "Now it is my turn." The urgency in his voice, coupled with the shock of recent events, caused the other three to abandon their crossbows and flee. Only the burly woman remained aware that escape was futile. Neither the man before her nor the rules of their duel allowed for any chance of retreat. She struggled to steady her shaking hands, hastening the assembly of her crossbow. Yet, Chengxing granted her no further opportunity. Flameblade. Just as the burly woman completed the assembly of her weapon and lifted her gaze, She beheld a fiery blade hurtling towards her at an incredible speed. How beautiful! In her final moments, she seemed to gain a new understanding of beauty. Alas, her upper body was severed at the chest, collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, she gazed at her legs, momentarily lost in a daze. What a swift sword! Then, her consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. After dispatching the burly woman, Li Chengxing turned his attention to the three fleeing figures, halting his pursuit. Instead, he remained rooted in place, the flaming blade in his hand radiating a fierce glow. The flames dancing upon the blade have grown increasingly fierce. Since acquiring this sword, he has yet to employ this particular skill. This battle, akin to a crushing victory, presents an opportunity to witness the true nature of a technique that demands a full 3 seconds of charging. The three fleeing individuals, having witnessed Li Chengxing's decisive slaying of the towering woman, found themselves rooted in place. The cross-dressing man halted, positioning himself to intercept the three women. The figure before them stood motionless. Could it be that he had reached the limits of his strength? The stout woman, upon hearing this, also ceased her movements and turned to gaze at Li Chengxing, confirming the words of the cross-dresser. Was this not a sign that their opportunity had arrived? Or perhaps? Yet, before she could finish her thought, the world around them plunged into darkness. Chapter 96. Divine Judgment, a Colossal Sword. Measuring over 10 meters in length and more than 2 meters in width, loomed above the heads of the three individuals, eclipsing a significant portion of the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the intricate patterns upon the sword's phantom mirrored those of the flame sword held by Li Chengxing. As the apparition solidified, a thunderous voice erupted from afar. Divine Judgment. The massive sword descended directly towards the trio. A resounding crash reverberated throughout the duel arena, awakening even the slumbering Yu Liu and Jun Feier from their deep sleep. They swiftly rolled out of bed, fortunate that neither had a habit of sleeping in the nude, and hurried to the cockpit. Under Xia Cici's guidance, they promptly exited the vehicle. What has transpired? Yu Liu inquired, gazing at the swirling dust rising in the distance. Her concern palpable as she turned to Xia Cici. Brother Chengxing is engaged in a duel, and the opponents have chosen cold weapons, so he has gone alone. What? You mean he is over there? Yu Liu's mind momentarily faltered upon hearing Xia Cici's words, and then she dashed away, propelled by an urgent need to understand the situation. What on earth is happening? Her anxiety was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Jun Feier observed the familiar silhouette of the colossal sword. Deep in thought, spotting Yu Liu sprinting away, she called out, "Liu, slow down." Having formed a tentative hypothesis, she still felt a pang of unease. "Cici, stay in the car and ensure your safety." After giving Xia Cici a brief instruction, she hurried after Yu Liu, heading towards the cloud of dust. In less than a minute, the two women arrived at the dust-covered area. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to plunge into the swirling chaos. Just then, they heard a cough emanating from within, accompanied by a blurred figure. Cough, cough. Instantly alert, the two women retrieved their weapons from their bags, only to witness Li Chengxing stumbling out, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I underestimated this move. I was too close. As he emerged from the smoke, his gaze met that of the two women. Liu Feier, what brings you here? We heard an explosion and were worried about you, so we came to check on you. Brother. Yu Liu's voice trailed off suddenly, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness as she scrutinized Li Chengxing, her demeanor becoming decidedly uncomfortable. Brother, you... What? What is it with me? As Li Chengxing spoke, he noticed the astonished expressions on their faces directed at his body. Following their gaze downward, he gasped, "Damn," and hastily retrieved clothes from his bag to cover himself. When the phantom sword had fallen, a wave of scorching heat had surged towards him, catching him too close to escape unscathed. He had only managed to run for a few seconds before being engulfed by the heat wave. Fortunately, his robust physique had allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Certainly, the most crucial aspect is that he was not directly beneath the colossal sword, thus he sustained no injuries. However, his clothing was pitifully torn to shreds by the shockwave of the explosion. As for the three individuals opposite him, approximately 2 minutes later, as the dust settled at the site where the spectral image of the giant sword had descended, a massive crater roughly 5 meters in diameter, emerged on the ground. The three were nowhere to be seen, not even their remains. Li Chengxing inhaled sharply, a gasp escaping his lips. Coughing and spitting out the dust that had infiltrated his mouth, he stared incredulously at the scene before him. He then cast a bewildered glance at his own hands. This was my doing? It should be perhaps, possibly. Yes, indeed. Their also bore an expression of shock. If Li Chengxing could accomplish such a feat, then surely I can too. She glanced at the other flame, sword quietly resting in her backpack, her heart tumultuous with unending waves of emotion. Could human potential truly reach such heights? This was merely a platinum weapon. There were still diamonds, tricolored, five-colored, and seven-colored weapons beyond that. Could it be? Just as Their's thoughts began to spiral, Li Chengxing interjected with a reminder. Enough daydreaming. The duel is not yet concluded. The previous four were undoubtedly dead. Yet the voice had not yet announced the end of the duel. This could only imply one possibility. The opposing team was at full strength. There were still living adversaries. Li Chengxing directed his gaze toward the nearby pickup truck, cautioning his companions. Be careful. As he prepared to approach the vehicle, a girl emerged from the pickup truck, raising her hands high above her head. Li Chengxing regarded her with utmost vigilance. I surrender, she proclaimed loudly, advancing toward the trio. Li Chengxing scrutinized her with a hint of suspicion before shifting his gaze to Their. Noticing her nod of approval, he finally allowed himself a breath of relief. Yet he remained on guard. Observing this demure girl, who contrasted starkly with the other four, he could not help but examine her closely before inquiring. I have slain your teammates. Do you not wish to seek vengeance? The girl paused, taken aback by his words. She scrutinized the man who claimed to have killed her four companions, then gently shook her head. Why should I seek revenge? I'm not aligned with them. What? The three women displayed expressions of confusion. The girl spoke slowly. I simply do not wish to fall into the hands of other male teams and become a mere plaything, which is why I sought refuge in this team. With a sigh, she continued, the leader of this team, the only man, He, though somewhat distasteful, at least harbors no ill intentions toward me. Moreover, the rest of the team consists entirely of women. At this point, she appeared visibly uncomfortable, pausing before continuing. Since everyone else is a woman, I feel a bit more at ease. However, due to a divergence in our philosophies, I have never truly integrated into their team. Philosophy? Li Chengxing looked on with a face full of confusion. What philosophy? Does the team even have a philosophy? It is. The girl hesitated, casting a glance at Li Chengxing before stammering, to eradicate all men. Li Chengxing stumbled slightly in disbelief. Such an absurd philosophy? He cast a doubtful glance at Their. Seeing her nod in affirmation, he reluctantly accepted this ludicrous justification. Although the reasoning was compelling, not just anyone could join his team. He scrutinized the girl before him and accessed the system's evaluation. Chapter 97. Zhou Yining, with an appearance score of 90, a physique rating of 91, and a bust size of F, attained a total score of 95. The assessment declared her as average in the realm of light novels. Bust size determines physique, which in turn influences appearance. Here, anything above an F is considered commendable, provided it is visually appealing, thus ensuring a high score. Li Chengxing regarded the system's evaluation with a fleeting glance at the young woman's chest. The thick winter attire obscured her figure, leaving him to ponder the breadth of her bosom. Nonetheless, the rating was satisfactory, with the score deemed adequate and no signs of ulterior motives detected by Sister Fei. Li Chengxing felt reassured in incorporating her into their team. Having successfully formed the team, the young woman followed Li Chengxing and the others back to the vehicle. Just then, a voice echoed once more. Duel concluded. Please prepare. Teleportation back to the survival game world in 3 seconds. The group hastily returned to their seats. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a surge of gamma rays enveloped them, and the external scenery reverted to the familiar expanse of snow. Oh, how delightful! Truly deserving of a reward. A lollipop for myself. Before the 5 could fully acclimatize, the voice announced, duel concluded. Now proceeding with the enemy's loot settlement. Congratulations to the anonymous team for acquiring 1 758 iron ingots, 86 copper ingots, and 142 rubber. A multitude of ordinary materials materialized in Li Chengxing's backpack. How impoverished they were. How had this team survived on such meager resources? He could only marvel at their sheer luck. Li Chengxing lacked the desire to even open his backpack, let alone retrieve items for Yu Liu to replicate. It seemed wholly unnecessary. However, he found himself intrigued by the new teammate. "What shall I call you?" he inquired politely, despite the team list displaying her name. "Zhou Yining." "You may call me Yining," she replied, her voice melodious and poised. Having just utilized their bathroom for a refreshing wash and donned a clean outfit, she appeared significantly more appealing, especially within the confines of the vehicle, heated by a dozen warmers at a comfortable 24 degrees. Zhou Yining wore a tank top paired with shorts. At last, Li Chengxing beheld the F rating in its true form. Indeed, the system could not err. With her appearance elevated by an entire tier, he swallowed hard, his throat moving audibly. "I am Li Chengxing, the captain of this team. My talent is..." He proceeded to introduce the talents of his team members before extending his right hand. "From now on, we are a unified team. I look forward to your guidance." Zhou Yining did not hesitate. She extended her hand and gently shook hands with Li Chengxing before withdrawing. "Please give me your guidance." Li Chengxing caressed his fingers, savoring the warmth that lingered at his fingertips, and inquired, "May I ask what your talent is?" While this question might seem intrusive, they were members of the same team, and understanding one another would facilitate the allocation of tasks. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Yining's expression immediately shifted, her gaze becoming somewhat evasive. "My talent is rather unique. It may not be convenient for me to disclose it to you." After speaking, she turned her gaze towards June Fair, who she now knew possessed the ability of mind reading, her expression pleading. Li Chengxing looked at June Fair as well. In previous instances, she had proven to be the most resourceful. Yet, June Fair merely stared at Zhou Yining in shock. Indeed, she had discerned Zhou Yining's talent. But, does such a gift truly exist in this world? Ahem. Chengxing, perhaps it's best not to pry. Zhou Yining indeed has her reasons for discretion. "You may have the opportunity to learn in the future," June Fair said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Li Chengxing, a hint of apology in her voice. Although Li Chengxing appeared skeptical, he nodded in agreement. After all, every individual harbors their own secrets. Perhaps Zhou Yining's talent is genuinely exceptional. He glanced at the time. It was already 0:32. The duel had consumed more than half an hour, and he stifled a yawn. "Lu Fair, since you both are awake, CC and I will take a short rest." He cast a glance at Zhou Yining and inquired, "Yining, would you like to rest for a while?" Zhou Yining, lost in thought, seemed oblivious to Li Chengxing's words. "Yining? Ah, what is it?" After Li Chengxing had called her name twice, she finally regained her focus. "Would you like to rest for a bit?" Li Chengxing remained patient. His patience stemmed not from an inherent trust in Zhou Yining, but rather from faith in the system's assessment. Name, Zhou Yining. Gender, female. Favorability, 50. She is uncertain whether it is a genuine longing for your team or if your actions have fostered a lack of hostility towards you. Humans may err, yet the system's evaluations are infallible. This belief Li Chengxing held firmly. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yining shook her head. "In my previous team, no one paid me any mind, nor did anyone assign me tasks. I was quite content in my solitude, so I am not fatigued at all." As she spoke, she cast her gaze around, inadvertently catching sight of the windshield. Time, 0:32. Temperature, -63. 6. Distance to destination, 1,793 kilometers. Countdown, 77. 12:29. Still 1,793 kilometers left? Is this truly the world's leading team? She glanced down through the windshield, directly observing the dashboard of the driver's seat. At a speed of 120 kilometers h. How is this even possible? Furthermore, why is June Fei seated in the driver's position without holding the steering wheel? Is everything truly all right? Well, if you're not taking a break, perhaps you could keep company with Fei and the others in the cockpit. After saying this, he glanced at the temperature, pondered for a moment, and ultimately added, "If you're feeling too cold, there's no need to venture out for the supply box. We are not in dire need of those provisions." "All right," June Fei replied, casting a glance out the window and nodding without hesitation. Observing this, Li Chengxing, accompanied by Xia Cixi, returned to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something. Something rather significant. His mind itched for clarity. Perhaps it would be best to sleep for now. After a long day filled with numerous tasks, he might recall it upon waking. Chapter 98. The final 8:33 kilometers the following morning. Li Chengxing awoke languidly. A glance at the wall clock revealed it was already 8:17 a.m. He sprang upright in bed, exclaiming, "Damn, I've overslept. It's already past 8. Indeed, it was essential to rest well at night. What's wrong, Chengxing? Xia Cixi, sensing the commotion beside her, rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up next to him. Grabbing the blanket, she shielded herself from the sudden morning light. What time is it? She inquired. It's past 8, Cixi. I'm going to check if there are any new rules today. After dressing, Li Chengxing stood and stretched his back. Addressing Xia Cixi, you should sleep a little longer. With that, he stepped outside. Upon entering the driving compartment, he found the three women engaged in casual conversation, their demeanor as calm as ever. Brother, you're awake. Yu Luoyu turned to greet him. Yeah. Li Chengxing scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing. Are there no new rules? No. Yunfei shu kia hit. It should be the same as last time. There won't be any new rules. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing glanced at the windshield. Time, 8 o'clock. Temperature, -82. Distance to destination, 833 kilometers. Countdown, 69, 44, 29. Over 800 kilometers remaining. They should reach the destination today. However, it seemed this time was not as gentle as the last. They could no longer disembark to collect supply boxes. -82 degrees. At this temperature, even a spit would freeze before it hits the ground. Fortunately, their vehicle was well insulated. Otherwise, they would likely be frozen solid. Additionally, with the snowplow attachment, their journey was proceeding smoothly. Yet, Li Chengxing had a nagging feeling that this survival game would eliminate many participants, perhaps even the majority. But why was that? Brother, did you forget something? Yu Luoyu prompted, gesturing toward Zhou Yining beside her. Li Chengxing indeed felt he had overlooked something important. Looking at Yu Luoyu pointing at Zhou Yining, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, right, the upgrade. I completely forgot about upgrading the vehicle." However, he glanced at the intensifying snowstorm outside. Never mind. I'll upgrade at the supply station. We're not in a hurry. Upgrading the vehicle required them to get out, and he had no desire to brave the frigid air. Besides, even if they upgraded now, the vehicle speed would remain the same. It wouldn't suddenly take flight. Shaking his head, he turned to the three women. Do you want to rest for a while? After all, you stayed up all night. Yu Luoyu observed the remaining kilometers, estimating several hours until arrival. All right. She nodded, yawning as she took Junfei back to the rear compartment. Only Li Chengxing and Zhou Yining remained alone in the cockpit. Yining, aren't you going to take a break? No need. Li Chengxing nudda, and silence enveloped the cockpit once more, broken only by the sound of the snow being plowed and the rumble of the engine. In a confined space with just a man and a woman, an awkward atmosphere descended upon them. Clearing his throat, Li Chengxing, feeling somewhat uneasy in this awkwardness, casually inquired, Yining, what did you do before? I was a police officer, just graduated. She spoke with a sense of pride, puffing out her chest. Now I'm interning at the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Huh, Kyoto? Li Chengxing scrutinized her with a curious gaze. What's wrong? Is there an issue? No issue. Just curious. Li Chengxing turned his head away, sensing that his scrutiny was perhaps impolite. I'm curious. During your training, isn't it exhausting? Not really. Zhou Yining responded, only to realize that Li Chengxing seemed to be hinting at something else. She swallowed hard but replied generously, of course it's tiring. How could it not be? As she spoke, she straightened herself. But it's in my nature, nothing I can do. Li Chengxing nodded, choosing to leave the matter there. Further discussion might lead to uncomfortable territory. She shifted the topic. Can you use a gun? Do you have guns? Zhou Yining turned, her face a picture of surprise, which soon gave way to understanding. Of course, the world's top team must have firearms. Indeed, Li Chengxing exclaimed, retrieving a firearm of each type from her bag. Choose one. So many. Zhou Yining gazed at the array of weapons laid before her. Handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns. Over a dozen different models. While it was not surprising that a top-tier team possessed firearms, the sheer number astounded her. She gulped, looking up at Li Chengxing. The team that ranked first in the second Lost Road copy. That's your team, right? With so many heavy weapons. It's hard to imagine they aren't in first place. Indeed, but not because of these weapons. Li Chengxing confirmed with a nod. Huh. Just as Zhou Yining was puzzled, Li Chengxing extracted a heavy machine gun from her bag. But because of this, Zhou Yining leaned forward, her eyes widening at the weapon in his hands. How did you acquire this? This weapon, an artifact of that caliber, is available now. She had yet to even see a golden weapon. Li Chengxing shrugged, responding with a casual tone. It's a bug in the system. Although Zhou Yining was baffled, she did not dwell on it, diligently selecting from the weapons arrayed before her. She serves as a detective in the police force. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance, for she is truly the one who charges bravely to the forefront. Grasping an AK-47, she examined its attributes. Item name: AK-47 Assault Rifle. Quality: Golden category. Weapon attributes: Armor penetration 300, damage 300, effective range 500 meters, magazine capacity 40-40. Special attribute: automatic reload, restoring 1 ammunition per minute. With the firearm in hand, she waited thoughtfully and teased Li Chengxing. Aren't you afraid I might use this against you? Observing that Zhou Yining's favorability had risen to 73, Li Chengxing chuckled softly. You wouldn't. You actually trust me. Zhou Yining tucked the AK-47 into her backpack, stifling laughter that surged like waves. Li Chengxing's throat moved slightly as he put away the other firearms. He raised an eyebrow, crossing his legs, and shrugged nonchalantly, neither affirming nor denying. Chapter 99. The supply station has arrived. Time spent in idle chatter always seems to pass swiftly, slipping away unnoticed. Before long, it was around 2 p.m. The convoy had finished their meal, and, with less than 150 kilometers remaining, they all settled into the driver's cabin, focusing intently. The second supply station was drawing ever closer. The weather this time was more severe than the last. Even though the previous heat was oppressive, it did not hinder the vehicle's movement. Unlike now, where the snow had piled up, rendering the vehicles nearly immobile. The global chat had descended into chaos. Global channel. Remaining players, 3096, 276, 437. Can we still proceed? Is this weather merely a torment, leading us to our demise? Who designed this game? Do they even know how to design a game? Do they consider the plight of casual players? It's likely that the creators of this game have no understanding. Casual games are the essence of gaming. What good is it to curse now? We should contemplate how to move forward. We can't move an inch. We might as well wait for death. Waiting for death won. This game is pure torment. It would be better to end it all. I want to go back. I no longer wish to play. The air of despair in the global channel affected Li Chengxing and the others as well. Brother, Yu gazed at the messages in the global chat, her expression filled with sorrow. It wasn't that she was overly compassionate. Rather, witnessing so many people facing such dire circumstances, seemingly awaiting their demise, deeply moved her. We are powerless. All we can do is ensure our own survival, unless... Li Chengxing Siga, if he could possess a glove that, with a snap of his fingers, could save billions of lives, he would eagerly attempt it, provided the cost were merely a hand. If it were to cost him his life, he could only chuckle. However, reality offers no ifs. I will craft a batch of snowplows and see if anyone can afford them. This was the utmost effort he could muster. Regardless of whether anyone purchased the snowplows, he would still produce them. If he had to sell them at a loss, so be it. Of course, his loss was only limited to the absence of copies. As for giving them away, how could he assist this time and not the next? He couldn't be expected to help every time. Without further ado, Jun Feier took over the driving seat from Li Chengxing. Shortly thereafter, he slipped into the rear compartment. Within 10 minutes, he emerged, having completed the task. 999 sets. Ew. Take these and replicate them, he instructed, opening the trading panel and transferring all 999 sets of plows to Yu. After she confirmed the transaction and completed the duplication, she looked at the 1,999 sets of plows in her inventory and asked Li Chengxing, The previous replication wasn't miscalculated, nor did I forget to replicate. Please, brothers, spare the younger brother. My CPU is limited. Brother, how many silver ingots are you planning to sell? Li Chengxing glanced at the remaining distance of 134 kilometers, knowing they would soon arrive at the supply station. Once there, it was likely that vending machines would be available. As long as there were vending machines, materials would be plentiful. Let's sell them at 80 silver ingots each. We can afford a slight loss. This way, we can assist others while also replenishing our supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengxing continued, by the way, we should allow for the exchange of materials at the same price point. All right, with that, Yu prepared to announce the trading information in the World Channel. Li Chengxing added, if no one buys, we can still sell them for no less than 25 silver ingots. After all, even if we toss them into the decomposition station, we would still receive 25 silver ingots in return. 25 silver ingots would adequately cover my expenses. Any lower, and I would truly incur a loss. As for being a selfless do-gooder, I'm afraid that does not interest me. Rescuing a multitude of incapable individuals is less appealing than forging ahead on my own. I, too, wish to discover what lies at the end. The trading process unfolded smoothly, perhaps due to the passage of another night. Many individuals had utilized duel tickets to acquire a fresh wave of supplies. As soon as Yuloyu's message was dispatched, her private messages flooded in. Of course, it wasn't just hers. Numerous people had memorized the names of all the team members from the world's top rank. Even the private messages for Li Chengxing and his companions surged to over 99 notifications, including the newly joined Zhou Yining. She had never encountered such a scene before. She looked at Li Chengxing in a fluster, uncertain of what to do. It's all right, Yining. You are part of our team, so just sell the price I mentioned. Was she truly a member of the team? Zhou Yining lowered her head, murmuring softly, her lips curling into a slight smile. How wonderful! She then nodded in agreement. As it turned out, amidst a global population exceeding 3 billion, there remained a select few affluent individuals. In less than half an hour, all 1,999 sets were completely sold out. Not only had they recouped their costs, but they had also earned a substantial profit of 20,000 silver ingots. This was undoubtedly excellent news, especially with the impending arrival at the greatest gold sink of the survival game. As they approached the remaining distance of less than 10 kilometers, the towering skyscrapers were visible ahead. Li Chengxing called out to his teammates, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The supply station is approaching." 10 kilometers was merely a 5-minute journey for their vehicles at this point. Moments later, they arrived outside the supply station, where a gilded plaque stood proudly. Beneath the archway was the same transparent light curtain they had encountered before. Familiar with the procedure, Li Chengxing smoothly drove the vehicle into the supply station. A flash of spring light enveloped them, and their expressions transformed. "Oh ho ho! Did you not expect this? Truly, I am impressive." Before them, the persistent snow that had lingered for days vanished, revealing an underground parking garage. However, this parking garage was markedly different from the one they had previously encountered. The entire parking lot exuded an air of desolation and decay. The remnants of automobiles lay scattered amidst the crumbling debris. What had transpired here? Li Chengxing gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Fortunately, he could still discern the locations of the parking spaces. After securing his vehicle, that voice resonated once more. "Congratulations to the anonymous team for being the first to reach the supply station. Rewards will be distributed once the countdown concludes. All fortunate participants are encouraged to persevere. Congratulations to the anonymous team for being the first to reach the supply station. Congratulations to the anonymous team for being the first to reach the supply station." As the voice echoed, the entire underground parking lot was suddenly illuminated. Li Chengxing and his companions finally grasped the full extent of the parking lot's condition, particularly the area directly in front of the vehicle. Li Chengxing's pupils constricted sharply. This is Chapter 100, General Mianye. Before the vehicle lay an elevator door, much like the one encountered previously, yet this door bore the marks of time, rusting and weathered. Its surface was marred by dents, evident signs of a struggle. At the entrance of the elevator, "Brother, look, is that a person?" Yu pointed towards the threshold. Sitting on the ground was an elderly man with snow-white hair, a long-handled knife resting beside him. Half of his face was obscured by a bronze mask, and he was preoccupied with cleaning the blade in his hands. Li Chengxing felt a tightness in his throat, swiftly drawing out the flame blade with practiced ease. Gripping it tightly. Everyone, be cautious. His alarm was not unwarranted. This was a supply station within the survival game space, and the sudden appearance of another individual was perplexing. Something was amiss. Once everyone had their weapons at the ready, Li Chengxing was the first to exit the vehicle, cautiously approaching the old man. "Sir, may I ask what you're doing?" Despite his inner wariness, he maintained a semblance of politeness. The old man did not respond immediately, continuing instead to wipe the blade, which still bore fresh traces of blood. Li Chengxing remained composed, standing by with the flame blade firmly in hand, while the others also brandished their weapons towards the elder. The old man seemed oblivious to their presence until he finally raised his gaze. "If I were you, I would first lower my weapon before addressing an elder." With just a glance, Li Chengxing felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force. He stumbled back a few steps, only halting when Yu steadied him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet, it appeared that the others felt none of his trepidation. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Chengxing, supported by Yu, regained his footing and cast a lingering look at the old man. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that the elder's intent to kill him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Was this extraordinary power? Realizing this, he inhaled deeply. Subsequently, he stowed his weapon in his backpack and offered a respectful bow to the old man. "Senior." The elder's keen gaze swept over Li Chengxing, a satisfied nod following. "Young lad, you display strength near the intermediate level of the human tier even before entering the gates of hell. Quite impressive." As he spoke, his eyes flickered towards the several young women behind Li Chengxing. "Their talents are commendable as well." He exclaimed in surprise, his gaze lingering on Zhou Yining for 2 seconds, revealing a look laden with significance before returning his focus to Li Chengxing. Confused, Li Chengxing remained oblivious to the elder's unusual scrutiny. Gates of hell? Intermediate human tier? What do these terms mean? It was evident that this individual possessed some knowledge of the survival game. Could he be an NPC? Not one to dawdle, he directly posed his questions. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, about your identity?" The old man replied, "Merely an antiquated relic, hardly worth mentioning." As if perceiving the thoughts swirling in Li Chengxing's mind, he continued, "Are you curious about the gate of hell and the human tier?" Li Chengxing nodded in affirmation. "Regrettably, I cannot divulge the secrets of the gate of hell just yet." The elder shook his head, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor, choosing to remain silent on the matter. "However, you shall soon arrive at that place. As for the classification of power, I can certainly enlighten you." The elder displayed remarkable patience, resembling an NPC in a game. "We typically categorize strength into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human. To elucidate in terms you might comprehend, a 3-dimensional attribute score exceeding 10 but less than 100 constitutes the human tier. Scores from 100 to 1000 denote the earth tier, while those from 1000 to 10,000 signify the heaven tier. The ascension to the god tier, however, follows a distinct path, of which I remain unaware. Young one, your potential appears exceptional. Should you choose to persevere, I guarantee your ascent to the heaven tier. Moreover," here, the elder paused, locking eyes with Li Chengxing, his tone turning grave, "I can also escort you back to Blue Star. Perhaps your return to Blue Star would yield greater significance." "What?" Li Chengxing exclaimed in astonishment. He had always regarded the elder as merely an NPC within the game. Yet now the elder claimed he could return him to Blue Star. For a fleeting moment, his heart raced with excitement, but he glanced back at the several women behind him, all of whom were intently awaiting his decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Chengxing turned back to the elder and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed elder, I wish to continue my journey." This had been his intention all along. Here, he could discover his true worth. "Are you certain?" The elder's surprise was palpable, given that he had just offered Li Chengxing the chance to return to Blue Star. "I am not boasting. There's a price to pay, you know. The path ahead is fraught with peril." "The path ahead?" Is it not fraught with danger already? Li Chengxing questioned, confusion etched across his face. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Elder, are you implying? The elder nodded, remaining cryptic. Since you have chosen to forge ahead, do not dwell on uncertainties. All shall be revealed when you reach your destination. You possess a heroic spirit reminiscent of your ancestors. Li Chengxing was taken aback. Esteemed elder, you knew my ancestor? The elder chuckled heartily. Ah, indeed, he was my sworn brother. With that, he picked up a long-handled sword from the ground, propping it against the earth as he rose. Li Chengxing hurried to assist him. Yet the elder did not resist, merely offering a nod of appreciation. Young one, I merely wish to see you. It is time for me to depart. See me? Li Chengxing pondered, bewildered by the elder's words. Was it due to his status as the world's foremost individual, or perhaps because of his unique talents? Or shall we say, some ancestor he had never encountered? Consider this your gift of introduction, to be unveiled when you reach the pinnacle of your human potential. The elder offered no further explanation. He merely retrieved the tome from his satchel and extended it toward Li Chengxing. The old man was set to depart, urging him to live well, for he awaited them on Blue Star. With those words, the elder grasped his long-handled blade and strode towards the direction from which Li Chengxing and the others had arrived. Li Chengxing distinctly sensed the elder's goodwill and promptly bowed in respect. May I inquire your esteemed name, venerable elder? The elder erupted into hearty laughter, not once glancing back as he made his way out. His resonant voice echoed through the underground parking facility. General Mian Nye holds a humble rank. The yellow sands stretch endlessly, and the horses gallop forth. Ha ha! Chapter 101. The Gene Awakening Elixir, General Mian Nye. You murmured these 4 words, and then suddenly realized, brother, he is. Li Chengxing nodded. General Mian Nye. He is indeed his idol. He made a concerted effort to suppress the excitement swelling within him. Let us proceed upstairs, he said, stepping into the already opened elevator door. The 4 women followed closely behind, entering the elevator. As the doors closed and then reopened, the scene before them had dramatically transformed. Compared to the vast prairie they had witnessed last time, the rooftop space now appeared far more desolate. An endless expanse of desert stretched out before them, with only a solitary vending machine standing forlornly amidst the wasteland. There were no dining tables in sight. However, the temperature was quite pleasant. Li Chengxing and his companions stepped out decisively. Chengxing, the book the general just gave you. June Feier approached, her curiosity piqued. Li Chengxing hastily retrieved the book from his backpack. Wulong Bagua staff. Category: Martial arts. Rank: 3 colors. Attributes: created by Yang Wulong, one of the Yang family generals. This technique transforms spear techniques into staff techniques, only learnable by those at the peak of the human tier. 3 colors martial arts. Li Chengxing was taken aback after reading the attributes of the book in his hands. Although the attributes did not elaborate on its powers, the origin from Yang Wulong was indicative of its significance. Moreover, this martial art further confirmed Li Chengxing's speculation regarding the elderly man. That was indeed General D, a renowned general from the northern Song dynasty. No wonder he always wore a bronze mask. Historical records indicate that General D suffered a facial injury from an arrow during battle, hence he often donned a copper mask while fighting. This is also the origin of General Mian Nye's name. Yet, why would he encounter General D? Wasn't he supposed to have passed away over 900 years ago? Furthermore, according to General D, those who die in the survival game should have returned to Blue Star. So why continue onward? What lies at the end that General D spoke of? Li Chengxing's confusion deepened. Brother, come and see. While Li Chengxing was lost in thought, Yu had already reached the vending machine. It seemed she had discovered something, calling out to Li Chengxing. He snapped back to attention. What is it, Yu? He took a few steps forward to join her at the vending machine. Brother, look at the extraordinary category. Upon hearing her words, Li Chengxing opened the vending machine and scrolled down to the bottom of the extraordinary category. He immediately spotted what Yu had mentioned. GWA 001 Gene Awakening Elixir. Category: Extraordinary. Rank: Unknown. Attributes: a gene awakening elixir that significantly enhances physical attributes. The awakening process is exceedingly painful, and the longer one endures, the better the results. Note: prolonged awakening may pose a risk of bodily explosion. Please assess your capabilities. Note: limited to one purchase per person. Price: 1 million silver ingots per unit. Equivalent value and resources may be accepted for exchange. The gene neutralization elixir category: extraordinary rank, unknown attribute, gene neutralization awakening elixir. If one finds it unbearable to endure the agony of awakening, this elixir may be employed to halt the process. Note: prolonged awakening may pose a risk of bodily explosion. Please assess your capabilities wisely. Note: each individual is limited to purchasing one vial. Price: 1 million silver ingots per vial. Equivalent exchange in goods of equal value is accepted. How much? 1 million? Li Chengxing gazed incredulously at the 6 zeros following the 1, his frustration nearly compelling him to exclaim in exasperation. He had barely over 400,000 silver ingots. Without the 90 discount awarded for ranking first, he could not afford even a single vial. Even with the discount, after gathering various resources, he could only procure 3 vials of each type. The pricing was based on the contents of his backpack, correct? Yet, reflecting upon General D's earlier words regarding the future delineation of power, he realized that this was merely the beginning. There remained the martial arts tome within his backpack, which could only be learned by those at the peak of human rank. Gritting his teeth, Li Chengxing resolved to purchase 3 vials. Fortunately, with Yu by his side, he could afford them. Relying solely on his own resources would have proven insufficient. He gazed at the GWA-001 gene awakening elixir in his hand. It was merely a glass vial the size of a bottle of herbal medicine, within which a golden liquid swirled gracefully. In contrast, the neutralization awakening elixir was a striking blue liquid. Li Chengxing handed all the elixirs to Yu, without hesitation, initiated her talent. Duplication. However, what transpired next astonished everyone present. Normally, Yu could replicate items in the blink of an eye, yet now she was beset by beads of perspiration. It was only then that Li Chengxing recalled the description of her talent. Duplication. SSS rank talent consumes a certain amount of stamina to duplicate all tangible items, excluding living beings. Each item can only be duplicated once and cannot be replicated again. It consumes a significant amount of stamina. Previously, items she duplicated, aside from basic pills and the flame sword, rarely involved the extraordinary. Even the flame sword was merely of platinum quality. Thus, Yu had previously duplicated items with little time or effort. However, this vial of awakening elixir bore an unknown rank. It took Yu a full hour to successfully replicate 1 vial of the awakening elixir. Upon completing the duplication, she seemed utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Li Chengxing hurriedly accepted 2 vials of the awakening elixir from her, stowing them in his backpack, and rushed to support her, expressing his concern. Yu, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Yu exhaled deeply. Should we rest before continuing? Li Chengxing inquired, worried for her well-being. No worries. I believe I can duplicate once more, she replied, resolutely picking up another neutralization awakening elixir for duplication. Perhaps due to the significant stamina expenditure. This time it took her an hour and a half to succeed in replicating it. Indeed, the cost was considerable. As Yu successfully replicated the process, she immediately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Li Chengxing, quick-witted and agile, supported Yu with one hand while grasping the 2 glass bottles that nearly fell to the ground with the other. Yu, he called out anxiously, yet Yu showed no sign of response. June Feier hurried over, placing her hand gently on Yu's neck. Upon feeling her pulse, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chengxing, it's all right, there's no need to worry. Yu has merely fainted from exhaustion. Her body is not seriously harmed. She just needs some rest. Having a background as a fitness coach, she was somewhat familiar with such episodes of fainting due to fatigue. Hearing June Feier's words, Li Chengxing felt a measure of relief, yet he remained uneasy. After all, they were in a survival game space. He retrieved a blanket from his backpack and handed it to June Feier to place on the ground. He then laid Yu down gently and covered her with a warm blanket. Hearing her steady breaths, he finally felt reassured. At that moment, he took out 2 awakening potions and 2 neutralizing agents from his bag, glancing at the 3 pairs of eyes surrounding him. How shall we divide the potions? Chapter 102. The Pain. It hurt so much. The 3 women exchanged silent glances, each refraining from uttering a word. It was not due to the allure of the potion or an act of selflessness. Rather, it stemmed from fear, genuine, palpable fear. As girls, few are unacquainted with the dread of pain. After all, the description was explicit. The awakening process was excruciatingly painful. No one dared to step forward to try it, instinctively retreating 2 steps instead. Observing the taciturn crowd, Zhou Yining paused for a moment, then approached Li Chengxing, extending her hand. Let me be the first to try. Having only recently joined the team, she had yet to fully integrate. Coupled with the uniqueness of her talent, she could not directly disclose it to the others. She was in urgent need of enhancing her strength to prove her worth. Now was the perfect opportunity. All right, Li Chengxing, without overthinking, assumed Zhou Yining's background as a police officer from Huagua imbued her with an indomitable spirit, fearless of hardship. She handed Zhou Yining 1 vial of the Gene Awakening Potion and 1 vial of the Neutralizing Potion. Subsequently, she retrieved a vial of the Gene Awakening Potion from her backpack, gripping it in her hand. Locking eyes with Zhou Yining, they hesitated not a moment longer, simultaneously uncapping their vials and swallowing the golden liquid. The Gene Awakening Potion bore no peculiar taste, even possessing a subtle fragrance. However, as the golden liquid coursed down Li Chengxing's throat, it surged directly towards her dantian, spreading throughout her body without pause. She felt an intense heat radiating from her core, racing through her limbs and bones. In an instant, pain, the agony erupted within her, akin to something rampaging through her veins, as if her body were on the brink of bursting. It hurt. It hurt so much. Isolmai. Cough. Wrong frequency. Having never encountered such torment, Li Chengxing crumpled to the ground, groaning in distress. At the moment the pain reached its zenith, she yearned to immediately consume the neutralizing potion. But the thought of enduring longer for a greater effect compelled her to withstand the agony. Meanwhile, Zhou Yining was not faring much better, writhing on the ground in pain. If they could spare a glance at the system panel, they would see the notifications scrolling incessantly. Strength 0, 0, 5. Agility 0, 0, 5. Constitution 0, 0, 5. This scene did not escape the notice of Junfei and Xia Sisi, who hurried to their side, their hearts racing with concern. Quick, find a stick to put in their mouths. Yunfei, quick video, update Xia Sisi. In extreme agony, particularly when the body experiences intense pain, one may unconsciously clench their teeth or suffer from muscle tension and spasms. In such moments, it is all too easy to inadvertently bite one's own tongue. Inserting a stick into the mouth can serve as a barrier, preventing injury and somewhat distracting from the pain. However, lacking a stick, would a glue stick suffice? Observing the situation of the two, Xia Sisi hurriedly rummaged through her backpack, finding no stick, leaving her at a loss. But wait. Junfei also retrieved a pink glue stick from her bag. Fortunately, thanks to Li Chengxing's peculiar talent, this item was in abundance. There were even some that had not yet been dismantled, stored in their bags. At this point, she could not afford to be particular. She directly thrust the glue stick into Li Chengxing's mouth. Li Chengxing, already overwhelmed by pain, was oblivious to the sensation at the corners of his mouth. Too distracted to ponder, he bit down hard on the glue stick. It seemed the stick lacked any protrusions, merely a smooth surface. Otherwise, his mouth would have been gushing blood. Yet, driven by pain, he sank his teeth deeply into the glue stick, leaving 2 clear rows of teeth marks. The imprint of his teeth was firmly embedded within. After half an hour of writhing, Li Chengxing finally ceased his movements, gradually acclimatizing to the pain. Although the agony had not diminished, he was at least able to sit up, enduring through his spasming body. Now, how long had it been? With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words around the glue stick. 35 minutes. Junfei promptly replied, having kept an eye on the time. At that moment, Zhou Yining also sat up, feeling her endurance had reached its limits. Her mind, having adapted to the pain, was considerably clearer. She quickly retrieved a neutralizing awakening potion from her backpack, uncapping the bottle. Removing the glue stick from her mouth, she discarded it aside and swiftly swallowed the potion. The instant the potion coursed through her, the pain receded like a tide, allowing her to exhale deeply. She had no time to examine her newly acquired attributes. Collapsing back onto the ground, her sweat-drenched clothes were now stained with dirt, yet she paid it no mind. Lying there for a good 10 minutes to recover, she finally sat up again. Xiaxisi hurried to support Zhou Yining's body, who had yet to speak. "Yining, how are you?" Yunfei, assisting Li Chengxing, turned her gaze towards Zhou Yining and inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yining moved her limbs, feeling the newfound strength within her. A look of sheer delight spread across her face. Strong, so strong. She immediately opened her attribute panel to check. Name, Zhou Yining. Gender, female. Age, 25. Strength, 37. Agility, 37. Constitution, 37. Talent. How delightful it is to be a little mischievous. All three attributes had reached 37 points, indicating her status as a mid-tier human, as General D had described. Clenching her fists, she felt an exhilarating sensation as if the air itself were exploding within her grasp. Upon further reflection, it seemed even her talent had fused with her very being. It was an indescribable and wondrous sensation. It felt as though the innate talent, once bestowed by the rules, had now transformed into an instinctive ability, even enhanced beyond its original state. Now, even if the rules sought to strip it away, it would surely prove futile. Likewise, a sense of confusion arose within her heart. The talent was supposed to be granted at the onset of the survival game, just as the potions were procured from the vending machine. Why, then, did such an anomaly arise? She was prepared to further explore the changes within her body when she noticed that Li Chengxing had also begun to stir, having seemingly reached his limit of endurance. He retrieved the neutralizing awakening potion. However, just as he opened the cap, before he could even take a sip, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A sound, akin to the tearing of air, resonated from afar. Junfei and Xiaxisi's pupils widened, and they exclaimed in unison, "Chengxing, be careful. Brother Chengxing, watch out." Chapter 103. The unknown humanoid creature from behind a massive boulder. A stone was suddenly propelled into the air, traveling at an astonishing speed. Junfei and Xiaxisi could only cry out, their movements lagging behind the swift event. Zhou Yining, having just reached the intermediate level of humanity, reacted quickly but was still unable to intervene in time. The stone's target was none other than Li Chengxing, and the awakening neutralization potion in his hand. With a resounding crash, the vial of the awakening neutralization potion shattered. The three women stood frozen in place, horrified. It was broken. Junfei swallowed hard. If her memory served her right, the remaining 2 vials of the potion were still in Yu Liyu's backpack. And now, Yu Liyu was... Junfei struggled to turn her head, gazing at the still unconscious Yu Liyu. It was over. At the moment the vial's cap shattered, Li Chengxing regained a semblance of consciousness. He had not forgotten the potion's final warning. Note: if the awakening period is prolonged, there may be a risk of bodily explosion. Please assess your capabilities. Rage. An overwhelming fury surged within him, elevating his adrenaline and causing him to momentarily forget the pain. Li Chengxing abruptly sat up, lifting his gaze toward the direction from which the stone had come. There, emerging slowly from behind the distant boulder, was a humanoid creature. It was labeled as such merely for its human-like features and limbs, yet its skin was an unnaturally pallid hue, its pupils a sinister crimson. Its mouth stretched into a sinister grin reminiscent of a gaping maw, revealing a set of razor-sharp, triangular teeth. The creature tossed the stone in the air. Mockery etched upon its face as it focused its gaze on Li Chengxing. "How dare you?" Li Chengxing slammed his hand against the ground, propelling himself upright in an astonishing manner. A flash of crimson light illuminated his hand as the flame sword materialized within it, and he charged toward the humanoid creature. He no longer had the luxury to ponder how other beings could possibly exist within the supply station's upper space. All he desired was to tear it apart. If one were to describe Li Chengxing in this moment, the most fitting term would be a beast, a frenzied beast. Yet the humanoid creature merely curled its lips in disdain, smirking at Li Chengxing. You think of the world's strongest human? Hardly. It taunted, before delivering a powerful kick directly to Li Chengxing's chest. Still wishing to breach the gates of hell, Li Chengxing felt as though he had been struck by a train, propelled backward with even greater force. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. If he could look within, he would see his internal organs drenched in blood, fissures marring their surfaces. Yet, remarkably, a golden warmth surged from his dantian, tirelessly mending the myriad wounds. This was supposed to be an excruciating ordeal. However, Li Chengxing remained utterly unperturbed. The torment he experienced paled in comparison to the awakening process induced by the genetic serum. Rising from the ground, he felt a surge of enhanced strength coursing through his body. He charged once more towards the humanoid creature. The humanoid emitted a sound of confusion. In his perception, the human before him possessed merely the strength of a mid-tier human. He should have been dispatched with a single kick. Watching Li Chengxing, who still had the vigor to leap and charge at him again, the creature furrowed his brow. Yes, he had a brow, albeit devoid of eyebrows. After a brief movement of his limbs, the humanoid grinned widely. He extended his arm to block the fiery sword that Li Chengxing swung downwards. However, the moment the fiery blade made contact, he sensed something amiss. This human was growing stronger. It was the awakening serum. It seemed he needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Human, I shall be serious now. With that, he too extended a claw towards Li Chengxing, and instantly, the two became entangled in combat. Can it speak? However, upon hearing the humanoid articulate words, Junfer's expression shifted dramatically. She had initially assumed that the creature was merely a randomly spawning monster. To her surprise, it possessed intelligence. If it were intelligent, the implications were entirely different. Zhou Yining clearly noted this development as well. She hastily stepped forward, eager to assist. Yining, follow up. Observing the situation, Junfer retrieved another fiery sword from her backpack and tossed it to Zhou Yining. Clearly, in the current circumstances, it was more appropriate to arm Zhou Yining, who had already completed her awakening. Zhou Yining did not hesitate. She accepted the fiery sword from Junfer's hands. The moment she grasped the weapon, she felt her strength increase by at least threefold. Elated, she glanced at the attributes of the fiery sword, her eyes lighting up instantly. Yet, the current predicament left no room for her to savor the moment. She brandished the sword and lunged towards the humanoid creature. However, even someone as formidable as Li Chengxing had been sent flying with a single kick. What chance did Zhou Yining, who had interrupted her awakening, stand? The moment she stepped into the fray, she was swatted away by the humanoid's palm. Regaining her balance mid-air, she landed steadily, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a grave expression, she gazed at the humanoid creature that firmly dominated Li Chengxing. She was no match. Absolutely no match. She lacked even the qualification to intervene. Junfer hurriedly steadied her, yet her gaze remained fixated on the clash between Li Chengxing and the humanoid. From the instant the humanoid appeared, her sniper rifle had been firmly gripped in her hands. However, the speed of their movements was too swift for her to aim accurately. She could only watch helplessly, filled with anxiety. The battle between Li Chengxing and the humanoid persisted for over 10 minutes. Although he initially had no chance against his opponent, the sensation of his body nearing its breaking point gradually dissipated. In exchange, he bore numerous wounds, standing amid a pool of incessantly flowing blood, droplets of which, tinged with a hint of golden hue, sizzled as they struck the ground. However, the humanoid being was filled with trepidation. It became cognizant of the human before it. This individual was growing stronger, or rather, had never ceased to grow stronger from the very beginning. Moreover, why had they not yet succumbed to explosive demise? The GWA-001 gene awakening agent was known to him. This initial version of the human awakening agent was the most potent, its effects surpassing those of subsequent iterations. Yet, was it not stated that there was a risk of explosive death after 50 minutes? Thus far, he had never witnessed anyone endure beyond that threshold. What was the situation with this human before him, who was nearing an hour? Yet, Li Chengxing afforded him no time to ponder. After a brief pause, he charged forward once more. The pain in his body dissipated, and Li Chengxing's mind became considerably clearer. In fact, his thoughts were sharper than before. His hands moved ceaselessly as he shouted to Zhou Yining behind him. "Yining, use that technique." Zhou Yining was momentarily taken aback, but then immediately recalled the special effect she had seen earlier on the attribute of the fiery sword. All right. Chapter 104. Pinnacle of Humanity. Upon hearing the resounding shout from Li Chengxing, Zhou Yining immediately gripped the flame sword tightly, preparing to unleash its power. For an ordinary person, 3 seconds is merely the blink of an eye. Yet for one who has ascended to the level of a humanoid being, 3 seconds can encompass a multitude of actions. Though uncertain of the intentions of the human girl, the words spoken by the figure before him undoubtedly implied ill tidings. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended a claw and lunged toward Li Chengxing with all his might. He harbored no illusions of decisively vanquishing Li Chengxing with this strike. His sole aim was to force him back. However, Li Chengxing was not so easily swayed and had long been prepared. He swung the flame sword toward the creature's claw. At the instant of their collision, a tremendous explosion erupted at the point of contact. The humanoid being succeeded in pushing Li Chengxing back, but he had gravely underestimated Li Chengxing's current prowess. His own body was compelled to retreat, stumbling backward for over 10 meters before he could dissipate the overwhelming force. A long gash was etched into his palm. Just as he steadied himself, he glanced toward Zhou Yining in the distance. It was too late to thwart her actions. With a thunderous cry, Zhou Yining proclaimed divine judgment. An immensely solid phantom of a colossal sword appeared above the humanoid creature. As Zhou Yining brought down the flame sword with great force, the spectral sword descended upon the creature's head. In theory, this maneuver should not pose a lethal threat to the humanoid being. However, its grandeur left him uncertain and compelled him to defend himself. He thrust out his right hand and struck the giant sword phantom with a punch. In mere moments, the phantom shattered into a myriad of fragments, dissolving into a cascade of flames. Disaster. The moment his fist made contact with the giant sword phantom, the humanoid being realized something was amiss. This force posed no genuine threat. Yet all Li Chengxing required was this brief opportunity for Zhou Yining to distract him. Seizing the moment when the creature's attention was ensnared by the sword phantom, Li Chengxing positioned the flame sword horizontally against his chest. As the humanoid being launched its attack, he too struck. Flame blade. A blade engulfed in flames materialized before Li Chengxing. With a powerful swing, he directed the searing blade toward the creature's head. The humanoid being, having exhausted its prior strength and not yet replenished it, was unable to defend itself as it belatedly recognized the trap. It could only watch helplessly as the fiery blade cleaved through its visage. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the back of its skull. "Human, you." In its final moments, the creature could only utter half a sentence before its head split apart at the sight of the wound, its body collapsing in a thunderous crash. A torrent of crimson and white fluids spilled forth. Clang, clang, clang. A diamond-shaped, transparent crystal, no larger than a fingernail, rolled out from the severed head. After bouncing a few times on the ground, he landed steadily, gazing at the motionless humanoid figure that finally lay on the ground. Li Chengxing plopped down, gasping for breath. "Chengxing, are you all right?" Jun Fei'er and Xia Sisi hurried over, each supporting him on one side. Fine. Li Chengxing plunged the flame sword into the earth, resting one hand on the hilt while waving the other dismissively. "You're awakening." Jun Fei'er still felt uneasy and inquired. At her words, Li Chengxing began to carefully sense the changes within himself. The process of awakening, the surging medicinal power, had gradually ceased during the battle. It seemed the fight had consumed the excess potency. The force that struck him had instead facilitated his absorption of the awakening medicine's energy. Clenching his fists tightly, the strength and speed were self-evident, as demonstrated in his combat with the humanoid creature. What Li Chengxing felt most noticeably now was his recovery ability. He lifted his tattered shirt and observed the wounds from the recent battle healing at a visibly rapid pace. Not only was his wound recovery impressive, but so was his stamina. Just moments after the fierce battle, he had felt slightly fatigued. Yet now he felt completely revitalized. With the support of Junfei and scarcity, he steadied himself with the flame sword and stood upright. His expression was one of delight at his bodily transformations as he immediately checked his attributes. Name, Li Chengxing. Gender, male. Age, 26. Strength, 110. Agility, 110. Constitution, 110. Enhanced by the title of the world's first novice. Peak of the human stage. Merely a single vial of awakening potion had elevated his prowess to the peak of the human stage, as stated by General D. Coupled with the title and the attributes of the flame sword, he could even exhibit the strength of a low-level earth stage. However, as he contemplated this, his previously joyful mood suddenly darkened. He recalled the tremendous effort it had taken to vanquish the humanoid monster. Undoubtedly, a creature capable of trading blows with him must possess earth stage strength. But where exactly was this? They were still within the supply station. Why had an earth stage monster appeared? Indeed, Li Chengxing had come to realize that the humanoid creature had at least initial earth stage capabilities. Had he not been careless at the beginning, allowing the awakening potion to be absorbed gradually, had scarcity not produced a platinum weapon, and had it not been for the enhancement from the novice world's first title, the outcome of today's battle would likely have resulted in their annihilation. Exhaling deeply, Li Chengxing released the support of his companions and approached the humanoid figure. He was eager to discover what manner of creature had pushed them to such extremes. However, after taking just a couple of steps forward, he felt something beneath his feet. He could distinctly feel the object beneath his feet was extraordinarily hard, causing an intense discomfort. It was akin to glass, embedding itself into the sole of his shoe. He shifted his foot and glanced down at the sole. There it was, a prism-shaped crystal that had just fallen from the head of the humanoid creature, now firmly embedded in his footwear. Curiosity piqued. He pried the crystal from the sole. Chengxing, what's wrong? Noticing Li Chengxing's unusual behavior, Junfei leaned in closer, immediately spotting the prism-shaped crystal in his hand. What is this? I have no idea. Li Chengxing shrugged, then began to inspect its attributes with great curiosity. Soon he was taken aback. This thing. Chapter 105. Crystal core. Is this the crystal core? This is actually the primary material for intermediate pills. Li Chengxing gazed intently at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, his face a mask of disbelief. This was clearly the item that had just fallen from the humanoid creature. Moreover, he had heard of the term crystal core when he first arrived in this world. His talent description had made it abundantly clear. There was a certain probability that his blind box would yield a crystal core. Yet, he had never managed to obtain one until now. Crystal core? Junfei also leaned closer, observing the crystal in Li Chengxing's grasp. Alchemy? We're not skilled in that. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxing surveyed the three women around him. Noticing their collective head shakes, he sighed in resignation. Since none of them were adept at alchemy, he would have to consume it directly. With that, Li Chengxing retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and meticulously washed the crystal core. He then extended his hand, holding the crystal core. Who wants to give it a try? At this, the three women instinctively took a step back, hesitant to take the plunge. The lessons learned from earlier were still fresh in their minds. Zhou Yining was genuinely frightened from the pain. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she would prefer to avoid experiencing that again. Even Junfei and scarcity were contemplating whether they should consume the potion once Yu awakened. Seeing the three women retreat, unwilling to attempt it, Li Chengxing scrutinized the crystal core in his hand. The attributes did not specify how many attribute points it would actually grant. Furthermore, he squeezed the crystal core firmly. With over 100 points of strength applied, the crystal core remained utterly unyielding. How could something so hard truly be consumed? Was it any different from swallowing glass? Would he choke or injure his throat? Casting another glance at the three women, who still dared not approach, he reflected on the recent peril. If his strength were sufficient, such a situation would not have arisen. Strength. He needed to bolster his power. Resolving himself, Li Chengxing clenched his teeth and tossed the crystal core into his mouth, contrary to his expectations of a hard texture. The moment it entered, the crystal core dissolved, transforming into a warm current that surged toward his dantian. His pupils constricted. This sensation felt eerily familiar. With that thought, he closed his eyes, instantly tensing every muscle in his body. Several seconds passed, yet the anticipated pain never materialized. The warm current reached his dantian, akin to a drop of water falling into a lake, creating not even a ripple. He glanced again at his attributes. Strength increased by 15, speed by 11, and constitution by 10. And this was merely the raw material for an intermediate pill. One cannot help but wonder what attributes would be augmented by the intermediate pills crafted from all the gathered materials. Alas, none among them possesses the skill of alchemy. Chengxing, are you all right? Concern flickered in the voice of Li Chengxing, who had been silent after consuming the crystal core. I'm fine. Moreover, Li Chengxing flexed his limbs. I have reached the Earth tier, although he had merely enhanced his three-dimensional attributes by a mere 10 points. Why did it feel entirely different compared to when he wielded the flame sword? It was as if he had ascended to a new echelon of existence. Now, he could engage in combat hand-to-hand, matching or even overpowering his former self wielding the flame sword. Furthermore, when he retrieved the flame sword and grasped it in his hand, he noted that its effectiveness had diminished by half. It could now only enhance his three-dimensional attributes by 15%. His power had surged so rapidly that, even before platinum weapons became commonplace, they were already insufficient. Just as Li Chengxing intended to delve deeper into the changes in his talents, a soft murmur broke the silence. Yi, Luoyu, you're awake. Li Chengxing quickly cast aside the attribute sheet and hurried to aid Yu Liu, lifting her from the ground with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Yu Luoyu replied, rubbing her head as she gazed at Li Chengxing. Good, what happened? She had been unconscious and missed the entire sequence of events involving Li Chengxing's consumption of the medication. Observing his tattered clothing, she pointed and inquired, what transpired? You were unconscious and missed it. Let me recount everything that happened. June Fayer interjected, recounting the events in detail. Yu Liu listened intently, her astonishment growing, especially upon hearing that the neutralizing awakening potion had been shattered by a stone. She gasped in disbelief. Once June Fayer finished, Yu Luoyu's face was etched with regret as she turned to Li Chengxing. Yi. Sorry. Why are you apologizing?